Volume 18 Chapter 1. ACT-1 Return of the King. Phew! A heavy sigh flowed out. His expression sank even more as he looked at the residents gathered in the town hall. Galen, the mayor of Lancel Village, the Miao and Wolrang representatives, as well as the thieves who were the representatives of the Sancheong College of Education, were gathered. The group of people were why Shambhala was sighing. An unidentified bandit group was scheming to loot Lancel. He grasped that the bandit group had 300 people and that the numbers would increase even more. After Galen heard the shocking information, he summoned the representatives of each species for a meeting. And the meetings to prepare a counterattack continuously repeated. Since they were unable to come up with an answer over the last 2 days, a tired sigh would naturally emerge. Why is this happening? The number of residents had increased and the village was finally becoming stable. If we're attacked, then Lancel Village will become like it was before. Why do these things always happen to Lancel Village? Galen murmured with a pained expression. Then Shambhala replied in impatient voice. Are you going to complain or resolve the problem? This is not the time for that. Like I said, this isn't long left. I know that. I understand. Galen sighed again with his haggard complexion. It's really frustrating. How can we solve this problem? Then someone struck the table and shouted. With a flowing, silver ma, the big figure was the elder of the Wolrang clan. What's the point of this meeting in the first place? We know the enemy will strike. In addition, they've also killed many of our species. Then isn't there only one answer? Fight. Fight them to the death. That's right. There is no need to wait for those guys. Instead, we should go out and show them an example. The Wolrang clan members showed off their fangs and growled. Until recently, the Wolrang had been slaves in the vampire territory. After traveling to Lancel from the vampire territory, their wild instincts had awakened while traveling the continent. Therefore the Wolrang had awakened their instincts as warriors. When the Wolrang expressed their savagery, the atmosphere instantly became serious. No, that is... Galen stuttered with an unbearable expression. Bah, these dogs never change. The Miao elder Hassan, who was sitting on the other side of the table, snorted with her nose in the air. The eyes of the excited Wolrang simultaneously focused on Hassan. What you do mean by that, you hairy balloon? Didn't you hear me? As expected from dogs, never listening to other people speak. What? Dogs? Haven't you been listening? There are at least 300 of them. Furthermore, aren't they all foreigners equipped with considerable skills? If we haphazardly attack without a plan, then there is no telling what will happen. Those cats. Do you want to try us? Try you? It wouldn't be bad. Hassan laughed and showed her claws. The Miao and Wolrang in the room growled at each other after being provoked. Then the Raccoon clan representative cautiously said towards the two clan elders. My opinion is a little different. There is no way to stop the enemies with Lancel's current power. Then shouldn't all the residents take shelter and wait for those guys to pass? If they stay too long, then the soldiers of Jackson will get involved and those guys will be forced to leave Lancel. If we protect the residents, then we can reconstruct the town. What? The two elders shouted simultaneously. Are you running away because you're a little afraid? Do you expect the Wolrang to take such dishonorable actions? Bah, what a typical idea from the raccoons who only dig tunnels. They're no different from the dogs. Thus another shouted match began. Both the Wolrang elder and the raccoon representative hit the table with an unpleasant expression. Tunnel? What do you mean? Aren't you the ones who created the overpasses? We're the ones who struck the nails in most of the buildings in this village. Do you think we want to leave it? Damn, it's starting again. Shambhala shook his head with a disgusted expression. There were a number of reasons for the unsuccessful meetings, but this was the biggest problem. Lancel Village was split into 4 different types of inhabitants. The ex-thieves, the Miao, the Wolrang, and the raccoons. And the species that had the most right to speak were the natural warriors, the Miao and Wolrang clan. But these two were literally cat and dog and didn't get along. Since their living areas were separated and any big problems were arbitrated by Galen, this problem hadn't really occurred before. Now if the Wolrang gave any advice, then Hassan would just laugh, while the Wolrang would ignore Hassan as she tried to speak. Even the Raccoon clan would sometimes interject their feelings, so the fighting meant the meetings couldn't proceed properly. Besides, there is also an issue with the mayor. Shambhala clicked his tongue and looked at Galen. Galen was no doubt a good mayor. That was obvious since he was able to manage the Miao, Wolrang, thieves, raccoons, and the Baron clan in one village without any major problems. But unfortunately Galen had no ability as a field commander. No, aside from his talent as a field commander, he couldn't even handle it when the Beast Clan started arguing like this. And Shambhala also didn't have any talent as a field commander. It really is crazy. Isn't this a problem that occurs when different species are gathered together? But it will be impossible to defeat those guys just by listening to this. Shambhala surveyed the meeting room and sighed again. If it was a battle, then Shambhala had confidence in himself. But leading a meeting and commanding troops wasn't in Shambhala's nature. That was the reason why he entrusted the autonomous group in Sutandal to Justice Man. In addition, this wasn't Sutandal. It was impossible for Shambhala to command the Lancel NPCs. There's no need to think about it. Let's find their hideout and beat them to death. You stupid dogs. They have a support army. As expected, we should take refuge and avoid trouble. Mayor, what do you think? The eyes of the people quarreling focused on Galen. I. Galen was stuttering when it occurred. Everything is rejected. The doors of the meeting room burst open and a rough voice could be heard. Every eye reflexively turned to focus on the door. Then they all started shouting. Ark, you came. Thank you. Galen was moved to tears as he got up to greet his savior. It wasn't just Galen. The ex-thieves and Beast Clan members also flocked towards Arkansas. Ark Hyung Nim. Oh, it is Hero Mabin's descendant. Ark panted as he ran out of breath and nodded. Pant, fortunately I'm not too late. You're late enough, you idiot. Shambhala murmured in a curt voice. Have you just been wandering around since you were contacted? Wandering around? Can you say that even after looking at my face? Ugh. Ark's face was pale white and it seemed like he was going to vomit. It was the side effect of traversing the continent in just 2 days. Once again, Ark had been drinking alcohol in a tavern in Paradon when Roko had contacted him. And Paradon was a city in the northern area of Bristania. Lancel was the exact opposite, and it was located in the south of Schudenberg. Even if the letter movement allowed ease of travel around cities, it wasn't omnipotent. There were restrictions in the distance that could be moved. In addition, the places where the letter movement tower had been placed were limited. Therefore Ark had to continuously use the letter movement in Raiden to travel between cities before finally reaching Jiren. It was constant writing and traveling. Thus the ramen that Ark ate in the morning felt like it was going to come back up. But there is no time for me to vomit. Ark swallowed down the noodles that felt like it was coming up his throat. Did you swallow? Are you coming over? Shambhala slowly withdrew while giving him a dirty look. However, Ark didn't care and just slowly entered the hall. Ark had shown up like a comet when Lancel was in a crisis. Galen, the thieves and the Beast Clans all looked at Ark with expectation. After everything that Ark did in the past, none of them looked at him with doubt. Ark, who had all the expectations on him, was about to finally start the formal meeting. Ooh-ha! Suddenly there was a strange sound by the door. The residents reflexively turned their heads and flinched. It was a huge figure holding a greatsword. But it wasn't because of his physical form that the residents flinched. The man surveyed the group of beasts and was brought to tears. Dogs, cats and raccoons are gathered to hold a meeting. A holy land. This place is a holy land. What's with this human? The Beast Clans murmured at the appearance of the strange human. Kayawak. Then there was a scream from behind the man and a woman popped out. And her hand lodged in between Hassan's stomach fat. What the? An attack? Hassan burst out with confusion as she fell down. Heek. Hee-hee-ak. What are you? Stop. It tickles. This is false. So fluffy, I've never seen such a cute creature. Yes, it is cotton. Cotton? It is impossible for a doll to be this cute. Zipper, there must be a zipper hidden somewhere. The woman rolled around the wriggling Hassan and shouted. The residents looked at the two people who suddenly appeared with foolish eyes. Shambhala was staring with foolish eyes as well, and he asked Arkansas. These guys? They came to help. Help? It is a long explanation. Ark sighed and scratched his head. Yes, the pair who appeared with Ark was Bread and Redian. The reason that Bread and Redian came to Lancel was because of Ark's plan. They had been drinking together when Ark had been contacted by Roko about Lancel Village. Wait? Wouldn't Roko only contact me if the situation is really serious? Naturally, having people with a lot of power would be good. And Bread and Redian were known as the strongest pair in Bristania. Dragging those two alone would certainly help. Of course, even with the misunderstanding, those two wouldn't traverse the continent to help Arkansas. But didn't those two have a weakness? Ark came up with a crazy idea. Damn, I'm sorry but I have to go. What the? Why? Weren't we just beginning to drink? A slightly serious problem has occurred in a village I know. Village? A serious problem? What? I don't know yet. Just that some guys are trying to attack the village. Attack the village? But why do you have to go to the village? That village is a special place to me. Did you hear Bekgu's words? After I rescued the Woolrang clan, they immigrated to a new village. The place I guided them to is the village being attacked. If the village is attacked and the Woolrang family exterminated, then it is my responsibility. The village where the Woolrang live? Bread suddenly ate the bait. The users are attacking the village where dogs live peacefully. Bread had a crazy dog mania. That's why he rescued Bekgu from the thieves. Thus Ark let him know that the village where the dogs were gathered was in danger. The next sentence was bait for Bread. Those guys would definitely abuse the animals. Damn. Where is it? Guide me there right away. As expected, Bread threw away his wineglass and jumped up. Wait a minute, you idiot. Then Redian spoke in an irritated voice. Where on earth are you planning to go? We already have some work to do. Now that we've settled things with Ark and the seal on the dungeon is released, shouldn't we go back to capture the dungeon? But the dogs. The dogs? If I don't go, then the dogs might die. I don't care, I already followed your actions earlier, but no more. Redian frowned and turned her head. Then Bread started sweating. But Ark also prepared some bait for Redian. It's not just the Woolrang. The Meow will also be sacrificed. Meow? The cat clan. There are also a lot of Meow living in Lancel village. While Bread loved dogs, she was weak to cats. After coming to Paradon, he learnt that Bread and Redian loved dogs and cats. It was to the extent that they fought verbally over it. Of course, Redian's ears pricked as soon as he brought cats into the conversation. Ark put on a fake pained expression and deliberately murmured. Ah, it is so dreadful to think that the Woolrang and Meow might be killed. Before he could even finish, Redian threw away the chicken leg she was eating and jumped up. Then she said to Ark and Bread. What are you doing? Isn't it urgent? Thus Ark was able to attract Bristania's strongest pair to help him. Well, it was good until they went nuts after seeing the Woolrang and Meow at the town hall. Thanks to Bread and Redian sticking to the Woolrang and Meow, the meeting couldn't progress. Ark sighed and muttered. Hey, you guys should go explore the village. Ark made one of the Woolrang and Meow their guides and drove them out of the meeting. Then let's start meeting again. Ark said while coughing awkwardly. The residents stared blankly at the two people who disappeared before concentrating again. Those two people, well, it's lucky that you came. First, let me tell you the situation in the village. That's okay. I heard it while coming here. Ark waved his hand and interrupted Galen's words. Then he deliberately glared at the residents and said. What on earth have you been doing? What? The meeting for a counter, of course. Meeting? Ark shook his head with outrage. It has been 6 days, game time, since Shambhala brought the information to me. The remaining time left isn't that long. Yet the only thing you have done is have meetings? It's because of that damn cat. She has to comment every time I give an opinion. The Woolrang elder stood up and pointed to Hassan. Then Hassan grabbed her beard and also shouted. I wouldn't comment if you didn't keep on talking nonsense. Nonsense? Aren't the raccoons the one talking nonsense? No, why are we being dragged into this? The raccoon representative jumped up and once again the meeting room became a mess. When the elders got into an argument again, several Beast Clan members frowned. This situation had repeated for 2 days. Galen just sighed as he lost all his willpower to break them up. Stop! The shout was like a bomb had exploded. The cry emerged from Ark's mouth and swept like a storm through the meeting room. When the stormy voice swept past, the excited elders instantly shut up. The effects of advanced intimidation combined with charisma had overwhelmed the audience. In fact, normally he wouldn't use intimidation on the residents of Lancel village. If he used intimidation, then he could lead the dialogue, but if it failed, then the intimacy would fall by 50%. Since it was his hometown, having his intimacy with the Lancel village decrease will be a significant loss. Yet he didn't have time to worry about the results of intimidation. What I was concerned about has happened. In fact, it had weighed on his mind the whole time. Just before Sutandal rose, Lancel had been connected to Hayman Fortress using the dimensional gate. At the time, most of the residents had helped Ark, but some of them were users as well. And some of them had posted about the experience on the bulletin board. Of course, the Hermes Alliance would notice and realize the existence of Lancel Village. Even if I only visit Lancel sometimes, it is possible to call it my hometown. I guessed that those guys would take some action. But he never imagined that they would attack the NPCs of the village like this. Of course, the Hermes Alliance had targeted the NPCs in Sutandal. There was no reason for them not to aim at the NPCs in village. But Sutandal was different from Lancel. If they occupied Sutandal with the Nakujuk, then they would be recognized as the power there. However, Lancel was a part of the Schudenberg kingdom. Even if they plundered it, the village couldn't be occupied. Lancel doesn't have a lot compared to other villages the same size. If their reason was looting, then they wouldn't bother to target Lancel. As expected, their target was him. There's no doubt about it, since Shambhala said that their main goals are my store and the magic tower. The main point was why it was occurring now. Presently, the Hermes Alliance had suffered significant losses thanks to the destruction of the lawless port. Of course, when thinking about it, then those guys wouldn't leave it alone. But he had expected retaliation against Sutandal, not Lancel. So Ark had often checked the situation in Sutandal through Justice Man. However, they had unexpectedly aimed at Lancel. Why are they attacking Lancel when the lawless port had just been destroyed? After such a large loss, what reason why they have to waste hundreds of guild members to attack Lancel? But Ark soon discovered the reason why. The stolen goods brought from Sutandal. 20% of the stolen goods from Sutandal had been brought to Ark's store thanks to his tip. Of course, the Hermes Alliance suffered a significant loss when the lawless port was destroyed, but the confiscated goods were also a large part of their investment. The warehouse where the stolen goods were stored in the lawless port was leased to other pirates. In addition to leasing the warehouses, they were also responsible for disposing of the stolen good. If they confiscate the stolen goods, then it will become the property of the Hermes Alliance. If they have the stolen goods, then they can recover from the loss of the lawless port. That was Raiden's thought. But in this situation, they couldn't attack Sutandal to take back the stolen goods. Then they somehow received information that 10,000 gold worth of goods was being carried to Lancel? That is enough reason to attack Lancel despite the various risks. And if they really succeeded in attacking Lancel, not only would they steal the goods worth 10,000 gold, they would also plunder the stock kept for Ark's store. But there was even more. Ark had a significant investment in the real estate of Lancel. He was 100% convinced that he would make a profit, so he hadn't regretted the investment. Whenever Ark received some profit from his store, he would invest it back into the village. Therefore, he currently had a 4% stake in the village. Ark's investment strategy of investing 200 gold for every 0.1% share had increased to 250 gold. It had grown 25% within a few months. In other words, Ark's current real estate worth was 10,000 gold. Of course, there is no way to govern Lancel even if I have a stake in the real estate. But if those guys attack, they won't just take some goods. If the village suffers serious damage, the real estate market would fall to the bottom. It would be an astronomical loss. Ark would suffer tremendous losses the moment Lancel was plundered. Ark's dream of a trade route through Ark's store, the real estate price jump, the lawless port commission, etc. would be ruined. No, those thousands of gold could have a huge impact on people's lives. But such an important battle was being affected by the emotional quarrels of these people. There was no time to consider his degree of intimacy with the NPCs. I have to defend the village. It is really pathetic. Ark glared at the beast clans and shouted roughly. Currently, Ark was at a crossroads of whether he would live or die. That explosive sentiment caused intimidation to have enormous strength. Like a bomb exploding in the meeting room, the beast clans shrunk and hung their tails between their legs with fear. Isn't this a meeting to determine a plan? Fighting among the Wolrang and Meow, as well as the raccoon's suggestion to flee, is not helpful. Ark spoke using intimidation and glared around the meeting room. Of course, there is some truth in the raccoon's opinion. Ark restrained Galen from voicing an objection. Shambhala confirmed that it was Jules' group in the cave. All the users belonged to the Hermes Alliance. There were 300 users between level 250-300. As a village in the mountains, Lancel had quite a few combat troops. The ex-thieves, Wolrang and Meow, were 300 people, and when added with the raccoon were 500 people. However, the former thieves were people who switched jobs after graduating from the Samcheon College of Education. In fact, there were only 100 members of the guard that could be utilized in actual battle. Despite being level 200, the thieves only had an actual combat ability of around level 150 since that was when they switched jobs. Although they had some special abilities, the Meow and Raccoons were the same. Only the Woolrang were level 300. In the end, the numbers that could be considered battle-worthy are around 300 people. When comparing Jules' group and Lancel, the combat power is almost equal. The problem was that Duke would soon join the party. Those guys have already collected information about Lancel Village and worked out a strategy. And since they withdrew from the guild, the Hermes alliance won't be risked by the mission. It was natural for Thing to invest everything into winning. Thus the support forces wouldn't be dozens but hundreds of people. In the end, those guys would have about 500-600 people. Even if their numbers were less, their levels were higher, which would even it up. However, they also had more people. If they attacked, then there was a 100 in 100 chance of Lancel Village losing. That's why there was some merit to the Raccoons' plan of escaping. If they didn't have a chance, then they should escape the crisis and seek assistance from Lord Jackson. As a species full of artisans, it was natural for them to give that opinion. In fact, after Shambhala brought the information, Galen had sent a message to Jackson stating that Lancel would be attacked. But Lancel was a free village, so it was difficult to send soldiers to help just for a possibility. Of course, Ark had 120% with Lord Jackson, so he could convince the Lord to move, but there was already no time. Anyway, if there was a surprise attack, then Jackson would have no choice but to move. Once the soldiers moved, then Jules' group would have no choice but to leave Lancel. Ark summarized the Raccoons' idea and Galen sighed before nodding. That does seem to be the only way to protect Lancel. Do you really think it is possible to protect Lancel like that? Ark declared sharply. Lord Jackson can't protect Lancel Village forever. One day the soldiers would have to return to Jackson. But those guys who have plundered the village will never give up on Lancel. They will keep on vigilantly watch Lancel in order to wait for a chance. Isn't it likely that they would return to the village? In other words, if the village was captured by those guys once, then it would be the end. Now there was only one day remaining. There was no chance to move the goods from Ark's store to another place. Even if he could protect his store's assets, there was nothing he could do about the real estate. If the village was occupied, then 10,000 gold worth of real estate would be taken away. Yes, Ark had no choice in the first place. The only thing we can do is unite and fight against those guys. The meeting room was as quiet as a mouse after Ark's words. It wasn't because of the contents of the speech. It was the dreadful force emitted from Ark's eyes. It was natural. Thousands of gold hung on the battle. No, it was a battle where lives were at stake. Do we have a chance? Galen swallowed his saliva and asked Arkansas. The ex-thieves and beast clans also looked at Ark tensely. Ark knew what they wanted him to say. He closed his eyes and allowed the residents' tension to rise before smiling and answering in a firm voice. Of course. That's it. The answer we waited for. The Woolrang elder suddenly slammed his fist on the table and shouted. Hassan also burst out laughing. Ho ho ho. As expected from Hero Mabin's descendant. If Arknim says so, then we can't object. We will follow Hyung Nim. The Raccoons and ex-thieves also spoke firmly. Yes, there was a reason they had been arguing during the meetings for the last 2 days. It was because there was no one to say in a voice of conviction, we have to do this. But Ark, who they had a 120% degree of intimacy with, had shown up and said it is possible to fight and win. When he spoke, the opinions of the Lancel residents instantly changed to his view. Galen also looked relieved that Ark had taken the burden off his hands. You are indeed the only person I can believe in. Then I'll leave the commanding to you. Please protect Lancel Village. There was a ringing sound and the quest information window popped up. Find new settlers. Plus sub-quest, War to defend Lancel Village. Thanks to your efforts, Lancel Village has been developing. But some outlaws have obtained information about Lancel Village and decided to attack it. If Lancel Village is occupied by the outlaws, then it will be difficult to predict the damage. The residents of the village will lose their homes and the reputation will fall, so few people will visit the village. The only way to avoid this is to stop the outlaws. The interim mayor Galen has entrusted the rights of the defensive war to you, and you have the ability to command the residents. Minimize the damage on behalf of Galen and stop this situation. If you fail this quest, then the Find New Settlers quest will also be failed. Difficulty? Additional fact, if more than 30% of the village is destroyed and 30% of the residents are killed, then the quest will fail. Damn. Ark frowned as he read the information window. In fact, his Find New Settlers had been finished when the Woolrang arrived in Lancel Village. The quest had ended after 1 year and a half. However, he hadn't felt it was necessary to receive the compensation straight away, so he had delayed and went to Bristania. But now the quest, which took 1.5 years to complete, might fail if he couldn't protect Lancel. Although it is natural. What good would new settlers be if Lancel village was destroyed? Anyway, even without the quest, Ark would be screwed if Lancel was occupied. Okay, it just has to turn out well. If hit by a bullet, I'll die, and I'll also die if hit by a missile. There is no room for me to withdraw. Don't worry. I will do everything possible to defend Lancel village. Ark grabbed Galen's hand and answered. Ark had returned. The true leader of Lancel village had been handed the baton. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 18, Chapter 2. ACT-2 Crime File. I understand. We'll do it and immediately report. The guards of Lancel village saluted and ran away. As the commander of the war, Ark had organized the troops for different tasks. Once again, NPCs also had levels like users. The Wolrang were level 300 and their abilities were roughly equal to a user with the equivalent level. But those rough estimates were difficult in this situation. Several of the X-Thieves and Beast clans had raised their level and learned skills as well. It was important to know oneself as well as one's opponent. If Ark didn't have a proper grasp of the military power, then he would be unable to map out a proper strategy. So the first thing he had to do was determine the accurate information of his allies. Of course, the NPCs had no concept of things like level, but an approximate guess could determine their position. After I grasp the number of allies and their abilities, I can build a detailed strategy. The next place Ark visited was the raccoons. Arknim, I heard that you came. The raccoons welcomed him as he entered their place. Will I be able to use the things I requested last time? Ark asked with a sense of expectation. Just like the Hermes Alliance had always been thinking of Ark, Ark had always been thinking of the Hermes Alliance. Ever since the Hermes Alliance occupied Sylvana, he was sure that he would one day conflict with them. So Ark had visited the raccoons and requested a secret project from them. He thought it was still too early to use, but he had no choice in this situation. If it would help in battle, then he would use it. But the raccoon in charge of it shook his head. It's at the finishing stages, but some time is still needed for completion. That's right. It's fine if it's not possible, but please hurry as much as you can. We've mobilized all our staff and have been staying up all night. Then I have another request for you. Please say it. How many members of the raccoon clan can you rally immediately? All the works except for the ones Arknim requested have been currently suspended. If necessary, then we can rally everybody. Then please work according to my directions from now on. Ark spread out a map and explained it to Raccoon in charge. As expected, the emphasis was on the defense of the main buildings. Through the information obtained, Jules' main goals was not slaughtering the residents but the magic tower, Ark's store, and looting the village. There were hundreds of people, so once the confusion fight started, then he wouldn't be able to 100% stop them. So Ark's top priority were some countermeasures. Please create a barrier using steel-plated wood around the main buildings. How long would that take? It is a good idea. If we assemble it on site, then 2-3 hours should be enough to create a barrier around one building. The design won't take that long, so it will be mostly assembly time. Then get started straight away. Their goals are Ark's shop and warehouse, the magic tower and the town hall, so those should be your top priority. Come find me when you are done. If possible, you should also build a barrier around the village. Ark explained while pointing at the map. Of course, there was no meaning in building the barriers if the village fell. But by placing the barriers around the main buildings in advance, some degree of defense was possible through guerrilla attacks. However, the money used for the war preparations was provided from the village's public funds. Galen had appointed Ark as the special commander of the village, so he had the authority to use the public funds. Naturally, even the commander couldn't embezzle the funds, so he had to provide receipts to Lancel village. Ark had finished settling the payment when Ark remembered and asked, can you also check how this can be used? This is Fire Draconian Skull, rare material. It is impossible to confirm the information on Fire Draconian Skull. Ark had taken out the skull left by Lumens. He couldn't check the information or price of the Fire Draconian Skull in the auction room at Paradon. But if it was the raccoons, then they might be able to figure out its purpose. The raccoons had made accessories using unidentified special ingredients in the underground world. The raccoon chief looked at it a while and showed some interest. This is a very unusual material. It is the first time I have seen something like this. but I have a sense of how to handle it. I know there are other tasks needed, but can you leave this with me? If the NPC showed this response, then it meant he could use it somehow. Will it take a lot of time to work with it? If you leave it with me, then I should finish it sometime this evening. Then I'll leave it to you. Ark considered for a while and nodded. Since the information and price was unknown, it would be difficult to sell. But if the raccoon chief created something from it, then it was possible to sell that item. Even though the processing cost was 200 gold, he wanted to see the results. The more expensive the processing cost was, the higher probability there was that the finished item would be good. So Ark entrusted the fire draconian skull to the raccoon chief. Once the raccoons built the barriers, the defense of the main building should increase quite a bit. But if the worst-case situation appeared and the village was occupied, then it would be for nothing. In the present state, the chances of the worst-case situation happening was very high. Now, the remaining problem is. The next place Ark went to was his store. Although he had mobilized the residents, the main axis of the battle was Ark, Shambhala, and the helpers he recruited Brett and Redian. Despite the disadvantageous battle, Ark had some hope because of them. The users who belongs in the top 1% of New World. They were an unexpected power that Jewel couldn't expect. I have to organize the Lancel troops around them. After Ark finished his business, he decided to join them at Ark's store to discuss the measures. Tuck tuck, tuck tuck, tuck tuck. When he approached the shop, the booming sound of hammers could be heard. What are you doing? Appa. Roko then came running out of the store. Then she explained with a pleasant smile. We've been preparing too. I couldn't hear such talk and continue to stay still. The moment Shambhala had mentioned a war, Roko had closed the store door and boarded up the windows and doors with thick wooden planks. This is slightly better. It is better than nothing. Don't worry, Appa. I'll protect the store somehow. Yes, no matter what happens, we'll protect it with Manager Nim. Olmiak and Sapjil cried out while holding a pot and a golf club. They were also equipped for combat in their own way. He honestly didn't think it would be very helpful, but it was 100 times better than them running away. Roko had educated her staff properly. No, maybe their loyalty increased when Buxel started to also earn money from the business. Okay, you should hide the expensive items deep inside the warehouse as well as layer them inside your bags. Those guys attacking the village have probably brought chaotic scrolls, but it is better than leaving them in the warehouse. I understand, Chairman Nim. Sapjil and Olmiak ran towards the warehouse. By the way, did Shambhala and a couple come here looking for me? There hasn't been anyone looking for Appa. How far did those guys wander? Ark spoke in an irritated expression, so Roko smiled. They seem to be a little late. Have a cup of tea with me in the meantime. No, that. Ark restlessly surveyed the area before coughing and approaching Roko. After hesitating with an awkward expression, he searched through his bag. It was the Poco Poco doll he bought Roko from Paradon. But his hands shook nervously when he tried to grab the doll. His tongue had also become stiff. This is, just. It wasn't unreasonable for Ark to hesitate. Since the only women Ark had really interacted with were Roko and Lariette, this was the first time he had deliberately given a female a gift. In addition, the Poco Poco doll wasn't a simple gift. The Poco Poco doll had a built-in device to record voices. After much wavering, he decided to personally record a message, but now he hesitated once he actually had to give it. It's nothing. Once the battle spreads, then I will have to supervise the whole village. The situation is urgent, so you should take as much care as possible. Ark eventually spoke ambiguously after a while and scratched his head. Yes, he used this situation as an excuse for giving gifts. But Roko couldn't understand his inner thoughts and just shook her head. Don't worry. This store is Appa's and my, no, this place is also important to me. And do you remember what I told you before? Recently I've been training in different melodies with the ghost. While he seemed to teach ridiculous skills at first, I learned some good things. If those guys try to attack this store, then I'll give them some trouble. What does that mean? I'll use the melody skill I just learned to punish them. Roko elatedly explained the skill she learned not long ago. Ark, who listened to the explanation, was suddenly surprised and asked. Eek? Is there really that skill? Yes, I've tried it once and it worked out quite well, Wait. Then can that skill affect the whole village? To be exact, it is different from giving an effect to the village. Because it is music. Thanks to the maximum output range, it is able to be applied to quite a large area. But it isn't a buff or an attack magic. Ark eyes shone brightly at Roko's words. This is a huge weapon that I never even imagined. Roko didn't think the skill was that big a deal. She thought it was just a good skill for playing fun tricks. But despite not being in attack magic, the skill could exert an enormous effect. Ark instantly started planning strategies to take full advantage of Roko's skill. When almost all of the strategy was prepared, Shambhala, Bread and Redian finally arrived. Have you finished visiting the entire village? Ah, we saw it. It's so lively that I want to defend it even more. I agree. Bread and Redian replied absent-mindedly. The sight of cats and dogs living so peacefully in the village was an enjoyable sight to them. Then Bread belatedly noticed Roko and asked Arkansas. Oh, is this the first time you've met? This is. When Ark tried to introduce them, Bread went forward and stopped him. Wait a minute. HRMM, I got it. You're Ark's girlfriend. What are you saying? You're not? But you guys give off a positive energy? Hoo, you're still young. There's no need to worry. Although Redian and I are already like that. We have a sticky relationship, ouch. Bread had been smirking impudently when he suddenly shrieked and fell down. After kicking Bread, Redian sighed and muttered. I'm really sorry about him. I'm Redian and that stupid person is Bread. It's okay. Roko grinned and replied. Redian looked at Roko before smiling and nodding. Though that fool sometimes gets it right as well. Ha? Nothing. Redian smiled subtly and shook her head. After the group exchanged greetings, they moved the meeting to the second floor of the shop. Ark provided Bread and Redian an overview of the situation in Lancel village. Bread murmured with a serious expression at the end of his explanation. When I heard this, I guessed that Raiden was involved. He finally took such a bold move? That fellow might be shabby, but he is as persistent as a snake. He absolutely won't start a war until he is sure about it. He would have perfectly investigated Lancel's present state beforehand. He would only take action when he judged that the odds were 100% in his favor. But you don't have to worry. Because you have me. Bread laughed and praised himself. Redian just sighed and shook her head back and forth. I don't know where that confidence comes from. No, Bread and Redian will definitely play a considerable role in the upcoming war. Unlike Shambhala, Raiden won't be expecting you to. Your power will be able to change the tides of the war. We appreciate the compliment, but we're also users. There is a limit to how much we can against all those people. That's okay. It doesn't matter whether it is 100 or 1,000 people. You should be quiet. Redian said to Bread in an irritated voice. Ark looked at the two of them before talking again. Of course, I also don't think you two can go against so many people. But we also have something in our favor. Those guys still haven't realized that we know about their plan to attack. When they arrive at Lancel village, then we'll be able to cut down a considerable amount of their power without fighting. Decrease their power without fighting? How? Ark laughed at Shambhala's question and looked at Roko. Then he explained the strategy he just devised using Roko's minstrel skill. Shambhala, Bread, and Redian simultaneously looked at Roko after hearing the plan. Oh, a minstrel? That's an unusual profession? No, did a minstrel originally have this type of skill? New world is indeed wide. Even though I've seen considerable amounts of skill and experienced many things, I've never heard of such a skill. It will indeed be able to inflict a large blow on those guys. But we can't expect a decisive effect with just that. Even if those guys suffer a blow, it still won't make up for the power difference. Redian started organizing her thoughts. As expected, the biggest problem is the difference in troops. The most number of troops you can gather from Lancel are 300 people. On the other hand, they currently have 300 people as well. If the support army arrives, then the difference will be huge. With fewer troops, it won't be possible to fight as well as defend the village. Redian was a magician and she grasped the situation instantly. Of course, Ark knew that the biggest problem was the lack of troops. In a war, the most important thing wasn't level but numbers. In addition, Ark didn't just have to protect the village. Unlike Jules' group, the Lancel troops consisted of 90% NPCs. He had to minimize their losses in the fight. But in this situation, it was impossible to minimize the sacrifices of the NPCs. Let alone be able to keep the village. There is a method. At that time, Ark spoke with a smile. After obtaining the information for Lancel village, Galen hadn't been doing nothing. He instantly concealed the information that the village was being attacked. If rumors of a battle spread, then the users would run away from the village. Since the secret was concealed, users were still crowding Lancel. They numbered around 300-400 people. Yes, Ark's secret intention was to drag the users into the battle. Of course, 70% of the users gathered in Lancel were level 100 to 150. When compared to the level 250 average of Jules' group, it was at least a 100 level difference. It would be hard even if a couple of people attacked one person. However, 300-400 users were enough to be a threat. Moreover, Ark didn't care if users died. So Ark was going to employ the users as a shield for Lancel. Even if they don't play an active role in the battle, the good points of low-level users are that they are cheap to employ. Even if level 100-150 users entered the war for 10-15 gold, it is possible for them to help. Even if only 70% of them were employed because of the merchants, that is still 200-300 people. If I add the troops of Lance Village, then it is worth a try. That was the countermeasure Ark thought of when flying to Lancel from Paradon. Of course, hiring 200-300 users would still cost 300,040,000 gold. However, Ark had permission to use the public funds of Lancel Village, so cost wasn't a problem. After receiving the mission, Galen had delegated full power to him. It was possible to grant users rewards based on their contribution, like Justice Man did when cleaning up the lawless port. When Ark presented his idea, Redian instantly nodded. Yes, if we use the plan you mentioned before and hire 300 people, then we can overcome the difference in numbers. No, now there is no other way. Okay, then I'll start collecting the troops. Ark finished the meeting and exited the store. Then he walked to the plaza where a lot of users were gathered. See, doesn't it fit? Ark's store has closed its door. HRM, then it must be true. The atmosphere of the village also seems strange lately. There's no time to be doing this. Did you see the video? They're ruthless and don't care about other users. We should go before sparks fly for no reason. Sheesh, I quite liked this village. The buzzing noise of many upset users could be heard. Video? What does that mean? Ark rushed to a user and asked. Wait a moment. What do you mean? What about a video? Haven't you seen it yet? It is. The blood drained from Ark's face as he listened to the user's speech. Hyunwoo looked at the monitor with a devastated expression. From the monitor, a combat scene in New World was taking place. Several hundred videos of battles occurred in New World each day, but the video Hyunwoo was watching now wasn't an ordinary video. After being posted for only 1-2 hours, it had already reached 7,000 views and drew serious attention from users. The reason was because the video didn't show normal gameplay but that of a crime scene. At that time, someone in the video started bleeding and collapsed. It was a user, not a NPC. Yes, the crime file showed the Haruna camping ground, which was a small village in the southern mountains of Schudenberg where users were being attacked. It was a video of users attacking an NPC village, something previously considered taboo in New World. The users invaded the village and murdered NPCs. Their faces were covered in masks, but Ark instantly knew their identity. No, to be exact, he knew the user leading them. The archer moved his hands at a tremendous speed and shot arrows which scattered like an evening shower. Duke. That archer was indeed Duke. The players Duke was leading were the support army for Jules' group. But why was Duke invading a small village like Haruna a day before the invasion of Lancel? The reason was obvious in the next scene. The small village only had 10 NPCs, but it sold supplies and gave simple quests to complete in the area. It wasn't much, but there were 20-30 people resting in the village to inspect their equipment. After Duke raided Haruna, most users managed to escape. However, some users with a strong sense of justice stayed behind to help the NPCs. But the NPCs died from the overwhelming power and the users were surrounded by Duke's party. These bastards, are they insane attacking an NPC village? What's the idea? The users had been driven to a critical condition. Then the masked Duke snorted and replied. You're the stupid ones. You should have escaped with the others, but your strong sense of justice made you stay behind to help the NPCs. Are you thinking that you won't lose a lot of experience if you die since you're low level? But I'm not that good-natured. When Duke raised his hand, his party members simultaneously took out a scroll. That is. The users' faces paled when they saw the scroll. The scrolls Duke's group were holding were the Peel, Robbery, Seize, Unfortunate, etc. It was a set of chaotic scrolls. I'll make you shed tears of blood and regret this. Duke clenched his fist firmly and the party simultaneously activated their scrolls. At the same time, red light emerged and the effect of many scrolls piled up on the user's body. If he was killed like that, then half of his equipment would fall. The users were panic-stricken and tried to run. But Duke just laughed and killed the users one by one. Ayoak. Then the users' items fell thanks to the effect of the scroll. We won't forgive anyone who opposes us. Thus Duke killed all the users and collected their loot. Then another member of the party muttered, "Now, shall we go to the place called Lancel? That Duke bastard." Ark glared as Duke's part disappeared. This is a video I risked my life to hide and shoot. New World is so frightening these days that users would even attack NPC villages. At the end they said they are visiting a place called Lancel. If anybody is in the area, then it would be good to leave early. That was the comment attached to the video by information source 24 Hours, who posted it. However, Hyunwoo didn't believe the comment. The user who took this video wasn't information source 24 Hours. No, he would have never been able to hide and take the video. The battle scene and voices was too clear for the user to be hiding. Perhaps, no, it is definitely Duke who took the video and gave it to someone to post on the bulletin board. The reason Duke took the video was simple. Jewel and Duke thought that the users would be a variable while they attacked Lancel village. Because they were low level, they didn't really have to worry about the death penalty. Duke made the video and distributed it in order to account for the users. They would feel fear after seeing the scene of the user being murdered and having their equipment stolen. Normally users who participated in fights like this had a low chance of dropping equipment. If hired by NPCs to participate in a village defense war, then there was no need to worry about being chaotic. That's why Hyunwoo came up with the idea of hiring users. But the situation had changed with the video of users' equipment being plundered. When thinking about it with common sense, that wasn't possible in a battlefield with hundreds of users, but the effect of the video was sufficient. There were no users who would participate in a battle where they could lose equipment for 10-15 gold. And the effects of the video were already appearing in Lancel. Duke's goal was to scare users away from the village by proclaiming that Lancel was their next target. The users wouldn't accept Ark's invitation to become hired mercenaries anymore. It was indeed a clever trick to use the video. Jewel and Duke are starting to use their heads. It was different from the time where they just believed in their level and blindly rushed in. However, in this situation he couldn't applaud them. 7,000 people have already seen this video. There is still one day before they will attack Lancel, so the people who watch the video will be able to get in touch with their friends. The plan to hire mercenaries for Lancel village was impossible. In addition, approximately 200 people had appeared in the video with Duke. When added to Jewel's group, it is 500 people. There is no way we can defeat such a number without the help of mercenaries. In this situation, the only way to hire users was to pay them enough to cover the cost of lost equipment. Even if they didn't have that many equipment, since they were still low-leveled, it would still be at least 200 gold. Hiring a level 100-150 user for 200 gold? It was a ridiculous price. Even if they managed to defeat Jewel's group, the cost of hiring the 300 mercenaries was so much that Lancel would still perish. Is this the end? Is there really no other way? Hyunwoo felt complete despair. The video had perfectly blocked one of Ark's plans. It was a game strategy that would be impossible to use in reality. Then a random business card thrown near the monitor caught his eye. Hyunwoo, who had been without ideas, felt a sudden flash as he looked at the business card. This business card, wait, maybe, yes, I can use this method. But will it be in time? No, fortunately there is still one day before those guys will attack. That should be enough time. I just have to persuade this person and drag them to my side. The storm of sparks finally settled inside Hyunwoo's head. Hyunwoo had a breakthrough and instantly ran towards the telephone. And he called the number on the business card. With a small smile of satisfaction on his face, Hyunwoo talked on the phone for a while. Hyunwoo's proposal worked. Now the only thing left was time. The battle will begin tomorrow. Can you come before that? Jiren contains some of my personnel. If they ride horses, then they can arrive within 3-4 hours. That's it. That Duke bastard, you dared play a trick with the video? Then I'll crush your hard work in the same way. Ark disconnected the phone with flames burning in his eyes. A breakthrough was found in a place he couldn't possibly consider. It was 19 hours until the Lancel defensive war would begin. Ark. Jewel spat out in a bitter voice. Over the past few months, every day had been dismal for Jewel. It was because of the failure of the Sutandal Conquest War. The Sutandal Conquest War was like a chance passing through the sky above Jewel. If Sutandal had become a colony of the Hermes Alliance as planned, then the profits obtained would be terrific. And gold in New World was cash in reality. Just like any gamer, Jules' dream was to become a tycoon from the game. But that dream had been destroyed right underneath his eyes. All because of Ark. Jules still clearly remembered the failure of the Sutandal Conquest War. He wasn't able to forget. How could he forget a winning lottery ticket being torn right in front of him? Since then, Jules' only goal had been to destroy Arkansas. And I've finally made it. Jules looked at the users gathered in the cave. It was a secret society of the Hermes Alliance formed to destroy Ark's home base of Lancel Village. When Duke's support army was added, there were 500 of them. Only 100 people had been required to destroy the village in the mountain. I should have done this earlier. In fact, he had found out a long time ago that Lancel was Ark's home base. During the Sutandal Conquest War, unidentified NPCs had appeared through the dimensional gate from Lancel. The NPCs of that village ruined the plan to conquer Sutandal. Besides, there was a store in the village called Ark's Store. Jules' pent-up anger burst after he confirmed that fact. The siege of Sylvana and the Sutandal conquest plan, Ark kept on shooting pepper spray at the Hermes Alliance. As a result, the Hermes Alliance received thousands of gold worth of damage. And those losses had gone into Ark's pocket. That's right, Ark's Store was created with their money. Jules had determined to go to Lancel Village straight away after confirming that fact. However, Jules' request had been rejected by Raiden. Of course I want Ark to pay for it. But the priority is to concentrate on using the lawless port to recapture Sutandal. Moreover, Ark is closely linked to Sutandal. It might become complicated if we touch Lancel Village in vain. That had been Raiden's reply. It was one of the reasons they didn't touch Lancel despite knowing of its existence. However, the lawless port created by the Hermes Alliance had been destroyed by Sutandal's navy. Thanks to that, the Hermes Alliance was quickly buried in a huge pile of debt. They invested money in the lawless port and its facilities since they would receive the profits back if it operated normally. It fell, we're ruined. Raiden completely fell into a state of panic. But Jules thought the destruction of the lawless port was a chance. I have a way to solve this. A way to solve it? There is no way to recoup the loss using normal methods. But we have a lot of troops. Then can't we use the troops to make money? The method proposed by Jules was to create a secret society offshoot of the Alliance. If those users raided villages and plundered the loot, then it could recoup the loss. But the probability of normal NPCs dropping items when killed. That is why I suggest plundering the town. Didn't we previously occupy the Valley Village in Sutandal? We didn't get items from the NPCs, but we confirmed that we could steal items from the stores. That was only a small village in Sutandal, so we should get considerably more profit from villages in the continent. If you do such a thing and a problem occurs, the members of the secret society will withdraw from the guild beforehand, so there won't be a problem. Would members of the Alliance want to join the secret society? Invading a NPC village was a level of crime different from PK. While users would become chaotic if they piked, they would truly become a bandit group if they looted a village. Raiding a village was classified as a special crime, so they would gain an absurd number of chaotic points. While Jules would receive some experience as the leader of an attack group, the members of the bandit group with such high chaotic values wouldn't be able to play the game normally. If they died at the hands of a guard, then they would be rotting in jail for at least half a year. But such penalties already didn't matter to Jules. As long as Lancel Village was destroyed and Ark was dropped into the Hell of Despair, then Jules was prepared to accept any penalty. I am already prepared. And if sufficient compensation is promised, then other users will apply. Once the proceeds of the loot are distributed and the Alliance recovers from its losses, the Alliance will help the secret society members level up and give them equipment. It was similar to a gangster in a crime organization who willingly went to jail for sufficient compensation. If the Alliance recovered its losses, then that wouldn't be a problem. As long as they weren't stuck in jail, the chaotic value would even decrease when completing quests. The method's not bad, Raiden said with an enthusiastic expression. Whether it be reality or the game, money always played a huge role. The plan of creating the lawless port to handle stolen goods and earn money had failed, and now they had a massive pile of debt. In the end, Raiden accepted Jules' request and the secret society filled with 500 members was created. Yes, the origin of the secret society was to save the Hermes Alliance from the huge pile of debt. However, Jules had established the society with one goal in mind, and he borrowed its strength to attack Lancel. It was a plan to stab Ark to death. Of course, the secret society's first target was Lancel. Raiden also agreed with Jules' plan in that regard. Ark, now it is your turn. I'll smash everything of yours to pieces. But this is only the beginning. As long as the secret society exists, you can never run away. I will kill your fellow colleagues and any NPCs who give you quests. You will realize your big mistake in making an enemy of the Hermes Alliance. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I suddenly concentrated on Jewel after he burst out laughing. The laugh had escaped his head to emerge from his mouth. Jewel coughed and pretended ignorance. Hum, is everyone assembled? Yes, all 528 members have connected. Jewel nodded at the report and stood up. He took a deep breath before speaking quickly. I don't need to say it again, but our goal is the resurgence of the Hermes Alliance. However, that will not be possible without a big achievement first. Ark and the people who follow him are the cause of our crisis. If we don't destroy him, then there will be no future for the Hermes Alliance. Is there anyone with any doubts? No. For the glory of the Hermes Alliance. They hadn't connected to New World in 3 days while waiting for this chance. All the members lifted their weapons in the air and shouted out their frustration. Okay, let's go. Jewel led the 500 players and advanced towards Lancel Village. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 18 Chapter 3. ACT 3 Prelude, Illusion Sonata. The heavens are helping us. Jewel murmured as he looked up at the night sky. Since the early evening, dark clouds started to spread across the night sky so the lights from the stars couldn't be seen anymore. The forest was therefore so dark it was impossible to distinguish anything moving within it. While it wasn't okay for moving through the forest, it was perfect for a night attack. He felt good for some reason. Is that Lancel Village? While crossing the forest, it was possible to see a faint light through the bushes. It seemed to be light coming from open doors and through windows in Lancel Village. A low laugh emerged from Jewel's mouth as his goal came within sight. Ho, that village sounds as quiet as a mouse. 1-2 hours should be sufficient. Wait, why is it so quiet? Duke, who had been observing the village, narrowed his eyes and muttered. Didn't you film the video so that users would know we are attacking Lancel? Yes, so their village is quiet because there are no users as planned. Jewel thought it was because of the video that no users were in the village. But Duke still looked unsure. No, even if the users ran away, the NPCs shouldn't be this quiet. That's because the NPCs wouldn't know. Think about it. There is no reason for the users leaving the village to give a reason to NPCs. The NPCs also can't search the internet to watch the video. So there is no possibility of the NPCs taking countermeasures from rumors flying between users. I guess, but... Jewel just laughed without any worries and spoke. There won't be a problem even if the NPCs sense something. The video was only posted last night. It would be impossible to gain reinforcements during that time. Besides, look at their stupid expressions. Is that the expression of someone facing a crisis? Jewel pointed to the residents of Lancel wandering around the suburbs. He could find no awareness of danger in any of the residents. It is good to be careful, but you don't have to worry. The opponents are NPCs. Jewel spoke lightly as he surveyed the village. Duke, lead units 4, 5, and 6 to the left. I'll lead units 1 and 2 to the other side. Once the town is surrounded, then we'll attack. A cruel light appeared in Jewel's eyes. Once the battle starts, then don't spare a single one of them in the village. Then the suicide squads will move to Ark's shop and the magic tower and will loot it before blowing them up. It is a low-level village, but it is in the midst of growing, so the profits should be quite good. The troops split up and moved according to the plan. Their goal for surrounding the village was to not allow any Lancel residents to escape. The members crept through the bushes after dispersing and moved to their target point. Ho, that Ark, I want to see what kind of expression you have when you come here. The smile never left Jewel's face even while crawling through the bushes. After approximately 1 hour, Jewel's group had finished surrounding the village. After taking a short break, he heard Duke's whisper from the other side. Jewel, we're ready. A beast-like smile flashed on Jewel's mouth. Now, everyone attack. Wall of flames, firewall. Jewel stood up and waved his hand, causing dozens of flame pillars to engulf the village. The residents ran away from the flames into a barrier created beforehand. After Jewel's preemptive strike, the stone wall was soon destroyed and they invaded the village. Duke also poured arrows from the opposite side and led his troops into the village. Let's finish this in one breath. Everybody charge. Wah-ah-ah-ah. When the 500 members charged the village, it was instantly turned to fire and dust. However, it didn't take a long time before Jewel realized something was strange. What the? What on earth? Jewel stopped attacking and scratched his head with confusion. Jewel had been firing magic blindly at the village. Not only Jewel, but the 500 members had shot various arrows and magic at the village. The constant explosion in dirt meant that it was difficult to see. But the residents showed no reaction to the attack. They acted like they couldn't see the people attacking the village and there wasn't any damage on their clothes. Even the swords just went straight through the bodies of the residents. Leader Nim, over there. Then one of the members shouted and pointed to the town square. Jewel reflexively turned his head and looked at the sight with amazement. Dozens of residents were running around the square. But that wasn't what caught Jewel's attention. The person he saw in the village center wearing leather armor was Ark. Yes, the person was Jewel's enemy Arkansas. Jewel stiffened after finding Arkansas. His biggest reason to attack Lancel was to get revenge on Arkansas. But he never imagined that Ark would be here now. After a while, Jewel started using magic despite his confusion. Rise flames of a burning inferno. Take this, Hellfire. Huge flames signed the area from the explosion. Ark was swallowed up by the flames. No, Jewel thought the flames hit, but it just went through Arkansas. Ark stared through the flames at Jewel and chuckled. Then Ark slowly lifted his hand, which had his middle finger raised. Duke's voice shook his ears at the same time. We were tricked, Jewel. It is a trap. Trap? Jewel jumped and stepped backwards. Clang, snap. There was a sudden mechanical sound and something sprung from the ground. It was the size of a fist with letters written on the surface. Blood drained from Jewel's face as he read the letters. BQ. That Ark bastard. Qua 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 quang. The sphere exploded and there was an enormous blast of flame. Ugh, fire shield. Jewel quickly used the fire shield to protect himself from the flames. As expected of a pioneer to be able to react so quickly with fire shield. But that was just the beginning. Clang, snap. Clang, snap. Clang, snap. Clang, snap. While Jewel was protecting himself, 100 other spheres bounced into the village. Sweat dripped down Jewel's back and he confirmed the presence of the spheres. Needless to say, the spheres which appeared were all traps. These traps sensed the presence of people stepping on them before activating. It was the type of workmanship that Ark specialized in. But Jewel had no room to be angry. A warning emerged from Jewel's mouth. Avoid it. It is a trap. Qua qua quang, qua qua quang, qua qua quang. The 100 spheres exploded at the same time and the entire village was in flames. It was a desperate attack on all the secret society members in the village. The sphere exploded before they could react to Jewel's voice. The members quickly lost 10-20% of their health. Moreover, the flames in the village continuously did damage to them. Ugh, it is dangerous. Quickly escape. Once we get out of here, wah. The one of the suicide members engulfed in flames suddenly disappeared. The ground had collapsed once he stepped on it. A trap. The bottom of the hole was a trap containing sharpened blades. The man in fell into the trap had his health quickly disappear and he died. You unbelievable. Jewel looked at the Suicide Squad members who had fallen into disorder with an expression that indicated he was unable to believe it. It was constant traps that he hadn't even considered. But that wasn't the only thing that confused him. This is. Flames were still soaring dozens of meters high in the village. But the buildings in the village were perfectly fine. No, it wasn't just the buildings but also the NPCs going around the village calmly. Jewel knew of only one occupation which could produce this phenomenon. Illusion. This is an illusion? Then someone conjured the illusion? But conjurers used illusion magic. However, a conjurer could only create an illusion that was several meters in size. Yet the illusion had created a whole village and NPCs who never talked. But one thing was clear in the midst of all the confusion. Ark had returned to Lancel Village. That's why the battle proceeded in an unpredictable direction. He. Huge flames and continuous screams continued over the village. Flying over the flames which rose into the sky was a chuckling bat. It was Ark's scout record. Master, caught, they were caught. Those fools were properly caught. The flames are also visible from here. What is their situation now? I can't see properly because of the flames. But judging by the smell of raw meat, quite a few of them were caught. Okay, observe the situation and continue stay in contact with me. Ark nodded with satisfaction after listening to Rackard's message. Then he turned his head to the raccoon standing next to him and grinned. The traps are working well. It is thanks to the materials Arknim brought. I'm also surprised. To think this little jewel has so much power once added to a simple device. The raccoon chief said while tinkering with a red gem. It was the firestone Ark excavated from Warion Mountain. When Ark had used the phantom hourglass, he also made as many as 180 firestones. Ark had invested half of those stones into this operation. It was the raccoon chief who thought of adding it to the spheres. The firestones didn't cause that much damage. However, that changed once it was placed in a sphere filled with gunpowder. The explosiveness was amplified by the gunpowder and created unknown damage. Thus the firestones had turned into a bomb. And the person with the most merit in this plan is Rocco. The raccoon chief turned his head and muttered. Indeed, this plan wouldn't be possible without Rocco. Ark stared at Rocco. Rocco was perfectly immersed in playing her harp. So awesome, Manager Nim. You weren't just lazing around while playing the harp. Sapjil and Olmiak gave her a thumbs up and praised her. Sapjil and Olmiak were talking about the time Rocco took to learn the Rhapsody melody from the ghost. Melody Rhapsody was divided into 5 movements, with each movement having a unique effect. And the song Rocco was currently playing was the Prelude Illusion Sonata. Melody Rhapsody Prelude Illusion Sonata, Intermediate, Active. The tragic fate of the genius musician who composed the Melody Rhapsody dwells within the Illusion Sonata. All those who listen to such wonderful magic will be lost in a world of illusion. The people listening to such music on the battlefield will really feel like the main character of a tragedy. Illusion Sonata uses that to target the area where it can project an illusionary landscape. However, the images produced by the illusion have to actually exist. In addition, the realistic sense of the illusion will change depending on the degree of completion. Mana consumption, 5 mana every 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Yes, the Lancel village that Jules Group entered was a mirage created by Illusion Sonata. The illusion seems perfect. Ark had seen the illusion of Lancel village that appeared not long ago. After Rocco had used the Illusion Sonata, Ark had checked the degree of completion. The result was indeed amazing. Even Ark, who knew about it in advance, was 100% deceived by the illusion. Furthermore, there was no size limit on the illusions that Rocco could create. The reason was simple. It was an illusion, but the one Rocco produced was different from illusion magic. To be exact, it was a hallucination, not an illusion. The Illusion Sonata dragged Jules Group into a fantasy world and made them see it as reality. That's why it could show a ridiculous effect like copying a whole village. Although a minstrel was treated as a boring profession, music was able to create tremendous illusions like this. It showed that there was more to each profession. The only downside was that the target had to be listening to the music. But that problem was easily solved with Redian using her amplification magic on Rocco's harp. Rocco's present coverage of the Illusion Sonata was several hundred meters. Jules Group didn't realize that they were hallucinating because of the music. Then Ark placed traps in advance and they walked right on top of them. It really is rewarding watching those guys suffer. Ark said with a smirk. Anyway, it wasn't necessary to listen to Rackard's live coverage. Those guys undergoing the terrible ordeal in the fake Lancel was only 200 meters away. Therefore Ark could see the rising flames and the screams from Jules Group. After a while, the screams seemed to decrease and Rackard's voice could be heard. Master, I think all of them have escaped the traps. The damage? There aren't that many that burned. Around 30-40 or so? It wasn't that strong. Ark looked disappointed after Rackard's report. However, Ark hadn't expected that he could deal critical damage to them like this. Even if the bombs maximized the power of the firestones, they were still just traps. At the beginning quite a few of them suffered, but once they grasped the situation then they managed to avoid the traps. While the traps were mainly for the magicians and priests who have low health. In a war the magicians and priests have tremendous influence. I've achieved my purpose of reducing the number of priests and magicians. And the illusion hasn't been broken yet. Rocco, from now on maintain your maximum output. I understand. Rocco's fingers began to move even quicker. Her 10 fingers raced like the wind over the 47 strings. Dozens of tones were created and a captivating melody flowed out. Then lights from 3-4 more Lancel villages appeared. The degree of completion of the Illusion Sonata has increased and made it more welcoming. Hey, they're overwhelmed and don't know what they're doing. Rackard giggled as he used satellite surveillance mode to watch them. As expected, Jules Group were in a state of chaos. But it was impossible for them to retreat now. One by one Jules' group followed the light. And that was what Ark aimed for. Snap, bang. Snap, siu 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 sayuk. The mechanical sounds rang out throughout the forest. He had placed pitfalls along that area. Those guys didn't know about the welcoming lights and just rushed in blindly. He had created a few copies of the same village. Although they weren't stupid, so they didn't blindly rush into the village like before. So Ark had buried traps between the different villages. Those guys who were fooled by the lights fell victim to the traps. It won't deal a serious blow, but the damage will accumulate. The cumulative damage will be a significant penalty when the war begins. His plan was to take care of the magicians and priests with traps. However, the ones in the forest weren't traps to deal damage. They were traps to make the magicians and priests consume their mana. If someone was caught in a trap, then the magicians and priests would have no choice but to use magic. And even the smallest loss of mana would be helpful on a battlefield. They've already lost dozens of priests and magicians, and they should have lost 20-30% of their mana from the traps. That will increase the chances of winning the war. Of course, they will start using scouts to carefully search for traps as they move through the first, but it will be good for buying some time. Yes, the biggest reason Ark developed this plan was to gain some time. However, that time wasn't to build up defenses for Lancel village. The raccoons had already finished all the defenses for Lancel. The reason he needed time wasn't for defense preparations. Snap, siu 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 sayuk. The poison arrow trap has been activated. 300 damage. Thanks to the poison, you will lose 20 mana every 10 seconds for 3 minutes. Damn, another poison. Hurry up before I lose any more mana. Damn it. Rackard's live coverage showed the real condition of Jules' group. Of course, the ability to detect traps was one of the vocational skills of the rangers and hunters. However, the welcoming lights of Lancel were spread out across the forest. In other words, the spreading forest was full of traps. It would take a few days just finding all the traps in the forest. So Jules had his warriors with high health and defense lead the group. If it wasn't possible to find one by one, then they planned to ignore it and head straight to Lancel. But the traps in the forest were different from the traps in Lancel. The traps in the illusion were damage-oriented traps. Since 100 spheres were triggered at the same time, quite a few magicians and priests with low health were sacrificed, but the traps in the forest had the effect of draining mana. In this situation, losing mana was more threatening than losing health. Health could be restored with recovery magic, but there was no way to recover mana within a small amount of time. Even if they were warriors, they wouldn't be able to use skills without mana. Skills played a huge role in battle. No matter the level difference, if no skills were available, then the odds couldn't be guaranteed. But despite their efforts, the warriors' mana still flew away. In fact, their mana drained even faster as they struggled blindly. Jules, have you caught anything? Duke asked in a pained voice. I don't know. I've been using mana track, but I can't seem to find anything. But Jules' answer was also pained. Jules' original occupation was Force Stalker. The primary accomplishment of a Force Stalker was their ability to trace mana. After changing to his second stage profession, Force Officer, with the help of the Alliance, this mana tracking technique was reinforced even further. Yet Jules still hadn't found any traces of mana in the forest. There are 3-4 villages visible. If the illusion is of this magnitude, then wouldn't there be some traces of mana? I'm going crazy. Jules murmured in an irritated voice. Damn it, there are also people like this at Lancel. Jules had previously had members of the Suicide Squads hide around Lancel village. The reason Jules had them hide beforehand was to keep an eye on Lancel. However, those guys had been caught by Shambhala and were now rotting in jail. Therefore Jules couldn't risk anyone else scouting around the area. They were trapped in the cell, but he had received all the basic information, so there was no reason to check again. He never imagined that a situation like this could happen. No, in fact the situation would have still been similar even if he scouted beforehand. The Suicide Squad members didn't just see the illusion inside the village. The illusion was made with many layers that some of them overlapped with the trees. In addition, the night was so dark that not even starlight was visible. It would be difficult for them to identify anything strange in the forest. Damn, I should have known that Ark would play a trick like this. Then Duke spoke in a worried voice. Jules, should we still proceed with the plan? You want to retreat because of some traps? It's not that. You saw it as well, so you know that Ark is in the village. He probably came back after seeing the video. Yes, but that was one of the purposes of the video. Jules murmured in a cold voice. In fact, Jules' goal in making Duke film the video wasn't just to scare away users from Lancel. Jules knew that Ark wasn't in Lancel. That was the main reason why Jewel made the video. If Ark saw the video, then he would return to Lancel Village. If Ark lost his store in Lancel Village, then it would be a big blow to him, so he would come rushing back. And that was what drove Jewel's strategy. But other users seeing the video is different from Ark seeing it. While users wouldn't have any reaction to the rumors, Ark would move to save the NPCs of that village. Because that fellow cooperates with NPCs a lot. He could also possibly pull in other troops from different areas. You still don't understand? That is the reason why the video was posted 18 hours beforehand. Even if they were in the closest city, Ark would be able to move troops in 18 hours. He has no time to bring in reinforcements. That is why he is tying up out ankles with this illusion. I guess so. Besides, in the video you only commanded 200 troops. Even if Ark called in reinforcements, it would only be enough to deal with 200 troops. But there are actually 500 of us. If that Ark saw us, then he would be upset and not know what to do. Yes, there was a few reasons why Jewel circulated the information on the internet. One was to seal off the user's intervention in the war. Secondly, it was to call Ark back to Lancel. The third reason was to make Ark think that only 200 people were going to attack Lancel. It was a psychological war with 3 different effects from just one video. However, Jewel was unaware that the psychological war was destroyed by Shambhala's eavesdropping. Anyway, they were tricked and received considerable damage from the illusion, but Jewel still didn't doubt his victory. When we escaped from the village, didn't the illusions also increase? It is because he grasped the number of our troops too late. That fellow is intimidated. If we just manage to find the village, then Ark will be finished. We just need to find it. Duke kicked the wreckage of a trap which activated a short while ago with frustration. Damn, why is there this sweet music when I am already annoyed? Sweet music? What? You can't hear it? A while ago the background music became rather sweet. Jewel's eyes narrowed at Duke's answer. In fact, Jewel always had the habit of turning on music in his room while playing the game. In order to find inspiration during this fight, he had turned on a grand marching tune. So he couldn't hear the low music that Duke was talking about. What's with the music? Perhaps. Jewel considered something before turning off his music and listening. Then Jewel could hear the soft sound of a harp in his ear. In New World the background music would change depending on the situation. But the music right now was somewhat strange. Jewel suddenly realized something and shouted. That's it, I get it now. What? The reason why I don't see any traces of mana. Damn, we were tricked. The village we saw wasn't an illusion. It is a hallucination. Stupid. That's why I couldn't detect any mana. What do you mean? Hallucination? The minstrel. We've been seeing hallucinations thanks to the minstrel's music. Damn, there was a minstrel who followed Ark in Lancel. It is certainly her work. Jewel was truly a pioneer as he figured out the entire situation from a small clue. Once he knew the skill of the opponent, it wasn't difficult coming up with a way to handle it. Hearing paralysis. Hearing paralysis was a magic to stop being affected by monsters who used sound attacks like sirens. If even one person used hearing paralysis, then they could confirm if the village was a hallucination. When the music was blocked off, the lights in the forest started flickering and gradually disappeared. It seemed like all the villages in the forest were hallucinations. Since he couldn't see any villages with the hallucinations turned off, it meant that Lancel had turned off its lights and was hiding. In this situation Jewel didn't know the exact location of the village, but he just laughed. Now that I know what trick he is using, it isn't a problem to find the location. It was a minstrel skill that was causing the hallucinations. And wherever the music reached was the skill range of the minstrel. The hallucinations began as soon as we entered the forest. And the welcoming lights appeared all over the place. If I apply the scope of the effects, then it is obvious that amplification magic has been used. The range of amplification magic is a 500 meters radius. In other words, it is a 1 kilometer diameter. Once he grasped that, then the real location of Lancel village was clear. He determined the 2 villages that were most distant from each other. The source of the music had to be somewhere in the center between those 2 villages. There is no doubt. Jewel soon found the location of Lancel village. Once he figured out the place, there was no reason to rush and run into the traps. It was obvious that Lancel village was prepared for an attack. On the other hand, the Suicide Squad members had received quite a bit of damage before the battle even began. Scouts, search for traps and secure the path. The remaining members should check their equipment and recover in the meantime. Once the scouts secure the path, then we will immediately attack Lancel. They had already made enough mistakes. No more mistakes would be tolerated. I understand. Since Jewel had used hearing paralysis, the members answered using hand signals. Anyway, Jewel carefully rearranged the formation before finally moving through the forest. How much time had passed? Soon they passed through the dense forest and wide, flat ground appeared. There was a village situation at the top of the plains. The village looked pitch black. Yes, it was Lancel Village. They had finally found Lancel Village 2 hours after entering the forest. We found it. Jewel and Duke's eyes lit up as they looked at Lancel Village. Then someone suddenly walked forward from the village. Despite the considerable distance, Jewel could still recognize the opponent. It was a wolf with a black mane flying, none other than Ark, who was disguised as Dark Wolf. But there was something V-shaped sticking out from his head. It was like an insect's antennae. After seeing the antennae of an insect on a wolf, Jewel just laughed. You found us faster than I thought. But Jewel couldn't hear since he was deaf. Jewel released hearing paralysis and clenched his teeth together. You bastard, I'm going to start attacking now. Don't you remember I'm a lot more powerful than you? Shut up, I don't know how you knew and returned to Lancel to play such a trick, but our bad relationship ends here. Lancel will die with you. Jewel shouted furiously. Ark just looked at Jewel and sighed before shaking his head. Ha, why are you so persistent that you even came this far? WWW what? You dare say something like that? After collecting 4,000 gold and a rare item from selling Sylvana and interfering with our Sutandal conquest plan, you dare ask why I'm so persistent? What did you just say? I don't understand the meaning of your words. Ark looked at him with a pitiful look and clicked his tongue. While you have a somewhat spicy taste, you're not worthy of being my opponent. Yet you couldn't grasp this and still attacked? Do you want to give me even more money? Do you even have anything left to give? I'm thankful, but my heart is quite troubled by it. Why don't you just leave peacefully this time while you can? What? This bastard. Talking like that. Ark's words caused Jewel's blood pressure to rise. But after a moment, he clenched his teeth and shouted orders. Attack! Kill, kill! Do whatever it takes to defeat him. Wah-ah-ah-ah! The 500 Suicide Squad members raised their weapons and rushed forward. Then Ark turned back and shouted. Stand by! The lights in Lancel Village turned on at Ark's voice. When the lights turned on, Lancel Village became so bright it was like broad daylight. Jewel's eyes, which had been adapted to the darkness, winced from the sudden light. Chwa, 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 chwa. Small screens abruptly rose in front of Arkansas. Inside the village, surrounded by stoneways, 15 screens shot up in every direction. Ark laughed at the Suicide Squad members and laughed pleasantly before shouting. The system has signaled a green light. Action! Wah-ah-ah-ah! It was at that time. All of a sudden, here was a thundering shout and warriors hiding behind the stone wall stood up. Jewel's face was dyed with confusion at the troops. The soldiers which appeared from behind the stone wall weren't residents of Lancel. The hundreds of warriors were all users. Hook, this is... Jewel hesitated with a perplexed expression. The secret society members had only posted the video of them attacking users 18 hours ago. It was natural for the users to become scared and leave Lancel. But what was up with all the users? It was quite a good idea making that video and distributing it. Ark laughed at his expression and muttered. But it's nothing compared to the game being broadcasted. Be broadcasted, dot. Jewel's face caught from different angles then appeared on the 15 split screens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 18 Chapter 4. ACT4 Media Power. I guess it has begun now. A man muttered as he looked at the clock on the wall. With a bushy beard and thick potbelly, it was a man in his late 30s wearing pajamas. He looked like any ordinary father living next door. And he was actually a common neighborhood ajushi. But that was in reality. Once he entered through the magic door to a fantasy world called New World, he was Raiden, the leader of the Hermes Alliance filled with hundreds of people. Yes, this ajushi was the leader of the Hermes Alliance, Raiden. It was currently 8 o'clock in the morning. It was still too early to be active in the game. Raiden's normal pattern was to log on at 12 o'clock. However, he had been unable to sleep last night. It has to work. It wasn't possible to hide his anxiety as Raiden muttered before taking out a cigarette. The reason he had a sleepless night was because today was the day. It was the formal debut stage of the Hermes Alliance's secret society. Today I will see if the secret suicide squad can play an active role. Raiden had a lot of expectations towards the suicide squad. No, to be exact, they were the only thing he could rely on. It wasn't necessary to explain, but the Hermes Alliance was in massive debt after the Lawless Port was destroyed. That was not the whole problem. At the time, Raiden had gathered funds from the Alliance to invest into construction of the Lawless Port. The amount of profit gained from the Lawless Port depended on the funds invested. If it had gone as planned and they were able to recapture Sutandal, then the dividends would be enormous. The Lawless Port seemed to be a business plan with a 100% success rate. In addition, Sutandal would be a golden goose once it was recaptured. Everybody in the Hermes Alliance invested with the dream of making a fortune, and the Lawless Port was able to be created in a short amount of time. But the Lawless Port was smashed before it could give any profits. At the same time, the investments of the Alliance members became toilet paper overnight. Whether it be dozens of gold or hundreds of gold, all the Alliance members' blames were directed at Raiden. That wasn't all. The person who most believed in the success of the Lawless Port plan was Raiden himself. He believed that shares in the Lawless Port was a guaranteed blue chip stock where growth, profitability and stability was secured, and he believed that the one who held the most shares would profit the most. He had mobilized his offline and online contacts and prepared money to invest. Thanks to that, Raiden was backed into a corner in both New World and reality. But if the Suicide Squad succeeds today, as much as 10,000 gold from the Lawless Port stolen goods would come into his possession. It wouldn't be enough to settle all his problems, but it would turn off the heat. There is also one more important thing aside from the money coming in today. I will be able to gauge if the secret society will be profitable. In the words of Jewel, obtaining the 10,000 gold won't be a problem. It will be possible to recover all our losses and have a reserve source of income if they prove successful today. And once again Sutandal. Oh ho ho, ha ha ha. Raiden cackled at the thought of the rosy future. Then the door suddenly opened and a sharp voice could be heard. Shut up. You're laughing when I just received an early morning call from debt collectors. A woman who was Raiden's wife yelled into his ear. Raiden winced and closed his mouth before stuttering. Oh, no, this is. I really can't live like this. How could you borrow money without saying a word to me? Do you know what it is like receiving calls from loan companies? If you don't pay it off within a week, then they will send someone. You understood. It can be solved today if everything goes well. Bah, are you certain? I'll tell you in advance, but I can't live with debt-stricken people. If you don't fix it in a few days, then I will take the children and go to my parents' house. His wife shouted as she poked him angrily. Damn, I have to pay off that borrowed money. Raiden continued smoking while sighing. He had stayed up all night chain smoking. He couldn't possibly eat until he heard news of Jewel's victory. Well, if he didn't pay back the money, then his wife wouldn't be setting the table for him. Raiden restlessly pulled out some milk from the refrigerator. He was drinking the milk when his son turned on the TV and its sound could be heard. Today's game-exclusive scoop will be a special live broadcast. Game-exclusive scoop? Is it already that time? Raiden drank the milk and turned his eyes towards the TV. Originally, the game-exclusive scoop was broadcasted once a week during the evening. But since viewers started to protest that the information was coming in too late, so a program called Game Scoop Hot Issues began in the morning hours. Anyway, this is a special live broadcast? Had an event begun in New World? I'm curious about the special live broadcast. Since it wasn't in the schedule. The female reporter asked the question that Raiden was wondering about. And the host laughed and nodded. It's not a surprise that you don't know. I heard some talk a few hours ago and decided in a hurry. But there is no doubt that every minute will be interesting. I'm very curious in the results as well. Ah, your words have made me even more curious. The audience is also interested, so please tell me quickly, thought. I understand. But before that, have you seen the video titled Crime File which spread like wildfire over the internet yesterday? Yes, I received a notification from my friend and watched it. Since beginners from Schudenberg often visit the Haruna camp. I've also been there before, but the NPC captain of Haruna was really beautiful and kind. Seeing such a good NPC get killed was really heartbreaking. Well, a new NPC appeared not long afterwards in the game, but he is just a bearded grandfather. The female reporter said with a deliberately angry expression. Then the host laughed loudly and nodded. Ah, I know as well. While users have killed NPCs before, this is the first time an NPC village was decimated, so it was a shocking incident. But the even more shocking contents of the video was the advance attack notice. A village called Lancel. That's correct. Lancel village is located in the Argus Mountains in Schuttenberg. After building the village, it has been rapidly growing thanks to its eager residents. In addition, there are many unique goods and a variety of species, so the village has been quite famous these days. Are they going to be killed like the residents of Haruna camp? Yes, that might be so. But where there is evil in the world, there is also justice. The host shook his finger and spoke. The thieves who appeared on the video are strong and vicious. When they said they would attack Lancel, I thought all the users would run away. However, justice is still alive. Surprisingly, many people have decided to oppose the bandit group. And even more amazingly, the one who rallied them to stand against the thieves is none other than Dark Wolf. Omo, isn't Dark Wolf the one who became a hot topic after Sutandal rose? That's correct. The hero who caused Sutandal to rise will make an appearance on the game-exclusive Scoop. After he heard the news, he ran to Lancel and rallied the users to fight against the bandit group. And the combat scene of him fighting against the thieves will be aired live. Then a lamp which was placed in front of the host started shining. The person standing nearby wearing earphones received instructions and nodded, causing the host to shout. The images are being transmitted now. We will see the true identities of the thieves who attacked the NPC village and see if Dark Wolf can stop them, creating a new legend. All the viewers are cheering for Dark Wolf. Pew hawk. Milk spouted like a fountain from Raiden's mouth as he idly watched the screen. The face which filled Raiden's 54-inch LED TV was Jewel. After seeing Jewel's face on the TV, his 6-year-old son asked, Isn't that the person who appeared in a video with Daddy before? Isn't that a Joshi Daddy's subordinate? Then Daddy is also bad like him? Oh, no. I don't know that person. Raiden wildly shook his head. Ho, that Jewel still doesn't know what is going on. Ark laughed at Jewel's confused expression. Yes, this was the method Ark came up with 18 hours before. In order to oppose the crime file circulating the internet, he had received the help of the broadcasting station. Ark had been desperate before he thought of that method. If the crime file scared users off, then Lancel would only have 300 people protecting it. On the other hand, Jewel's force numbered 500 people. Furthermore, they also had high levels. No matter how he thought, he couldn't think of a method to win. In order for the mission to be a success, he had to ensure that the damage to NPCs in the village remained below 30%. But in order to reduce damage to the residents, he would have to sacrifice the village and vice versa. Those two challenges weren't compatible at the same time. And if that quest failed, then the Find New Settlers quest he spent 1.5 years on would also fail. That wasn't all. If the town received a serious blow, then the real estate price would slump. Even if Ark managed to stop the thieves, Ark had no choice but to submit to considerable damage. The only way to minimize the damage is through the users. While they were only level 100-150, it would be possible to do something with those numbers. Furthermore, if the users died, then Ark wouldn't receive any damage. He could use risky strategies without any burden. However, the users would be too scared from the crime file to be hired as mercenaries anymore. Then Ark's eyes caught sight of the business card with the name of the journalist from the game-exclusive news on it. In fact, after the Netherworld exploration of a Wicked Wolf video, Ark had been contacted many times by the GameScoop reporter. The viewers were really interested in the identity of the Black Wolf, so the reporter wanted him to appear on the broadcast. However, Ark had refused the offer. While he would receive a performance fee for going on the broadcast, he wasn't an entertainer, so the fee would be small. The amount wasn't large enough to tempt him. Ark knew that having his face on the broadcast might have even bigger disadvantages. No, he wasn't going to show his face for that amount of money. But it won't be a problem if it is a video of the game. And if it is broadcasted on the TV. Ark's thoughts rolled around wildly and he quickly called the broadcasting station. Dark Wolfnim, you're accepting the offer to appear on the broadcast? No. I have a different request today. Ark explained what he wanted to the reporter. Do you know the crime file which circulated a while ago? That bandit group will be raiding Lancel village tomorrow. I was wondering if you wanted to broadcast the battle? The Battle of Lancel village? Tell me more. Although the crime file had circulated on the internet, it had also attracted close attention from the game-exclusive news. Because users giving an advance notice before they attacked an NPC village was unusual. Naturally, the plan was for the game-exclusive news to dispatch a reporter in New World to the site. Could it be that Dark Wolfnim is also participating in the village? It's not just me. From the evil Silrian, Blue Sword, also known as Shambhala, and Bristania's strongest pair, Bread and Redian, will also appear in the battle to defend Lancel. Is that true? The reporter from the game exclusive news was excited by Ark's proposal. Since the game exclusive news was based on information about New World, naturally he knew the names Bread and Redian. Not only Dark Wolf, but the crime file video was also an incredible topic. Blue Sword, Bread and Redian were also going to be there. It was to the extent that everybody in New World would be interested in the video. If they broadcasted it, then the audience ratings would be secured. Team Leader Nim, it is a huge event. What? Dark Wolf, Shambhala, Bread and Redian are all going to appear in Lancel Village? There's no need to think about it. Organize the airtime immediately. Schedule an opening in the hot issues section, which will be followed by the video of the battle. It was given the green light. Are there any reporters close to Lancel Village? There is. We have some reporters in Jiren ready to film the scene of Lancel being attacked by the thieves. That's great. Then tell them to quickly make contact with Dark Wolf. By the way, Dark Wolf says he will edit it directly from that site I'd send in the video. What? Why? I think he wants to ensure that the scene comes out wonderfully. The reporter scratched his head and muttered. But it was in fact the opposite. No, the reason Ark wanted to be the director of the camera was to hide that thing. In this battle, it was inevitable that he would sacrifice the users' lives to protect the NPCs and the village. Of course he would have to give some unreasonable commands. Then wouldn't it be broadcasted to the entire country? However, the team leader didn't know Ark's intentions and nodded without thinking. Anyway, the viewers will show a huge amount of interest since Dark Wolf is entering the war. The appearance of Dark Wolf isn't bad. Tell the reporters who will make contact with Dark Wolf to do whatever he says. This fight that will be televised live will be a hot issue. And approximately 10 hours ago, a reporter from the game exclusive news arrived in Lancel. He established a simple base station at Lancel Village to film the battle. Then 15 cameras and equipment to connect it to the broadcasting station was installed. And the person who was controlling the images was Ark. The antennae on top of his head was to relay the information from the 15 cameras to the base station. Ho, it really is a brilliant idea. Ark looked at the hundreds of users who appeared on the screen and smirked. There was a reason Ark dragged the broadcasting station into this. Ark implemented his plan shortly after the reporter arrived in Lancel Village. Ark transformed into Dark Wolf and called the users to the square along with the reporter. Everyone please pay attention. What? We're busy. That person? Dark Wolf. Dark Wolf who caused Sutandal to rise. The users who were busy trying to escape after seeing the crime file stopped and started paying attention. Most users in New World had seen the video, so there was nobody who didn't know about Dark Wolf. After their attention focused on him, Ark quickly started talking. Everybody already knows this, but the bandit group which appeared in the crime file is planning to attack Lancel tomorrow. There is no time to receive help from other villages in this area. If this is left alone, then Lancel will be plundered like they planned. Ark said as he looked at the users. Are you really going to just sit back and watch? Even though it is an NPC village, this is a place of shelter within the Argus Mountains. Yet they want to trample this place. Are you going to ignore the users who intend to destroy this shelter? That is true, however. We still haven't completed all the quests in this village. But those fellows will attack NPCs as well as loot the village. There is no reason for us to intrude in vain. The users whispered among each other. In fact, the users didn't want Lancel Village to be threatened. Lancel Village was the only resting place for users hunting in the Argus Mountains. It was also unnecessary to say that users received quests from Lancel Village. But the burden was too big for them to participate in the battle. I will not tolerate the atrocities of those fellows. No matter what, I will oppose them and protect Lancel. And just now, the game exclusive news has decided to live broadcast the Battle of Lancel during the Hot Issues section. What? The game exclusive news? That's correct. This person right here is a reporter from the game exclusive news. Ark pointed towards the reporter. Then the users started buzzing around with astonished voices. That's right, I've seen that reporter before on the game exclusive news. Then the battle for Lancel Village will really be broadcasted on the TV? If we fight in the battle, then we'll appear on TV? The users gradually began to understand the situation. There was a serious chance that their characters in New World could be broadcasted. Ark then drove another wedge in the shaken users. Everybody knows that Lancel Village will be attacked by those in the crime file tomorrow. We have to stop it. And if we win the battle, then you'll be a hero. Naturally, users who show more achievements will receive more attention. Those users might be given a chance for an interview. Isn't that right? Ah, yes, that is. The reporter nodded his head. Lights appeared in the user's eyes at that reply. A TV, which a common house appliance which was spread out all over the world. But now they had a chance to appear on it. Plus, if they did something notable, then there was a chance for an interview. Anybody would be happy about a chance to appear on TV. The players were buzzing for a while before one user stood up and shouted. That's right, we can't just rest while the village is attacked by thieves. Besides, the hero of Sutandal Dark Wolf is also here. Let's all fight together. The attitude of the users changed 180 degrees once they heard the word TV. While a video might die down quickly, appearing on TV was no comparison. Thanks to that, the users now swarmed and frantically tried to apply to participate. Oh, a celebrity. If my character appears on TV, then I can boast to my girlfriend. What? It's true. The Lancel battle will be broadcasted live on the game-exclusive news. Huh? Of course. Where? Don't make me laugh and just return soon. This is the opportunity to be a celebrity. Don't worry about your equipment being taken away. Some users even whispered to their friends who had already run away. Hoo, this stupid crowd. Ark inwardly smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the user. Yes, this was the reason why Ark dragged in reporter from the game-exclusive news. An appearance on TV. This also had another effect aside from gathering users. With the images being streamed on the television, it was impossible for them to cowardly run away or disobey orders if the situation became difficult. If they had to die while on TV, then they would rather die with honor. You're already my puppets. Now I can control you as I wish. Thus Ark was able to get his hands on 400 people free of charge. Despite their levels, these puppets were those who didn't fear death and would submit to his orders. Also, Jewel's group has been perfectly branded as a villain. Ark looked at Jewel with a stupid smile. Ark was managing all the images shown in the live broadcast. And the picture he sent to the broadcasting station was that of Jewel's face. The close-up shot of the villain attacking Lancel village was displayed for the whole country to see. Of course, the TV broadcasts didn't have any influence on New World. But at least Jewel's face was imprinted sharply in the minds of players in New World. Even if he managed to lose his chaotic status later on, it wouldn't be easy for him to get along with other users. Jewel had already lost even before the start of the battle. And it wasn't just Jewel, it also applied to Duke and the rest of the group. However, Jewel still hadn't grasped the situation. What the hell? How come these users are still in the village? Jewel couldn't understand and just stared at the users. He hadn't expected that all the users would run away after watching the crime file. But at least 70 to 80% would have run away. However, there were at least 400 users standing in front of him. It seemed like the numbers had actually increased instead of decreasing. Furthermore, there was an unusual fighting spirit in the users' eyes. But there was a reason for it. Hey, did you see? Yes, I just checked right now and it really appeared on TV. It was only for a little bit, but my face definitely appeared. Really? Thankfully, I'm taping it. If we participate, then we'll become celebrities like Dark Wolf. Will we make a new legend? After seeing that it was broadcasted on TV, the morale of the players increased even more. But Jewel didn't know that and was frightened by their intention to fight. Jewel was only able to understand one thing. There's no mistake, that bastard has definitely arranged some schemes. Leader Nim? There's no need to worry. Those guys are only level 100-150 at the most. It might become a little more troublesome, but our victory is still assured. It will go as planned. We'll show them what will happen if they try to attack us. Step on them one by one. Charge. Snap, snap, chwa 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 chwa. Dozens of members from the Suicide Squad rushed forward. They were wearing thick metal armor, shields and holding spears. They were the Assaulters, the profession with the strongest breakthrough power in New World. Break through into Lancel. Dash. Wah-ah-ah-ah. The Assaulters used their shields and spears and surged forward. Heek, it is the Assaulters. Stop them. If you collide with them, then some will fall down. The users became confused and started firing magic and arrows. But, ting, 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 ting. The magic and arrows just bounced off the shields. It was the defensive power of the Assaulters who had the strongest breakthrough power. The Assaulters also consisted of the highest ranking users in the Suicide Squad. Level 300. When the assaulters used their skill dash, the movement speed increased by 50% while their defense increased by 30%. Their level 100-150 were unable to stop the rush. Thanks to the thrust from the assault corps, Lancel's defenses quickly became disorderly. So they appeared like I expected. However, Ark was still composed. Jules' purpose was to destroy Lancel village. It was expected that they would use the assault corps as soon as they began to break through to Lancel. It was impossible for Ark not to prepare for such an obvious attack. Ha ha ha. Those stupid guys, I'll make sure they regret jumping in so rashly, but... One of the assaulters rushing forward suddenly disappeared. It wasn't just one person. One by one more assaulters started disappearing. What the? Why? Jules looked at the sight with puzzled eyes. Only then did he discover that a hole had appeared where the assaulter disappeared. Holes had been dug all over the place and camouflaged using wooden branches. A pitfall trap? That guy, still using such boring methods until the end. But they are assaulters. A trap like that won't be enough to give them a fatal wound. They'll soon leave the trap. Will that be possible? Ark laughed and murmured. Tututatung, peep-pepping. All of a sudden there were loud sounds and smoke rose from the hole. What had just happened? While Jules was still looking, some assaulters climbed out of the hole with looks of fear on their faces. But before they could fully exit, a black hand grabbed their arms and legs and pulled them back in. There was a violent sound and the assaulter disappeared again. Ayo-ak! What is happening in that hole? Jules stared with shocked eyes until some ears emerged from the hole again. They were ears that he had seen on an NPC before. They previously accompanied Ark. Yes, the hand while pulled the shocked warrior into the hole was a raccoon. The hole in the raccoons was the plan that Ark devised to deal with the assaulters. In other words, the holes that the assaulters fell into weren't a trap. They were complicated underground tunnels created using the raccoon's specialty. Then Ark covered the entrance to the underground passages using the wooden branch and camouflaged it. The assaulters wore heavy armor so they were vulnerable to fall damage. It was natural for them to be stunned by the impact of falling. Then the raccoons waiting in the underground passage would swarm and shoot them with the cannons. Even with their high defense, the assaulters were unable to withstand the barrage of so many cannon fire while in a stunned state. It was a 100% chance of death once they fell into the hole. This is ridiculous. Jules' mouth started foaming. Jules had thought it was just traps laid out. But he believed in the assaulters' defense and judged that it was possible to ignore the traps. He never could have guessed that it would turn out this way. However, Dash had already begun. While Dash boasted overwhelming breakthrough power, its weak point was that it couldn't be stopped until the skill was finished. No, even if Jules told them to stop, then they wouldn't be able to. The raccoon holes are unexpectedly, but only 10 assaulters fell into the hole. There are still 30 of them left. 30 assaulters are enough to shatter their defenses. Once their rampage stops, then I will reorganize their formation and batter their defenses, but... Just like Jules said, there were still 30 assaulters who managed to reach the users. If the assaulters collided with them, then it was possible to shatter dozens of users. The overwhelming power might also impact the morale of the users. Once the suicide squad broke in, then any hope those users had would be lost. Clearly the users would run away with fright. Then the assaulters rushed into the users like Jules planned. Ark then jumped onto a user's shoulders and raised the saw blade. Razak, transformation off. Iron firewall activate. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. The saw blade transformed back into Razak. But Razak's outward appearance was different from before. Previously he carried around a tattered shield, but now it was one covered in flames. It was a magnificent fire shield which looked like a skull. Clack 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 clack. Razak shouted and raised his shield over his head. Qua 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 quang, peep-pepping, Warwick, dot. At the same time, wings of fire opened up on either side of the shield and hit the assaulters. The assaulters that had been traveling at top speed wobbled and fell. This was the power of Razak's new blazing fire draconian shield. After Ark gave the fire draconian skull to the raccoons, they had made the blazing fire draconian shield out of it. Frankly, Ark never imagined that a shield would be created from it. Since the information couldn't be confirmed, he thought that an unusual item would be made. Because wasn't the material a skull? Yet an unexpected shield for Razak was created. Blazing fire draconian shield, rare. Armor type, steel shield. Defense, 250. Durability, 150/150. Weight, 70. User restriction, exclusive use for a skeleton warrior. A shield made with the skull of the Fire Draconian Oracle lumens. The Oracle was originally had a mission to protect the Fire Draconian species, so the Oracles have learnt strong protective magic. All the protection magic that Lumens has learnt over the hundreds of years has been concentrated in this skull. A skilled craftsman can create a powerful artifact out of this skull. But only those with a deep understanding of bones will be able to draw out all the power within the skull. Option, Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 10. Special option, Iron Firewall is available. Iron Firewall uses the magic of the shield to stop the enemy's dash within a 10-meter area. When the skill is activated, 10-100 fire damage will be dealt. Once dash is cancelled, the opponent will fall into a stun state. However, only warriors who have learnt Shield Stroke can use this skill. Mana consumption 100, cooldown time 5 minutes. This is worth the 200 gold production cost. Ark looked warmly at the shield roaring with fire. A rare shield with a special option attached was a lot different from a general magic shield. With the special option, Razak has another defensive skill. The Iron Firewall had the ability to stop the enemy's rush when within a 10-meter area. The skill alone was worth more than 200 gold. The problem was that it was a pet exclusive item, so it would be difficult to sell. But if it was an item to this degree, then he wouldn't want to sell it. Thanks to that, his summons managed to stop the dash of the 30 assaulters. It also caused flame damage and a stun effect. Quahawk. Thanks to the stun effect, the assaulters couldn't move a finger. That's it. The cooldown time of Iron Firewall is 5 minutes. It is similar to the cooldown time of the warrior's dash. Then I can block their next dash. Razak had also been steadily eating food, so his current stats were equivalent to level 290. So that stat difference wasn't that much compared to Jules' group. Moreover, Razak had also received considerable training from Ark, so his combat abilities weren't inferior. Using the blazing fire draconian shield, it was possible to stop the dash. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Even without the need for Ark's commands, Razak knew to use his shield and was the main axis of the user's defense. It was a scene where he could see Razak's growth. That's it, their momentum has been broken. Now. Ark raised his fist and let out a large roar. Now's the time. Exterminate the villains who are threatening the peace of New World. Wah, for New World. Then a wave of 400 users raised their weapons and rushed Jules' group. The users, the first group they attacked was the assaulters affected by stun. The assaulters were normally an impregnable wall of defense. But that didn't matter. Although the users were only level 100-150, there were still 400 of them. Qua 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 quang. The users swarmed like a group of ants and the assaulters instantly lost all their health. Since they were caught by stun, the only thing the assaulters could do was send an SOS signal. Save me, dot. These bastards. Stop them. Block those guys. Damn, these guys are like mayflies. Smash them all. Jules' plan to smash the users with dash failed, so their group had no more room to breathe. They had to mobilize their power before colliding with the users. Thanks to the imitation of Lancel village created by Illusion Sonata, Jules' group had quite a few casualties. And now the 40 assaulters had also received damage. But Jules still had more than 400 forces left. Despite having the same numbers as the users, their level was higher. So Jules' group thought they could smash them quickly, but the users were surprisingly persistent. To the tired bodies, listen to this cheerful song. A soft singing voice could be heard over the steel clanging sounds and screams of the battlefield. It was the minstrel Rocco singing from Lancel. A minstrel's singing buff. While the priests and magicians could also apply buffs, the buffs of a minstrel were different. While the minstrel specialized in buffs, unlike the magician, they couldn't use any attacks. That was the reason why users avoided becoming minstrels. In other words, it was just a profession that specialized in buffs. When Rocco used her support magic from the rear, message windows appeared in front of the users. The advanced Song of Life effect has been applied. You will recover 600 health within 3 minutes. The advanced Song of Wind effect has been applied. Your attack speed will increase by 15% for 10 minutes. The advanced Song of the Brave effect has been applied. Your attack and defense will increase by 10% for 10 minutes. Rocco's many skills had increased to advanced level after training with Melody. And thanks to gentle reverberation, it was possible to stack the effects 3 times. But that strong point of a minstrel was something else. A priest and magician could only apply buffs on 5-10 people maximum. Furthermore, buffs consumed mana, so they couldn't fire it continuously. On the other hand, the minstrel's buff applied to all allies who heard the music. One buff could affect 400 people at once. The efficiency of the buff was like the difference between heaven and earth. Damn, that stupid female again. Jewel aggressively glared at Rocco. But the problem wasn't just Rocco. Why on earth are these guys just jumping in rashly? Jewel shot out fire and muttered as some users were burnt. No matter how many buffs Rocco used, the level difference was overwhelming. Even if 3 or 4 people attacked one person, it would still be difficult. But the users just jumped it recklessly like that wasn't a problem. Plus, Quack, it is regrettable. But at least I defended the justice of New World before I died. Heek. Damn, can I only last until here? Yang Suk, I love you. The users talked nonsense even while collapsing. They were putting on an act because they were conscious of the broadcast. But Jewel couldn't understand the circumstances. This is irritating. What happened to the weakening effect of the crime file? Then I'll have to let them know it isn't a joke. First unit, surround the enemy on your right flank. Make them realize this isn't a joke. Yes. First unit, surround a target. Soon dozens of the Suicide Squad members had surrounded a few users. They simultaneously took out a scroll and used them. It was the chaotic scrolls which could turn users into beggars in no time. If that many users were turned into beggars, then they would realize it wasn't a joke. Ah, it is the chaotic scrolls. If we're hit by those scrolls, then our equipment might drop. As expected, the users stopped once the chaotic scrolls were used. Once the obvious threat was used, clearly the users would realize it wasn't a joke and would run away, but they didn't. Your opponent is me. Use the scrolls on me. I'm not scared of those scrolls. Instead of shrinking away from the scrolls, the users were even more fired up. What is this? It was impossible for Jewel to understand the users' reactions. But there was a small smile on Ark's face, who was watching from a distance away. Ho, that method is more effective than I thought. The users weren't afraid of the scroll because of something Ark devised. Thanks to the broadcast, he had succeeded in engaging users without wasting any money. However, the situation could change if Jewel used the chaotic scrolls. Since it was being broadcasted, then they wouldn't run away, but there was no telling how they would waver on the battlefield. Is there a way to stop the user's fear of the scrolls? Ark thought for a bit before coming up with a brilliant idea. It was the contract that was in each user's bag. When looking at the terms of the contract, it said, a merchant's agreement. Contractor, Ark Store equals users who signed the insurance. When users insures one of their items and pay the relevant insurance price of 5%, the contract will be signed. If the relevant item is dropped while fighting the thieves in Lancel Village, Ark Store will pay 200% of the price. This, insurance? Yes, in fact I've been a regular customer of the famous Ark Store for many years. The staff are always friendly and you can get high quality items for a cheaper price than other places. Anyway, I discussed with the store manager about a way to reduce everybody's burden. They eventually came to the conclusion of offering everybody insurance. Ark showed the contract like an insurance sales representative and said, you can insure a valuable item for 5% of the market price, and if you drop that item during the battle, then Ark Store will pay you back 200%. Really? The player's eyes widened at Ark's words. In this battle, users were most concerned about dropping their equipment. Yet if they paid the 5% insurance price first, they would be able to receive 200% of the market price if they dropped the item? Rather, wouldn't they receive a profit if they dropped the item? After quickly calculating, the users immediately bought Ark's compensation insurance. Thanks to that, the scrolls from Jewel's group weren't a threat anymore. Rather, some people aimed to get hit by the scroll in order to receive the payout. These guys. Jewel was completely puzzled. But Ark was hiding another trick within that scheme. The equipment was from level 100-150 users. The price of the equipment would only be hundreds of thousands of won. On the other hand, the price of the scrolls Jewel used in the crime file cost dozens of gold. Even if the equipment was taken away using the scrolls, it wouldn't be profitable. Despite using the scrolls on all the users in the crime file, it could hardly be used on a battlefield. They will probably use the scrolls a few times at the beginning to scare the users. Once intimidated, then there is no more need to use the scrolls. In the end, only 12 users actually ended up dropping equipment. Then the rest of the users' insurance payment all went into Ark's pocket. So despite some equipment dropping, Ark would still 100% make a profit. But users were scared by the crime file and signed the insurance for 3-4 equipment. So lots of users paid 3-4 gold per person, and some even paid 20 gold. He could receive a profit of 3,800 gold. Even if he had to pay the insurance money to some people, he would still receive a profit of 2,500 gold. The business was a big hit thanks to their anxiety. Hoo, this insurance business is profitable. Ark had used the insurance money to mobilize the users to fight. It is like I'm meeting you for the first time again. You really are scary. Shambhala shook his head with a tired look. However, Ark just ignored him. Why are you still laughing? You've tricked those morons into fighting, but it doesn't change the fact that they have more power. I know. Now I will move in earnest. Are you ready? I'm always ready. Where do we begin? Their place where there is the most money, of course. Ark replied with a wicked grin. You really never stop. Ark laughed at Shambhala's words and nodded. After a short time, Ark and Shambhala plunged into the battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 18 Chapter 5. ACT 5 under their feet. Qua bang, flash dash. A flash of light ripped through the darkness. The sky had been cloudy since the early evening and now it was pouring heavy rain with occasional lightning. But even the heavy rain couldn't cool off the heat of the magnificent battle. These guys who have no idea of fear, die. Shut up, you villains. We'll defend the peace of New World. The users didn't rest and kept on swinging their weapons towards Jules' party. In the heavy rainfall, hundreds of people were tangled together and their use of skills caused various flashed in the darkness. When the flashes reflected off the raindrop, an amazing firework-like view could be seen. The two groups plunged towards each other like lions in the light. These bastards, so sloppy. Annihilate all of them. The great spirits of the wind. Then an elemental shaman stared at a user and chanted a spell. It was a wide area magic. In a battle, the magician's wide area attack was the most devastating attack. It was risky if used incorrectly, but the wide area magic was something which could completely change the situation. Especially considering the huge level difference between the secret society and the users. For lower level users, their magic resistance would be low, so wide area magic would deal them a fatal blow. Huck, a wide area magic. The users discovered too late that an elemental shaman was chanting a wide area spell. Hoo, it is too late. One with the wind. Then just as the wide area magic was about to be completed. Over here. One person shot an arrow in the darkness. Then something kicked the elemental shaman's chin as the arrow impacted with their knee. The magician's mouth was forced shut and the spell was cancelled. The man who interrupted the spell landed nimbly on the ground. It would be dangerous if that was completed. Ack, my teeth, Heek, your Ark. I'm thankful that you recognize me, but I'm busy, so please die. Ark laughed and stabbed the elemental shaman in the back. Next he used Dark Blade and combined with Backstab, 30% of the elemental shaman's health was instantly lost. The elemental shaman tried to attack, but it wasn't easy once Ark caught his target. Ark used Dark Dance to attach himself like a leech and hurled quick attacks. Ugh, over here. Ark is over here. The elemental shaman, who was in a critical condition, screamed and tried to run away. Then 4 of the secret society members ran up and acted like a bodyguard to the elemental shaman. But Ark didn't pay any attention to the attacks of the secret society members. No, to be exact, there was no reason to pay attention to it. This bastard, you'll die for rushing in here recklessly. The secret society members said as they swung their weapons towards Arkansas. Then a black shadow suddenly appeared at Ark's back. He didn't come alone, you morons. Son, ye'll see him. The black shadow who muttered was Shambhala, who spoke in a cold voice. A blue dagger flew through the darkness towards them. When Shambhala followed, dozens of daggers were stabbed into the body of the secret society members. It was a skill which summoned daggers made of mana which increased damage by 10 times, 10 strikes. It was Shambhala's new skill which he received after changing his occupation to God Killer. The secret society members were hit with poison and bleed, causing their health to drain quickly. But that was just the beginning. Shambhala also used his Cruciate Flower Wave, which had reached master level, to attack the members. After taking care of the escaping elemental shaman, Ark approached the group to help. Is it tough taking care of them by yourself? Don't play around. This much is just entertainment for me. Well, I'll help since I'm already here. Dark Blade. Sheesh, you want me to hand them over? Cruciate Flower Wave. It was the pair of Ark and Shambhala that had conquered the evil Silrian. The secret society members who couldn't even handle Shambhala died after a few moments. Phew, now we've dealt with the priests and magicians to some extent. Ark panted as he ran out of breath and looked around. While Ark had used various schemes to shave down the power of Jules' group, once the battle started it had tilted to Jules' favor as expected. Those strategies couldn't overcome the 100-level difference. But despite the overwhelming disadvantage, the users' formation hadn't collapsed yet. The first reason for that was the power of the broadcast. The fight would be broadcast in real time. Therefore, the users showed enormous concentration in battle in order to improve their appearance. In order to increase the atmosphere, they were willing to drink potions like water. And the second reason was because of Ark and Shambhala, who intruded right into the enemy camp. In fact, it wasn't the warriors but the magicians and priests that controlled the battlefield. It was because of the wide area magic of a magician and the support magic from the priests. In New World, these two occupations had the most influence on a group battle. So Ark infiltrated the enemy camp to assassinate the magicians and priests. He was level 383. With the dark attribute bonus he was level 574, so he didn't hesitate to jump into enemy lines where hundreds of people swarmed. But even if he was over level 400, it would still be difficult alone. However, Ark wasn't alone. It really does feel different whenever I fight with this guy. Ark looked at Shambhala after killing the secret society members. Ark had fought in wars with thousands of people and also hunted with various professions. But he only felt this comfortable feeling while fighting with Shambhala. When paired with Shambhala, they didn't need to speak at all. Most times Shambhala had already moved before Ark could even speak a word. And Ark also knew where to move to help Shambhala just by watching. It was thanks to the sense of solidarity gained from fighting together in the evil Silrian and in the Sutandal Conquest War. It is also the same with Shambhala. Then Shambhala, who had been observing the war situation, pointed to one side and shouted, "Ark, this time it is over there." Shambhala was pointing towards the left side of Lancel's defense formation. Jewel realized that the user's resistance was more stubborn than he thought and concentrated the secret society members in one place to try and break through. Thus the users who were maintaining that spot immediately started to die. "We have to hurry. In that state they won't be able to hold it." "Understood, wait a minute." Ark nodded and started feeling around in the mud on the ground. Then he picked something up from where the elemental shaman had died. Elemental shaman's gloves, magic. Armor type, cloth gloves. Defense, 26. Durability, 150/150. Weight, 30. User restriction, level 180, elemental shaman exclusive use. A pair of luxury magic gloves created using silk woven from fairies. Thanks to the magic of the fairies, the affinities of the elemental shaman will increase. Option, intelligence plus 20, elemental shaman's magic attacks plus 5%. Hoo, I got another one. Ark looked warmly at the information window. That was another reason why Ark broke into enemy lines. In New World, users who were a part of the NPC faction during the war wouldn't become chaotic if they murdered the opponents. Meanwhile, the users who attacked the NPC village were chaotic. And when a chaotic player died, they always dropped one equipment. However, this was a very important point. The chaotic players also know that they will drop an equipment if they die. And it is impossible to think there isn't a slight chance of dying in a battlefield, but therefore Jules' group mostly wore cheap equipment. The level difference was so big that they thought cheap equipment would be sufficient. On the other hand, the Lancel defenders weren't chaotic, so their chances of dropping equipment were very low except when a scroll was used on them. There was also the insurance, so they felt comfortable wearing magic equipment. That was another reason why the Lancel defenders were able to endure the attacks. But the rear support like magicians and priests has a low chance of dying, so they are far more likely to be wearing magic items. Thus Ark risked danger and plunged into enemy lines to dispose of the magicians and priests because of this reason. Compared to the others, their chances of dropping good equipment were much higher. And the result was a bingo. 70% of them had dropped magic items. Thanks to that, Ark's bag was already filled with 30 magic items. Is gaining items your only thought in a situation like this? Shambhala, who was standing next to Ark, muttered under his breath. Ark replied with a grin. You wouldn't do it. That's why we have good chemistry. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and collect the items. Okay, let's go. Ark and Shambhala rushed over to the defensive line. The situation was more serious than he thought. When Jewel and Duke led the secret society members directly, the users under fire couldn't even last 1 minute. While Ark had placed a lot of users in the defensive line, there were only 40-50 users remaining who were in a critical condition. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak was also trying to maintain the defense formation using iron firewall. But even more of Jul's group struck him and he collapsed like a sandcastle. Arc, it has begun. Heavy rain sword. Shambhala dived towards the place where Jul's group was crowded and used his skill. Hundreds of daggers emerged from the darkness and dealt considerable damage. It's my turn now. Flash, dot. Arc followed up with his wide area skill flash. It was Arc and Shambhala's wide area skill combo. The secret society members who were attacking the defense formation received extravagant damage and stumbled. It is Dark Wolf and Blue Sword. The users cheered as Arc and Shambhala appeared. The secret society members were just puzzled. Then Jul, who had been commanding them from the rear, shouted, "K, kill them. Your target has been changed to those guys." Jul yelled while withdrawing and using long-distance attacks. While he had a high amount of pride, he could admit that he wouldn't win with frontal attacks. Thus Jul avoided engaging with Arc and commanded the secret society members to. Anyway, they flocked like vultures at Jul's command. Meanwhile, the archers simultaneously started to pull their bows while the magicians started chanting spells. Then Shambhala saw Arc and shouted, "Arc! I know. It is close, here it is, dot." Arc had been looking around for a short time before laughing and striking the ground. Then a mechanical sound was heard and poison arrows flew towards the magicians. But that wasn't the end. Every time Arc struck the ground, an explosion of arrows would occur and strike the opponents. This is, Heek. Jul, who had been chanting a spell, also stumbled as a poison arrow hit him. Then Arc smirked and looked like he was muttering a soliloquy. "Stupid bastards, you shouldn't have plunged into enemy territory without some countermeasures. Furthermore, did you really think I would not build some defenses against you?" Sometimes being the one attacked was more advantageous than attacking. The strong point was that they knew the place being attacked so they could make preparations. Arc took advantage of that and laid some traps operated by a switch. When the traps didn't activate while the assaulters were charging, Jul's group assumed that there were only holes and no traps. The traps also didn't activate in the midst of the confused fighting. Why, you really, kill him. Not a chance. Arc triggered another hidden switch and smoke appeared. A smoke trap. The visions of the secret society members were suddenly trapped, so they hesitated. At the same time, Arc and Shambhala ran up to them and unleashed a feast of spectacular attacks. Petrification of blood. Dark blade. Pee-pepping, qua-qua-qua-quang. It was the cooperative technique of Arc and Shambhala. Shambhala's petrification of blood turned the warriors into stone. They couldn't move or attack, but their defense also increased by 500%. However, Arc's dark blade ignored all defense, so that didn't matter. The warriors turned to stone could only glare as their petrification loosened the moment they died. It was a basic coordinated technique. Shambhala created a gap in the enemy's attack while Arc took advantage of it to deal critical hits. And when Arc's kicks caused an enemy to stiffen, Shambhala's dagger would be driven into their stomach. It was a harmony so perfect there was no room for even a needle to enter. But that wasn't all of Arc's weapons. There are 4 archers 10 meters to the right. Arc shouted as the archers prepared to use precision fire. Then the raccoons emerged from a hole and fired cannons at them. Yes, the holes of the raccoons weren't just to prevent the assaulters' charge. The raccoons would move along the underground passage for strategic firing of their cannons. "Damn, those stupid raccoons again!" The secret society members exclaimed angrily before swinging their swords at the raccoons. However, the raccoons disappeared into the hole like the moles in the whack-a-mole game. And they instantly emerged from another hole to fire their cannons. There was also the possibility of the opponents entering the hole. But how could ordinary users deal with the inhabitants of the underground world inside their tunnels? If they plunged into the hole, then they would just die in vain like the assaulters. It was the method of using switch-operated traps and the raccoons. Meanwhile, Arc and Shambhala were dealing with 40 members of the secret society. Arc didn't care about his health and mana and just continued firing his skills. It was because of the vampire stone and mana steel stone inserted into the promised sword. Just like with bread, the heartstones couldn't display a huge effect against one opponent. However, this was a situation with many opponents. He could steal the health and mana of dozens of users in one go. The explosion stone also wreaked some havoc. The effect caused splash damage to all surrounding enemies. Oh-hoo. Is that really Dark Wolf and Blue Sword fighting? No way. No matter how strong they are, it's still 2 people against a lot of opponents, The users forgot they were in a battle and just idly watched the 2 of them fighting. If this scene was broadcasted, then it was normal to think the opponents were weak. But the users had been beaten to a critical condition just now by the secret society members. It wasn't possible to think of them as weak. Then the answer was that Ark and Shambhala were too strong. No, there was no need to compare them. It was a fight which transcended the imagination of a general user. The standards that Ark and Shambhala showed couldn't be simply compared anymore. I can't just stand by after watching this. We have to help Dark Wolf and Blue Sword defeat the villains. Wah-ah-ah-ah. The users' spirits were ignited and they pushed back onto the battlefield. Despite Ark and Shambhala's actions, Jules Group still had the upper hand in power. However, the users' morale doubled, which increased their power when they attacked Jules Group. On the other hand, the secret society members had their morale fall to the bottom and couldn't counterattack properly. That's it, the urgent fire has been put out. Ark instantly checked the 15 split screens floating. The reason Ark sent the video to the broadcasting station directly wasn't just for the sake of a lucrative video. By using the 15 cameras installed, he could fully grasp the entire battlefield. By looking at the split windows, he could see that it was still disadvantageous to the Lancel defenders. While Ark and Shambhala moved quickly and conquered the crisis, dozens of users on the other side of the defensive wall were falling down. Yet Ark and Shambhala couldn't leave here to go support the situation. It's not possible. Rackard, commence the operation. Point A on the right. Chick, understood. I'm going. When Ark communicated wirelessly, Rackard used satellite surveillance mode and flew down through the heavy rain. And he glided over the heads of Jules Group that were his target. I've arrived in the mission area. Over. Okay, commence the operation. Yes. Sack. Then Raiden, who had been clinging onto Rackard, opened his mouth. The sphere bombs used in the illusionary Lancel village emerged from Raiden's mouth and fell. That was the reason why he previously only used half of the firestones. Quang. When Raiden hanging onto Rackard dropped the bombs, the area was filled with fire. It was using a flying monster to bomb from the air. Ark, who had been watching the screen, saw the secret society members receive the bomb baptism. Unlike the explosion in the fake Lancel, this time the bombs 100% hit. The result was fatal. The secret society members received a blow which nearly destroyed them. Oh, now! Attack! The users who regained their morale started attacking the secret society members. But Rackard's and Raiden's part hadn't ended yet. Raiden, you did well. Return to the scheduled point to finish your job. Rackard fly down low and dropped Raiden off. Raiden crawled along the battlefield at a tremendous speed and flicked his tongue around. Then the users on the battlefield started to become confused. The chaotic users have been killed, but why haven't any equipment dropped? Has someone already collected it? Yes, this was Raiden's mission after being dropped into the battlefield. Lots of secret society members died from the bombs and the users' counterattack. Of course there would be a large amount of equipment which fell. Raiden's mission was to plunge into the battlefield and collect the items. Of course, this operation was risky. It wasn't unusual for Raiden to go around a battlefield by himself. But this time they were users. They were different from stupid monsters. They were likely to be suspicious of snakes wandering the battlefield. But he won't be found in this confused fighting. The reason Ark was sure about this was because of Raiden's new skill. Raiden has manifested an ability of the Elamwan. The Elamwan is a mysterious species of snake living in the netherworld. However, treasure hunters have attacked it thanks to its ability to swallow Japtum, and they are currently in the state of extinction. Thanks to that unfortunate history, the Elamwan has developed the long-overdue ability to hide themselves. The last Elamwan Raiden has realized that power after a lot of experience. Asterisk protective coloration, beginner, racial special quality. Raiden can assimilate his skin to the color of the surrounding environment and decrease the probability of being found. With beginner's protective coloration, 60% assimilation to the surrounding environment will be applied. But the effect of the assimilation will rise when the enemy's range of vision is restricted, such as at nighttime or in bad weather. Less than 60% assimilation with the surrounding environment. 5 mana will be consumed every 10 seconds when moving. Since Raiden often collected loot alone, he had manifested the Alamon's ability to hide. If it was daytime, then it was difficult for Raiden's protective coloration to completely hide himself. But right now the battlefield had the 3 conditions: night, mud, and heavy rain. His assimilation rate had reached 90%. So Raiden was completely assimilated and he ran around licking his tongue. Raiden has acquired the steel metal shield. Raiden has acquired the nameless bow. Raiden has acquired the silky sword. Ha ha ha. Okay. Eat away. Ark had no time to rest as new information windows continued popping up. They were just general equipment, but the number of them was truly a jackpot. Sack. Raiden swept up the equipment and returned to the safety zone after completing his mission. Then Rackard flew towards Raiden and grabbed him. The Airborne Division has completed the collection and is awaiting the next instructions. Over. The next mission area is 30 meters ahead of you. Okay, I'll begin bombing preparations. Flames followed him when Rackard flew over in the night sky. Okay, those operations are going as planned. Now all that's left is. Ark paid attention to the split screen and checked the military situation. The military situation wasn't that good when he checked it. The defensive line had barely held up thanks to Ark and Shambhala's efforts, but there were already 250 users dead. And the remaining 150 users only had around 10–30% health left. On the other hand, Jules' group still had 350 people left. It was overwhelming power. But the results are proceeding as planned. In fact, Ark had intended for there to be a lot of Jules' group left alive. Usually the commanders in a battle used the direct strategy. The most common one was to focus the attacks on reducing the enemy numbers. However, Ark didn't use this method. Rather than reducing the numbers, he concentrated on shaving away the enemy's health. Despite the damage the users did, from Ark's view they were just an inevitable sacrifice. The average health of the secret society was 30–40%. 250 users had sacrificed their lives for that. And now is the time. Ark judged it was time and threw firecrackers in the air. Then several flashes appeared in the night sky. It was at that time. The forest started shaking and there were thundering shouts. Wah-ah-ah-ah. The people who rushed into the battlefield were from the beast clans. They were the real troops of Lancel village, the Wolrang, and the Meow. Yes, Ark hadn't used the Wolrang and Meow even when the defensive line was in a crisis. The Wolrang were around level 300 while the Meow were around level 200. If they had fought from the beginning, then the situation might be easier now. However, Ark's purpose wasn't simply to protect Lancel village. It was to minimize the damage on the NPCs. After using the users to decrease the health of the secret society, he made the beast clans appear. Thanks to that, their health and mana was still 100%. They were also full of willpower. On the other hand, the health of the secret society members went all the way down to 30–40% after a long battle. Grrrrrr, this is our home. Naya, angry cat punch. Bark. Niang. The beast clan swarmed around the secret society members with low health. But the thing that surprised Jewel wasn't the beast clans. It was the pair among the beast clans firing magic and swinging a greatsword. They were Bread and Redian. Yes, the pair who had intruded on the battlefield was Bread and Redian, who were Bristania's strongest duo. Why is Hyungnim and Noonim? Jewel stuttered with an incredibly confused expression. Bread and Redian snorted as they started at Jewel. Shut up. Anybody who attacks a dog is my enemy. Those who push a cat are my enemy. Dog? Cat? What are you? No, are Hyungnim and Noonim really going to become enemies with the Hermes Alliance? The Hermes Alliance? Oh, haven't you withdrawn from the Alliance? Jewel flinched and shut his mouth. Then Bread laughed and slammed his greatsword into the ground. I don't care what you guys do. And I have no memory of us being friends in the first place. I won't leave it alone if I see animal cruelty in front of me. If you're dissatisfied, then attack. I'll prevent you from doing wicked things in front of me. These bastards. Stop them. Smash those cats and dogs. Wah-ah-ah-ah. The secret society raised their weapons and ran up. I won't let you bother the dogs in front of me. Earth Storm. Bread used various beast spirit possessions and swung his greatsword. Bread, who had reached level 410 and had the 50% bonus, had swung his greatsword. An absurd gust of wind blew out and the secret society members were thrown like autumn leaves. It was also the same situation with the Meow. Bah, you've become thieves? Furthermore, you dare disturb the peaceful town where cats live. Despite being a pervert, Bread is 100 times better than you. I'll get rid of that rotten spirit. High-speed incantation, highest magic unsealed. The unquenchable flame burning in the bottom of hell. Under the name of the elemental master Redian, descend to this land. Volcano of hell. After Redian finished chanted the spell, an enormous magic circle formed. Then the magic circle started to shake like an earthquake was occurring and the earth split because lava rose up. But Redian's magic didn't end there. Redian then used the chain skill Lava Rain, causing the lava to form into fireballs which were hurled. It was the highest ranking magic of a level 400 elemental magician. The fire magic that Jewel used was no comparison. Indeed, I can be relieved about the Beast Clan if I leave it to them too. That was the reason why Ark left the Wolrang and Meow to Bread and Redian. If the Wolrang and Meow were in danger, then Bread and Redian would do everything to protect them. Instead of being in danger, the Beast Clans would be protected by them. What's this? You dare touch a dog in front of me? Do you hate living? Whenever the Wolrang was hit, Bread would show his teeth and growl. And the secret society members collapsed under his greatsword. Now the military situation is in our favor. As I expected. Ark looked at the split screens for a while. Then the scene of Jewel, Duke, and several high-level members moving caught his eye. Ark immediately grasped the situation from their movement. He turned to Shambhala, who also seemed to grasp the situation, and nodded. The two exchanged glances before Ark and Shambhala split up at a quick pace. Then, just as Jewel was trying to use a skill, Ark used a scroll on Duke, who was using the same skill as Jewel from a distant place. Magnetism. Ark pulled Duke with magnetism while sprinting towards Jewel. Hook. What the? Duke became confused as he was dragged by a strong magnetic force. But the person even more confused was Jewel. This, Ark? Ah. And no. Then Duke was dragged next to Jewel. Something suddenly rose from the ground before disappearing. It was the area declaration that a player who changed to their second stage profession could use. When Ark used Eyes of the Cat, he identified that Jewel, Duke, and two members of the secret society had changed professions. If the situation became disadvantageous, then they would definitely use the area declaration skill. Of course, Ark and Shambhala could also use the area declaration skill. But if they did that, then Ark and Shambhala's area declaration would also disappear. So he came up with the idea to make their collide using magnetism. But the range of magnetism was only dozens of meters. On the other hand, the range of area declaration was 100 meters. That's why he used magnetism before using sprint to pull Duke as much as possible. Shambhala, who had run to the opposite direction, also did the same thing to the two members of the secret society to seal off their area declarations. Thus their area declarations was used in vain. You bastard. Jewel glared at Arkansas. What will glaring at me do? What? Did you think you were the only one to change to the second profession? Ark muttered and laughed. Oh, I can finally use it. Land of the Beast. Bread plunged his greatsword into the ground and shouted. Then a giant totem popped out of the earth and a blue area spread around him. At the same time, Bread was covered in a golden fur and the muscles on his body became many times larger. Bread was also flanked by two semi-transparent wolves. The Beastmaster had used his area declaration skill Land of the Beast. Attack and defense plus 50%. While within the territory of area declaration, the summoned spirit of the wolves can attack the enemies but won't deal any physical damage. Go, souls of the brave wolves. Awah! The souls of the wolves flew forward like an arrow at Bread's command and surrounded the secret society members. The secret society members trapped by the spirit wolves died as the greatsword attacked them. Bah, I can't let you have all the fun alone. Land of Fire and Ice. Redian also used her area declaration skill on the left-hand side. Then cubes of fire and ice appeared within the 100-meter area. Magic attack plus 50% and additional 500 fire and ice damage. Once within the area of fire and ice, the opponents will continuously receive fire and ice damage. It was the area declarations of the level 400 Bread and Redian. The level 250-300 secret society members within the area declaration were no match. Avoid it. Run away. The effects of area declaration will only work within that territory. The secret society members screamed and retreated. But behind them were Ark and Shambhala. Don't they seem overconfident? I feel like I'm being treated as weak because of my style of attack. It can't be helped. Area declaration, River of Blood. The ground around Shambhala started becoming muddy and changed into a river of blood. It increased attack and defense by 50%, whole increased the damage of backstab by 200%. When the retreating secret society members ran into Shambhala's territory, one hit instantly reduced their health by 10%. Now it's been decided. Ark muttered as he saw the 3 area declarations used on the battlefield. The secret society members were surrounded by the beast clans, so there was no way to escape. The ensuing siege thrust them back into Bread, Redian, and Shambhala's area declarations. Now, is it my turn? In order to obtain victory, Ark decided to use the area declarations at the end. Sweat dripped down Jewel's face before he suddenly shouted. Damn, I can't fail like this. Suicide Squad, use your last resort. Charge into Lancel and blow up the magic tower and Ark's store. For the glory of the Suicide Squad. What? Suicide Squad? Ark flinched and turned his head. The looks on dozens of secret society faces completely changed. Then they suddenly pulled out something like a wick and stuck it to their heads. Then the wick started burning at an incredible speed. The Suicide Squad members with the wicks on their heads rushed towards the defensive line with determined expressions. I'll go first. For the glory of the Lord. Wah-ah. Qua 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 quang. The Suicide Squad member collided with the users and a huge explosion occurred, sending dozens of people flying away. The explosive power couldn't even be compared to the Firestone bombs. It was the Suicide Squad's weapon self-destruct which caused enormous havoc. The defensive line quickly collapsed from the Suicide Squad members exploding. Thus the Suicide Squad penetrated the defensive line and entered Lancel village. Stop them, block those guys. Ark hurriedly screamed. Then the raccoons pulled the Suicide Squad members into the hole. However, that was a mistake. When the Suicide Squad members in the hole exploded, the damage was even worse. The underground passages were connected like a spider web in the ground underneath Lancel. When the ground collapsed from the explosion below ground, many buildings were destroyed. Not to mention the raccoons hidden in the ground. Meanwhile, the Suicide Squad members had entered the village and exploded near some buildings. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. A red warning message floated in front of Arkansas. Lancel village has received a serious blow. NPC 12%, structure 17%. Oh my god, . Sweat started dripping down Ark's back. He was careless while planning his strategies. He never expected them to blow themselves up. Anyway, the serious was serious now that the Suicide Squad members had penetrated the village. Even if they won the battle, he would fail the quest if 30% of the NPCs and structures were destroyed. Besides, their number one goal was Ark's store. If Ark's store exploded, then Ark's entire fortune would be turned to ash. Ha ha ha, let's die together. Jewel said as he glared at Arkansas. In fact, there was a reason Jewel hadn't used the Suicide Squads until then. Self-destruct caused enormous havoc, but it also had a huge penalty on the ones who used it. The self-destruct used by the Suicide Squads was different from the ones magicians used. Since an enormous chaotic value was required to learn it, those who used it received 5 times the death penalty. In other words, all of their stats would be -5 and they couldn't resurrect for 5 days. Also, the durability of their equipment would be reduced by 80%. If they used it when their equipment had lost 20% of its durability, then all the equipment would break. But now they had no choice. They didn't mind dying as long as they achieved some of their goals. That was the decision the Suicide Squad made. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. Meanwhile, a few buildings had once again collapsed. And they were heading towards Ark's store. At that time, a barrier rose from the ground and blocked the Suicide Squad. It was the barrier that the raccoons had installed. But even such a barrier was destroyed in one shot by self-destruct. If the Suicide Squad rushed again, then Ark's store would be smashed to pieces. No. I have to do whatever it takes to stop them. The cornered Ark turned his eyes to the users. Then a solution came to his head. If they want to use the Suicide Squad, then we will also use a Suicide Squad. Those guys had about 10 seconds before exploding once they placed the wick. The users had 10 seconds to grab their ankles. The question was whether the users would be willing to die along with the Suicide Squad members. If a person was damaged by self-destruct, then the durability of their equipment would also fall by 50%. The users had been in a long battle, so their equipment had already fallen by 50%. If they got caught by self-destruct, then their equipment would be destroyed. But Ark had a plan for convince the users. Stop them. The contract was only for equipment stolen by those guys. But if your equipment is destroyed like this, then the insurance money will still be paid. Yes, most of the users had signed up for Ark's compensation insurance. While the original contract was just for equipment stolen by the Skrulls, Ark declared that he would pay the insurance for equipment broken by self-destruct. It was a 200% payout. Of course, Ark would receive damage if most of the users' equipment was destroyed, but he had no time to think about such a thing. In addition, if you block the Suicide Squad, then it is possible to be the hero who saved Lancel. But the insurance will only be paid to the first one who caught the Suicide Squad members. If many people stick to one fellow, then the insurance money won't be paid. Ark meticulously controlled the terms of the contract even in this situation. Anyway, the user's eyes lit up at Ark's words. What? I'll get insurance money if my equipment is broken? I can be the hero who saved Lancel Village. Oh, I can get money and fame at the same time. I'll go and stop them. Thanks to the thought of money and fame, the users agreed to sacrifice their bodies. Then they swarmed and stuck to the bodies of the Suicide Squad. The Suicide Squad members were pulled down and covered with the user's body. In the end, the users and the Suicide Squad members both died together from the explosion. Lancel Village has received a serious blow. NPC 13%, structure 23%. That was close, but I managed to block it. Ark sighed with relief as he looked at the information window. But now he had to pay the insurance claim to the users who interrupted the Suicide Squad. If they had insurance, then he would have to pay 200% of the items they insured. This is because of that guy. Ark grinded his teeth together and approached Jewel. The shabby-looking Jewel was pale white and discouraged. The plan to loot Lancel Village was thwarted. The strategy of dying together had also failed. More than half of the remaining members had died within Bread, Redian, and Shambhala's area declarations. Jewel, who had risked his life on this strategy, felt all the spirit escape him. This isn't reality. Yes, it is a dream. Hoo, I'm just dreaming and the raid hasn't happened yet. It's a dream. Just a dream. Then a black aura suddenly appeared under Jewel's foot. Jewel winced and turned his head where a black object was floating. It was Ark's area declaration, Glory of the Night. But that wasn't all of it. Descent of the Fire Draconian. Ark shouted and a fire pillar rose from the earth. The flames then turned into a giant scale. The flames formed a fire draconian which ascended the sky before falling like a lightning bolt to hit Ark's body. It was a huge firestorm. When the flames appeared, the water on the ground quickly became water vapor. Quahawk! Jewel looked through the flames and water vapor with bemused eyes. The person standing in front of him was Ark with the power of the fire draconian swirling around him. You have used the divine skill Descent of the Fire Draconian. The effect of Immortal Fire Draconian will be applied for 10 minutes. Asterisk 300 fire damage added to all attacks. Asterisk attack speed, movement speed and reaction rate will increase by 50%. Asterisk all enemies that attack will receive 100 fire damage. Asterisk fire resistance increases to 500% and all party members' fire resistance will increase to 100%. Asterisk when activated, all enemies within the area will receive 1000 fire damage while 50% of the user's health will be restored. Now, how should I kill you? Ark stared at Jewel with cold eyes and muttered. Then Ark started moving at an incredible pace. Every time Ark moved, fire will appear in the ground behind him. There were continuous ringing sounds and the secret society members went flying away. The users just looked at the scene with dumb surprise. While not a lot of users had a second profession, it could sometimes be seen. So area declarations were sometimes seen on TV, but this was the first time they had seen a divine skill used. Anyway, the divine skill had overwhelming power. Jewel also couldn't run away since Ark's territory was surrounded by Shambhala, Bread, and Jewels. Furthermore, several beasts and users were surrounding the outside, so there was no place to escape. However, Ark, Shambhala, Bread, and Redian only decreased their health to 2%. There was a reason why Ark commanded the users not to kill the secret society members. That's right. Now's the time. 100 people ran out of Lancel at Ark's shout. It was the guards of Lancel Village, which consisted of the ex-thieves. Yes, the reason why Ark didn't kill the secret society members was because of this. If they died by the users or beasts, then they could just revive in 24 hours. Then they could come back and attack Lancel. However, they would be stuck in prison if the guards killed them. Since they had become chaotic from attacking NPC villages, they would be stuck in jail for a long time. Thus Ark had left the guards until the end. Heek. G guards. K kill. Kill them now. Jewel was in a complete state of panic as the guards appeared. Some of the secret society members even grabbed their colleagues and asked them to kill each other. However, it was already too late. They only had 2% health left. Despite the level difference, the level 200 guards could kill them with 1 or 2 strokes. Jewel's group instantly collapsed as the guards advanced. After 5 minutes, Jewel and the secret society members had collapsed. At the same time, Shambhala, Bread, and Redian released their skill. Ark's area declaration was the only one remaining with a huge dragon floating in the center of the battlefield. Ark looked at Jules' corpse before raising his fist and shouting, "A victory for justice!" The users also shouted along, "We won! I did it! Now we're heroes! We defeated the 500 thieves! Oh, hooray for the Lancel defenders! Hooray for Dark Wolf! It was a pleasure to fight under Dark Wolf! He's unbeatable." The users who survived after an intense battle jumped wildly and cheered. However, the cheering users didn't realize something. There was a reason why Ark was inciting the cheers despite disliking attention. While the users' gazes were focused on him, they were unaware of what was going on under their feet. Raiden was secretly crawling and gathering equipment under their feet. The rain and wind gradually stopped. Dawn was breaking after a long night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 18 Chapter 6. ACT 6 Game Exclusive News. Damn it! Han Myung-woo opened the door and entered the office violently. "How are you managing the candidates?" Han Myung-woo shouted and threw the document onto the desk. The reason was the video of Lancel Village broadcasted yesterday morning. No, the video itself wasn't a problem. The important thing was that the main character Ark was one of Global EXO's candidates. It was a problem because he was one of the special management targets. Once again, the reason for the examination was for the planning department of Global EXOs to find the master code. However, so far the planning department had no idea of where the master code could be found. According to the information, the master code should be closely related to the scenario of New World. New World was a game with infinite degrees of freedom. But even certain scenarios existed in New World. And the scenarios proceeded according to the user's growth. If the users grew quickly, then the scenario would progress quickly, and if growth was slow, then the scenario would also slow down. By hiding the master code in the scenarios, Park Woo-son left a challenge for gamers. The master code is unable to be found using luck and chance. Park Woo-son made it clear that the master code could only be found after several checkpoints are passed. As the main designer of the game, Park Woo-son had designed those checkpoints to be within the scenarios. Therefore, over the last 2 years, the planning department had been reviewing reports and videos from the candidates and looking at their quests and how it might relate to future scenarios. And it was very important to manage this information. The master code being hidden in New World meant that users could get their hands on it. If information about the master code flowed into the hands of a user who wasn't a candidate, then Global EXOs would be in an unbearable situation. The master code is a program which controls everything in New World. If the person with the master code wanted, then they could delete thousands of users' information at once, or they could deliberately cause system errors which would paralyze the whole game. But that was what one of the game developers said. If such a thing happened, then Global EXOs would be damaged by several billion won. But that was only a part of what the master code could do. There was an even worse situation. The New World system connects directly to the brain. If there is a serious bug which affects the system, then that bug could impact the user's brain. In the worst-case scenario, the user would suffer serious brain damage. Yes, that was the situation they were most concerned about. Such dangers always existed since virtual reality connected to the brain. Therefore, all virtual reality games had safety equipment which double and triple-checked safety. New World was the same. The problem was that the master code could even control the safety equipment. If a person with the master code unlocked the safety device and restarted the system, then hundreds of terabyte information would flood into the user's brains. It was a tremendous amount of information beyond the limits of the brain. Users who received such a bomb of information might become brain dead. Then what would happen if a user who didn't know about the master code obtained it? In the worst-case scenario, they would have to discontinue New World and lose the billions invested in it. Yes, obtaining the master code was like a life-or-death situation for Global EXOs. Even if we have to use hundreds or thousands of personnel, we have to find it. But keeping this information secret was just as important. If any of the other rival companies knew about the master code, then the situation would get out of hand. The second problem was if a rival company obtained the master code. If the competitors knew the truth about the master code and the risks to users, Global EXOs would receive a lot of criticism for commercializing New World anyway. Therefore, it was more important to hide the information that they were looking for the master code. So the staff decided to use the candidates. We can freely obtain information about the game through the candidates. Han Myung-woo also often turned on the broadcast at night to monitor news. Fortunately, the war between users and the mountain village would cause no big problems. But if any information about the master code had been in that video, then it would have been a huge problem. As the manager, he couldn't just let it pass. Of all things, a video of one of the special management targets. Where is Ho Myung-won? Bring him here right now. Ha Myung-woo shouted angrily. At the same time, Ho Myung-won ran into the planning department and shouted. Team Chief Nim, it is huge. Huge? What could be bigger than this problem? Ha? No, please look at this data. The public relations department called this morning and showed me this. It is truly a jackpot. Ho Myung-won explained in an excited voice. This is. When he woke up in the morning, he had become a big star. He never imagined that it would become like this. After arriving in Lancel and participating in the defensive war, Hyunwoo had felt a huge sense of burden. This war was different from other situations. Depending on the outcome, 2 years of hard work and sweat could fly away. The stolen goods, the real estate invested in Lancel Village, and the goods from Ark's store. The estimated amount was tens of thousands of gold. Tens of thousands of gold. When converted to money, it was a huge price which reached hundreds of millions of won. It was an extravagant amount that people would kill over. Such a huge amount could fly away in one moment from the war. Therefore Hyunwoo couldn't get any rest during the last 2 days. He wasn't able to sleep. Although it was inside the game, Hyunwoo also had his life at stake. If I was defeated, then I would really die of a heart attack. But luckily the war ended with Hyunwoo's victory. He had risked his life and protected his assets. All the tension within Hyunwoo had been cut and he had fallen asleep and only just woke up. Then he logged into the computer without really thinking about it and his mouth opened absent-mindedly. I really was thrilled. He was silent for a while after Sutandal rose, but this really was a tremendous job. As expected from Dark Wolf. Dark Wolf really is the hero of New World. Dark Wolf, Dark Wolf, Dark Wolf. Hyunwoo had logged into the auction site to examine the market prices. New World's homepage. The various bulletin board and information sites were all talking about Dark Wolf. That wasn't all. While it was rare for a non-celebrity to reach the top 10 in search rankings on portal sites, the Dark Wolf fan club had reached 3-4 in the search rankings. It reached the extent that there were even fan clubs from foreign countries. What's going on? Hyunwoo looked at the monitor filled with the name Dark Wolf with a stupid expression. Of course Hyunwoo had expected quite a bit of interest after broadcasting the Lancel defensive war. He hadn't really been thinking about that when negotiating with the station. However, the actual reaction was a dozen times more than Hyunwoo expected. Hyunwoo looked at the monitor with a frozen expression. Hyunwoo was someone who stayed in all day playing the game. Then one day there was an explosion of interest in Hyunwoo, knowing Dark Wolf from Korea and the world. He honestly didn't know how he felt about it. Deririri. The phone then rang while Hyunwoo was making a stupid expression. Hello? Is this Dark Wolf Nim? Ha? Yes, but why? I am the game exclusive news reported you called the other day, Lee Young-gyu. Ah. Reporter Nim, why are you? Hyunwoo was still in a state of shock after just waking up, so he spoke in a slurred tone. Then Lee Young-gyu hesitated before explaining. No, I can't tell you over the phone. It involves a copyright problem with the video, so can you come to the broadcasting station right away? Just tell the guards that you're Dark Wolf. Since Lee Young-gyu sounded a little weird, Hyunwoo hurried over there. When he arrived at the broadcasting station, a man quickly ran out. Ah, welcome. Are you Dark Wolf Nim? I'm Lee Young-gyu. Yes, hello? But why do you need me this morning? What's the matter? Problem? There is one. A very huge problem. A huge problem? I can't talk about it here, so please enter for the moment. The team chief is also waiting. Lee Young-gyu guided Hyunwoo into the broadcasting station. When he arrived at the meeting room, a middle-aged man was waiting. He was the team chief in charge of the game exclusive news segment. Hyunwoo greeted the team chief and sat down. Once they sat down, the team chief laughed and said, Have you connected to the internet today? Ha? Ah, yes. That is why we wanted to meet you today. Because of that? When Hyunwoo tilted his head with confusion, both Lee Young-gyu and the team chief laughed. Then their eyes landed on Hyunwoo and they paused before speaking. The results came in this morning. It is the audience ratings for the Lancel defensive war broadcasted yesterday. Do you know how much the audience rating was? 35%. Surprisingly, it was 35%. When the broadcast started it was on 7%, but the ratings had gone up to 35% before it finished. So? Hyunwoo scratched his head and muttered. Of course, even Hyunwoo, who never watched dramas, knew that 35% viewership was a significant amount. But he wasn't a celebrity, so audience ratings had no effect on him. And why were they suddenly talking about audience viewership? This is the best audience rating since the game exclusive news started. And it's the first time the ratings had jumped from 7% to 35%. What is your point, Dot? Hyunwoo answered with an unimpressed voice. Then the team chief suddenly stood up and grasped Hyunwoo's hands. Let's sign a contract. Huh? Now all the users in the country who play New World, no, there is nobody in New World who doesn't know about Dark Wolf. Our station's website and telephone line was paralyzed from calls wondering who Dark Wolf is. The audience's interest in you can't even compare with that of a celebrity. If Dark Wolf Nim appears on the broadcast, then it will be a huge jackpot. They brought me all the way to the broadcasting station just to say this? Hyunwoo sighed and shook his head. I'm thankful for the suggestion, but I already said that I have no intention of appearing on the broadcast. He didn't want his face to become well known, so he was unwilling to waste time with the broadcasting station. The station had contacted him many times, but he had always refused. His answer was still the same, especially with the interest concentrated further on him. There was no reason for him to accept the offer. But the team chief also shook his head. No, the request isn't for you to appear on the broadcast. But you talked about a contract? What I meant, you explain it to him. Yes, in the past I wanted Dark Wolf Nim to appear on the broadcast directly, but I realized I had the wrong idea after looking at the broadcaster's ratings. Lee Yoongyu explained to Hyunwoo. The wrong idea? It will be fine if Dark Wolf Nim appears as Dark Wolf. What are you talking about? In fact, our team had met up prior to this meeting. We were wondering why the video got such an absurd amount of interest. While there was already interest in the Lancel War thanks to the crime file and Dark Wolf Nim battled well, we think the biggest role is Dark Wolf's mystery as an unidentified warrior. An unidentified warrior, Dot. Yes, Dark Wolf Nim is a player who has only emerged 4 times. The Evil Silrian, the Siege of Sylvana, the Sutandal War, and now this incident. The users have never seen Dark Wolf outside of those incidents. It was natural. He only transformed during those times. Lee Yoongyu smiled and continued talking. In fact, the audience was also interested in the users with you. But their interest in those users weakened quickly. Whenever you appear, the interest is only focused on Dark Wolf Nim. That's because they don't know anything about Dark Wolf Nim. In addition, the users never know what to expect when you appear in a video. Yes, the psychology of the interest in Hyunwoo was similar to that of a masked wrestler. The broadcasting station came to the conclusion that this was the reason for the huge ratings. So if Hyunwoo appeared on the broadcast, then it would actually pour cold water on the viewers' interest. But it is hard to give up the overwhelming interest of the viewers. So the game exclusive news planning department has organized a segment once a week which will show Dark Wolf's gameplay. Since your face won't be directly shown and it will be possible to maintain the interest in Dark Wolf, wouldn't there be no burden on you? Hyunwoo felt refreshed by Lee Yoongyu's proposal. Certainly there was no reason for Hyunwoo to reject. The contract was no different from selling that netherworld exploration of a Wicked Wolf video. If Dark Wolf's identity was concealed and the audience ratings increased, then there was no need to worry about personal information leaking. Furthermore, he didn't have to make a separate video. He was already sending all videos of his gameplay to Global Exos. The station only required a 10-minute video once a week, so he just had to pick a decent video of Dark Wolf. It was a fixed income that would come in once a week. It was an unexpected chance. But there was one problem in selling the video. Hyunwoo already had a contract with Global Exos to send his videos to them. According to that agreement, Global Exos had the rights to all the videos ARC took. That right also extended to whether the video could be broadcasted on TV. He hadn't thought about that part when he had contacted the station about broadcasting the Lancel Defensive War. It wasn't until this morning that he had worried about the contract. If Global Exos decided it was a breach of contract, then it would be a serious problem. If I sign another contract, then I'll be sued. Anyway, he couldn't blindly sign the station's contract. The offer is appreciated, but I'll have to consult somewhere else before accepting. Hyunwoo sighed and replied, but Lee Yoongyu just nodded and said, I'm aware of that. Is it because of Global Exos? Huh? How do you know that? In fact, we got a phone call this morning from the planning department of Global Exos. At first they called to protest about the video. That's why our contact with Dark Wolf Nim is so delayed. Of course. Hyunwoo felt his heart fall. If the planning department of Global Exos called, then the problem might be more serious than Hyunwoo thought. However, the words which followed were completely unexpected. But then we received another call a little while ago. They said it didn't matter if Dark Wolf's video is broadcasted. They also sent someone to discuss the problem. Ark Nim. Then another man entered the meeting room and shouted. The person who called out was Ho Myung-won from Global Exos planning department. I tried to call your house, but you were already heading to the broadcasting station. Ho Myung-won wiped off his sweat as he ran in and took a seat. And he spoke with a mock dissatisfied look. By the way, what nonsense is this? Shouldn't you have consulted with me before seeing the video to the broadcasting station? Do you know how much I got yelled at by the team chief? Well, it's fine. I'll talk about that problem later. Ho Myung-won pulled out a few documents from his bag and said. I'm Ho Myung-won from Global Exos planning department. You already received a call about it in the morning, but Global Exos owns the rights to Ark's videos. But after a brief meeting, we decided it didn't matter. We've decided to think positively about the fact that Ark Nim's video was broadcasted on the game exclusive news. Ho Myung-won scratched his neck and continued speaking. In fact, the game publisher didn't have a problem with the broadcasting station. If the game showed on the broadcast, then the user's interest would concentrate and it would be followed by a rise in sales. Therefore, the game publishers actually lobbied the staff of the broadcasting station. However, the situation was different when it came to New World, which had millions of players. In addition, Hyunwoo's video was such a hit that it reached 35%. Therefore, as Hyunwoo signed an exclusive contract with him, Ho Myung-won was like his manager. However, there is one condition. Global Exos will check the video first and then will send it to the station. The planning department wanted to review Hyunwoo's videos first to check that there were no hints about the master code before sending it to the station. So they had no problem with the broadcasting station's contract. Lee Yoon-gyu looked through the contract and nodded. Then the fee will be 1.5 million won for every 10-minute video? Heek. 1 to 1.5 million won? Ark felt his breath catch as he listened to the copyright fee proposed by the broadcasting station. Of course, he had received 2 million won for the netherworld exploration of a wicked wolf. But that was a 2-hour movie. It was also selected as the winner of a special competition, so the price received was the prize. But this was 1.5 million won for a 10-minute video. Since it was broadcasted once a week, that was 6 million won in 1 month. He could receive an income of 6 million won without even moving a finger. This is a jackpot. Hyunwoo swallowed his saliva at the thought. Then Ho Myung-won muttered with a weird expression. 1.5 million won. That's less than I thought. I know the broadcaster's rating increased quite a bit. And the only thing the internet can talk about is the broadcast. Yet 1.5 million won for a 10-minute video when Ark Nim's gameplay increased the rating so much is a bit low, don't you think? 1.5 million won isn't a small amount for a game video. That's true, but 1.5 million won is a bit. Wait a minute. At that moment, Hyunwoo stood up and shouted. Wait a minute, I'm going to talk to this person and then come back in a bit. But it will only take a short time. Hyunwoo suddenly dragged Ho Myung-won out of the meeting room. After moving far away, he frowned and muttered. Why are you doing this? Why? 1.5 million won is being given for one game video. Don't I just have to edit and transfer the video? Yet why do you seem to be interfering? What is the problem with the game video that you said you would talk about later? Is this the team chief's way of getting revenge on me? I made a mistake, but... Hyunwoo cried out as he placed a hand on Ho Myung-won's shoulder, who muttered in a low voice. This is a problem. He couldn't understand. Ark would be really upset if the contract failed because Ho Myung-won interfered. It was 6 million yen in 1 month. That was plenty of reason for him to be upset if the contract failed. When Hyunwoo glared at him, Ho Myung-won spoke with an embarrassed expression. Well, there seems to be some kind of misunderstanding? What? You're the one interfering. Why am I interfering? It's because the figure was really below my expectations. Ho Myung-won then explained the circumstances. After the video was shown, the planning department also received offers from other broadcasting stations. They wanted to know the phone number of the user who appeared in the video. Yes, the game exclusive news wasn't the only game broadcast in South Korea. Since the broadcast attracted such attention from viewers, other broadcasting stations became interested in Dark Wolf. The highest amount proposed was 1.8 million won. 1 to 1.8 million won.
Ho Myung-won's mouth gaped open at Hyunwoo's words.
Hyunwoo had honestly thought that 1.5 million won was an extravagant price for a 10-minute video. However, 1.8 million won? If he had joyfully accepted the 1.5 million won contract, then wouldn't he have lost 300,000 won? It was unthinkable to Hyunwoo, but other broadcasting stations were really that interested in the video?
The situation has completely changed.
Ark's eyes turned to gold. This is an opportunity.
Hyunwoo's thoughts rolled through his head before he entered the meeting room again.
How about 3 million won for one video?
Lee Young-gyu and the team chief's faces stiffened at Hyunwoo's words.
Ho Myung-won's expression was even more amazed.
Of course, the audience rating for the video was 35%.
And the interest in Dark Wolf had run out of control. If they continued broadcasting Dark Wolf-related videos, then a considerable audience rating would be secured. But no matter what, it was still a game video.
When broadcasting other users' videos, it was customary to only give them a few 100,000 won. No, it was just fortunate that their videos were even being shown on TV.
Yet now he wanted 3 million won for a 10-minute video not related to a celebrity? It was unprecedented for the game-exclusive news, which was a low-budget program. But they'll have to accept.
Hyunwoo looked at the dumb faces Lee Young-gyu and the team chief were making and smiled. Hyunwoo had no interest in the circumstances of the broadcasting station.
But thanks to his underprivileged childhood, he had the ability to sense money. He sensed that it would be possible to ask for more money after listening to Ho Myung-won talk about other broadcasting stations.
I don't know much about broadcasting stations, but I know they fight among each other to get the highest ratings. And the game-exclusive news broadcasts at the same time as 2 other game broadcasts.
They are probably the ones who contacted Ho Myung-won. That was the reason why Hyunwoo had courage to ask for more money. Since Lee Young-gyu mentioned the ratings, they would do anything to secure Hyunwoo's guaranteed audience. Like he said, the viewers' interest would be concentrated on Hyunwoo whenever they saw a video. Yet they are trying to offer me a price 300,000 won lower than other broadcasting stations? If I had been hit in the back of the head with it, then my heart really would be upset. Anyway, the situation has completely changed now that I know about the other broadcasting stations. The possibilities are endless. The person holding the sword hilt is me. The power of Hyunwoo's video would increase the rating of the game-exclusive news. Then what would happen if that feed shifted to another broadcasting station?
Yes, Hyunwoo thought of all this after hearing Ho Myung-won's words. It was possible to decrease the ratings rather than increase them. The video could be used to increase the ratings of the broadcasting station. However, he could also use it to increase their ratings. Anyway, even if the deal isn't accepted, then I can get 1.8 million won elsewhere.
3 million won, that is.
The team chief's and Lee Young-gyu's resistance faded away at his next words.
Then I'll just have to go to S broadcasting station. Wait a minute.
When Hyunwoo turned around without any regrets, the team chief instantly jumped up and stopped him.
He hesitated for a while before sighing and mumbling. 2.5 million won. Any more than that will be a problem. I accept.
Then the fee for the video this time will be 3 million won instead.
Hyunwoo smiled and drove in a wedge.
Thus Hyunwoo managed to get a fee for the video copyright at 8 times the price. The price per video was 2.5 million won. Along with the 5 million won contract deposit money, he also received 3 million won for the Lancel defensive war video. So he left the broadcasting station with 8 million won.
However, there was still one problem remaining for Hyunwoo.
The issue with the Global EXO's breach of contract seemed to be resolved somehow.
However, the rights of all ARC's videos belonged to Global EXO's.
If Hyunwoo wanted to broadcast the video on TV, then he should also pay a certain amount of the fee to Global EXO's.
Do I have to give a part of the copyright fee to Global EXO's?
He had just received money and now it felt like he was being robbed.
However, Ho Myung-won shook his head and said, the original agreement was that Global EXO's would receive 30%.
But Ho Myung-woo decided to discuss it with the team after seeing the results. Like I said when explaining the contract, the broadcasting station will have to receive our agreement first before they can post the video.
If the contract is kept, then all future copyright fees will be paid entirely to ArcNim.
In other words, it had to go through prior censorship.
But Hyunwoo didn't care as long as he earned money. Really? Thank you. No, we should be thanking you instead. Ha?
Ho Myung-won smiled at Hyunwoo's confusion.
Didn't I tell you?
I was yelled at by the team chief because of ArcNim's video.
Oh, I'm sorry. The circumstances. It's okay. It's because ArcNim showed the video that an unexpected thing occurred. What does that mean? Actually, we received a call from the head office this morning.
After the video was shown yesterday, at least 7 million new users have signed up for New World.
Can you believe it? Yes, that was the reason why Ho Myung-won was excited this morning.
Thanks to Hyunwoo's video, there was an explosion of interest in New World.
The number of those people was 7 million. And 40,000 people have also bought the game unit.
The unit was tens of millions of won, and combined with the subscription amount for New World, Global Exos had received hundreds of billions in sales in just one day.
It was an astronomical amount beyond imagination. What? Then isn't it Global Exos who received the profit in the end? He thought sarcastically.
Anyway, the standards were in an entirely different world. Billions of won going into their pocket was like millions of won going into other people's pocket. Anyway, I still received 8 million won.
In 2 months I can make 20 million won.
His heart warmed after his wallet became thicker. I'll treat you to a meal since you came all the way here.
Huh? No, you don't have to. It's okay.
There is a place where I used to work part-time near here.
It won't be a burden. It's not a very expensive place. Then I guess. Since it is already like this. Ho Myung-won was unable to decline and ended up following Hyunwoo.
After crossing several lanes.
This is it? The food here tastes pretty good.
It was also a good job. Hyunwoo laughed as he looked at the simple tent erected on a vacant land. A phrase was written on top of the tent. Assisted by the youth campaign, Sandwich 20001.
Proceeds will go towards public utilities. Someone who just received 8 million won is treating me to a 2001 sandwich? Ho Myung-won looked at Hyunwoo with an amazed expression.
But Hyunwoo just lifted an eyebrow and ordered a sandwich before sitting down.
Buying a meal for 2001 is a luxury.
By the way, my mother's wheelchair is also very old.
I have a large sum of money, so I should change it to an electric wheelchair. Didn't I see on the internet that the best electric wheelchair costs 6 million won? Well, it is fine if the price is that much. Hyunwoo smiled happily as he ate his sandwich.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 18 Chapter 7. ACT-7 Lancel's new town plan. Appa, is it finished? Roko approached the warehouse with sparkling eyes.
Ark nodded with a tired complexion and handed her a scroll.
Yes, it's done. This is the catalog. Wah, when arranged like this it really is no joke. Roko's mouth widened as Ark handed her the scroll and she unfolded it.
There were 10 scrolls with lists of various ingredients written on it. It was hard work but very rewarding. Ark looked at the scroll with satisfaction. After returning from the broadcasting station, Ark had stayed at the warehouse for several hours creating the scrolls. Thanks to that, Ark completely looked like a wet rag, but he felt satisfied. It was unnecessary to explain again, but the battle for Lancel Village was vital for Arkansas. During that time he barely ate at all. He was so worried about the situation that he wondered if he would have to jump off the Han River Bridge. But thanks to some smart and excellent strategies, Ark had overcome the desperate crisis. And there was always a big chance after a crisis was conquered. Of course, not everyone received that chance after the crisis. The only way was to help themselves. Ark never stopped thinking about how can I earn money from this battle. In every situation. Since chaotic users were attacking the village, Ark couldn't overlook the equipment of Jules Group. When a chaotic user died, there was a 100% chance of dropping one equipment. In other words, the equipment piled up after wiping out Jules' 500-strong group. The problem is how to collect all of it. Apart from the NPCs from the village, he had also mobilized 400 users in this defensive war. It would be impossible for him to remove all the users and collect the equipment. Of course, if Ark and Raiden ran around, then they could collect some equipment, but a lot would be claimed by other users. It would be extremely vexing that he couldn't 100% monopolize it. Ark's pride couldn't tolerate having such a huge sum of money taken away. So he came up with the method to make Raiden an airborne troop. Ark was able to grasp the battlefield thanks to the split screens. He instantly knew the location where a lot of Jules Group had died. Once he received that information, he would send Raiden wrapped around Rackard to that area. It was a strategy to urgently swallow the items as soon as they dropped. Hopefully I can monopolize 30-40%. The problem is that the users might notice Raiden. But there was some unforeseen good fortune once the battle started. Heavy rain started pouring down. The dark clouds also obscured the sky, making it a pitch-black night. Moreover, the relentless rains turned the ground to mud. With protective coloration, Raiden was difficult to distinguish by the users and he managed to swallow the equipment. And the darkness, rain and mud were all helpful to Raiden. Raiden used stalking and could quickly find the equipment near the corpses before swallowing them. After swallowing too much, he would have to throw it up at the store's warehouse before returning to the battlefield. So Raiden had managed to swallow 213 equipment. In addition, Ark had also collected 38 items while running around. The total sum was 251 equipment. Ark and Raiden had managed to sweep up 50% of the loot. Oh, this is spectacular. Ark shed impressed tears after the battle as he saw the 251 equipment piled up in the warehouse.
A mountain of Japtum. No, to be exact, it was a pile of money. Now I just have to sell it. If he couldn't sell the lot, then he wouldn't get any money from it. However, there was a problem when he thought about how to sell it. When he put the item in the bag, there was no restrictions in volume, but once taken outside it would return to the original volume. Furthermore, all the items collected this time was equipment. Just one metal armor would occupy considerable space. The store wouldn't be able to display all 251 equipment. I guess I have to display it little by little until it sells. But the shelves in Ark's store were already filled with various items. Even if he created more space, he would only be able to display 10 equipment. He had more than 200 equipment, yet he could only display 10. I have to think of a plan to quickly get rid of those items. Then Ark had a sudden idea. It was to create a catalog of the items. Armor, weapons, gloves, shoes, leathers, metal. The equipment was divided into their category and the performance written down. If there was a detailed list, then the shelves weren't necessary to promote the goods to customers. Yes, the scrolls Ark handed to Roko were the catalog. Well, the idea of a catalog wasn't exactly new. However, there was something different about the catalog Ark created. I have to buy thing for as cheap as possible and then sell it for as high as possible. But it will irritate customers if I sell it for too high a price. The way to stimulate the customer's desire to buy. Once again, Ark knew that the interest in Dark Wolf transcended imagination. Ark was confused by such popularity, but he knew about the interest after his experience at the broadcasting station. There is no reason not to use it. Ark thought about using the name Dark Wolf for business. Ark had a description from Dark Wolf written on the catalog for each item. Halbin's jackknife, magic. Armor type, dagger. Attack, 20-operator 22. Durability, 90/90ths. Weight, 20. User restriction, level 220 or higher with thief profession. A sharp retractable dagger. Among all dagger weapons, this one on average is one of the fastest. As the folding dagger is good for hiding it on the body, a lot of thieves tend to use it. Halbin's jackknife is a cruel and brutal weapon known for having poison coated on it. Option, agility plus 18, due to the acid poison there is a 20% chance of causing the opponent to be poisoned for 5 minutes. Asterisk Dark Wolf's product description, after trying it out, the 20% chance of poison is very good. Since a thief relies on continuous hits, a weapon which sucks health over time is the best type of weapon. It is recommended for both hunting and PvP. Your level might be insufficient, but you won't regret it if you buy it in advance. Asterisk recommended price, 69 gold and 99 silver. Old steel helmet. Armor type, steel helmet. Defense, 48. Durability, 120/120. Weight, 33. User restriction, level 200 or higher with warrior profession. An ordinary steel helmet. The iron it is made of isn't very good, so you can't expect a large defense from it. Asterisk Dark Wolf's product description, if you look at the explanation then you know it is an ordinary helmet. But it only has 10 less defense than a magic helmet which costs 50 gold extra. In addition, the added stats on a magic helmet wouldn't be that much. If you consider the performance of the helmet and its price, this is a good fit with other magic items. Asterisk recommended price, 19 gold and 99 silver. It was a similar method as attaching the video of Dark Wolf to the auction site. In addition, he was even more famous than he was before. Dark Wolf was promoting items in the village where the actual Dark Wolf was active. Moreover, while Ark was creating the catalog, he restored the durability using advanced magic restoration. It would be difficult to sell it while the durability was decreased from the battle, therefore he worked several hours without a break restoring the items and writing their descriptions, but it was all for the sake of his future income. The equipment collected this time are mostly general items, but I'm not upset about it. He knew that Jules Group wouldn't drop any expensive equipment. The battle they started was one in which they risked life and death.
Of course, they needed to secure a minimum offense and defense in order to increase the success rate, so they used general items. And the rear support of the secret society were equipped with magic items. Surprisingly, the total sum for the products in the catalog was 8,750 gold. He could obtain 87.5 million won from the 251 items Jewel dropped. As expected, war is the most profitable business to earn money. He earned that much income in one day, so he couldn't feel tired. But that wasn't all of Ark's income. Take this. What is it? It's the insurance money. If the users come, then please check their contracts and distribute it. Ark said as he handed her a large purse of money. Yes, it was the earnings from Ark's compensation insurance. The insurance was needed in order to persuade users to enter the war after they worried about having their equipment stolen. But when considering the circumstances, it was quite a lucrative business. That's because during a war it wasn't profitable to continuously use the scrolls. That's it. That's at least 2,500 gold profit. As expected, Ark made a significant profit by the end of the fight. However, there were two unexpected variables at the very last moment. Those bastards, if they were going to die, then they should have just died. Is this a joke? If they wanted to commit suicide, then why didn't they just jump into the Han River? It was because of the Suicide Squad's biggest weapon. Since they were using a kamikaze-style attack on the village, he had no choice but to extend the insurance payout to equipment that were broken from the self-destruct. Thanks to that, the damage of Lancel village barely stayed below 30%, but he had to pay out a lot of insurance money. So the payout ended up adding to 1,800 gold. Well, there's still 700 gold remaining. Their equipment broke, but the users managed to stop the self-destruct. If all the equipment broke, he would have suffered a loss of 1,000 gold. The thought of his 2,500 gold being shaved down by 1,800 gold was heartbreaking. It can't be helped. I made some profit, so I should be satisfied. Ark soothed his pain with the thought. And the situation wasn't completely heartbreaking. He obtained 8,750 gold from the equipment. The insurance business was 700 gold. This cleanup of this battle alone got him a profit of 9,450 gold. He also received 8 million offline from signing the contract with the broadcasting station. On the other hand, not only did he take profit from Jewel's group, but they were also in jail. Even if he couldn't put all 500 members into a jail cell, putting half of them in wasn't bad. He had managed to eradicate some pests and make money. As expected, a person has to have an aggressive mind. He never would have got all of this if he kept his passive attitude. But Ark had no intention of being satisfied with this much. This victory is just a foothold in my future plans. Ark sensed the time to start the plan he prepared beforehand was fast approaching. No, to be exact, it had already begun. But it is still premature. There is still a lot of work to be done. And the thing that is most necessary is money. I've put most of it into real estate, but I still need a bit more. I need to tighten my belt even more. Appa, where are you going? Roko's voice, who received the insurance payout, could be heard. Well, I need to do a few things before I return. You will return to the warehouse later? It's been a while since I've seen you. Roko whined like a child. And Sapjil and Ulmiak, who were carrying things from the warehouse to store, looked like they wanted to vomit. Then Roko turned her back and started whistling as she looked at the distant mountains. Ark laughed before tapping Roko on the back and said, I understand. When my business ends, then we'll go hunting together. Really? You promise? Roko laughed and returned to the store. Ark exited the store and walked around surveying the village. The shattered wreckage of buildings caught his eye. At the end of the battle, Ark confirmed that 23% of the structures had been damaged. It wasn't a small amount of damage. That meant 1 in 4 buildings had received damage. And out of the 60 buildings damaged, 30 had been so destroyed that repairing them was impossible. Just looking around the town, it could be seen how intense the battle was. Therefore, the real estate market price had fallen by 30% compared to before the battle. Ark had a 4% stake in Lancel village, so he also suffered significant losses. But Ark didn't worry about it. It is highly likely that this battle will cause Lancel village to grow instead. After the TV broadcast of the Lancel defensive war, it wasn't just Dark Wolf, Shambhala, Bread, and Redian who became famous. Lancel, which was the stage for the battle, also became incredibly famous. It hadn't even been one day since the battle ended, yet a large number of users had flocked from nearby areas. It was similar to tourists gathering at movie or drama location shoots. Wow, it really is the same as what I saw on TV. Look here. This is the building that was destroyed by the thieves' self-destruct skill.
Oh. I saw it. Let's take a photo here. The users went around taking photos of the building wreckage. Ark couldn't understand why, but it was good that a lot of people had gathered. The development of an NPC village depended on how many users visited it. Money was always located where a lot of people gathered. Without this fame, it would take a long time for the real estate market to recover. If a lot of users gathered, then it's not unpleasant. Ark smirked and exited the residential area. Then he suddenly saw Bread hiding behind a building. Bread had played the game for almost 24 hours, so he disconnected for a bit. Hey, Bread. Ark waved his hand and approached as he found Bread. Then Bread jumped with astonishment and quickly looked around. He sighed with relief as he saw Ark and grabbed his arm before pulling him behind a building. What? What is it? Shoo. You idiot, don't be so loud. Bread looked around and whispered in a low voice. What's going on? Did you meet a debt collector or something? Damn, I would have preferred the creditors. Bread sighed before suddenly glaring at Arkansas. Yes, that's right. You are the source. This is all your fault. What are you talking about? What did I do? If you hadn't shown my face on TV. Are you running away from creditors who found you? That's not it. Are you playing around? Bread looked at Ark with an angry expression. The reason Bread was in a 100% annoyed state was because of the users gathered in Lancel Village. Yes, Bread's face was shown nationwide on the TV. In other words, he had become famous. Of course, Bread and Redian were already known as Bristania's strongest pair, so they were already celebrities. But their previous success was nothing compared to what happened after their faces were shown on TV. The users who found Bread and Redian in the village flocked like sparrows that had discovered earthworms. What are your levels? What technique was that? Where did you learn it from? What equipment do you use? I also wear leather equipment, so where can I get some as good as yours? Bread and Redian were annoyed by their relentless chirping. If it was just that much, I could endure it. It is just like Paradon. Bread sighed and shook his head. The problem was the school-aged users. When creating a character in New World, it was possible to choose the age. Thus it was impossible to know the user's actual age just looking at the character's appearance. But it was possible to tell if someone often played online games. Who the school-aged children were, of course, they didn't vary that much from general users. The problem was that the childish users often didn't let go once they caught something. And Bread had been tightly caught by them. Hey, are you Bread? How did you fight that well? Can you teach me? The childish users chased after Bread like goldfish. Thanks to that, Bread's blood pressure went up as he couldn't escape them. But how could the village hero murder them? While Bread was chaotic, he had been using the lie scroll in order to prevent being kicked out of the village. The same went for Redian. Furthermore, the opponents were just kids. Wouldn't it be slightly embarrassing if they used their power on them? Therefore Redian had separated from Bread and disconnected. However, Bread had a reason for not stopping the connection like Redian. Damn! I decided to go hunting with the Woolrang at a nearby cave, but I can't do that with those kids around. The Woolrang will have to wait. After participating in the battle, his intimacy with the Woolrang had increased greatly. Therefore, Bread's dream of having a good relationship with the dog/wolf was coming true. That was the best reward Bread got from this battle. And as soon as the battle ended, he made an appointment to go hunting with the Woolrang. But now he couldn't go to the meeting place while being chased after by the schoolchildren. If they chased him all the way to the hunting grounds, then it would be unbearable. The dreadful power of the schoolchildren made the level 410 Bread hide from them. How should he say it? Was it courageous or ignorant? TSK, this is really troublesome. Anyway, Ark looked at Bread with pitying eyes after understanding the circumstances. But this problem occurred because he didn't wear a mask or transform himself like Arkansas. But hiding the face after finally getting to go on TV was a bit. Then keep up the effort. I have things to do. I hope you escaped safely. Wait a minute, can't you do something? Like what? You're more famous than me. If you transform into Dark Wolf and attract their attention. No thanks. After transforming into Dark Wolf, Ark would be buried in users. Why would he intentionally transform himself into Dark Wolf? When Ark snorted and refused, Bread shouted angrily. Do you really want to be that uncooperative? Because of you I participated in the war. Ah, there he is. I've found him. Catch him. At that time a hobbit shouted and pointed towards Bread. It was the childish user's annoying Bread. Bread's face instantly became confused as the hobbit appeared and he ran away.
Then the hobbit cursed and started chasing after Bread.
Damn Ark, you should help me a little bit. How? The school kids are frightening. I'll just pretend I didn't see this. Ark pretended not to hear Bread's SOS and turned around.
Then a playful smile spread on his face as he wandered around.
Speaking of which, how is that guy doing? Blue sword. Ark looked around as a hobbit yelled. The place it was coming from was the wreckage of a building. One man was sitting down in front of it. It was the masked Shambhala wearing black clothes. The hobbits had found another celebrity and flocked around Shambhala. Oh, thanks, Ark.
Shambhala, I'll leave this to you. The hobbits who had been chasing Bread showed interest in Shambhala and Bread instantly escaped.
Meanwhile, the hobbits just laughed at the sight of their new toy. Ha ha ha, your blue sword? What this is? Shambhala looked at the hobbits with bewildered eyes.
While he had been lost in thought, he hadn't realized he was in the same area as Bread in Arkansas.
Are you pretending ignorance? How did you fight that well? Can you teach me? Hoo, if you want to hit then hit me. The guards will protect us. The hobbits laughed as they irritated Shambhala. Now, what will Shambhala do? Ark smirked and waited for Shambhala's reaction.
Then Shambhala rose from his seat without speaking a word. Then he opened both hands and swept the hobbits inside the dim alley.
Shambhala's voice could then be heard from the alley. Death's agent. Bam, 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 bam. Hick, what the? What is with this person? Save me, heek.
After a while, a hobbit crawled from the alley with a bruised face. But before the hobbit could escape the alley, a hand grabbed his ankle and dragged him back in.
And the sounds started again. He took care of the school kid's situation in seconds. What a scary guy. Shambhala was completely different from Bread. If he didn't like someone then he would beat them up. That was Shambhala. However, Shambhala also had a weakness. After beating up the school kids, Shambhala once again appeared and flopped down in front of the shattered building with a sigh. Damn. How dare they destroy Sutandal's branch here with self-destruct? If she finds out that it has been destroyed then Isabel will be worried. It can't be helped. I'll have to secretly fix it before Isabel finds out, even if I have to use my personal funds.
Number 358, keep it a secret from Isabel that our branch has received damage.
Understood? By the way, do you know what is necessary to repair this building? Shambhala sighed again as he rummaged through his bag. Yes, the buildings damaged by the battle would be repaired using the village's public funds. However, the Sutandal branch was the property of the Eastern Nation. Thus the Eastern Nation would have to bear the cost of the repair fees. Bread and Shambhala, everyone has their own worries. Ark clicked his tongue as he stared at the dismal-looking Shambhala. Well, it's none of my business. Their weaknesses make them easy to use. Ark muttered with an evil smile. Bread and Redian really liked dogs and cats. Isabel was also Shambhala's weakness. Once Ark grasped their weaknesses, he was able to use it to his advantage. Actually, Shambhala, Bread and Redian had participated in the battle because of that. Therefore he couldn't understand their complicated lives. Compared to that, money isn't bad. It is simple. Ark muttered before turning to the residents with a dark look and sighing. The smile on Ark's face had completely disappeared. In fact, Ark didn't just feel satisfied from the results of this battle. While Shambhala had a weakness, Ark also had something like that. The NPCs that I know and associated with. Ark looked at the NPCs with a bittersweet look. They were NPCs who had lost family in the battle. Yes, the damage was less than expected, but 13% of residents were still lost. The total population was 700 people and 13% of that had died. That was 90 NPCs sacrificed. Of course, this battle determined whether Lancel was destroyed or not. He knew that a certain amount would be lost, but the 13% sacrifice was more than expected. Theoretically, I know. Although I know, if it was a different place then he would have enjoyed the victory. However, Ark was the one who convinced the residents to relocate to Lancel. While Ark had been worried about Lancel's future, they were all power Ark had been acquainted with. Those NPCs had disappeared. While users could just revive, the NPCs were in existence that disappeared when they died, so his chest was in pain. But the NPCs were already dead. Galen had already arranged for the funerals of the victims and paid compensation to their grieving families, so there was nothing he could do. Yes, my chest hurts because of the NPCs, but let's think about protecting the ones remaining. Now I have to quickly begin my plan for the remaining NPCs. I have to stop even more NPCs from being sacrificed. Ark became determined and headed towards the town hall.
Ark had already made some plans for the future after the battle finished. No, it was because of the battle that his plans for the future became clear. But before that plan could be implemented, he had to clean up everything first. One of them was the Find New Settlers quest. Since the battle finished, he was going to receive the compensation and then start the next plan. Although the sacrifice of the residents is heartbreaking, but public affairs was public affairs.
I have to bring all things to an end. Now the chances of Galen giving a rare or unique item wasn't very high. Then will I be given more shares in the village?
Ark tilted his head at the thought of the compensation.
A share in the village isn't bad.
Even if it is 1% and the market price fell, it would still be 2,000 gold. Besides, once the price increases in the future, then it will be 100 times better than an item.
But nevertheless, there is a possibility that he will give an item as reward. Perhaps? Maybe Galen has an heirloom hidden or something?
It was a quest which took 1 year and 6 months to complete.
Whatever compensation it was, Ark couldn't be disappointed. Finally. After a short time, Ark arrived at the town hall.
Then he entered with his heart pounding.
Ark, you've come.
Galen, who was at the town hall, grabbed Ark's hand.
Oh, was he waiting for me to come? Ark came to a hasty conclusion and became even more eager. Anyway, Galen knew he liked money. Wasn't it a nice feeling when an NPC was eager to hand over compensation? Well, it is natural. Don't you know? Lancel Village is like my home. Fighting for Lancel Village is an honorable thing to me. You can ask for anything in the future. Oh, thank you. As expected, I can only believe in you. Ha ha ha. Well, it is natural.
Ark boldly laughed and secretly reached out his hand. He was expecting to receive his reward now. And Galen nodded before pulling out a scroll and handed it to him.
Scroll? Is the compensation a share in the village? That was the only thing he could think when seeing the scroll. A share in the village isn't bad. The question is how much percentage I was given. Ha! Perplexity spread on Ark's face as he opened the scroll. The scroll didn't indicate a transfer of village shares. Village Reconstruction Supervisor Appointment.
You have been nominated by the Council of Lancel Village to be in charge of the village reconstruction.
The guidelines for the reconstruction work are enclosed on the reverse side.
Temporary Mayor of Lancel Village, Galen.
What is this? Village Reconstruction Supervisor Appointment? Is this really the reward? Ark looked at the appointment scroll with a stupid expression.
Then Galen tapped Ark's shoulder and said, "Although I should be the one in charge of the work, there is an urgent situation and I need to leave for several days.
So I wanted to choose the right person. You're the only one I can entrust it to.
I feel sorry for dumping this on you, but I am relieved by your previous words."
Then please do this for me. You're going? Where are you going? No, my reward. I'm sorry. I'm really in a hurry. I'll give you the details when I return. Wait a minute. I'll be back in a few days. Galen then disappeared into the crowd. After Galen disappeared, a quest information window appeared in front of Arkansas. Find New Settlers subquest has been updated.
Asterisk subquest, Lancel Village Defensive War equals Lancel Village's reconstruction project.
Thanks to your efforts, Lancel Village has been protected from a band of thieves. Unfortunately, the damage Lancel Village received wasn't a small amount. If it is left alone, then the satisfaction of the residents will fall.
The war will only truly end when the village is restored to its previous state. The interim mayor Galen has left the village reconstruction to you, who have obtained the trust of the residents. Repair the village within the budget of Lancel Village.
You cannot fail this quest.
However, if you give up this quest, then you can't receive any compensation for the Find New Settlers quest.
Difficulty?
Additional fact, the reconstruction of the village will depend on several numbers such as commerce, development, etc.
The compensation for the quest will be paid when the village reconstruction is finished. However, the additional compensation received will depend on the percentage of completion for the village reconstruction. Sub-quest? Ark read the information window with shocked eyes. When Galen had run away and pushed the quest on him, anger instantly welled up. He went to all that trouble during the Lancel defensive war and now he had to reconstruct the village as well? What? Isn't this just taking advantage of a nice guy? I might be busy.
Now he had to do this task as well.
At that moment, some raccoon workmen wearing helmets emerged from the crowd.
Arknim, please give us some orders.
Damn, I don't know.
Ark snapped at the raccoons, causing them to flinch. They suddenly looked at Ark with worried eyes before starting to back away.
Why all of a sudden?
I don't know, but he doesn't seem pleasant right now.
What do we do? The water is already drying up and we don't know where to start working.
But we have to repair the damaged buildings as well.
We need instructions from Arknim to begin that work. Yes, we'll have to talk to him even if he looks unpleasant. The raccoons finished a sneaky work meeting and approached. Arknim, do you want us to rebuild Lancel Village the same way as it previously was? I don't care. Ark yelled and turned his body. He knew there was an audience. But despite it being a quest, wasn't it too horrible? Telling a person expecting compensation to suddenly supervise the reconstruction? Although he could receive additional compensation depending on the percentage of compensation, Ark didn't care about the reconstruction work. The raccoons were the ones clearing the debris of the collapsed building, so what could Ark do? Damn, that quest is just a waste of time. Ark complained and was returning to his store. Then there was an abrupt spark in his brain. Wait? Reconstruction? Construction? Ark stopped walking and looked around with bemused eyes. The village entrance, plaza, shopping center, and residential street. Ark looked at the structure of the village before he had an idea. Maybe, this might be a chance. No, it definitely is an opportunity. Ark reached that conclusion and immediately returned to the town hall. Then he interrupted the raccoons who were about to return to their workshop and laughed. I gratefully accept the Positon as supervisor of the Lancel reconstruction project. Before starting work, please have a filling meal. You'll need your strength for the work. Arknim, the wood has arrived. A group of raccoons arrived carrying a bunch of wood planks. Don't disrupt the passage, so set it down in that corner. Arknim, the stone has arrived. It'll be used to repair the outer stone walls, so please pile it up there. Ark flew around and issued orders. Once Ark accepted the supervisor role, the Lancel reconstruction project began in earnest. Dock tack, suck sack, suck sack. Excited sounds rang out through the village. The wreckage of the old buildings was cleared away and scaffolds for the new buildings were erected. The former thieves who had changed professions to workmen from the raccoons were hammering in nails at the scaffolds for the new buildings. The scene really looked like the construction of a new village. Once all the NPCs in Lancel were mobilized, the entrance already looked like the old one. However, Ark's goal wasn't to restore the old look. Was I crazy? Did I really say there was no profit from this? Yes, previously Ark hadn't cared about the reconstruction project. Therefore there was no need for him to help out or give individual orders. Ho-hoo-hoo, luckily I thought of an amazing idea. Ark smiled and praised himself. Arknim. One of the raccoons called out to him and approached. I've been looking at the blueprints distributed by Arknim. Those buildings over there are so damaged that we'll have to destroy it while it is possible to restore that building. But there is a building that isn't shown on the blueprint. Was there a mistake? The raccoon pointed to a building at the entrance of the village. In fact, most of the Lancel buildings damaged were in a similar style. There were several buildings which the Suicide Squad didn't directly hit. Since the users stopped the Suicide Squad, most of the buildings had been indirectly damaged. The building the raccoon indicated had a perfect interior but several cracks on the outer walls. However, Ark shook his head. No, it's not a mistake. Ha? Then? Destroy any buildings that aren't listed on the blueprint. Destroy? But the building can be repaired and used. The raccoon couldn't understand Ark's words. Can't you understand by looking at the blueprint? The front of that building is blocking the entrance. It is the first thing that guests here will see. Of course it can be repaired, but wouldn't the marks from repairing it make it an unseemly sight? I don't want that building to be the first image of our village. Would you want the village to be disagreeable to guests? But it will look better if we repair it. Are you the supervisor? Ark shot the raccoon an annoyed look. Then the raccoon hung his tail and hesitated. I have my own way of thinking. Stop chattering and just do it. I understand. The raccoon nodded and turned around. Then Ark opened the blueprint and checked it again. Ah, and build a new road from the building and heading to this direction. The necessary materials for the road are prepared and flank the road on both sides with a flower bed. The seedlings are already prepared by the meow, so you just have to put down the foundations. A road?
Well, the village will grow in the future, so we'll have to do some readjustments to the village plan. We don't want to be inferior to other villages.
Ark laughed as he spoke. Okay, it is gradually turning into the village I want.
Ark looked proudly at the village that was slowly changing. Yes, the reason why Ark changed his mind about the reconstruction project was because he thought this is the chance to make the village I want. In fact, Ark hadn't really liked the previous structure of Lancel Village. The original Lancel Village was a small mountain village with 30 buildings. And it had been 1 year and 6 months. It had grown increasingly larger as more beasts and people resettled here. Therefore, the 30 buildings kept on increasing as more residents moved here.
Gradually, stores popped up, and the place where there were no buildings became the town square.
It was no different from a real growth process. Thus, there were also issues that occurred in reality.
Just like any old city, it wasn't really balanced. From the beginning, a large town hadn't been planned, so they just built buildings where necessary.
Sometimes houses made of wood or stone were mixed indiscriminately, and sometimes lanes were blocked by a new building. It was so uncomfortable that sometimes the people living there would have to exit through their neighbor's back door.
Ark thought the reconstruction project was a good chance to fix the issue. Fortunately, Lancel Village has abundant public funds.
When he first thought up the plans, Ark had checked the amount of public funds available. If there wasn't an abundant budget, then it wasn't possible to begin the construction. But the budget was really rich.
Lancel Village was one co-produced and built by the X-Thieves, Raccoons, Meow, and the Woolrang.
So the proceeds earned in the village went into the public funds. Thus, the reconstruction business didn't just involve the collapsed buildings.
Anyway, thanks to that, the public funds weren't a problem.
Ark also hadn't used any of the public funds to hire users, so he could invest that money back into the reconstruction projects. And the person in charge of the reconstruction was Ark. As the supervisor, Ark visited the cartographer Hansen. Then he commissioned him to produce a perfect town blueprint.
It is a good idea.
The structure of the town has also been weighing on my mind. The village will have to do some maintenance if it wants to grow bigger in the future.
Hansen strongly agreed with Ark's idea and spent all night working on the blueprint.
Then he handed the blueprint to the raccoons.
However, Ark's wicked scheme was hidden in the blueprint. If the village changes according to the plan, the appearance of Lancel Village would certainly be cleaner than before. However, it was entirely for the sake of Lancel Village.
Once again, Lancel Village was recovering from an attack by Jules' group. And Jules' main target was Ark's store. Therefore, the suicide squads had headed towards Ark's store from the entrance. In other words, the buildings that received the most damage were between the village entrance and Ark's store.
Then couldn't he use it as an excuse to remove all the buildings during the reconstruction project? Then Ark's store can be seen as someone enters the village. Yes, this was the hidden motive behind Ark's reconstruction projects.
In fact, Ark had another reason not to like the structure of Lancel Village. Thanks to Ark's hard work, he had finally managed to receive a store building in the village. The building was located deep in the residential section of the village. Thus, it was hard for users to find Ark's store when they first entered the village. Even if they had visited beforehand and knew where the location was, they would have to travel through a complicated route from the shopping area to reach Ark's store.
I can't afford to have any customers stolen away by NPC stores. All the users who come to Lancel are my customers. I can't miss even one customer.
Therefore, Ark removed all the buildings blocking his store and built a road to it.
Once entering the village, it will be visible within 3 minutes. This was Ark's final goal with the reconstruction project.
And the plan became obvious in a few days.
After knocking down the buildings according to the blueprint, Ark's shop could be seen from 3 village entrances. However, it wasn't enough. Now lay out the road and create the flower bed.
Ark started the second stage after the building finished being demolished. It was a road connected Ark's store to the village entrance. But the road had been completely designed by Arkansas. Using black and white pebbles, he created a design of an arrow on the road. The arrow pointed right to Ark's store. The flower beds were also the same. The plants and flowers were carefully laid and pruned to lead towards Ark's store. Now any users who entered the village would unconsciously look at Ark's store. And the third thing was the new signposts in the village.
Shopping area.
Village square. Residential area, Ark's store. There was no need to explain the village signpost. The entire village was like an advertisement for Ark's store. Of course, protests came in from other NPC stores. But the supervisor in charge of the reconstruction project was Ark.
Ark played dumb and pretended not to know anything. Why are the paving stones laid like this? What happened to the flower bed? Ha, this sign.
He pretended that something had gone wrong with the task instructions.
But it can't be helped. All this time and money has been spent, so how can we just demolish the road? The next chance I have, I'll adjust it. Ark's skill to prevaricate was just like a politician's. And thanks to the TV broadcast, many players flocked to Ark's store as planned. But Ark wasn't satisfied with just that. He had to strike while it was still hot. There is an enormous volume of equipment guaranteed by Dark Wolf. It is a great opportunity to purchase level 15300 equipment at a cheap price. Asterisk, a 3-day 10% sales event is in progress. Ark had placed such placards in front of his store. It was an opportunity to get rid of the equipment obtained from Jules Group. As planned, the users flocked around the catalog and ordered goods. I want item number 96, the jackknife that Dark Wolf used directly. Item number 140 that Dark Wolf recommended, the nameless bow. Once one item sold, a fire would be lit and the remaining items sold. The other goods in the store would also be sold. I have change left, so give me one herbal medicine set. 2 potions please. Ah, yes. Sap, Jill and Olmiak said with tearful eyes as they took the orders. They were so busy that Ark's summons had to be put to work. Well. Who ordered the potions just now? Me. A user's hands raised as Rackard flew over their heads. Then Rackard headed towards the user with Raiden clinging to him. Here are you things. Sack. Raiden's mouth opened and he spat out the potion. Give the money to the skeleton over there. Next, the person who ordered the herbal medicine set. Clack. While Rackard flew to other users, the skeletal Razak approached the user. With a clink, the potions were paid for and the skeleton laughed before approaching the next customer. There were so many guests that they all couldn't enter the store, so Ark used his summons for a street sale. But the desperate plan he came up with was more popular than expected. A bat is taking our orders while a snake spits it out? This skeleton is receiving the money without any supervision? So fun. That skeleton was also on TV. The one with the fire shield. I've also seen that bat and snake before. They were with Dark Wolf. So this shop really is related to Dark Wolf. How amazing. I'm here, so one scroll please. Me too. 1 herbal medicine set. Ho, I am the Dark Wolf you're talking about. Ark looked at the users gathered in front of the store from far away and laughed. The gold was flying from their hands into Ark's pocket. The reconstruction of Lancel's new town plan is 80% complete, the remainder is entrusted to the raccoons. But Ark still had one thing to do that was separate from the reconstruction. The work related to Ark's store was just a part of it. Ark called over the raccoons. Have you finished the construction on the square? Now I want a new structure to be built near the center of the square. Please refer to the draft on the reverse side of the blueprint. Ha! This wasn't in the plans. The raccoons carefully looked at the draft. The structure Ark wanted built was a huge tower 10 meters in height. It was a flash tower made of marble. It was a structure that used 4,000 gold in the budget by itself. But it is an essential structure. Please hurry. Ark ordered with determination. Then the raccoons started to express their dissatisfaction. What? This structure? It also seems like there is some writing on the outside of the structure. Don't tell me it is a propaganda signboard for Ark's store? The village has been attacked and everybody is in great pain, but Arknim is only using the public money to advertise his store. I'm disappointed. It was impossible for the NPCs doing the reconstruction not to figure out that the reconstruction was just improving the location of Ark's store. Even if he was the savior who helped the village, it was too much. And now he wanted them to do this as well? The residents of the village were still grieving and they couldn't stand such greed. Even if the residents trusted Ark unconditionally, this was too much for them. What are you doing? I told you to hurry. But Ark just rushed the residents without worrying about their dissatisfaction. Despite their complaints, Ark was the supervisor, so they started work on the structure. After 2 days passed, a 10-meter-high marble tower was constructed in the center of the village square. It turned out better than I thought. Ark looked at the brilliant finished tower with satisfaction. Then he gave the raccoons new commands. Now I want these letters carved on the surface of the tower. Indeed. Dissatisfaction appeared on the raccoons' faces at Ark's order. They thought that it would definitely be an advertisement for Ark's store. But confusion spread over the raccoons' faces after receiving the phrases. This. That's the phrases I want carved on the tower.
When Ark smiled and spoke, the raccoons looked at him with uncontrollable emotions in their eyes. Then they spoke in an apologetic tone.
To even consider this idea. Without knowing about Ark's idea, we selfishly stop talking and start working instead.
Please put off all other projects and complete this tower as quickly as possible, but.
The embarrassed Ark turned his head and said, Yes, Ark Nim.
Since then, the raccoons worked 100 times faster and swung their hammers like crazy. Without any more complaints, it was possible to carve the words on the tower in just one day.
It is only 70% complete, but it isn't necessary to wait until it is completed to show it. Now, gather the residents in the square. We will reveal the tower. Ark immediately called the residents to the square.
While work on the tower had been ongoing, it had been covered with a tent.
Thus the residents didn't know anything about the tower.
And finally the tent was pulled down.
What? This tower is?
The words recorded there.
Oh, that is.
Exclamations fell from the residents' mouths after they saw the tower. Victims of the Lancel Battle Remembrance Memorial.
The residents who didn't regret sacrificing their lives for Lancel.
It was only thanks to them that it was possible to protect Lancel Village.
They are the true heroes of the battle. We're alive thanks to their sacrifice, so we should not forget their names.
Their names are carved on this monument, and their descendants should tell any visitors to this place about their courage and sacrifice.
Yes, the tower Ark built in the center of the square was a memorial.
The names of the 90 victims from the battle were carved onto the memorial.
The victims can't be repaid with just this, but
the victims in this battle had weighed on Ark's mind. If he had countermeasures for the suicide squad beforehand, then so many victims wouldn't have died. Of course Ark couldn't predict every situation, but the fact that NPCs he was acquaintances with were dead was heartbreaking. Since it was a virtual reality game, there was little difference from grieving in real life.
Can I do anything for them? He was thinking this.
Even though Galen gave compensation to the families of the victims, Ark also wanted to do something for them.
And he thought of the memorial after taking over the reconstruction. He wanted to give a small consolation to the victims' family and friends. Seeing this for the first time is embarrassing. Ark scratched his head as he looked at the memorial.
Suddenly the teary residents mobbed him.
Thank you, Ark Nim.
These guys, I'm really proud when thinking that they protected a nice village like this.
We are proud of them too.
The residents spoke in teary voices. There was a ringing sound and an information window appeared in front of Arkansas.
You have built a memorial in Lancel Village.
You have completed the memorial in memory of the resident who sacrificed their lives in the battle. The memorial will be a source of comfort to many residents who have lost their family. With the names of the people who bravely sacrificed their lives to defend Lancel Village carved on the memorial, all their descendants will be able to feel pride whenever they see the memorial. Bond among the village residents increased by 50%. When specific events occur in the village, the bond will either increase or decrease depending on the solution. When the bond is high, it will have a significant effect on the town's satisfaction, harmony, and even development. In addition, a drop in this value will increase the number of disagreements among residents. Your degree of intimacy with the residents increased with the completion of the memorial.
Intimacy plus 20%. Your intimacy with the village residents has increased over 100% and you've reached respected status.
The respected status is the best evidence of a close relationship with NPCs. If a respected person requests something from the NPC, they will absolutely not refuse even if it is illegal or they have to sacrifice their lives.
If you have the respect of the residents, then everything is possible. One part is over.
Thanks to the completion of the memorial, the bond between residents and even his intimacy with them had increased. But the biggest effect of the memorial was the bright expressions on the faces of the residents. Thus his uncomfortable feeling was shaken off after the construction of the memorial. Despite the reconstruction project, there was still one major problem.
I've succeeded in making visitors concentrate on Ark's store. I also feel better after building the memorial. But I've realized a huge problem thanks to Jules Group. The utmost priority is to secure the safety. Until now he thought it was 100% safe to leave his assets in an NPC village. To be honest, there had been no cases of users attacking an NPC village until Jules Group. However, such a thing actually happened. And thanks to it being broadcasted on the TV, all users knew about it. The broadcast wasn't small and the ripples of it would spread throughout New World. New World had a huge number of chaotic users. In order to oppose the chaotic users, hunter guilds and guards were gradually organized.
Jules' attack on Lancel made them realize that it was possible to attack NPC villages. That meant Lancel village was exposed to chaotic users.
And all my assets are tied up in Lancel.
He had Ark's store and also the shares of Lancel.
It was an enormous amount of money. What would happen if other thieves attacked and captured it? No matter how much money he earned, he would just become a beggar.
Of course, it wasn't easy for chaotic users to attack a village. There were many reasons why, but the penalty caused by dying to guards wasn't a joke. In order to attack a village, a minimum of hundreds of personnel was required, which wasn't easy to gather for chaotic users. But the largest reason was that there was no huge benefit to attacking an NPC village. Even if 10,000 gold was available, they would only be able to loot 10% of it. But that was different if there was a store managed by a user in the village. If certain conditions were met, then it was possible to steal 100% of a user's property. Even if there was a huge penalty, that target would present a challenge for chaotic users.
Having a store in a small village is a problem. Ark sighed. Such things won't happen easily, but it could. And even if other thieves didn't move, there was still Jules' group. Even if the attack failed, those guys wouldn't leave easily. With Jules and Duke as their leaders, there was no guarantee they wouldn't attack Lancel again. Fortunately, the letter movement tower is now completed. If something happens, then we can get support troops from Jackson and Jiren. But the number of people that can move using the magic tower is subject to restrictions. The Lancel magic tower isn't huge, so it can only move 100 people.
And if affected by self-destruct, then it might not function properly. In fact, Ark had only been able to protect the magic tower and Ark's store this time thanks to Shambhala's information. If they were attacked without prior notice, then it wouldn't be possible to call for support troops. He was severely worried about those few things. But he couldn't get rid of his store and shares and run away.
Then the only remaining way is to raise Lancel's defenses. Yes, if their defense was increased, then the problem would be settled.
Once again, there were almost no stores managed by a user in a small NPC village. User-run stores were more common in large cities like Jiren, Jackson, or Celebrate. An enormous profit could be gained when looting a user's store. If chaotic users occupied a large city, then they could quickly become game tycoons.
But there were two reasons why chaotic users didn't do that.
The first reason was that large amounts of troops resided in a large city. The number and level of regular troops stationed at large cities was also set at 10% higher than the users.
Users couldn't easily attack.
And the second reason was the large number of users gathered in major cities. The level and number of users who gathered in large cities was completely different from Lancel.
There were tens of thousands of people.
If anyone tried to attack, then the users would step on them.
Lancel is a free village. It belongs to Jackson but doesn't have to pay them taxes. While they can send support troops, regular troops can't be stationed there.
And there was no merit for tens of thousands of users to flock to the village.
There is one last way method to try.
Ark thought for a while before trying out one last method.
The last stage of the reconstruction business is to raise the defenses of Lancel.
If it went as planned, then he didn't have to worry about the security of Lancel village anymore. The security measures are necessary to prevent the village residents from being sacrificed again. Yes, the security measures are indispensable to save my assets and prevent the loss of NPCs.
And it won't be easy, but it is possible.
Thus Ark immediately initiated his plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 18, Chapter 8. ACT Aid Lancel Security Measures. Is everybody gathered? Can't you tell just by looking? How can you ask such a stupid question? Shambhala, Bread, and Redian turned towards Ark as Redian declared sharply. The three people were still hanging around Lancel village.
Ark had gathered those three people in one place was to discuss the defense of Lancel village. The three of them had stayed in the village because they were all busy in their own way. Bread's dream had been achieved and he had fun hunting with the wolves, so he was staying in this place for a while. Redian was also going around the mountain with the Meow gathering magic ingredients. And Shambhala was currently preoccupied restoring the Eastern Nation branch in Lancel village. Of course, Ark had also been busy with Lancel's reconstruction project. Despite being in the same town, they hadn't seen each other until Ark organized a meeting.
Why did you make us come here? A request? Shambhala, Bread, and Redian looked disgruntled as they muttered. Do you have some ulterior purpose again? Don't you know this is urgent? Now please sit down.
Ark requested. While Shambhala had known Ark for longer, Bread and Redian also somewhat knew him. When Ark requested, the three of them had quickly gathered.
If he acted like this, then it must be serious. Then Ark bowed his head and said in a serious voice, "It's not like that. This is absolutely necessary for the sake of Lancel Village. I will listen." Ark's serious attitude had bred sitting down. Once they all sat, Ark organized his thoughts before speaking. "You guys can probably approximately guess this. Even though Jules' attack was presently, Lancel Village still can't be considered safe. There is a high probability that Jules' group will attack Lancel again once they get out of jail. If they don't give up, then one day those guys will win." "Well, that..." Bread scratched his head and nodded. "Users could resurrect 24 hours after they died. So users were like immortal people in New World. Meanwhile, NPCs only had one life. If they died, it was the end. Unless the users abandoned New World, a war of attrition of NPCs against users would eventually end with the users' victory. Jules' group being killed by the guards and put into jail had prevented the war of attrition for the moment. But Jules' group would only be in jail for several months. And Ark guessed that there was a 99% chance they would invade Lancel again after getting out of jail. It certainly is possible. Because Raiden and Jewel are like revengeful leeches. But we can't stay here forever. Certainly. Bread, Redian and Shambhala nodded with heavy expressions. That's why I wanted to discuss the problem with you. Ark said as he looked at the three people. In the meantime, I've been thinking about a way to block the enemy, but I can't come to a resolution. There is an essential part required to resolve this problem. An essential part? That users aren't able to attack Lancel, no, to make them recognize that Lancel shouldn't be attacked. That would be good, but such a thing is impossible. No, it is possible. If you help me a little. What do you mean? Yes, I have 2 requests for you. Ark smiled and explained his plan. Ark had 2 purposes. The first was to defend Lancel from other bandit groups, and the second was to stop Jules' group when they were released from jail. And it would be impossible without Shambhala, Bread, and Redian's help. After hearing Ark's words, Shambhala, Bread, and Redian's eyes became increasingly wide with amazement. Then they nodded and murmured, "I never thought of such a method. But it is definitely a good way. If it is possible, I'll somehow make it possible. I have no desire to surrender Lancel Village to them." Bread sighed and folded his arms. Then Shambhala thought for a while before asking, "Ark, do you understand? The first request is hard but somewhat possible. The second one is simple but requires a significant amount of money to accomplish. I know. Somehow I'll secure it. Then I can prepare my side without any problems." Shambhala nodded and left. It meant that he was cooperating with the request. Bread pondered for a moment before nodding. "It's not a big deal, so I'll try it." "Okay. I can't give you a definite answer, but I will try it." "Okay, since it is decided, then let's move immediately." They all rose and proceeded with Ark's plan. Since the magic tower had been completed during the reconstruction, they each used it to move to their destination. Ark looked at the 3 lights flying in different directions and turned around. "That's it, I don't have to worry about Redian and Shambhala. The problem is what I requested of Bread." Well, Bread had made up his mind and moved, so it will somehow work out. Now there are 2 things left for me to resolve. First, I have to entrust something to Sid. I can move once I've sent a letter to Sid. Ark returned to the store while thinking various things. When he arrived near the vicinity of the shop, he heard a sudden sound. What this sound is? Ark, who had been deep in his thoughts, lifted his head like a startled dog. At the same time, 10 people poured out from his store and ran away. And something was thrown out after them. After it finally stopped rolling along the ground, he saw that it was Olmiak. However, Olmiak looked a bit strange. His face was dyed in various colors like he had been kicked there. What's going on? Arknim. Olmiak raised his head and came running to him. Arknim, save me. Save you? What are you saying? Sob, someone entered the store, they mentioned Arknim, then that person beat me up. Sob, Sapjul Hyungnim is still being beaten. What? Somebody dared interfere in my shop. Ark declared furiously and entered the store. Who would dare attack Ark's store in Lancel Village? Wasn't that strange guy trying to die? What kind of bastard are you? Did you call? Then a cynical voice could be heard inside the store. Ark turned his head in the direction he heard the voice. The man sitting on the corner was holding down Sapjul, whose face had been flattened like a rice cake. Then he saw Ark and smiled. 10 minutes ago when the man appeared. Welcome, Sapjil and Olmiak said as they prepared a sales pitch.
After Ark's event to promote the store was over, there were fewer users but there were still 10 guests browsing the products.
At that moment a customer entered.
After a long look around the store, he went up to Sapjil and asked, "Where is Ark?"
"Ha? The president, Nim? President?"
The man then laughed and said,
"I didn't know he was the president, but is he here? I need to speak to him." "What business do you need him for?" "I came to pick up my goods." Sapjil's expression changed 180 degrees at the man's answer. Sapjil lost his welcoming attitude and muttered bluntly, "Damn! What the? Is that the truth?" "What? The truth? That concept won't work. Once dropped, the items don't belong to you anymore, Sapjil scratched his head before indicating towards a flyer on the wall. "This will explain it all. Take a look at this."
The man looked at the flyer Sapjil pointed to. The flyer had bright red letters on it.
Notification. First, thank you to all the customers looking around Ark's store.
Recently unsavory incidents have occurred, so I wanted to inform you of this. There are those who willingly entered the Lancel War and dropped some equipment before finding it in this store and trying to claim it. But it is common sense that ownership of dropped equipment will belong to whoever picks it up. In addition, the people who bought the equipment from our store paid the normal price, so ownership has transferred to them.
Please read this note and don't claim anything ridiculous. If you hinder any sales, then I will have to take legal action.
Master White. In fact, Ark had several guests try to claim ownership of an item they dropped. Ark had created a catalog of equipment. After the Lancel battle, Ark and Raiden had collected 251 items.
But the problem was not all of those items belonged to Jules Group.
Despite the low probability of general users dropping items, some of those that participated did drop their equipment.
Ark had included those equipment in the catalog.
So several users who participated in the battle found their equipment in the catalog.
I came here to buy new gloves, but didn't this used to be mine? That is the same as the armor I lost.
I bought it from a luxury store in Celebrate, so it even has my initials on it. Like the flyer said, the dropped items belonged to the first person who picked it up. But the users felt it was unfair after discovering their equipment in the catalog.
In addition, some users hadn't signed up for the insurance, so they had to purchase new equipment. So a lot of them became stubborn. Sapjil thought this man was such a user. Now do you understand? If you're not buying anything, then please leave.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, but I came for my things.
You're still saying the same thing? Then you're going to stay and be stubborn, huh? No. Should I call the guards?
The man was unable to endure Sapjil's words anymore. Something very dangerous broke in the man's head.
The man's lips curled up on one side and he stepped forward. What the? Why is this stupid guy smirking?
Sapjil muttered as he looked at the man.
Suddenly a punch. Then an unexpected kick.
The man started to beat Sapjil up using his hands and feet.
He continued punching and kicking. Sapjil turned into a flattened rice cake in the blink of an eye. Hey, what are you doing to Hyungnim? Olmiak cried out with surprise and rushed towards the man.
However, he just ended up being hit and was flung away outside the store.
That was when Ark came back and found Olmiak. He ran into the store and found the man. Then Olmiak jumped out from behind Ark and shouted, "It's that bastard. He kept on trying to claim his items. You idiot, shut up."
Ark, who had been staring at the man with a vacant expression, hurriedly shut Olmiak up.
Teacher?
There was only one person Ark called teacher.
Yes, the person was Lee Myung-ryeon, also known as Isurum.
As expected, the owner appears when the dog is hit.
No, in this case it is the pig? Isurum set the blubbering Sapjil down and laughed.
Sniffle, sniffle, sniffles.
We apologize. We were just doing what President Nim told us to.
Sapjil sat down and blubbered through swollen lips. He then whined as he saw his face, which was various colors.
As expected from Isurum, being able to do that in only a few minutes. But he couldn't be impressed. How could he be when it was Ark's shop assistants being damaged? Yet he couldn't say a word. So what? Do you have a complaint? No. A shop assistant should be kind to the guests. Well done. Naturally, he gave in.
The other person was Isurum. Other than Justice Man and the Rehabilitation Brothers, Isurum was one of the people Ark wouldn't touch. No, in this case Ark was no different from Sapjil and Olmiak. If Isurum had a problem with Ark, then his face would easily become like Sapjil's. How could he look like that in front of Sapjil and Olmiak? By the way, your punches and kicks are sharper than before. As expected of teacher.
Eh? Is that so? That person. Sapjil and Olmiak glared at Ark with betrayal.
Then Roko, who had just returned from learning from the ghost, frowned and shouted.
Appa, what are you saying?
Ajushi, even if this was a misunderstanding, that is still too much.
Oh, Manager Nim. Sapjil and Olmiak felt hopeful again at Roko's entrance. Then Isurum looked at Roko before speaking absent-mindedly. Aha, I see. You're Roko? How do you know that?
This is great.
Ark talked a lot about you. Ha? Appa did. Yes, every time I meet Ark he talks proudly about his girlfriend. By the way, you're more beautiful than I expected. I'm envious. Girlfriend? Beautiful? Roko closed her mouth and looked at Sapjil and Olmiak. And she looked back at Isurum before smiling and said, Ho ho ho, no, you didn't go that far. It is natural if our shop assistant is unkind, right Isurum Appa? Oh, you understand. I like it. Ark, your girlfriend is this pretty, so what do you have to worry about? Ho ho ho. Ha 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 ha. Sapjil and Olmiak lost all their hope as the two continued laughing. And Ark also wanted to die. Even though Roko wasn't his girlfriend, Isurum's chattering had inflated her hope.
And that Ajushi was the one who ended up pouring cold water on the atmosphere of a first kiss.
Ark finally interrupted Isurum.
Teacher, let's go to the site of the stolen goods.
In fact, Isurum hadn't arrived in Lancel just to visit Arkansas.
The reason Isurum arranged to collect the stolen goods from Ark's store was because of the criminals. In New World, the wanted criminals were always watching him. However, not long ago Isurum had captured a henchman, so the criminals became scared and moved their hiding place. Therefore they couldn't connect to the game for 1 or 2 months. After listening to these circumstances, Ark had called Isurum to Lancel.
Since Ark was staying in Lancel for a bit, it was convenient to dispose of Isurum's stolen goods. Yes, then let's go see the goods. Yes. Sapjil, Olmiak, you two come with us as well. Ark and Isurum went to the warehouse with the pigs.
When the door was opened, a tremendous amount of Japtum could be seen. It was Japtum worth 10,000 gold.
Hoo-hoo, these things are mine. Do you understand, you pigs? Yes, I understand. Sapjil and Olmiak instantly cringed as Isurum addressed them.
Ark looked at both of them before smiling wryly.
Anyway, it is good that you came.
I have some business, so I also have to go to Jiren.
Jiren? What are you saying? Why do we need to go Jiren? Oh, you don't know? These stolen goods can't be disposed of in Lancel. Eh? Why not? There aren't any stores here that are large enough to purchase this many goods. Once again, the reason why Isurum wanted the stolen goods was to level up. The experience received with each transaction depended on how much profit was made. But there were no stores in the mountain village of Lancel that could buy this amount of goods. A store in Jiren would be able to dispose of all the goods. After checking, the best place for a transaction like this is the Merchant's Guild. Since Isurum was an ignorant merchant, Ark had checked the best way to dispose of the stolen goods. As a result, he figured out that the best way was to use the Merchant's Guild. If a merchant dealt directly with the Merchant Guild, then there would be a 5% bonus applied to the experience. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on the amount of dealings with the Merchant's Guild, so he could receive 10,000 gold at once or even 100,000 gold. One problem was that the Merchant's Guild would buy all the items at the average market price. In some cases, the items would be sold for a loss instead if the price had gone up. But in terms of experience, it was most efficient to deal with the Merchant's Guild. In addition, various titles, quests, or special skills were often given to merchants who dealt with the Merchant's Guild. Oh, really? Isurum nodded his head. Despite being a merchant over level 200, Isurum knew almost nothing about trading. He had started from level 150 and gained 80 levels, but that was from hunting, not trading. It was unprecedented in New World for there to be such an ignorant merchant of this level. By the way, how are we going to move all these things to Jiren? Isurum looked at the stacked items and muttered. Shambhala had needed a huge carriage to move all these Japtum. But there was a simple method to carry Japtum to Jiren. Sapjil, Olmiak, collect the Japtum. Teacher, you should also empty your bags and collect the items. With Sapjil, Olmiak and Isurum, there were 3 merchants.
One merchant had 6 bags, which meant a total of 18 bags. When combines with Ark's bag and Raiden, who had doubled capacity, there was a total of 21 bags. And when the same kind of item was put in a bag, it would stack up. Despite the actual volume or weight, it only took up 1 space. Shambhala was able to transport the high volume in the carriage because of this. Anyway, it was possible to pack the pile of Japtum into the bags of the 4 people. Take care. They left with Roko seeing them off. But with the magic tower, the trade route only took 2 minutes to travel. While the letter movement was quite expensive, it was laughable to worry about some gold when they were carrying 10,000 gold worth of goods. The reconstruction projects were still ongoing, so he couldn't leave Lancel village for long, and he also couldn't leave Roko alone in the store without Sapjil and Olmiak. After flying to Jiren using the letter movement, they went to the Merchants Guild. The Merchants Guild was the richest guild on the continent and was situated in the heart of Jiren. When they entered the Merchants Guild, a gold-ornamented NPC approached with a professional smile. "What service were you after today?" The clerk indicated towards booths in 10 different areas. As you can see, the Merchants Guild buys and sells a variety of goods. We also have the local specialties from most areas. If you are a professional merchant, then you can also request something from the guild. We wanted to dispose of some goods. Then please follow me. The clerk guided Ark's group towards a booth. Then he pointed to a big basket and said, "You can put the things you want to dispose of in there. Then I'll appraise it and tell you the possible purchase price." "Huh? But..." Ark hesitated while looking at the basket, and the clerk seemed to know what he was thinking. "Ah, if you don't like the price, then you don't have to accept the deal." "No, it's just, will everything fit into the basket?" "Huh? Ah, you mean..." "Ha, you don't have to worry about that. This basket has a special magic which will miniaturize the items." "Well, if you say so." Raiden. Sack sack sack, sack 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 sack. At Ark's command, Raiden spat out the items into the basket. All the Japtum were thrown up. When Ark took out the items in his bag, there was a considerable amount of Japtum. But like the clerk said, once the items entered the basket, they shrank into small boxes, 1/100th of their size. Then the clerk laughed. Yes, he was laughing at their expressions after seeing the items being shrunk in the basket. However, his expression became increasingly puzzled as Isurum, Sapjil and Olmiak opened their 18 bags and poured out more items. "You want to dispose of everything in the bag?" "Yes, why?" Isurum answered while holding a bag upside down. Wait a minute. That. The Japtum that had been reduced to 1/100th of their size inside the basket started vibrating and shaking before exploding like popcorn. The Japtum returned to its original size and burst out of the basket like a volcano. The surrounding booths were also swallowed up in a flood of Japtum. The Japtum had gone beyond the limit capacity of the magic basket. A flood of Japtum. The eyes of the surrounding NPCs widened after seeing all the Japtum. "Ah, so that's why." Ark scratched his head with an awkward expression and murmured. The clerk, who had been buried by the wave of Japtum, crawled out and stuttered. "Why, you want to dispose of all of this?" "Yes, is that a problem?" "Ah, no. Bring the branch chief right now." Another salesman ran up to the second floor. After a while, a middle-aged man ran down towards them. Then his mouth dropped open as he saw the mountain of Japtum. Despite his surprise, he gave a businesslike smile and handed over a business card. "I am the chief of the Jiren branch of the Merchants Guild. Do you want to sell all of this at our guild?" "Yes, can you calculate it right now?" "Of course." "Hey, what are you doing? Start organizing it right away." After the shout, the salesmen who had been standing around stupidly gathered around the items. Then one salesman approached while wringing both his hands. "This will take a bit of time to finish. You can go to that room and have a drink while waiting." As expected from the Merchants Guild, their attitudes completely changed when it came to money. It was natural that the NPCs reacted like this. Merchants received experience through transactions. And that system wasn't only applied to the users. NPC merchants also gained experience through transactions. So a big customer was a chance for the NPC to grow. Thanks to that, Ark's group received VIP treatment from the branch chief. After around 10 minutes, the previous clerk which served them approached. He looked at the group and abruptly said, "All the items cost 11,028 gold. Is this price okay?" Isurum sneakily glanced at Arkansas. His eyes asked if he should sell it at that price. "The amount is higher than I expected."
Teacher's profession is merchant, so he will absolutely receive an advantage with big transactions. Yes, we will sell all of it. Isurum replied immediately after Ark nodded.
Then the clerk hesitated as someone whispered something to him.
His expression turned embarrassed and he spoke with an uneasy voice. I'm sorry, but there seems to be a problem after our shop assistant investigated the items. I'm sorry to say this, but the stolen goods.
It is normal to confirm at first before any deals can take place. Isurum became confused by the clerk's words. But Ark just laughed and handed some documents over to the clerk.
Warranty. This warranty guarantees that there are no legal problems with any of the items listed. 50 silk fabrics, 120 crystals, 300 corals, and so on. Isabel, representative of Sutandal. Once again, these were stolen goods from Sutandal.
It was okay with some general stores, but the Merchants Guild had a strict policy against stolen goods. Of course, there was a 80-90% chance they would still sell it, but it was possible to cut the price by 50%.
So Ark had received the warranty from Isabel beforehand. The guarantor was the Sutandal representative Isabel. Even the stubborn Merchants Guild wouldn't be able to negotiate anymore.
Perfect.
This is perfect. I understand. I'll pay the price immediately.
Now that the anxiety about stolen goods was eased, the clerk's face relaxed and he rushed off to get the money. Then the branch chief appeared from the vault with the clerk carrying some money bags. He handed over 5 2,000 gold bags, one 1,000 gold bag and the change of 28 gold.
It was a tremendous amount of money for the Japtum. Isurum's eyes widened as he saw the amount of money. The deal has been successfully completed. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. It was 11,029 gold in one deal. Besides 11,029 gold was a 100% net profit. Yes, that was the point of this deal. The experience the merchant got was decided by the net profit. The more net profit was gained, the more additional experience would be applied. For example, if a deal consisting of 100 gold gained a net profit of 100, it would equal to 200 gold and 300 experience would be applied. That's why a merchant's capabilities were highly appreciated. 11,028 gold meant constant experience. This was the reason why a merchant's level could be one of the easiest or most difficult to raise. And thanks to trading with the Merchants Guild, he received an extra 5% experience. When a warrior hunted, they received an experience penalty when there was a level difference. That's why 9 levels was the maximum a warrior could gain from a battle. But that penalty didn't exist for the merchants. Therefore Isurum's level rose in units of 10. 20, 30, 40, 50, 64. 64 levels at once. Isurum's eyes rolled like crazy as he saw the messages. Whether reality or the game, money was still the best. This was 64 levels. It was an unbelievable amount. I struggled so much before. Isurum muttered with bemusement. When Isurum had arrived at the festival, he was level 230. After joining the criminals, he had died so much that he lost 10 levels. But with one deal he gained back 6 times what he lost. It was fortunate that he had the information about Sutandal's stolen goods and that he followed Ark's advice about how to dispose of them. Ark. I'm really impressed. Isurum stuttered as he struggled to express his thoughts. It is a really good deal. Ark smiled warmly as he spoke. While he couldn't see the messages, he had seen the continuous crossmarks over Isurum's head. Isurum's level had risen a lot thanks to the big deal. That also made him feel good. After thinking for a while, the branch chief had a new proposal. It is unusual for the representative of Sutandal to give a warranty and to obtain so many stolen goods. Usually it is a reward if the merchant has done some big service during a war, so it is evidence of the merchant's bravery on the battlefield. In fact, it was 100% luck that he obtained the stolen goods. But Isurum couldn't say that, so he replied ambiguously. That's. In a sense, a merchant is an occupation which risks its life more than a warrior. But these days the merchants are lazy and they have no meaning of the true soul of a merchant. Yet I can somehow feel the true soul of a warrior from Isurum Nim? I don't understand why, but it really feels different. Well, you don't have to go that far. Isurum scratched his head awkwardly. The chief then said. So would you like try going to that area? That area? Yes. Actually, there is a wealthy merchant I know who retired there 10 years ago. Kiranil participated in the battlefield during the peak of the war between the 3 kingdoms, so he has gained considerable property. Before Nagarin was opened, it was the battlefield between the 3 kingdoms. So the merchant Kiranil has unparalleled influence in Nagaran.
With his obsession with money, he never hesitated to jump onto the battlefield to deliver an assortment of potions and weapons to the soldiers.
But Kiranil is now retired and lives on the outskirts of Nagaran.
I've heard that he is looking for a successor with considerable experience on the battlefield.
So Kiranil requested one thing from the Merchants Guild. They wanted us to find any merchants who could run into a dragon's mouth. Then you mean?
Yes, if it is Isuramnim who managed to obtain the stolen goods, then it is possible for you to become his successor.
Do you want to try meeting him? If you want, then I will give you a letter of recommendation.
Of course, you won't automatically become his successor even with my letter of recommendation.
So far hundreds of merchants have visited, but they've all been eliminated. If you are willing to challenge it, then I'll be happy to write you the recommendation.
At the same time, an information window appeared in front of Isuram.
Wealthy retired merchant Kiranil.
You've acquired information about the wealthy retired merchant from the branch chief of Jiren's Merchants Guild. Kiranil is a merchant who gained considerable fame on the battlefield in Nagaran. Despite having the body of a merchant, he developed special technique to survive on the battlefield and is looking for a successor to pass on those techniques. If a merchant with considerable knowledge and experience with the battlefield is recognized by him, it will be possible to learn those techniques.
Difficulty, A+. Quest restriction, level 300 or more merchant. Quest can only be performed after successfully completing one deal worth 5,000 gold or more. Letter of recommendation from a branch chief of the Merchants Guild is needed.
Isuram's eyes widened as he looked at the information window. He then explained to the oblivious Ark the contents of the information window.
Then Ark's eyes flashed and he said, "Accept it. No matter what." Ha? Ah, understood. Yes. I'll give it a shot.
Isuram was scared into accepting the quest. The reason Ark pushed Isuram to accept was because the quest smelt like a change profession quest.
Wasn't it natural for a merchant to have various second stage profession? Good choice. That person is living in the Hamon Castle in Nagaran. If you see him, then show him my recommendation letter. Good luck. After Isuram received the letter of recommendation, they exited the Merchants Guild. That is a little crazy.
Anyway, I have nothing to do now, so it works out well.
Did he say Hamon Castle in Nagaran? Do you know where that is? It is a war zone. War zone? Yes, users are allowed to kill each other in that area. For a merchant to go there. Ark thought for a moment before saying, I have to go there too, so would you like to go together? Why do you need to go there? The explanation is a little long.
No, I'll go by myself. I don't know anything about the war zone, but I'll be too embarrassed if I have to go with you.
Then let's part here. Give my regards to Roko.
Isuram handed half of the 11,028 gold, which was 5,514 gold, to Arkansas. Then he added 1 gold and laughed.
This is a tip. You should keep it and call it your lucky coin.
Thus the stolen goods were finally settled after 1 month.
However, Ark still had some business in Jiren. After sending Sapjil and Olmiak back first, Ark entered the Magic Institute and asked for a meeting with Shannon. Ark, welcome. After a while, Shannon welcomed Ark with a pleased expression. I've heard from the magician dispatched to Lancel that the magic tower has been completed. It is good that you managed to stop the thieves from attacking the village. As a regular member of the Magic Institute, I am proud of you. Yes, was there a reason you wanted to talk to me today? I wanted to ask a favor. A favor? If it is from you, then I'll have to accept. What is it? Ark hesitated for a bit before finally asking Shannon. I would like to meet with the Grand Master of the Magic Institute. Is that possible? Tuck tuck, tuck tuck, tuck tuck. Arknim, the landscaping work around the square has been completed. The work on the building expansion has been completed. The extension on the new road is complete. HRMM. Ark received the information from the raccoons and surveyed the scene. With the raccoons working day and night in 2 shifts, the current completion rate of the reconstruction was 98%. The building repairs, new construction projects, new roads and landscaping were completed. The remaining thing left was the outer paint on the buildings. It definitely looks better than before. There was a satisfied smile on Ark's face. The most satisfactory part was that he could see Ark's store from wherever he looked in the village. It was the design which Hansen put his heart and soul into, and it also showcased Ark's store. With the land readjustment, the atmosphere of Lancel village had completely changed by 180 degrees. However, it didn't give off the feel of a sophisticated city. The goal of Hansen's new plan for Lancel was simple with variety.
Lancel was more like a neat amusement park than a city, and Hansen's vision of a new town had been born.
The NPCs were also quite satisfied thanks to the memorial. Now there's only one problem left. Ark sat down next to a flower bed and thought about yesterday.
After meeting with Shannon of the Magic Institute in Jiren yesterday, he had asked for a meeting with the Grandmaster. He was the leader of the Magic Institute, one of the 3 largest guilds on the continent. A regular user couldn't even imagine meeting the Grandmaster, but Ark was a regular member of the Magic Institute. 10 minutes after Ark asked, and using a long-distance spirit communication magic, Ark was able to have a meeting with the Grandmaster of the Magic Institute. The reason Ark asked for a meeting was to discuss the security measures for Lancel Village.
The help of the Magic Institute was necessary for that. Ark used all of his eloquence to convince the Grandmaster. Your request can't be lightly accepted. Despite its rapid growth, Lancel Village is still just a small mountain village. The future is unknown, but there is no benefit for the Magic Institute at the moment. Is it impossible as I expected?
A sigh naturally emerged from Ark's mouth.
However, it wasn't possible for him to give up.
Ark was thinking when the Grandmaster opened his mouth.
But the growth of the Magic Institute can't be compared to before thanks to Magaro's research materials that you brought. If I refuse this request, then it would impact on the honor of the Magic Institute. It is unprecedented, but as the Grandmaster, I will accept this request. It's a success.
Ark's eyes flashed at the Grandmaster's words.
It was worth all that suffering to complete Magaro's quest.
Thus Ark received what he desired from the meeting with the Magic Institute.
But Ark's plan was only 33% successful. For Ark's plan to be 100% successful, he required the cooperation of the Warriors Guild and the Merchants Guild.
Of course, his meeting with the Grandmaster had turned out favorably, but he had also prepared a separate plan.
Is it possible to let me speak with the Grandmasters of the Warriors Guild and Merchants Guild?
That is a difficult request. The Grandmaster murmured in an astounded voice.
Shannon, who was also listening, sent Ark an embarrassed glance.
The Magic Institute had a competitive relationship with the Warriors Guild and the Merchants Guild. Ark telling the Grandmaster that he wanted to speak with the 2 other guilds was like him saying he wanted to ask a favor from their competitors.
Of course, Ark already knew this.
Ark shamelessly continued talking.
Wouldn't having more help be better? I don't know whether you're ignorant or brave. Anyway, I can't grant your request. But you don't need to ask that from me.
Huh?
What does that mean? If you don't know the reason, then you really are ignorant.
The Grandmaster said before he broke the spirit communication.
What on earth does he mean?
Ark continued to think about the Grandmaster's words, but he couldn't understand. Anyway, I have the cooperation of the Magic Institute. Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him.
Sweek!
A huge light flew towards Lancel Village.
It was a giant-sized light that was just like a comet.
The light hit the upper part of the magic tower and caused an intense white spark.
That light is. They've come.
Ark jumped up and ran towards the magic tower. When he arrived at the magic tower, the users who had witnessed the light were already gathered. The size of the light depended on how many people were moved using the letter movement. The size of that light meant at least a dozen users were moved.
The letter movement was so expensive, so how would move that many people to Lancel Village?
The users flocked to the magic tower because of this. Then the doors of the magic tower opened and a bunch of people poured out. The users who looked at them shouted in an awestruck voice.
Those people are the Magic Institute. They're magicians of the Magic Institute.
Fire, ice, wind and earth, the magicians of the 4 attributes are gathered.
Why are the magicians here? Aren't the 4 attribute magicians guards of the Magic Institute? Yes, there were 4 magicians from the Magic Institute wearing various colors indicating their attribute. The emblem of the Magic Institute was sewn in brilliant gold thread on their chests.
The users started murmuring noisily among themselves. Then the leader of the magicians discovered Ark and approached.
Ark Nim? Nice to meet you. According to Ark's request, I am Guarana from the Magic Institute here to establish a branch in Lancel. I am pleased to be here. Eek? Lancel branch of the Magic Institute? The Magic Institute is creating a branch in Lancel?
The users gaped with surprise. Yes, this was the reason why Ark had asked to meet with the Grandmaster of the Magic Institute. And this was the plan Ark devised to improve the defense of Lancel Village. A branch of one of the 3 most powerful guilds on the continent was being established in Lancel. If the branch was established, then guards from the guild would have to reside in Lancel and Lancel's defense would be forced to increase.
But that wasn't the only benefit of having a branch of the Magic Institute. The Magic Institute was one of the highest-ranking guilds. The number of NPCs that belonged to it in the continent numbered in the thousands. Among the members of the Magic Institute, 30% of them were users. If the Magic Institute opened in Lancel, then numerous users and NPCs would flock to Lancel. It would have tremendous economic impact. And those NPCs and users would increase Lancel's defense. In other words, they would be Lancel's defense. If only one guild has such enormous effect, then what would happen if I attract 3? That was Ark's final goal. Among the regular members of the Warriors Guild, only 4 of them were users and one of them was Bread. Ark had asked Bread to meet with the Grandmaster of the Warriors Guild to persuade him. In addition, Sid was sent to the Merchants Guild. After his achievements in Nagarin, Sid had become a member of the Merchants Guild. But is it impossible to attract the 3 guilds? If Bread and Sid succeeded, then the Warrior and Merchants Guild representatives should have arrived before the Magic Institute. Since there was no contact before the Magic Institute arrived, he could only think that it had failed. Well, the economic effects of the Magic Institute should be sufficient for Lancel's defense. Ark had just given up when it happened. Look there! There is another huge light. Ark hurriedly lifted his eyes at someone's voice. Then 2 comets of light flying from different directions hit the magic tower. Sweek, qua 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 quang. Sweek, qua 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 quang. The subsequent impact made the magic tower shake and wobble. Then the sound of drums was heard from the magic tower and a cavalry appeared. Dong, 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 dong. Huck, isn't that the high-ranking Knights division of the Warriors Guild? The Iron Armor Infantry is also following behind them. That's not all. Those are carriages from the Merchants Guild. Impossible, all 3 guilds from the continent. It was the march of the 3 guilds. The scene completely shocked the users. At that moment, 2 people broke away from the guilds and approached Arkansas. They were Bread and Sid, who Ark had sent to the guilds. Ah, Ark, I'm back. Arknim, I've come as well. You succeeded. Ark shouted as he looked at the NPCs from the 3 guilds with disbelieving eyes. Then Bread scratched his head and said, "That's the thing. I don't know why it worked. Just yesterday they were continuously refusing, so I was just going to return. Then this morning they suddenly decided to depart for Lancel Village." That happened with me as well. Sid and Bread then looked at each other and seemed to ask, "Who are you?" with their eyes. Then Garana, who had been standing next to Ark, smiled and said, "Oh, I forgot. This is a message from the Grandmaster to Ark Nim. The Warriors Guild and Merchants Guild are our rivals. You don't have to push them. That is the message." Huh? Ark couldn't understand Garana's words. But after connecting it to yesterday's talk, he was able to understand the situation. I didn't have to ask the Merchants Guild and Warriors Guild to attract all 3 guilds. The Magic Institute had a competitive relationship with the Warriors Guild and the Merchants Guild. The Grandmaster said I didn't have to push. Yes, the 3 guilds were rivals. If one side moved forward even a little bit, then the other 2 would also move forward. The Warriors Guild and Merchants Guild didn't feel a need to establish a branch in Lancel Village. But after they discovered that the Magic Institute was establishing a branch here, they began to believe that they needed to also build branches in Lancel. Perhaps the Grandmaster of the Magic Institute even purposely leaked his plan to the other 2 guilds. As expected from the Grandmaster of the Magic Institute, he really isn't ordinary, but tell the Grandmaster thank you. Ark replied with a smile. Then there was a dinging sound and the quest information window appeared. The 3 main guilds on the continent have decided to build branches in Lancel Village. The 3 guilds represent the top guilds in New World. Having the 3 guilds in Lancel Village will improve the quality and fame of the village, which will play a crucial role in its growth into a city. Asterisk, the establishment of the 3 guilds in Lancel Village has increased the capabilities of Lancel Village. Magic Institute, Civilization plus 500, Development Speed plus 200. Warriors Guild, Armament plus 500, Development Speed plus 200. Merchants Guild, Commerce plus 500, Development Speed plus 200. The subquest Lancel's reconstruction project has been completed. The reconstruction has Lancel Village that received damage from the war has been completed. Asterisk, quest progress result, 230% achieved. 230% achievement rate. Thanks to the successful invitation of the 3 guilds, his progress had increased by 130% in one leap. I'd like to meet the person in charge of the village. The leader of the Warriors Guild and Merchants Guild went to the front of the group and shouted. Since Galen was currently absent,
Ark stepped forward since he was in charge of the reconstruction project. Then a flash of light flew from the south and the magic tower shook again.
What the? There is still someone coming?
When Ark looked at the magic tower, a crowd of people soon appeared. Ark's eyes widened as he saw the young man leading the group.
That person is?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 18, Chapter 9. ACT-9 Start of the Real Battle. Who is that person? Looking at the attire, doesn't he seem to be a nobleman? I think I've seen those knights somewhere before.
The users around the magic tower murmured. They were looking at the 10 knights who walked out of the magic tower. The leader of the knight procession wore shining armor. And at the center of the group was a young man wearing white clothing who approached Arkansas. The first person to react to the young man's appearance was the manager of the Warriors Guild branch. The branch manager confirmed the sentences inscribed on the youth's clothing and moved back one step. He moved his clenched fist to his chest and shouted, "Everyone line up, show respect to the Lord of Jackson."
The NPCs from the Merchants Guild and the Magic Institute also followed his example.
Yes, the young man who appeared from the magic tower was Lord Jackson.
Lord Nim?
Ark, it's been a while. The Lord's white cape fluttered as he ran up to Ark and grasped his hand.
How long has it been?
Why is Lord Nim here? Ark stuttered as he looked at Lord Jackson and the knights with confused eyes. Apart from the Lord, he was also acquaintances with all the knights. They were Cross and the knights who participated in the Sylvana siege. When they noticed Ark's attention, they gave him a small smile and nodded.
Why had they come all this way to Lancel Village?
The Lord, who had become a dignified youth, smiled and answered his question.
Of course we came here because of you. Me? The Lord tilted his head at Ark's befuddlement. What's with this reaction? You really don't know anything about it? Don't know? What are you talking about? Ha!
Galen, what's going on?
Galen?
Ark followed the Lord's gaze. Then a person who had been hiding behind the knights awkwardly came forward. It was Galen, who had disappeared after leaving the reconstruction project to Arkansas.
Galen, why are you with the Lord?
Ark still couldn't grasp the situation at all.
It wasn't just Arkansas.
Standing near him were Bread, Sid, and the 3 guilds. The village residents had also stopped their work and gathered around. Even the users gathered around the magic tower looked on with wondering expressions.
Galen's face looked slightly apologetic before he said, "I'm sorry.
I didn't tell him in case it couldn't happen."
So you really don't know anything?
The Lord looked at Ark mischievously.
After a brief moment, the Lord looked serious and said,
"Sir Ark, kneel and receive this imperial order from His Majesty the King."
Sir Ark? His Majesty's imperial order? Do as he says. Galen whispered in a low voice. Ark looked between Galen and the Lord before kneeling.
Then the Lord pulled out a sword ornamented with jewels before tapping it against Ark's shoulder and speaking in a loud voice. "I am the Lord of Jackson, Haberstein II, and I hereby bestow upon Ark a knighthood on behalf of His Majesty, the King of Schuttenberg. You will also gain the title of baronet and obtain the right to own a land. The Honorable Knight Ark has been granted the lordship of Lancel Village. Although there are some who oppose this decision, His Majesty the King of Schuttenberg has decided. Then let all of these contents be applied to Sir Ark."
Honorable Knight? Baronet? Lord? Then perhaps. Ark couldn't believe his ears. All of a sudden he had become knighted, received a baronet, and became the Lord of Lancel? What on earth was this?
However, the Lord did not give him time to think. The young lord pulled out a golden scroll, untied the silk ribbon and unrolled it.
"Sir Ark, receive the order from His Majesty."
Ark received the scroll with a stupid face and stuttered.
"Baronet? Lord? What are you saying?" After handing Ark the scroll, the young lord immediately looked playful again. And he pointed to Galen and laughed. "Ask your friend over here. He is the one who arranged everything." "Galen arranged this,
Yes, of course I helped a bit as well."
"What does that mean?" "Galen, everything is finished, so shouldn't you explain it now?" "I understand." Galen laughed and approached Arkansas. "I don't know where to begin."
Yes, there is no need for a long explanation, so I'll just say it. I've been thinking about it for a while, but I finally realized after the village was attacked.
You have a large presence among the residents, Galen said as he looked at Arkansas. It is natural. From the beginning, this village also died out until you helped us.
And all the residents have found a new home in Lancel because of you.
In other words, Lancel couldn't exist without you. That also applies to this attack. If you weren't here, then we would have been destroyed by the thieves. Well, he's not wrong. Ark shamelessly agreed.
But he pretended to be humble when about the situation.
You're overpraising me. Certainly the residents of Lancel were collected by me. But are they able to rest here in unity because of Galen Ajushi?
The residents of Lancel village are also indebted to Galen Ajushi for opening your heart to them.
That's not true. I just managed the place.
If it wasn't for your existence, then the Beast clans, the ex-thieves and the Baron would never be able to live in unity.
I've realized this clearly after the attack from the bandit group.
So I decided that it will be best to entrust Lancel village to you. After the battle was over, I gathered the residents and revealed my intention.
Galen pulled out a thick roll of paper.
The roll of paper was stamped with the souls of a cat and dog, the palm of the raccoons, the signature of the people, and so on.
What was this? A cartoon? A code? A joke? Galen smiled at Ark's doubtful look and said, "This is the answer of the residents."
They all signed that they are willing to entrust Lancel village to you. The souls and palms of the Beast clans were their signatures. It seemed to pour cold water upon the serious atmosphere, but he felt a pain in his chest at the sight.
Then all the residents gathered here already knew about it? And they signed that they wanted to leave Lancel village to Ark? When Ark looked around, the ex-thieves, Meow, Wolrang, raccoons and other residents scratched their heads with embarrassment and avoided his gaze. Galen had gone away for a while because of him. After the Lancel defensive war finished, Galen immediately visited the Lord Jackson.
Then he explained everything that occurred in the village to the Lord. The threat of Lance village closing, the movement of new settlers, making the village grow, the food crisis and finding the sacred soil and defending the village from thieves. Then he showed the Lord the signatures of the residents who wanted Ark to be in charge of Lancel.
This is a very fun talk. As one of Ark's fans, the Lord Jackson happily accepted Galen's request.
Geographically, Lancel belonged to the Jackson region, but since it was a pioneer village, it wasn't under the control of the Lord.
And since it was a small village, it also didn't need a lord.
But the words of the village residents changed that.
How could he stop a free village from appointing a lord?
But Galen didn't just want a lord to be appointed, he wanted it to be acknowledged by the king.
And to become an official lord, a noble rank was needed. So Galen had deliberately gone to Lord Jackson with the signatures. As an adoring fan of Ark, the Lord directly sent a letter to the king. His Majesty easily agreed. He hadn't forgotten your achievement in bringing down Alan and the Yank Church.
Of course, defeating the bandit group and having the signatures of the residents greatly helped. The young lord placed his hand on Ark's shoulder and said,
"Now, don't you have an answer to give?" "Ha?" The young lord pointed towards the gathered residents. "You still haven't given them an answer for their support. The king was the one who gave you a barony, but they are the ones who appointed you as the lord."
Ark felt something warm in his chest at the young lord's words. It had been 1 year and 6 months since he first encountered Lancel village. In the meantime, Ark had experienced an amazing adventure while gathering the residents. That was why he built the memorial for the NPCs despite his money-loving personality. Yes, it was already impossible to separate Ark from Lancel. Now Lancel had truly become Ark's village. And he was chosen by the residents. Despite being NPCs in a game, Ark still recognized his feelings for them. "I accept the lordship," Ark answered as he released the bottled-up emotions. There was a ringing sound and the information window appeared. "You have acquired the Peerage Bestowment Certificate. The Peerage Bestowment Certificate grants you the title Honor Knight, Baronet, and you've gained a plot of land. Foreigners in New World have an equal status to commoners. But sometimes a foreigner will have a big achievement within a kingdom and they will be given a chance to rise up in the nobility. Being granted a noble title has far more meaning than just a title. The increase in social status means the user's achievement has been recognized by the kingdom and it will have a significant impact on all future works. After becoming a nobleman, it is possible to freely enter any government office in the kingdom. In addition, you can meet directly with the lords of each territory, and if any nobility-related quests are completed, it will be possible to ask for support from the guards of the village or city. Asterisk after receiving a noble title bonus, all stats will increase by 5. Asterisk fame has increased by 5,000. Asterisk when completing a quest given by an NPC with a noble title, your status, Honor Knight, 100 people, will allow you to receive the support of the guards. You have gained the lordship for the pioneer village Lancel. You have been bestowed the lordship of Lancel village by the Schuttenberg king. As the Lord, you can set the budget, invest in facilities and equipment, and decide the management policies. In addition, you have the authority to issue store permits. Every 10 days 3% of the profit obtained from the territory will be given to the Lord as a monthly salary. The village shares will be increased by 5% and the upper limit increased to 25%. Special rights: if the Lord's assets are used as collateral, 3% of the territory's public funds can be used as a loan. However, if the loan is not paid with 45 days, the assets will be seized, shares in the village will fall below 5% and the lordship will be lost. Asterisk shares in Lancel village has increased by 5%. Asterisk upper limit of shares which can be owned increased to 25%. Currently owned shares in Lancel village, owned/upper limit 9/25%. You have learnt a new lord skill. All official lords have the chance to learn this skill. This skill is a crucial help in ruling the estate and developing it. While the effects of it is still low in its current state, when the skill gains more experience and levels, then it will have a huge impact. Asterisk leadership, lord skill. This skill can increase your influence over the residents. When the leadership of the Lord is high, there will be an increase in yield of various products and the growth rate of the population will increase. It will also affect the morale of the troops if attacked by thieves or monsters. Leadership will increase every time display a good impact on the territory as the Lord. Thanks to the excess achievements of Lancel related quests and the amount of respect in the residents' hearts, 300 leadership has been added. Leadership, 500, plus 300. Currently owned territory information window. Territory Lancel rating C. Classification: small territory. Number of residents in territory 732 people. Residents bond 1280, plus 640, residents loyalty 970, respected. Territory's gross income 7,950 gold every 10 days. Properties of the current territory 49,780 gold. Value of the current territory 6480, plus 2,730, territory's fame 89,479. Development 2,840, development speed 2950, plus 2,075. Commerce 1892, plus 500, civilization 1,435, plus 500. Armament 1,676, plus 500. Asterisk current effects applied to the territory. World tree development speed plus 50%, territory value plus 50%, chances of monsters attacking minus 50%, resting effect Magic Institute, civilization plus 500, development speed plus 200. Warriors Guild, armament plus 500, development speed plus 200. Merchants Guild, commerce plus 500, development speed plus 200. Memorial bond plus 50%. Find New Settlers quest has been updated. You have completed the Find New Settlers quest. Yes, the Lordship of Lancel Village. It was the compensation for a quest which took 1 year and 6 months. Wayawa! Hooray Lord Ark! A huge cheer rang out after Ark accepted the lordship. The raccoons popped up from the holes scattered around and cheered while the meow ran along the overpasses and shouted. The woolrang also shook their tails with wild enthusiasm. The ex-thieves raised their hands in the air and cheered. They were now Ark's residents. Congratulations! Then Guarana raised his hands over his head and lifted a finger. The dozens of magicians from the Magic Institute launched fireworks towards the sky. The magic fireworks dyed the sky in flashy lights. Then the Warriors Guild raised their swords and shouted while the Merchants Guild rocked their carriages and participated in the celebration. The three guilds started the inauguration celebration. I'm envious. I never received such enthusiastic cheers from my residents. The young lord standing to one side grinned and muttered. Thus Ark became the Lord of Lancel Village. Meanwhile the users just stared at Ark with confused expressions. Damn! The curse was spat out in the dark and damp area. The person leaning on the cold stone walls and cursing was Jewel. That Ark? Jewel murmured in a scratchy voice. Jewel was currently locked up in the Jackson dungeons after being killed by the Lancel guards. It was natural since attacking an NPC village was a crime. The leader of the attack was also Jewel. As the ringleader of the thieves, he received an enormous penalty of 4 months in jail. Users organizing a group to attack NPC villages could greatly disrupt the game balance, so it received a huge punishment. Of course, Jewel had been prepared to receive the penalty. However, the penalty for his failure didn't end there. The most fatal problem was that Jewel's face had been broadcasted nationwide through the TV. Thanks to that, Jewel's face was now stamped as a villain in the minds of millions of New World users. It would be impossible to play without a mask after he was released from jail. As soon as he knew this fact, Jewel had called the station to protest. However, New World's rule was anything disadvantageous to a user who committed a crime, or a chaotic user cannot be penalized. Therefore the broadcasting station had ignored his pleas. And there was no point since the video had already spread on the internet.
But that wasn't the end of Jewel's unhappiness. Jewel, Duke and all the members stuck in jail had received a notice from Raiden stating a permanent ban. There was no need to explain the reason. If they accepted Jewel's group back, then the Hermes Alliance would just be branded as a villain group. Damn it. Even if I could, I wouldn't return to the guild now. Jewel punched the wall in anger. He ate and lived for the guild and now it resulted in eternal expulsion? So he felt anger at Ark and feelings of betrayal towards Raiden. Anyway, it was a fact that Jewel lost everything. Ark isn't an opponent that one person can deal with. The difference will become even larger while I'm trapped for 4 months. But now I'm even expelled from Hermes, the chance to get revenge on Ark won't come anymore. Even if being humiliated in this cell, wouldn't it be better to quit the game? Jewel sighed at the thought. Number 5003, you have a visitor.
The voice of the guard could be heard through the dark passage.
Visitor? Is it Raiden?
Jewel raised his head. However, the person who approached the cell window wasn't Raiden. The warrior was wearing a brown robe over metal armor, and once he pushed back the robe, it was an unknown user. There was a metallic sound as he moved back the hood and laughed after seeing Jewel's face.
Is it because I saw you on TV?
You look so familiar.
What the? Who are you? Did you come to see the face of a celebrity? You're quite sensitive. It is reasonable. The man laughed and said. I came because I have a proposal.
Proposal?
I've already checked you out.
Jewel, a magician from the Hermes Alliance.
But isn't that old now? With this situation, the Hermes Alliance won't accept you anymore. Am I wrong? Did you come just to say that?
No, I came to scout you.
What? Scout? Jewel looked at the man with stupid eyes. This bastard, what on earth was he saying? He wanted to scout Jewel after his face had been broadcasted on TV nationwide? Was he crazy? What the hell are you thinking?
Honestly, I have a lot of colleagues at your level.
But I like your tenacity in chasing Ark, that you even attacked an NPC village.
I need colleagues like you who want to get revenge on Arkansas.
Like me?
Then.
Yes, I've also been insulted and beaten by Arkansas.
Now my purpose in New World is to bring that guy to despair.
Aren't you the same?
I've almost finished the preparations for my revenge against Arkansas.
I assure you. If you join me, then you'll be able to achieve your purpose, there's no doubt. How about it? Do you want to take revenge with me?
Jewel closed his mouth and looked at the man for a while. His identity was unknown. However, Jewel already had no place to return to.
Yet there was a reason Jewel hadn't quit the game yet.
His pride wouldn't let him quit the game when he hadn't achieved his revenge against Ark yet. If there was a chance to get his revenge on Ark, then he would even be willing to sign a contract with the devil.
However, my punishment is 4 months.
I'll be no different from a low-level user when released in 4 months.
Then I'll break you out of jail. What? Jewel's eyes widened at the man's answer.
Then the man said, Why are you so startled? You're the one who tried to annihilate a whole village.
That is a mountain village, but this place is different.
It is the territory of a lord.
For such a thing to be possible.
Of course it is impossible if we attack this place like you did Lancel.
But if it is just a jailbreak, then it's possible.
My organization already possesses that type of power. If the jailbreak fails, then your penalty will increase, but you have nothing more to lose.
How about it? Would you like to try?
The man said as he tried to tempt Jewel. He was unsure, but the man smelled somewhat dangerous. However, a drowning person had no choice but to grab the vine even if it had thorns on it.
Okay. The man's lip curled up at Jewel's answer.
The man looked around for a bit before smiling pleasantly.
Please wait. It will take a few days. Wait, what is your name?
The man who started walking away flinched and stopped. Then he lifted his hood back onto his head and said in a low voice.
Andal, I am Andal. Phew, I've arranged a bit of it.
Ark stretched his back and sighed. After becoming the Lord yesterday afternoon, everything had become hectic for Arkansas. After the celebration ceremony by the 3 guilds, Ark had been paraded around the village. Then the representatives of the residents gathered in the town hall and the celebration stretched on for 4 hours. But what really tired Ark out wasn't the NPCs but the users. Ark had been really puzzled by the lordship, but the users watching had also been shocked.
The users had often met the nobility, but they never heard of user becoming a lord outside of Nagarin.
In addition, it was incomprehensible to the users about how Ark had taken part in the defensive war. Although many users took part in the Lancel War, none of them had seen Ark, because he had changed into Dark Wolf, so Ark's inauguration as the Lord was completed unexpected. So throughout the parade the users had followed along in a cloud of confusion and continued asking questions. Thus he had escaped to the town hall after the parade.
Damn, now both Dark Wolf and Ark had become famous, so it will be difficult to distinguish between them. Should I transform myself into a form other than Dark Wolf when wandering around? He was seriously worried about it.
Anyway, the young lord returned to his territory after the celebration was finished. Sid and Bread also became completely drunk and only disconnected at dawn. However, it was just the start of all of Ark's work.
Damn, I didn't know the work of a lord would be so complicated.
Ark complained as he looked at a pile of papers. Building the branches for the 3 guilds, processing the budget, settling the minor complaints of the residents, etc. Despite being a small village with only 732 residents, the lord still had a lot of work. Of course, this wasn't the first time Ark had been a lord. But he had always intended to sell Sylvana to Raiden, so he had no interest in it. He also had the highly competent secretary Barami. Of course, in Lancel village there was also Galen.
And Galen would still be handling tasks in Lancel when Ark was away. But Lancel village was Ark's territory.
As the lord, it was necessary to grasp the issues and learn how to process them.
Lancel village is different from the territories in Nagarin. This territory only belongs to me. Lancel village is like an extension of my body. If Lancel dies, then I will die. If Lancel is well, then I am well.
When he thought about this, it felt like his affection towards Lancel had increased by around 1,000,000 times. Besides, the profit earned from being the lord was enormous.
Character information window. Character name Ark race human. Alignment good plus 500 nobility title baronet. Fame 7,985 plus 500 level 383. Profession Dark Soul.
Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the People, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer, Magic Institute Member, Sutandal's Hero.
Health 7190 plus 475, Mana 7380 plus 225. Spiritual Power 956, Strength 757 plus 58. Agility 982 plus 90, Stamina 1222 plus 45. Wisdom 178 plus 10, Intelligence 1300 plus 5. Luck 172 plus 60, Flexibility 256. Art of Communication 78, Affection 89 plus 10. Resilience 468, Dark Fog 52. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 153. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mare People, Armor Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Wolf's Feet, Shoes Agility plus 40, Movement Speed plus 40%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Jump is available. Asterisk Animal King Set Effect, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Stamina plus 20, Defense plus 40. Promised Sword, Two-Handed Sword Strength plus 20, Stamina plus 10. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Mantle with a Strange Power, Mantle Health and Mana plus 20, Power of Resurrection available. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Rarukan's Ring, Ring Agility plus 10, Attack Speed plus 10%, Critical Hit plus 8%, Dark Protection available. Ark's Ring, Ring Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Stamina plus 5, Wisdom plus 5, Intelligence plus 5, Sudden Increase in Power available. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based Skill Growth plus 5%. Asterisk All abilities will increase by 50% in the dark. Asterisk You have the ability to hide in the darkness, 30 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk Resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk Shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk Poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. Some new information caught his eyes when looking at the information window.
Although he hadn't been able to raise his level while defending Lancel, it was satisfying just seeing the baronet status. Having a barony in New World wasn't a small thing. After receiving the barony and the lordship, he had gained +5 to all stats and 5,000 fame. Since he killed some chaotic users during the battle, he had gained 5,920 fame. And the unique thing was that he could get support from a village or city. Of course, he can only use it when completing quests given by NPCs with a peerage, but being able to use regular troops was something other users couldn't imagine. In addition, being a lord allows me to meet directly with the lord of each territory. In other words, he had a chance to meet the rulers of each territory and receive a quest from them. If he received quests from NPCs in such high positions, then the compensation would surely be good. Maybe the biggest benefit from the lordship was the ability to directly meet with other lords. But that is not all of the benefits. It was possible to receive profit after becoming the lord. But since there was various duties and responsibilities required, sometimes it could be a nuisance. But just like Sylvana, he could receive a monthly salary. It was 3% of the proceeds from the territory. The current income from the territory was 7,950 gold every 10 days. Since his salary was 3%, he would receive 238 gold and 50 silver every 10 days. That was only 1/10th of Sylvana's monthly salary, but he didn't have to worry about sieges with Lancel. In other words, it was 100% pure profit. Every month he could receive more than 700 gold by completing just a few documents. And if Lancel grew, then his salary would also grow. It was a golden goose which would be coveted by any user. Plus, Ark opened the relevant information window and smiled. Relevant investment information window. Current market price for Lancel's shares, 265 gold per every 0.1%. Currently owned shares in Lancel Village, owned/upper limit 9% per 25%. 265 gold for every 0.1%, and he had 9% shares. Ark's eyes turned to gold as he checked the information window. Shortly after the battle, the shares fell to 200 gold every 0.1%, but after the 3 guilds were attracted, it soared up to 265 gold. Since he received 5% shares for becoming the lord, his shares had jumped for free. When converted to gold, it was a huge amount, worth 13,250 gold. But this compensation was a trap. He would be stripped of his lordship if his shares fell below 5%. In other words, he couldn't sell the 5% shares received with the lordship. And he wouldn't be given a salary if his shares were sold. In other words, he had to choose between having a steady salary or selling his shares for a lump sum. But my assets are money. I don't really need money urgently at the moment, so there is no reason to sell it. Well, since it is like that, just possessing the shares would bring in 700 gold every month. There was no reason to sell the shares. And he could use the lordship if he urgently needed money. A special right of the lord was to use his village assets as collateral for a loan. Of course, he had to pay 3% interest every 15 days, and he would be deprived of the lordship if he couldn't pay it back within 45 days. But it had considerable merit if he needed some urgent money. My current shares are 9%, so I can safely use 4% to borrow money. Ark briefly closed his eyes and sank into his thoughts. Now it isn't an exaggeration to say that I've obtained a seat in New World. But just a few months ago he wouldn't have been able to see this much money. Thanks to the equipment and insurance, he had received 9,450 gold from this battle. During the reconstruction plan, he had obtained 3,470 gold from the sales of the goods in his store. After Isurum sold the stolen goods, he had also obtained 5,515 gold. A total of 18,435 gold. But I don't know how much more I need, but it is still insufficient. If I mortgage my 4% shares, then I can borrow 10,240 gold. That is 28,675 gold. It is all I can mobilize for the moment. I'll bet all of this. Ark murmured in a low voice as he stared into the darkness. All that money was required for Ark's plan. The letter Ark received earlier today had moved his plan into the execution stage. From Shambhala. I've gathered the troops you requested. I couldn't mobilize as many of the Eastern Nation and Baron clan as you expected. After the lawless port was destroyed, the Nakujuk have been invading more frequently, so we can't remove a lot of the troops. So Isabel has decided to send 800 Eastern Nation members and 500 of the Baron warriors. Surprisingly, there are also a lot of users who follow Justice Man, Lariat, and the Rehabilitation Group. It is possible to send 2,000 troops from Sutandal. Justice Man, Lariat, and the Rehabilitation Hyungnims will move to Nagarin with them. That was the letter he received from Shambhala, who had left for Sutandal. Yes, Ark had originally thought of 2 ways to defend Lancel.
One of them was to attract the 3 guilds and make any users lose their will to attack.
The other method was a counterattack against Jules' group who won't give up. That's right, it was to destroy the Hermes Alliance, which was their main body.
Of course, the reason Ark wanted to destroy the Hermes Alliance wasn't just to defend Lancel Village. Anyway, I have to take Sylvana back for the sake of my ambition. Ark's ambition. If he held the lordship for both Lancel and Sylvana, then his monthly salary would be enormous. After from the monthly salary, he could also complete the triangular trade route between Lancel, Sylvana, and Sutandil.
The profit would reach tens of thousands of gold in 1 month.
Ark would become a game tycoon. Ark would bet his entire fortune on that gamble.
The Hermes Alliance is under enormous pressure thanks to the destruction of the lawless port. They also lost 500 people while trying to attack Lancel Village this time. Including Jewel and Duke, more than half of them were trapped in jail.
Then now is the time to strike the Hermes Alliance. Ark came to that conclusion shortly after the end of the Lancel War. Now was the chance when the opponent was weakened.
But even if they were weakened, the Hermes Alliance was still one of the 5 powers in Nagarin. According to the secret agent Sid who had been planted, the current Hermes Alliance still had 5,000 people. Even if they received a huge damage to their funds, they could still hire mercenaries for sieges. This meant the opponents were more than 5,000 people. On the other hand, Ark could only mobilize 300 troops from Lancel.
It is imperative to gain more troops.
While Brett and Sid had been sent to persuade the 3 guilds, Shambhala and Redian to Sutandil and Bristania to gather troops.
Shambhala had managed to collect 2,000 people from Sutandil and the eastern nation, while Redian had 1,000 applicants from Bristania. They were able to collect these users thanks to the influence of the TV broadcast. The fame of Shambhala and Redian were no comparison to before. So I presently have 3,300 troops. Yet that is still weaker than the Hermes Alliance. I should collect some more troops from Jiren and Celebrate. If I appear as Dark Wolf and say this battle will be broadcasted, then I should gather 1,000 people with no trouble. Ark was convinced that he could gather more troops after the Lancel defensive war. But no matter how many troops he could gather, it wouldn't be enough. If he used Dark Wolf's fame and the TV broadcast, then he could definitely lure in users. But while the Lancel defensive war had a cause, this battle was more Ark's private matters. Since Jewel's face had been shown, Ark could associate him with Hermes, but in the end the person occupying Sylvana would be Arkansas. There weren't many users who would want to enter a war like that for free. Even if he could gather some, they would just be low-leveled. But high-level users needed compensation to risk dropping equipment or the death penalty. The counterattack for Lancel Village was a surprise, which is how I was able to succeed with low-level users. But the siege was different from the Lancel defensive war. The users who enter the siege should have adequate levels and combat skills. That was why Ark needed money. In order to gain enough troops to match Hermes, he needed to use money. I currently have 28,675 gold, so 4,000 people will be my limit. If I don't succeed in making Sylvana fall with 4,000 people there, I have no more chances. However, he now had no choice. If he missed the chance while the Hermes Alliance was weakened, then the chance to retake Sylvana would disappear. Ark's dream of a triangular trade route and a game tycoon would vanish. He couldn't miss this opportunity, so Ark decided to gamble it all on this siege. If the gamble won, then it would be a jackpot, and if it didn't, it will be the end. I absolutely can't let that happen. Ark stood up and looked out the window. It was window overlooking the north where Jiren and Sylvana lay. The place Ark would soon go to was there. It was the stage of the decisive battle with the Hermes Alliance. To be continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 19 Chapter 1. ACT-1 War Preparations. The new facility Office of the Lord has been registered in the name of Arknim. The Office of the Lord is a necessary space for the Lord of any territory and is a symbol of pride. The Lord will be able to confirm various details about the territory from the office, and a loyalty bonus will be applied to help the development of the territory. When working on territory-related business here, the progress rate will increase by 1.5 times. Asterisk progress rate of all territory-related business increases by 1.5 times in this office. Asterisk development of the territory when the Lord stays in the office increases by 1.2 times. Asterisk the resident bond and loyalty when the Lord stays in the office will increase by 1.2 times. Do you like the office? Galen indicated the white office with a satisfied expression. It can't be helped even if you don't like it. This is the Lord's private office now. It had been 4 days since Ark became the Lord of Lancel.
The original town hall was a 3-story building, with the first floor being the meeting room, the second floor the complaints room, and the third floor was Galen's office.
So until now Ark hadn't had an office. However, Ark didn't care about that. I might be the Lord, but I can't spend a lot of time in Lancel. Galen will take over as the mayor when I'm gone, so I don't need to bother with the office. If he wanted to create the office, then he would have to use the public funds.
But now things had changed.
Lancel was Ark's territory, not simple a place where he had invested in the real estate.
In other words, he used to be a stockholder in the Lancel Corporation and now he was the CEO. So his viewpoint about the territory had also changed.
How Lancel develops will depend on me.
If the territory develops, then its income and fame will rise.
So I can't use the public funds of the territory lightly.
Ark was the type of user who could give up 1 gold today for 2 gold tomorrow. Because it was the public funds, he couldn't afford to spend it freely.
But Galen was firm on this decision.
It might be uncomfortable for Lord Nim, but it will be worse for the residents if this office wasn't here.
I know that Lord Nim will be absent a lot of times. But the Lord's office isn't just a place for business.
It is a symbol of Lancel's Lord, and VIPs from other areas will be offended if there wasn't this office to greet them in. Galen used to be the temporary mayor and now his title had changed to the Lord's Secretary, so he was more assertive than before.
Ark had risen from a shareholder to the president. So Galen, who was in charge of maintaining the village, was like a director?
Anyway, Ark could find no justification to oppose Galen's decision. Thus Galen pushed and encouraged the residents, and after 4 days, the Lord's office had been constructed as the 4th floor of the town hall.
Everything in the office is made of top-quality products.
The villagers also prepared the interior decorations. The raccoons constructed the table and chairs, while the ex-thieves who had taken lessons from them manufactured the tapestries and shelves.
The leather goods on the walls are products of the Woolrang, and the Meow planted the seeds in the indoor garden. Galen explained the office like he was a real estate salesman. I honestly wasn't very enthusiastic.
Ark scratched his head and looked around the office. He had been reserved about it, but once completed, he actually quite liked it.
The office had various influences on development which Ark hadn't expected.
Of course, it only applied if Ark stayed in the office, but if he concentrated, then he could accelerate the growth rate of his territory.
But what caught Ark's heart weren't the bonuses applied but the balcony.
Since the balcony was on the 4th floor of the town hall, it had a panoramic view of Lancel village.
Somehow it lifts my mood. Thanks to the new town plan, the buildings and roads were neatly arranged.
A wide fence surrounded the village with fields spreading out from it.
Lancel village wasn't simply a landscape to Ark anymore. Lancel is my territory, so I can change it as I wish. Can we clear the plains on the right side of the village to create a potato field?
When Ark said such things, the residents immediately moved and the plains were cleared. And it was possible to confirm the changes instantly through the numerical values. The residents have reclaimed the plains and your territory has expanded.
Asterisk, the villagers are joyful about the successful reclamation, residents bond plus 70.
Asterisk, the successfully reclaimed plains had improved the food situation, for 4 months food plus 1,200. The Lord can control the amount of food distributed to the residents. The distribution of food will have an influence on the residents' bond, degree of loyalty, and the development speed. In addition, it is possible to sell surplus food to other areas to raise the income of the village.
Closing statement: clearing of plains used 2,750 gold.
Additionally, the maintenance fee of 150 every 1 month is taken from the public funds to pay the farmers. There may also be additional expenses when a disaster happens, such as blight, pests, or drought.
The appropriate budget setting was needed.
Of course, he was previously the Lord of Sylvana, but he had always intended to sell it to Ryden, so he didn't really care. But when it was his estate, then it became quite fascinating.
What was needed to develop a balanced territory?
Even if he left Galen to manage the village, Ark still needed to make decisions as the Lord.
Still, he couldn't excessively develop the territory. Clearing plains and creating new roads all required money.
Therefore, the development should be steady and properly managed. If he created new roads, then cleaners and repairmen were required to maintain it, so he had to be careful not to let the residents' dissatisfaction pile up. Creating new fields also required hiring farmers as well as crops. Therefore, he needed an appropriate grasp of the budget as well as figuring out the abilities of the residents before starting some investments.
In the beginning, they didn't have a grasp on a system.
In fact, the old Lancel village usually had 30-40% of residents with free time. Sometimes 3-4 people worked in fields that required 10 people, and other times 10 people worked in fields which required 5-6 people, so the progress speed was quite slow. Now, thanks to Ark, Lancel village had developed a new system.
Isn't the lordship quite fascinating now that I have an interest in it? Didn't it feel like the famous simulation game SimCity or the Tycoon series?
No, it was a virtual reality, therefore the sense of accomplishment couldn't be compared to those classic games. Although he couldn't sleep well for 4 days, developing the village and increase the residents' bond and loyalty was interesting enough that he forgot about sleep. Of course, he had to decide on the budget and work personnel first, but if the results were good then he could feel a sense of accomplishment.
Ark suddenly looked at a building that occupied a corner of the village.
During the past few days he spent in the village, he realized that the NPCs in Lancel Village also had a wide variety of personalities just like in reality.
That building?
A few days ago during the evening, he had been standing on the balcony of the town hall's 3rd floor when he detected some strange movements from that corner.
On one corner of Lancel Village was a shabby building. However, this building had always been locked.
Therefore he felt suspicious when he first discovered the building, but he eventually forgot about it. If he hadn't been standing on the balcony at that time then he wouldn't have noticed the suspicious group of people gathered around the building.
I had forgotten about that building. I wonder who lives there. And why are there people around it at this hour? Something was happening in Ark's territory.
Ark was intrigued by this and moved to the area before using stealth. He held his breath for a while and searched the surrounding people. They were all dressed like merchants, but he couldn't remember their faces. In other words, they must be peddlers traveling from other areas.
Is it time?
The merchants in front of the building checked their timepieces and muttered.
Time? What are they waiting for?
Ark wondered as he tilted his head to one side. Then there was the sound of the door being unlocked and it opened.
And the people that appeared from inside. Aren't they the raccoons? That's right.
The one who opened the door was from the raccoon clan.
Were you undiscovered by others? The raccoons restlessly looked around and said.
The merchants gathered in the area smiled and nodded.
Yes. You don't have to worry. Okay, come in. Why on earth are the peddlers and raccoons meeting together like this? Judging from their actions, it doesn't seem to be the first time. Well, I'll know once I enter. Ark, who was hidden with stealth, entered the building with the merchants.
The building had blackout curtains so it would be dark even with the sun out.
But the raccoons soon lit up several lamps. Ark instantly became perplexed.
This is? Surprisingly, there were a large number of Japtum piled up in the building. The merchant's eyes sparkled as the light showed the form of the Japtum.
The items are quite okay this time? Of course. After all, we are the ones who made them. It is in a different class from the sloppy goods created by humans.
The raccoons replied with a prideful expression.
The price is the same as before?
No, this time it has increased by 5%.
What? Look, as a merchant it should be obvious. It is better quality than the previous goods you bought.
If we should it elsewhere then we would receive at least 5-6% more.
Well, I guess, but these items aren't easy to get.
If I don't get any profit from it then it will be useless. But it will be unfair if you're the only one who leaves with a profit.
Honestly, it isn't easy for merchants like us to meet like this. Shouldn't we divide the profit among ourselves in order to cement our bond? 3%.
Sheesh, as expected from merchants.
I understand. You have to get rid of these things quickly.
But just to be clear, you shouldn't dispose of anything bought from me nearby.
This has to keep being a secret. Is this our first time?
We want to trade with you for a long time, so don't worry.
These guys?
After listening to the conversation between the raccoons and the merchants, it was possible for Ark to guess the situation. They gathered in this building during the evening in order to do black market dealings.
It was unnecessary to explain, but when buying or selling things through the store, a certain amount of tax was included.
That subsequently became the income of the village and the lord.
But these types of black market dealings didn't require a tax.
Additionally, it wasn't required to pay the market price for the goods. As a result, you could purchase the same goods for 30-40% cheaper than in the stores. Of course, selling it through the black market also gave benefits to the raccoons.
But to do black market dealings in my territory? He never even imagined it. Anyway, now he couldn't wait and see anymore.
One of the main sources of income for Lancel Village was the tax. But now precious goods were being traded in black market dealings. While it didn't compare to the amount that the raccoons normally produced, he couldn't condone it as the lord. Ark was able to drop stealth and reveal his presence when he realized something.
Wait. Right now I can seize everything and lock the merchants in jail. But Ark thought for a while and sneaked out of the building.
Then he visited the Sutandal branch and spoke to number 358.
I have a request. In the future, please keep an eye on that building every night.
If merchants enter the building, then please sneak in using stealth and record the prices of the goods traded there.
Of course, please keep this a secret from everyone. Huh? What?
I'll tell you the details later.
If it works out well, then I'll compensate you generously. I understand. If it is a favor from Arknim, Ho, all of the money from the black market will be mine.
A wicked smile spread on Ark's face as number 358 nodded.
There was a reason why Ark hadn't dismantled it right there.
If the products were sold normally through the raccoon's workshop, then Lancel would only get a profit from the taxes. It was 5% of the listed price.
But how much could he get with the black market profit?
In the future, the raccoons would continue to sell things through the black market. And it was clear that the raccoons would collect the money from the dealings. If he stopped the black market at an appropriate time, then he could seize all of that money.
If I intimidate the raccoons, then I will be able to put that money into my own pocket instead of the estate's.
In other words, he could embezzle the income of the raccoons.
Then I can obtain the profits from the raccoons' black market dealings. That was Ark's true purpose.
Ark even made a wall which hid the building where the black market occurred. If the black market was safer, then it would become more active.
And he would leave it until the appropriate time. But I never would have guessed if I hadn't seen it.
I had been thinking that the NPCs just lived without thinking. If they have no jobs and complaints pile up, then they will also turn to illegal acts, just like users.
The management of his territory was starting to feel more interesting than before.
It was to the extent that he wanted to forget about other stuff and just focus on Lancel's management.
But my real work starts today.
Ark, who had been locked in recollections while looking at his territory, closed his eyes. When he opened them, Ark's eyes weren't that of the Lord anymore.
Have you prepared what I requested? Yes, it's been prepared in cash like you asked. Galen nodded and laid a bag of money on the table.
It was 5 2,000 gold bags and one 1,000 gold bag, which added up to 11,000 gold. Ark received that money for putting 4% of his 9% shares as collateral for a loan. When Ark had become the Lord, it was worth 10,600 gold, but by the fourth day the market price had risen by 400 gold. In just 4 days, 265 gold for 0.1% became 275 gold. Since some fields have been cleared, a new road is in progress, and the buildings for the 3 guilds will soon be completed, the market price will continue to rise. If he had waited a bit more, then he might have been able to borrow 1,000 more gold for the 4% shares. But Ark couldn't afford to wait that long. In addition, he had to pay an interest of 3% every 15 days, so it wasn't good to borrow that much.
Now I will leave Lancel to Galen Ajushi for a while. Don't worry. I will complete the work you've assigned perfectly. Please contact me by mail if there are any problems. I understand.
Then Galen lowered his head and suddenly grasped Ark's hand.
I know why Lord Nim needed to borrow the money. And I have no doubt that you will accomplish your purpose. Yet if you fail, then don't take it personally. Lord Nim already has Lancel as a territory. Ark looked at Galen before laughing and replying. I know.
Ark was also aware of this.
Even if he failed and lost, Lancel would still be Ark's territory.
He had poured all his passion into Lancel during the last 4 days. But there was no meaning in failing.
From now on I have to concentrate all my nerves on retaking Sylvana. Ark had a determined expression on his face as he exited the town hall. That's right. It was the reason why Ark used his shares as collateral to borrow money. It was to secure war funds to recapture Sylvana. Galen told me not to worry if I fail to recapture Sylvana, but... No. I still have Lancel left after failing, but that is no guarantee. And the chance to recapture Sylvana won't come again. My dream for the last 2 years will fail with a single defeat. Ark's heart started pounding at the thought. He had gone through so many hardships in New World. It was probably 3-4 times more than normal users experienced. Sometimes he suffered tremendous damage, and if the crisis wasn't overcome, then he would be forced to quit the game. However, Ark had overcome those crises and ended up gaining more money and levels than other users. In other words, a crisis provided him opportunities to grow. A crisis was a chance. That was now Ark's philosophy in life. But Ark didn't think it was that simple this time. Heavy, this is the first time the gold feels so heavy. Ark had prepared 18,435 gold. Using his special privilege, he received a loan of 11,000 gold. In total it was 29,435 gold.
When converting to cash, it was close to 300 million won. It was Ark's entire fortune which he had gathered after 2 years of conquering crises. Although it was impossible to feel the right of the gold in the bag, for the first time in 2 years his bag strap weighed down his shoulder.
If possible, I don't want to make such a risky gamble.
To be honest, Ark would like to protect the 30,000 gold that he gathered and continue his adventures.
But after the Lancel defensive war it became certain that he couldn't coexist with the Hermes Alliance. If he left the Hermes Alliance alone then it was just like leaving a ticking bomb in his warehouse. I have no choice. There is no turning back now.
Ark muttered like he was reciting a spell. It was a spell to change his anxiety to courage. It was originally set in the suburbs but thanks to the new town plan, Ark's store was now in the center of the village so it was thriving. In particular, after gathering the 3 guilds a lot more users had been attracted and gathered around his store.
But it would be a problem if he couldn't see any goods to the customers.
In order to raise the required war funds, Ark had sold most of the goods in his warehouse.
He also didn't have the money to buy new products right now.
But they were Ark's long-awaited customers so he couldn't just let them leave. After his stock had disappeared, Ark borrowed from other stores and was carrying out a sale. Of course, they were goods borrowed from other stores so he would only receive a 2-3% profit. But in this situation the profit wasn't an important issue. Even if I fill the store up later, I won't be able to bring back guests that I lost. The profit margin doesn't matter as long as the store is still operating. Thanks to that, Ark's store was still crowded with people even while having no stock. No, instead the goods diversified even more and the customer's satisfaction increased.
Ark had also settled the other NPC stores' dissatisfaction at having customers monopolized by Ark's store. Thankfully Sapjul and Olmiak are the ones who have to move all the goods. I also give them a monthly salary. I'll just have to be forced to let the monthly salaries pile up. At the sight of Ark's smirk, Sapjul and Olmiak felt like crying.
Once again, it was impossible for them to be freed from Arkansas. His summons were no exception. While Ark was staying in Lancel, his summons Razak, Raiden and Rackard were put to work. But the most surprising thing was that his summons were unexpectedly talented at business.
Now, come. Come in. Take your pick, We have everything. Clack clack clack, tatadak. Sack 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 sack, sack 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 sack. Rackard, who was wearing big glasses and a hat, clapped and attracted the user's attention.
Razak also helped using his shield while Raiden spat up items and juggled them. There was a reason his pets were engaging in business eagerly.
You make us fight and now you're even making us engage in business?
We also want a short break sometimes. I've never heard of a pet selling things.
Master is so mean. Rackard's complaints piled up as the Lancel defensive war ended and he was shoved into the store.
While he could beat them up, he knew that wouldn't successfully motivate their labor. After worrying for a bit, Ark offered a suggestion to his summons. Instead of paying salaries, they would earn points based on their performance.
Points method.
10 100 points, x1 snack food can be eaten, points required depends on ingredients and price. 100 200 points, a mistake made in battle will be waived, the required points depend on the mistake.
100 400 points, winter equipment provision, points required depends on quality. Asterisk 1 point earned for the sale of one item. Can be used at any time. P points? Rackard froze after hearing about the points from Arkansas.
Since they had to eat so much food for growth, the pets were sick of it, but sometimes they also craved junk food. But it was impossible for Ark to give away the ingredients he collected. So his pets became frustrated by not being able to eat junk food. Furthermore, his pets were most afraid of failing in battle and receiving a penalty. However, if they collected points then it was possible to eat the junk food or avoid the penalty. But that wasn't his pet's final goal. If they collected 100 points then it was possible to receive winter equipment. During the last winter, they didn't even have a pair of gloves, so it was normal for his pets to tremble. Right now it was late fall but winter was coming, and knowing Ark's nature it was obvious he wouldn't buy them any gloves. Yet if they collected points then they would be able to request winter equipment. So his pets' sales pitches heated up as they started a painful struggle for survival.
Ho ho ho, yes, if they want to scramble to collect 100 points then they won't dare betray me. And all I have to do is buy 1 or 2 gloves. Furthermore, if I didn't do this then wouldn't they keep on complaining about clothes during the winter? Well, it means I can utilize my pets as shop assistants. Ark smirked and went up to the second floor. Have you put everything regarding the lordship in order? When he entered the second floor, Roko greeted him like he was a husband returning. Yes, to some degree. Now shall we begin already?
Then an excited voice was heard from behind Arkansas. Ark looked back to see that Bread was climbing up the stairs behind him. However, Bread seemed somewhat strange. His whole body was covered in dust like he had been rolling around on the group, and he seemed to give off a sense of weariness. It was because of Ark that Bread was in such a state. In fact, Ark had struggled with one problem when he became determined to retake Sylvana. It was that the beast clans and ex-thieves from Lancel would have to enter the war. Currently he could mobilize 300 people from Lancel. That was half of Lancel's population. If they died, then Lancel's population would decrease by that much. Ark honestly didn't want them to participate in the war. In a situation where the troops numbered several thousand, 300 people weren't a big number. Although they were only 300 people, the beast clans had special abilities that could be used strategically. Ark was betting everything on this battle. He feared sacrificing the NPCs, but he needed them in his troops. Anyway, if he was defeated in this battle, then wouldn't Lancel be attacked by the Hermes Alliance's retaliatory strike? In addition, the NPCs were eager to get revenge on the Hermes Alliance that was the source behind Lancel being attacked. So Ark decided to address the troops from Lancel. This expedition is more important than ever, and it will be a fierce battle. Whether I win or fail, the damage received won't be small. Because of my selfishness, I honestly don't want the residents of Lancel to enter the war. But it is true that I need your help. Thus I decided to do this. You will undergo severe training, and if I judge that you have sufficient power, then you can participate in the war. Since then, the troops had gone around various hunting grounds and dungeons in the Argus Mountains and started their combat training. And their training instructor for 4 days was Bread. How is it? Was there any progress? Obviously. Who am I? Bread laughed as he sat down in a chair. I can't confirm it directly since I can't see the NPC's information window, but everyone seemed to have gained 5 levels. The Wolrang and Meow were originally a combat species, so their power didn't rise that much, but the ex-thieves who changed to guards has gained a lot in a short time. I can't assure you. It won't be easy if they go against the users. In fact, Ark wasn't that worried about the Beast Clan's combat power. The Wolrang and the Meow possessed general strength and agility equivalent to the users. During the siege of Sylvana, there was a 50-level difference between the users and the Meow, but their amazing agility overwhelmed during a one-on-one combat. Ark was worried more about the ex-thieves than the beasts. But if the more experienced Bread was full of confidence, then they should have reached a minimum level. No matter their level, the raccoons can be strategically used. The core of the Lancel troops was the raccoons. Their cannons had more range and damage than arrows, not to mention their abilities to dig tunnels, repair buildings and heavy equipment. These characteristics could be used strategically. Although I couldn't use it in the Lancel defensive war, the raccoon's secret weapon that they've been preparing is ready. Their firepower absolutely won't be lacking, but it was the ultimate weapon in which Ark had invested considerable funds. The reason Ark had been in Lancel for 4 days was because he had been waiting for the completion of the weapon being secretly developed. That's right. The raccoons had a secret research laboratory underneath Lancel. The research was spurred even more after Ark became the Lord, and the secret weapon was finally completed yesterday. This means I've finished all the preparations in Lancel. Together with the weapons, the number of troops from Lancel number 270 beasts and guards. Only 30 of the guards are staying behind to protect Lancel. The guard divisions from the 3 guilds were already present in the village, so he didn't have to worry about Lancel's defense. Ark tapped the table and began to talk. Now, let me sum up the situation. There are 270 Lancel troops. Shambhala has gathered 1,300 people from the Eastern Nation and Sutandal. There are also 700 applicants from the users in Sutandal. And Redian has managed to gather 1,000 people from Bristania. So there are a total of 3,270 troops? Bread nodded and then muttered like he was thinking out loud. The Hermes Alliance is expected to have at least 5,000 troops. There is a difference of 1,500 people between us. Will we be gathering more troops before moving to Nagarin? Yes. So, how many more will we gather? 1,000 more people. Bread thought for a moment before giving a heavy sigh. In fact, there was a reason Ark had to rush to retake Sylvana. Jewel's face had been shown to the public on TV. Of course, Jewel had withdrawn from Hermes in advance, and they had officially denied the Alliance's relationship with Jewel through the forums of various sites. However, 100% of Jewel's group used to be in Hermes, not just 1-2 people. NPCs wouldn't know, but the users couldn't immediately accept Hermes' claim. Shortly after the broadcast of the Lancel defensive war, the Hermes Alliance had been extremely criticized by the users. On the other hand, Ark, no Dark Wolf, was a hero.
With such an atmosphere, couldn't Ark gather users to attack Hermes? Whether in reality or the game, people gravitated towards those with a cause. If he took advantage of the current atmosphere towards Hermes, then he could attract high-level users. On the other hand, the morale of the Hermes alliance would have fallen. The morale of the troops in the game was important. No, morale was important to win in the game. If their morale fell in the game, their eagerness to fight would decrease and they would die. Thus the battle was in his favor if the morale was already decreased from the beginning. However, there was no guarantee that the atmosphere would continue forever. If time passed, then that atmosphere would disappear. This was the reason why Ark thought it was the proper time to recapture Sylvana. As he mentioned earlier, it wasn't a problem collecting reinforcements. The problem wasn't gathering reinforcements but maintaining them. Ark had a good reason. Many users might support Arkansas. But there were problems if they wanted to participate in the battle. If they participated in the battle, then they needed money for consumables and repairs. If they didn't belong to a guild or alliance, then there were no benefits for users to participate in a siege. So they had to receive some money for the damages they might incur during the battle. In other words, Ark had to bear the cost for things such as equipment repairs, food, and various supplies. The minimum cost for one person was 10 gold. Hiring level 250 users required at least 10 gold. However, Ark had already collected 1,700 users. If he collected 1,000 more, then he would have 2,700 users. 10 gold per person meant 27,000 gold. The thousands of people needed in a siege was no joke. I've prepared 30,000 gold for the war funds. It was an enormous amount, but it wasn't enough to hire thousands of troops. Since Ark had no guild or alliance, he had to bear that cost alone. But it has to be enough. It is now or never. Ark replied in a firm voice. The reason Ark was able to think that was because of the siege rules. After Ark revealed Alan's use of the Ghost Guild, the rules of the siege had changed. Since Sid was currently infiltrating Sylvana, Ark was able to hear the new siege rules from him. The system now is that guilds at the Shrine of War have a sequential chance to challenge a siege. Since the siege is more large-scale than before, it will only occur once every 2 weeks, so some people will have to wait months for a chance. Then if a guild registers later, then they'll have to wait? Not really. At the Shrine of War, the guilds can apply for a 100 versus 100 battle separate from the siege. The guild that wins will have their priority increased. This was the new rules of the siege. Even if Ark collected the troops, if he didn't have the priority right, then he couldn't participate in the siege. Of course, he could participate in a few battles against guilds, but if there were a lot of guilds with higher priority than him, then it would eat a lot of his funds. His funds were very tight, so there was no possibility of doing that. But he didn't have to wait this time. The rules right now. In fact, recently there haven't been a lot of sieges. Since the size of the alliance in Nagarin had become larger and their troops numbered in the thousands, few people were willing to attack them. If they tried a siege and failed, then the guild would become incredible broke, so there was none that would try it. The Hermes alliance was one of the 5 powers in Nagarin. They were a huge alliance with more than 5,000 people, so trying a siege with them would just make them lost the funds. Because of that, there had been no sieges in Sylvana for half a year. But in fact, the Hermes alliance is actually struggling financially. If the other influential alliances know this information, then they will apply for a siege. No matter how much Hermes tries to hide the information, one day it will leak. If someone showed a weak point in Nagarin, then it was the end. When the circumstances inside the Hermes alliance were revealed, then the other unions would attack Sylvana like hyenas. If Sylvana is taken away from the Hermes alliance, then I will have to fight a new union. Furthermore, they might even collect the remnants of the Hermes alliance. Ark only just had the minimum funds. It was why he had to recapture Sylvana now, even if it meant borrowing money. Then there is no other choice? Okay, it's decided, so I'll depart right away for Sylvana. I'll bring the gathered troops to Sylvana. Bread shrugged and muttered. The person giddy about the upcoming battle wasn't just Bread. I'll also do my best to help you. Rocco was also looking forward to going onto the battlefield with Arkansas. Then Sapjil, who was moving goods on the second floor, gasped and looked aghast. Eek? Even Manager Nim is going? Of course. Why else have I been taking lessons from Melody? But who will look after the store? You guys will have to do that. Huh? But? Sapjil spoke in a worried voice. Ah, that's something I hadn't thought of. Ark finally realized a problem he hadn't considered. Even without Rocco, there was still Sapjil and Olmiak left to look after the store. But he felt anxious at the thought of leaving the store to those two.
After a lot of education they had become steadier than before, but there was no guarantee that would continue without Roko there. No, Ark's store was open 24 hours like a convenience store, so he couldn't possibly trust in the two of them. But Roko's abilities will play an important role in this battle. Ark's recognition of Roko's skills had changed 180 degrees after the Lancel defensive war. Not only did Illusion Sonata have fantastic strategic value, Roko's buffs could also be stacked onto hundreds of users. With both Lariat and Roko as rear support, the power of the buffs applied would be huge. Should I leave the store to Sid during the siege? Ark considered this. Then Sid jumped with surprise after he talked about it with him. What are you saying? Do you think I'm a person without any work to do? I'm a very busy person. As the manager of the foreign division of the Continental Commerce firm, how can I be seen in a suburban store like this? As suburban? You should forget about the idea. I helped you with persuading the Merchants Guild, but that is it. You should restrain from asking anything more from me at the moment. Because I am someone who also has a lot of work. I can't just keep taking care of Arknim's problems. Well, that might change if Arknim pays me. Sid snorted and muttered. Ark's face became blank from Sid's reaction. In the past he couldn't even yawn without Sid flinching. However, Sid's insubordination was long scheduled. Now Sid had fully occupied a place in Nagarin. As the foreign division manager of the Continental Commerce firm, which had a great deal of large trades, he had already changed to his second profession. And he collected a huge amount of money. Now Sid no longer needed to flatter Ark anymore. So his head has become really big? Ark glared at the cheeky hobbit. But Sid had been captured during his weak point, so he was different from the three pigs who had been tamed with violence. He couldn't squeeze Sid like he could the three pig brothers. Furthermore, Sid could also expose some of his internal affairs to the Hermes Alliance. If Sid disclosed the circumstances to the Hermes Alliance, then Ark would be in trouble. Although Sid knew Ark's character, he had gained confidence recently after realizing how important he was to Arkansas. Therefore he had no intention of staying at Ark's store. Ark felt furious at the thought. Unbelievable. Now he is being rebellious? I have to use some excuse in the future to re-educate him. But I can't pay attention to Sid now. There are bigger problems, so I have no choice but to move on. But who can I trust the store to if Sid won't stay? Ark was sighing with frustration when it happened. President Nim, there is a visitor for you. Olmiak suddenly appeared on the stairs and spoke. Visitor? Who? It is the first time I've seen them. Olmiak answered in a hesitant tone. In the past, Olmiak wouldn't have reported the guest to Roko or Arkansas. But after being caught by Isurum, he now sought Ark and Roko out to report straight away. Who could be looking for me? Ark scratched his head and descended to the first floor. When he went down, a teenage girl wearing robes was looking around the store. Ark looked at the girl and tilted his head to one side. It was the first time he had seen the girl. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling like the girl was somewhat familiar. It was definitely the first time he saw her, but what was this feeling? What on earth? At that moment, the girl seemed to feel his gaze and turned her head. And she stared at Ark before laughing. Ah, I can tell with just one glance. You're Hyun Woo. No, are you called Ark here? Ark was even more confused by the girl's words. Hyun Woo? Ark? Didn't that mean the person knew who he was in reality as well as the game? Furthermore, it wasn't possible to change genders in New World, so the person was definitely a woman. However, the only females Ark knew in reality were Roko and Lariat. Excuse me. Who are you? The girl became puzzled by Ark's question. But then she seemed to have realized something and laughed mischievously. Let's see. Who am I? I don't feel like playing with you. You're not friendly at all. The girl pouted at Ark's blunt words. Appa, who is it? Roko had descended and looked at the girl with curiosity. The girl blinked several times before her smile widened. Oh, are you Hai-sun? Ho, now I know why Hyunwoo plays the game so much. How interesting. This is good. Who? Roko stared at the girl before her eyes suddenly widened. Then she ran like a squirrel and embraced the girl. Ark was even more confused by Roko's reaction. Then the girl looked at Ark and sighed. My daughter-in-law is 100 times better than my child. Ark instantaneously felt like cold water had been poured on him. A cry escaped from Ark's mouth. Eek? It can't be, mother? Who am I if not your mother? The teenage girl swelled like a balloon and retorted.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 19 Chapter 2. ACT-2 Gathering in Nagarin.
Mother, what's with that face? Ark grumbled as he gave Somi a strange glance.
That's right. The female inside the shop was Somi, Ark's mother.
By the way, it was because of that face that Ark committed the sin of not recognizing his mother. When his mother had used New World's character creation process, she had transformed into a teenage girl.
Looking young and pretty is never wrong.
That was his mother's answer. Then you managed to manipulate the game's character creation process.
Was it difficult? Don't you just have to scan an old photo when the message appeared? Scanner?
At any rate, when I scanned the photo, my character was programmed automatically.
Wait. After thinking about it, my feelings are a little hurt. Even if my face de-aged 25 years, how can my son not recognize me? Mother is sad. Even Roko recognized me.
I previously saw the album with Mother in it. You looked so pretty that I had to remember.
Oh, Roko is also pretty. Somi stroked her head and Roko acted like a cat.
Ark had also thought that Somi's face was slightly familiar.
But how could he remember it from a photo in an old album shoved into the closet? I don't know. Mother just looks like a high school student. It is like a scam. Ark pouted while murmuring.
However, Somi ignored it and turned around.
Who are the people with you? Your friends? Oh, you are Ark's mother? My name is Bread. Bread laughed boldly and approached.
It must be tough for a beauty like you to raise a monster like Arkansas.
You're fool, this is from a 25-year-old photo.
This guy is still naive. I don't want to hear such lousy words. Despite it being 25 years ago, the features can still clearly be seen.
You're a good friend. You are called Bread? Please continue spending time with Ark in the future.
Despite him being older, the child still doesn't know things like that.
Ho, I'll teach him.
Bread laughed and hit his chest. Ark sent him a sour look, but the atmosphere had become more harmonious because of Bread.
But Sapjil and Olmiok's faces had fallen. There was a reason for their expressions.
They hadn't had good experiences with the people associated with Arkansas. Sapjil still had the memory of being beaten by Isurum, Justice Man, and the rehabilitation members.
Unlike her outer appearance, Roko also had a personality of steel. Therefore in their heads, acquaintances of Ark equals dangerous people.
The person who appeared this time is Ark's mother.
Despite being a woman, I can't be reassured. Wasn't she the one who created Ark's personality? If she gets mad and shows her true personality, then she might be much scarier than Arkansas. It would be nice to have a break from swollen eyes.
Thus the two of them hid in a corner, not even daring to breathe loudly.
While they were trembling, Roko suddenly remembered something and asked Somi. But mother, wasn't there something you want to give to me a while ago? Ah, that's right. Somi then took something out of her bag. Winter is coming soon. It is interesting that we can even feel the coldness of winter in a game. Ho, at first I thought the room was cold and even checked the temperature of the boiler.
But it was on its original settings. So I thought of you guys and prepared this. I actually came here because I wanted to give this to you directly. The things which emerged from Somi's bag were gloves and scarves. But the gloves and scarves were different from the ones found in general stores. The overall shape was similar, but the gloves and scarves had flashy patterns on them.
When Ark received it, an information window popped up.
Wool gloves, 4th class product, deluxe. Armor type, gloves, clothing.
Defense. Durability, 40/40. Weight, 3. User restriction. Gloves made using high-quality wool.
The gloves are a relatively plain style, but it is possible to feel the skill of the craftsman through the simple needlework and neat finish. The particularly noteworthy part is the hand-stitched embroidery on the back of the gloves. The precise pattern of the eagle flying will give courage and compassion to the users. Sewing option, S-rank completion, cold resistance plus 30%, style plus 20.
Embroidery option, S-rank completion, courage plus 20.
Wool scarf, 4th class product, deluxe.
Armor type, scarf, clothing. Defense. Durability, 40/40. Weight, 4. User restriction.
With the ability to wear it as a hood or a scarf, it is a stylish scarf made of wool. The part which goes around the neck is so fluffy and warm that it is possible to feel the meticulous care the creator put into it.
In addition, the small eagle design on the end enhances the style.
The eagle embroidery is so close to perfect that the person can wear the scarf with pride and courage. Sewing option, S rank completion cold resistance plus 40%, style plus 20. Embroidery option, S rank completion courage plus 30.
Hook, what is this? ARC size popped out at the information window.
The gloves and scarf ARC received had a 4th class ranking. In addition, the sewing option only appeared when the sewing skill reached intermediate.
She had only started the game yet Somi's sewing skill had already reached intermediate? That was not the only surprise.
Gloves and scarves were naturally cold resistant.
That was why users bought them during winter. Style was also an option attached to clothing. However, the numerical values this time were no joke.
Originally, the gloves and scarves had an average cold resistance of 15%.
But these ones had 30-40%? The cause of this was due to the S rank completion rate.
In fact, sewing was a general-purpose skill since it was easier to learn than the special production skills like alchemy.
It also had a low failure rate. If created roughly, then a completion rate of B would come out.
But this part which made this skill special was the fact that it was extremely difficult to get a completion rate above A. In order for users to reach a higher proficiency, they needed to create 100 items with an A rank completion, so most of them gave up at the advanced level.
Yet this wasn't an A rank product but an S rank. Hasn't my mother only been playing the game for 3 months? Furthermore, what is this embroidery option? I've never seen anything like it.
The eagle embroidered on the gloves and scarf was marvelous. He had seen clothing dyed different patterns, but this was the first time he had seen directly embroidered clothing.
And it was also the first time he saw an additional option attached to clothing.
No, he hadn't even imagined it until he saw it.
And the additional option added 20-30 courage. Do you like it? I checked it several times, but this is the embroidery option that people like the most. Somi spoke casually.
But it wasn't something that could be spoken about that casually. It was natural for users to like the courage option. Not only did courage increase resistance to states like fear, it also increased damage and attack speed.
So the stat was similar to a Joker type which could affect different abilities. However, finding courage attached to clothing was extremely rare.
Yet Somi had no idea how big it was that she attached it to gloves and scarves.
It's strange, when I embroider the eagle design I fail 1 in every 3 attempts. Oh my god, then she has a 60% chance of attaching this option?
If other tailors heard Somi say that so casually, then they would have been overcome with depression.
However, there was another reason ARC was baffled. Mother, this is, ... Roko's eyes shone like a lantern at the unexpected gift.
It was an S-rank luxury item, so of course Roko liked it.
The problem was the design of the gloves and scarf. ARC had received blue clothing with red embroidery. Meanwhile, Roko's items were red with blue embroidery. That's right.
ARC and Roko had received a couple set consisting of gloves and scarves.
2 people who get along should wear things like this. Oh, is it not in style these days? You don't like it? DD don't like it? Wah, thank you, mother. Roko embraced Somi tightly while trembling.
ARC was inwardly uncomfortable, but he couldn't express that. No, these were presents that his mother put effort into making, so he couldn't find fault with them.
Isn't this a pair of gloves and a scarf created by mother?
ARC remembered the times in the past when Somi created a sweater and a scarf for him.
When did it stop?
It was probably when the sweater and scarves that had a price tag started to look better and cooler than his mother's.
And when did his mother start buying it from the department store instead of making it for him? How did his mother feel then?
He felt a strange feeling in his chest as he looked at the gloves and scarf.
And seeing mother acting like a normal person.
When Somi first started the game, she couldn't even walk, but now she had managed to ride a horse to Lancel. After arriving at the store, she had acted like a healthy person. Although it was in a game, seeing Somi walk around casually caused unspeakable emotions inside him. In fact, his mother didn't talk about the game with him. It was probably because she wanted to surprise him with this visit.
Ah, that's right.
Then Somi seemed to remember something and reached back into her bag.
Actually, I've also packed things for other people.
Other people, ... Yes, for Detective Guan and the other rehabilitation members.
And these are for your pets. Since they are children you frequently talk about. Give these to the children. I've heard about their sizes from Roko, so it should fit. You even made some for my summons? ARC looked on with amazement as countless wool clothes emerged.
For Justice Man and the rehabilitation members, she had prepared 11 sets of gloves and scarves. There were also gloves and scarves for Rackard, Razak, and Raiden.
Somi also knew that Raiden had different forms. It's worked out well. If my summons collect enough points, then I can just give them this. That was Ark's, though, as Somi also gave some gloves and scarves to Brett and Sid.
I didn't know you two were here, so they aren't personalized to you.
Eh? We also get some? Please continue getting along with Ark in the future. Thank you. Oh, absolutely thank you.
Brett and Sid cheered as they also received gloves and scarves.
Meanwhile, Sapjil and Olmiak, who were in the corner, continuously sent Somi envious looks. What are you doing? I also have some for you too. Huh? F for us? I asked Roko. Didn't you two support Ark a lot in the store? You're Sapjil and Olmiak, aren't you? I've prepared things for you as well. Mother, you don't have to bother giving those guys anything. Ark murmured in a testy tone.
Even though the clothes were classified as low-price items, it was already late fall. It was the season where gloves and scarves were popular. With these types of options, he could receive 5 gold from them. Aside from Justice Man and the rehabilitation members, he thought it was fair that such expensive items were given to Brett and Sid for free. But he had to say something when those guys who received a monthly salary were about to receive some. Then Somi frowned and said,
"Why are you acting so mean? A person shouldn't act like that. Aren't they people as well? You should treat the people close to you better." Somi then sighed and spoke in a soft voice towards Sapjil and Olmiak. "Don't mind him. I'll apologize instead." Sapjil and Olmiak's eyes widened.
Roko, Justice Man, Isurum, the rehabilitation members, even Bread and Redian.
All the people surrounding Ark had bad personalities. But Somi was different. She treated them like humans.
Not only was she a pretty girl, despite actually being 25 years older, but she protected the pigs and even prepared handmade gifts for them.
Sapjil and Olmiak shed tears as they received the gloves and scarves. "Oh, to give such items to us. Thank you. Can I call you Mother?"
"No, please let us call you that."
TSK, your feelings seem to have been damaged in the meantime, but don't worry. I will punish Ark severely. We'll swear allegiance to Mother." Sapjil and Olmiak cried out without hesitation. Ark sent the 2 pigs a sour look. Sheesh.
Those children are really playing around. How dare those pigs call her mother?
Then something popped into Ark's head like lightning.
If Roko left the store, then it would be in a pinch without a store manager. While Somi came to visit Ark and Roko and Lancel, she had no thought about roaming around.
Then couldn't she look after the store for a while? Somi still lacked experience in the game, but in reality she was playing in the room next to Ark's.
Her lack of experience wasn't a problem since she could consult him anytime. Since Ark was the Lord of Lancel, having her there would be 100 times better than her being in a beginner village.
Sapjil and Olmiak immediately responded to Ark's suggestion. Wow, Mother as the manager? Great. Okay. Please accept it. Somi thought for a while before smiling and nodding. Well, okay. I can also sell the things I made in the store. Sapjil, Olmiak, please look after me well. Yes. The pigs shouted with joy. Just like that, the problem of Ark's store manager was solved. Ark explained the basic operations of the store to Somi. Then he told her proudly that he had become the Lord of Lancel. Although Somi didn't understand the details about the lordship, she was satisfied as she confirmed the residents had a good impression of Arkansas. It seems you are doing well, so I'm glad. Don't worry about the store and leave it to me. Ark didn't mention that he was going to lead troops to recapture Sylvana. Even if it was a game, his mother wouldn't like the thought of him going to war. Anyway, Ark solved the problem of the store manager with Somi's appearance and headed towards the square with the group. The troops that finished Bread's hell training had already gathered at the square. Okay, now there are no more problems. Ark looked around Lancel village. He had controlled all the work he needed to do as the Lord. Ark also left the person he trusted the most in charge of the store. Of course, the most important part of gathering the necessary troops still remained, but everything else was finished. Okay, let's go. Ark shouted as he rode on Raiden and pointed to Nagarin. At the same time, the 1,000 troops from Bristania under the command of Redian and the 2,000 troops under Shambhala's command all departed towards Sutandal. Ark's expedition to reclaim Sylvana had begun. Dash. The old person who looked like a bull blinked his round eyes. You? What is it? Did you forget? Didn't I just meet you yesterday? No, that's not it. In just one day. That is ridiculous. The old man waved his hand and shouted.
The old man's reaction was natural. The old man had numerous scars from wounds on his face. The old man was actually a retired merchant. From his appearance it was clear that he wasn't an ordinary merchant. He would even deceive a dragon if it meant delivering his package. This old man was called Kiranil. That's right. He was the legendary merchant who would run through dungeons, rampaging monsters, or battlefields where there was a shower of arrows if it was for business. He was Kiranil. At the peak of his fame, people would say that he would catch a dragon if someone gave him money. But that was already in the past. After becoming old, Kiranil had retired to the Hamon territory in Nagarin to reminisce on his old life. Even if he retired, he had built a manor with his money and lived without any worries, but despite his brilliant life, Kiranil regretted one thing. As a young man, he had been too busy for a successor. So Kiranil started looking for a successor with experience and knowledge through the Merchants Guild. Yesterday evening, one man visited with an introduction from the Merchants Guild. I have to look at every candidate they send me. Kiranil cried out with petulance. Kiranil was looking for a certain type of merchant for my successor. However, the person who appeared with the letter of introduction had a physique where all his ribs were apparent. Why did they send me someone like him? Didn't I explain the minimum requirements to the Merchants Guild? Did this guy really meet the criteria? Sheesh, it's obvious that there's some mistake. But I can't send him away as he has the letter of recommendation. Kiranil muttered in an irritated voice. I won't speak long words. Do you want to be my heir? Yes. Sheesh, you're good at answering. Okay. The method to become my successor is easy. You just need to pass one test. There is a small cave near my house. You should find something inside the cave. Eh? It is that simple? Simple? Kiranil laughed at the man's reaction. Bah, you foolish fellow. If it is that simple, then I would have already found a successor. I spent a great deal of money making the obstacles in that cave. So far dozens of people have tried it, but they only ended up reaching halfway. Someone was stuck at the entrance for a month and cried when he came back. You will also come back crying. Ah, it is simple. Then go and see for yourself. Kiranil found it troublesome to explain, so he just sent the man to the cave. And he deleted the man from his memory. He didn't think the man was worth worrying about. But the man he deleted from his memory had returned again. What this guy? He's already given up? He must have no talent to abandon it so quickly. The road to return is there. Kiranil didn't even bother talking and just pointed towards the city. The man tilted his head to one side and asked with confusion. Huh? Does it just end like this when I pass the test? Pass the test? What are you saying? Didn't I bring you the goods? What the? Kiranil flinched and turned his head. The man flashed the item. It was a piggy bank. No, to be exact, the item Kiranil stashed in the cave was the bold golden pigs. Kiranil looked at the gold pig with disbelieving eyes and grabbed the man's collar before shouting. How did you? This guy, what on earth did you do? I just entered the examination room and took it out? You just entered and took it out? Then the tests didn't work? Tests? Did you mean the 3-4 strange wooden dolls? Well, I hit it and it broke. Ah, was I not allowed to do that? It broke when you hit it? Kiranil couldn't understand, so he ran towards the cave. The man's words were true. The remains of the smashed wooden dolls were scattered around the cave. The even more amazing thing was when the man rummaged through the remains of the doll. It's a pretty interesting toy. It was a little short, so I feel a bit regretful. The man smacked his lips together with a regretful expression. Kiranil looked at the man blankly before he realized he didn't even know his name. Who are you? Me? I am called Isuram. The man grinned and replied. Yes, that person was Isuram. Isuram had received the quest after selling the stolen goods from the branch manager of the Merchants Guild. The quest was to meet the legendary merchant Kiranil and become his heir. Isuram was actually worried about completing the quest. Ark said it is likely to be a change profession quest, so wouldn't it be really hard? If it is a merchant's profession quest, then obviously it will deal with making money. Isuram was a level 300 merchant, but he hadn't really engaged in business yet on his own. The fact that he managed to gain 11,028 gold as profit was just due to luck. If Isuram had to do something like that again, then the quest would be impossible. But fortunately Kiranil's test was simple: clearing a dungeon. I'm glad it isn't to do with trading, but it is impossible for a change profession quest to be simple.
Does a monster live in the cave? Sheesh, that won't be good.
If the quest required beating a boss monster, then it would be too hard.
It didn't matter if Isurum was a level 300 or 400 merchant. It wasn't even easy for him to deal with general monsters alone.
But an unexpected message appeared when Isurum entered the cave.
You have entered the Cave of Trials.
The Cave of Trials is a place where the user's abilities are tested.
When a challenger enters the Cave of Trials, all stats will be set at a certain amount and skills will be blocked. All weapons and armor will also be invalidated. You will have to depend on your techniques, senses, and reflexes to pass the test.
There is no time limit or restrictions on the amount of attempts.
But if you die during the test, then the death penalty will be applied. If you give up the challenge, then your lost abilities will be restored. Asterisk equipment dismantled, skills are blocked, the level is fixed and consumables are prohibited.
Asterisk strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, wisdom and luck are fixed at 100.
What is this?
If other users saw that message, then they would be unwilling. But after reading the information window, Isurum cheered instead.
All stats were fixed at 100 with the equipment and skills blocked.
In other words, wasn't this the best conditions for Isurum? In this condition, the only thing needed was the user's combat capabilities. And it was unnecessary to explain again, but Isurum's occupation was the captain of the police's SWAT team. His combat skills were top class. I don't understand, but if the test is like this, then I have confidence. Isurum jumped into the Cave of Trials without any hesitation. There was no need to explain after that.
When he entered the pitch-black cave, 3-4 wooden dolls instantly began attacking Isurum. If an ordinary user had entered the cave, then they would be turned into a bloody rag.
But the opponent was Isurum. He had experience fighting against dozens of gangsters in the darkness. Obviously, he was capable of receiving the attacks in the Cave of Trials. No matter how realistic it was, New World was still a game. Even if he was stabbed with a sword, he wouldn't really die. After experiencing real threats to his life, this degree of difficulty was only like a joke to him. No, it was even easier than when he fought against monsters with a merchant's body.
What the? Why do they feel so weak?
Since Isurum was a merchant, the monsters wouldn't receive a lot of damage even when he attacked the weak point. However, everybody who challenged the Cave of Trials was in the same state.
In other words, Isurum was able to deal as much damage as a warrior when he hit the wooden dolls.
So Isurum felt like the Cave of Trials was a lot easier than fighting monsters outside.
In fact, Isurum was totally unaware that dozens of merchants had challenged Curanil's test. But most of them gave up when they couldn't even pass one checkpoint. To be honest, what normal user could pass the test where wooden dolls attacked in the darkness?
Additionally, most users who chose a merchant had no experience in battle. So Curanil's test was impossible for merchants.
That's right.
This was the reason why the quest had a difficulty of +A.
This is a good place to train the children.
On the other hand, Isurum was just thinking about the possibility of training there. It was natural.
Even if it had a high level of difficulty, what SWAT team member wouldn't be able to pass the test?
Thanks to that, Isurum passed all checkpoints and even destroyed the huge robot at the final checkpoint before grabbing the golden pig. Honestly, this test is really difficult for a merchant.
Curanil exclaimed after hearing Isurum's explanation.
Then his attitude changed 180 degrees and he grabbed Isurum's hands.
I've really despaired of the merchants these days. The merchants today are mistaken. A merchant is not a weak existence. We have to be strong to defend our property from the warriors. If the merchants are stronger than the warriors, then we can maintain our money. That is the way of a real merchant taught to me by my master.
Curanil started a heated lecture. The way of a real merchant, following in the footsteps of the senior merchants, must be prepared to do things as a merchant, future of a merchant and so on. He found Curanil's chattering more difficult than the Cave of Trials. So 30 minutes passed like that.
Now do you understand? When Curanil's lecture was over, an information window appeared in front of Isurum. You have received information from the retired merchant Curanil about a battle merchant.
Therefore you've earned the right to change to the dual profession battle merchant. A dual profession is like a magic warrior or archer who has two attributes at the same time. Having two attributes has the available skills, but it has endless possibilities depending on the way it is utilized. In other words, it can be a great or incompetent profession depending on how it is raised. A battle merchant has the dual properties of a fighter and merchant.
Thanks to the nature of the profession, a bonus won't be applied to any business dealings unless it involves weapons or armor.
Instead, it is possible to acquire battle skills unique to a battle merchant. When hunting, the penalty to power will be reduced by 50%. However, a penalty of 50% will be applied to the experience received from the trading of goods instead. Would you like to change your profession? Ooh. Isurum felt completely refreshed after the boring lecture. Like Ark said, it was indeed a profession change quest. And it wasn't an ordinary profession but a dual profession. Isurum's eyes lit up at the description for battle merchant. His gaze focused on the part where Isurum could learn combat skills. In fact, Isurum had recently been worried about New World. Don't the battles become harder as the level increases? When the level rose, then everything was stronger. It was natural since this was a trick of the game publishers. Anyone who played a game had experienced it. Hunting a level 1 and level 100 was completely different. It was common sense for hunting at level 1 to be more difficult. But in fact, hunting at level 100 was the more difficult experience. That's because the monsters became stronger as the level increased. The reason why users could fight against those monsters was because they received various skills and additional stats. But Isurum was a merchant, so even if his level increased, Isurum would obtain any additional battle skills or stats. So he felt like he was actually becoming weaker as his level increased. It was the thing he was most doubtful about. But now I can learn combat skills and the penalty has decreased by 50%. Of course, the merchant's ability decreased at the same time, but he had no interest in business anyway. It wasn't a problem he had to think about. Change. After Isurum changed professions, a new skills list appeared. The combat skills and merchant skills were listed separately. After being in the game for 1 year, he had finally learned some combat skills. Isurum was impatient to test out the new skills. Then he suddenly remembered Ark's words. That's right. Isn't Ark also coming to Nagarin? Sylvana is not that far away. It is good. Testing the combat skills on users is the best. I'll have to visit and tell him to add me to the siege. Hoo, just wait. So Isurum ran like the wind towards Sylvana. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 19 Chapter 3. ACT 3 Dark Eden's Second Coming. TL Note, I changed the skill proficiency levels to beginner, intermediate, advanced, high grade, master. So the previous master has been changed to high grade. I fixed the ones I found in previous chapters, but please let me know if I've missed one. Dash. Thump, 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 thump. Isurum ran as quick as lightning when he finished his profession change quest. The place he was running to had 1,000 troops marching. Since there was no flag or insignias, the large variety of people was a troop of users, but there was one person full of individuality. He was a black wolf moving on a large lizard at the head of the group. That's right. It was Ark who had transformed into Dark Wolf. You really gathered 1,000 troops in 3 days. Bread said as he looked at Arkansas. You don't understand the circumstances. What don't I understand? Ark laughed and remembered a few days ago. I'm sure a lot of people already know why I came here. This is New World. Like me, everybody is enthusiastic about the game. This is a large continent where you can go around freely and live with NPCs. But now some people are trying to mess up the balance of New World. We have to win against the people who want to steal what belongs to others. A few days ago, Ark had transformed himself into Dark Wold and shouted towards hundreds of users in Celebrate Square. The damage right now might be minimal, but if they become stronger, then the users would no doubt suffer. I can't forgive them. As a player in New World, I can't afford to let the balance break. And that is not possible without your help. Please help me. Wayawa. Dark Wolf is finally moving. Okay, I will enter the war to protect New World's peace. The users gathered in the square cheered at Ark's speech ended. Hoo, it is a success. Ark looked at the supporters and laughed. But this reaction wasn't just because of Ark's fame. To be precise, it was the result of the work Ark implemented while he was in Lancel. Ark built his plan on gathering 1,000 users from Schudenberg, but it wasn't 100% certain that he would succeed. Ark wasn't naive enough to think that users would unconditionally support him if he was famous. Of course, he had already secured 1,000 users from Bristania and 700 users from Sutandal. But to be correct, those users weren't supporting Arkansas. While they were influenced by Ark's fame, the users from Bristania gathered because of Bread and Redian, while the users from Sutandal followed because of Justice Man and the rehabilitation members. Reddy and Injustice Man were friendly with the users for a long time, which is how they were able to gather 1,700 users in a short period.
But I'm in a different position. I can't misunderstand.
Dark Wolf might be famous, but he has no connections.
Ark clearly knew that. Besides, this battle was different from the Lancel defensive war.
This time the bad guys weren't attacking first.
Therefore it could be considered an unnecessary battle. Even if he was famous, the users wouldn't like it if he suddenly talked about fighting the Hermes Guild.
No, it was likely they would get a bad impression of him like they did Alan.
He thinks he can do anything just because he appeared on TV?
Ark assumed that he would sometimes hear things like that after becoming famous. This was what Ark was anxious about. Once they became famous, a celebrity would receive followers and jealousy at the same time. It was because of this that Alan was in an unrecoverable position after making one mistake.
It's not as bad as Alan, but I've reached a dangerous stage.
If I use my fame too excessively, then I won't be able to gather enough troops.
Moreover, the minimum level to fight against the Hermes Guild was 250. Ark didn't have a network of users, so it wasn't easy to gather 1,000 of them. So Ark seeded some plans when he became determined to retake Sylvana.
It started with the TV.
Voice modulation, Lancel's NPC, the bad people attacked the village and my father died. They are really bad people. My father didn't do anything wrong. Sob sob sob. Voice modulation, user who participated in the Lancel defensive war, it really sucks.
In fact, I had received a quest from the Haruna campsite. It was at 80%, but the bandit group attacked and I ended up failing. From the viewpoint of the person who was played with, I'm furious. But I'm not the only one who suffered from this in the game.
The Dark Wolf broadcast on the game exclusive news was more like a documentary this time. The title was Wounds Left by the Lancel Defensive War.
Ark went around Lancel and filmed NPCs and users who had been damaged by the war. In particular, the scene of a little NPC girl stirred the users' compassion.
At the end of the broadcast, a scene of Dark Wolf muttering with a pained expression was shown. The battle is won, but not everything has ended.
No amount of compensation can heal the wounds of the residents and users.
I can't forgive them.
The ones who attacked the village are in jail, but their ringleaders are still watching and laughing. As long as those guys are out there, it can happen to anyone. While the broadcast didn't specifically mention the Hermes Guild, all the users who heard the rumors knew who Ark was referring to. Thus the users started blaming the Hermes Alliance for the Lancel defensive war again.
It was the reason why Ark produced the documentary. He suddenly became a celebrity, so he was bound to receive jealousy. But if Ark gave them a clear enemy to hate, then the situation would be different. Since then, the users' anger concentrated on the Hermes Guild. Now it is an opportunity. Ark changed the feelings of jealousy to anger towards the Hermes Alliance. Then he concentrated their sympathies on the NPCs in Lancel. It reached the point that merchants traveling to Gyron and Celebrate spread rumors that the Hermes Alliance was behind the bandit group. Thus the users supported Ark's idea to go and directly punish the Hermes Alliance. The Hermes Guild was thoroughly branded as evil both offline and online after Ark had increased the atmosphere of indignation. But that is not my only goal. That's right. There were two reasons why Ark spent all that time and effort. One was to avoid the jealous looks and create an atmosphere where troops can be collected. And the second reason was to isolate the Hermes Alliance. Since Ark was gathering troops from Gyron, the Hermes Alliance would soon discover that Ark was planning to attack Sylvana.
Naturally, the Hermes Alliance would prepare its own forces. The Hermes Alliance is pushed into a corner. They have to gain an overwhelming victory in this battle to show their power. So of course they would scrape into their funds. Then the competition of resources would start. No matter how bankrupt they were, the Hermes Alliance would have to gather a lot more troops than Arkansas. Currently Ark had 4,300 users and NPCs.
That was the limit.
Meanwhile, the Hermes Alliance exceeded 5,000 people. He was already inferior.
Yet if the Hermes Alliance added a few thousand more troops, then they could definitely win.
But this time the Hermes Alliance has incurred the users' opposition. In such a situation, there were no players that would want to help the Hermes Guild. They would be treated as villains if they sided with the Hermes Guild.
Of course, they could hire NPC mercenaries from Nagarin.
While the mercenaries had good skills and abilities that could be taken advantage of in a siege, their employment cost was high compared to users.
The Hermes Alliance already has serious financial problems.
While they could pay users for the help, the NPCs are risking their lives, so they need more payment. With the Hermes Alliance's limited funds, they can only hire a few hundred people at most.
That was Ark's real purpose.
After Ark manipulated the information and changed the user's jealousy towards anger at the Hermes Alliance, he had limited the amount of troops they could hire.
That's right.
The siege warfare had already started before he even departed from Lancel village. Brett hadn't realized that and was really astonished.
You really are fearful as an enemy. Then you should continue to be my friend. Why does that sound like a threat?
It is your imagination.
Ark showed his teeth and laughed.
Then Rackard, who was sitting on his shoulders, picked his nostrils and muttered. Che, by the way, his is quite a boring place. Before it used to give off the sweet smell of blood, while now it only smells like soil, but... Well, I don't know if it was good, but the atmosphere has certainly changed.
Ark nodded and looked around. When he came to Nagarin in the past, there were countless battles taking place. But this time he couldn't even see a single battle.
The number of guilds in Nagarin had also decreased. No, to be exact, all the small guilds were absorbed into the alliances.
In addition, the powers inside Nagarin were settled, so there were no more small-scale battles.
In the past, the lordships used to change, but recently there were almost no fluctuations. Despite there being 12 different castles in Nagarin, some lordships changed once a month. And the 5 major powers in Nagarin had already occupied their estates for 1 year. And the Hermes Alliance is one of those 5 powers. They are an alliance which has maintained the territory for more than 1 year. They might be weakened, but they're not an easy opponent.
Can we really win? Rocco asked anxiously. Ark looked at Rocco before replying in a low voice. I have to win. No, I will win. Then Rocco looked at him and laughed. Appa is wonderful in reality, but he is even cooler in New World. The form of a wolf also isn't bad. Saying that all of a sudden. He. Rocco laughed and folded her arms. Why are you saying that? There are other people as well. What's wrong? Brett Appa, are you envious? Yes, that's right, I'm envious. I really want to see my Lady Redian. Brett sighed and grumbled. Sylvana Castle.
Then the voice of a scout could be heard from the hill ahead. Ark raised his head and exclaimed.
Raiden! Pa. Raiden rushed forward at tremendous speed.
Then a voice filled with emotion flowed out after he climbed the hill.
Sylvana! He looked at the territory spread out underneath him. It was Sylvana, the estate he had left behind a long time ago. But the Sylvana in front of him was different from what Ark remembered. The few buildings which used to be scattered along the farmland was much more diverse and widespread. Thanks to the long-term rule of the Hermes Alliance, the territory had become stable. And in the center of the territory was a huge castle. The size of the castle had doubled since Ark had been the lord. The walls were much thicker and the various defense facilities couldn't be compared to before. The castle's appearance gave off a dignified feeling these days. The castle changed to a C rating so naturally it would look different. Out of the 12 estates in Nagarin, only 5 had been promoted to a C rank. It was the 5 powers who controlled Nagarin. In other words, the Alliance had to control the territory for at least 10 months before they could increase the rating. It was probably because they poured enormous amounts of money and time into developing the estate. The estate you developed. I'll soon eat it with this body. Ark, who had transformed into Dark Wolf, murmured in a tone that really sounded like a wolf. Despite the atmosphere, he couldn't seize it first. Since he had gathered the troops faster than expected, there were still several days until the prearranged date of the siege. Brett, who had also climbed the hill, looked at the surroundings and said, The other troops still haven't arrived? They contacted me just then and said they had just passed the border, so they should arrive soon. Brett, please wait here and reorganize the troops when the support army arrives. In the meantime, I'm going to visit Sid at the Continental Commerce Firm. Hoo, you came. Follow me. Sid said as he walked forward. In fact, Ark really didn't like his attitude. But he needed the hobbit's help, so he had to endure the conceited attitude. Damn, he'll see after the siege ends. Ark, welcome. Wukasu and Lorenzo ran up to him as he arrived. I received word and was waiting for you. My decision has been made already. Wukasu grabbed Ark's hands and said. At one time he was just an NPC of a small store in Cairo, and now he was the president of the Continental Commerce Firm in Nagarin. He was clearly promoted a few times more than Sid. However, the arrogance in the Hobbit was completely absent from Wukasu. Unlike a user who could easily change their attitudes, a NPC wouldn't easily change their attitude once there was a high degree of intimacy. Once again, that was the reason why he trusted NPCs more than users. But Ark didn't have time to enjoy the reunion with Wukasu. Are the things I requested ready?
Of course, I used the full resources of the Continental Commerce firm and only selected high-quality products.
Wukasu guided Ark to a warehouse.
All the items he had requested were piled up like a mountain in the warehouse. Magic arrows and whetstones, scrolls, dolls, etc. It was the necessary supplies for a siege.
Thank you for the trouble.
Ark nodded as he scanned through the list of items.
What are you saying? It is because of you that my son and I can live comfortably. I honestly wanted to give you these items for free. But I can't do that, so I used my discretion to give you the good stuff. That will be enough. Ark answered with a laugh. There was a reason Ark purchased the military supplies through Wukasu. In New World, despite being the same price, the items could have different performances. A typical example was the potions produced by the Siren workshop in Seal. Even though they were the same price, the Siren potions healed approximately 150 more health than normal recovery potions. The same thing applied to the magic arrows and the whetstones. So he had used the vast information network of the Continental Commerce firm and had them only buy the best goods. Moreover, Ark's store already did some wholesale dealings with the Continental Commerce firm.
When he used the system of trading through the store, it was possible to buy the items for 30% cheaper.
But even so,
he sighed as he looked at the number at the bottom of the list. The price of the military supplies he ordered was 23,000 gold. 70% of his military funds had disappeared just from buying the military supplies. His heart really felt pained from paying such an astronomical amount.
This is only the beginning.
Once again, this siege was a war for justice.
If the siege succeeded, then Ark could finally become the Lord of Sylvana. If one person profited from the entire battle, then there was bound to be complaints. So if the siege succeeded, then he would have to pay a participation fee to the users. Well, that problem can be left until after I become the Lord.
His head was already throbbing before he even won.
But it didn't matter. He was going to reclaim Sylvana even if he had to die. Ark clenched his teeth tightly and paid the price for the military supplies.
Here.
I hope you win. Ark received Wukasu's encouragement and exited the Continental Commerce firm.
After loading the goods onto a rental carriage, he returned to the campsite where several people ran towards him.
Ha ha ha.
Ark, Hyungnim has arrived.
It was Justice Man and the Rehabilitation Brothers. It's been a while. Hasn't it?
Redian, who had also arrived at a similar time, laughed and waved. Justice Man and the Rehabilitation members also smiled and waved at Shambhala and Redian. They had already greeted each other, so there was no need for Ark to introduce each of them. Ark suddenly flinched and looked around.
He finally found Lariat among the Rehabilitation members. Appa, did your visit go well?
When he looked at Lariat, Roko instantly ran out and grabbed his arm. Then Lariat looked at the couple scarves around Ark and Roko's neck and smiled bittersweetly before looking away.
While Ark was puzzled by Lariat's expression, Roko's grip on his arm tightened. When he turned around, Roko's expression seemed like she was close to tears. There's something wrong. Ark intuitively sensed. It was clear that something occurred between the two of them when he wasn't here. What was it?
Ark felt a strange sense of misgiving. In fact, Ark had carefully clarified his feelings before coming here. And his heart had already somewhat settled down. Ark thought his feelings for Lariat were one-sided, so he had no problems organizing it. That's why he thought about having a serious conversation with Lariat when he saw her. He wanted to get along with her, so he didn't want to become a cowardly type of person. If he told his feelings clearly, then it could start unraveling and maybe newer, friendly feelings would begin. Ark carefully withdrew the arm that Roko had grabbed.
However, he didn't head towards Lariat. Someday. But now's not the time.
Ark drew in a deep breath as he looked at the bottom of the hill. The 3,000 troops from Bristania and Sutandal were gathered underneath the hill. And the users Ark had gathered along with the Lancel troops numbered 1,300 people. That was a total of 4,300 people.
That's right. Now wasn't the time to worry about feelings. He had to concentrate all his energies on recapturing Sylvana. Bread, is the organization of the troops finished?
Ha!
Ah yes, I've divided the troops according to their specialties. Now all we have to do is register the troops.
Bread replied with surprise as he had noticed the subtle atmosphere.
Okay, then I'll go finish the registration as quickly as possible.
Despite gathering 4,300 people, they weren't a guild, so they could only register as units. In order to register, Ark had divided the troops into 20 units.
Now the only thing left was to send a declaration of war to the Hermes Guild. Ark headed towards the Shrine of War with a determined expression. I have to go. Sid approached and suddenly said, What are you talking about? You came all the way here and now you want to leave? That's what I said.
Like Arknim knows, I am a person who runs business deals here. If I participate in the battle and the Hermes Alliance wins, then it will be difficult for me to do business with them.
What are you saying? Wasn't I the one who got you that position? I don't know. I'm a businessman, so I have to consider these options. If I can't engage in business here anymore, then Arknim will also be troubled. It will all be in vain if I have to leave the Continental Commerce firm. This brat really.
Fire burned in Ark's eyes at Sid's words.
But was anything Sid said wrong?
Ark pouted his lips. He really wanted to beat up that face. However, he couldn't say that his words were wrong. During a siege, there was quite a few things for merchants to do, including managing the supplies. The reason Ark hadn't recruited any merchants was because he had thought of entrusting the work to Sid. But if he suddenly withdrew, then how could he get a merchant to replace him? No, why didn't he mention it before when they were talking about the siege? I can't stand it anymore. Ark's patience towards Sid's impertinence suddenly broke. Just as he was about to start his mental training.
Ark!
When he turned around, someone was running towards the hill at a tremendous speed. Ark's face became astonished as he saw the face of the person rapidly approaching.
Teacher? Hook, I feel like dying. Anyway, I'm glad I'm not too late.
The person who appeared like the wind was Isurum. Ark looked at him with a bewildered expression and asked,
What is going on? Weren't you going to Hamon Castle? Did you fail?
Even if the profession change quest is short, it should still take longer than a week. Isurum had started 4 days before Ark, but he had used the letter movement, so it should have only taken him 2 days to reach Hamon. Since there was a magic tower in both cities, then it made no sense to walk to Celebrate from Gyron.
The only thing he could think was that Isurum had abandoned the quest when he failed and headed towards Sylvana. But Isurum just laughed with a proud expression. Fail? Ho, there is no way I can fail. I already finished it. Already? Then it wasn't a profession change quest? It was. Ha? Then you completed a profession change quest in a few days?
It took 1 day in game time, so to be exact, it was 8 hours. Isurum arrogantly stretched his neck and said, Frankly, it was the most interesting quest I've done in the entire time I've played the game. Isurum proudly tried to explain the quest contents.
Then Justice Man approached and interrupted. Ark, who is this? You called him teacher. Is this the first time you've seen him?
When Ark tried to explain, Isurum hurriedly jumped and blocked Ark's mouth.
He studied Justice Man's face before whispering in a low voice. Idiot. Have you forgotten that I've currently a part of an infiltration investigation? But? No. The investigation still hasn't ended. If a lot of people know my character's name, then how can I investigate later?
I'll explain it to Gwon Hyung-nim later, so let's just leave it for the moment. Like Isurum said, it wasn't a good time to explain everything.
Ark nodded and said, This person is my teacher from my previous taekwondo school. I am called Isurum.
Isurum carefully introduced himself.
But why did you come here?
Oh, you told me that you were heading towards Nagarin for a war.
I came to participate. But you're a merchant. That's right. However, I'm no longer an ordinary merchant.
Isurum, who was smiling, slowly narrowed his eyes. He saw Sid and gazed at him for a while. Sid also tilted his head to one side as he became interested in Isurum. Then the two people shouted at the same time.
You're the hobbit who cheated me in Gyron. You're that stupid person who I scammed in Gyron.
Hick! Sid screamed before he freaked out and shut his mouth.
That's right. Sid and Isurum had met once a long time ago.
Isurum had saved Sid from some monsters.
But Sid forgot the favor and scammed Isurum before running away. Thanks to that, Isurum hadn't been able to sleep well because of his resentment.
Isurum's face became dark as he remembered the past.
To meet an old enemy like this after such a long time. When I think about everything I suffered from your scam. What are you saying? Do you know Sid? What? You know that hobbit? That.
Ark was about to reply when he noticed the strange atmosphere.
Sid, who had slowly turned pale, looked horror-stricken and ran away. No, he tried to run away.
Isurum's hand shot out and grabbed Sid.
He dragged Sid back and said to Arkansas, Let's talk later after I take care of some business. Hick, Arknim, save me. Sid struggled and screamed. However, Ark just looked at a distant mountain and pretended ignorance.
I don't know what happened, but judging from Sid's expression, he is definitely the one who made the mistake. Even if that wasn't the case, he had just been about to re-educate Sid. There was no reason for him to stop it and help Sid.
Hey, you. Leave it. Teacher isn't the type to do things without a reason. He must have been truly wronged by Sid.
Ark stood in front of the rehabilitation members who had tried to interrupt. Then Sid shouted in a tearful voice.
I was wrong. I admit it, so please save me.
I didn't collect even 1 copper of the money I cheated from him.
Do you remember the unicorn's horn? I ended up paying that money to Ark. Let's see. Do I remember something like that? Ark pretended ignorance and turned his back to Sid.
Sid opened his mouth to say something else, but he was dragged into a dark place.
Sid's ensuing scream of distress echoed throughout the place. Hack. Sid's screams were like music to the annoyed Arkansas. Ark, are you just going to leave it like this? Well, I don't know what's going on. Justice Man murmured in a concerned voice. Yes, I suppose I'll end it here.
Ark smiled and walked towards the site of the violence. When he entered a place surrounded by thick bushes and rocks, he could see Isurum instantly.
But he couldn't see Sid at all. Sid had been so beaten up by Isurum that he resembled a bloody lifeform.
When Ark appeared, Sid, who had been like a corpse, got up and grabbed the hem of his pants.
Sob, sob, sob. Arknim, save me. That person isn't human. What? This bastard. Hick. SS, save me. Ark looked at Sid inside before saying,
I don't know what happened, but teacher won't stop without my orders.
Well, it would be different if a merchant who was in charge of the military supplies died. Isn't that right?
Sid withered up as he figured out the answer Ark wanted. Then he frantically nodded and replied.
Yes, I'll do it. I'll do whatever you want. I'll work hard. Damn, it can't be helped.
Isurum glared at Sid lying on the ground and said, You seem important to Ark this time, so I'll leave it like this for now.
But be wary.
If I notice you doing anything else bad, then it won't end like this.
I'll chase you to the end of hell. Do you understand? Yes, I'll keep it in mind.
Sid trembled while lying on the ground as he replied.
Ark thought that Sid's reaction was slightly exaggerated.
Even if he had been hit for 10 minutes, this was just a game. Well, his appearance was so horrible that he looked like a zombie, but Sid would only feel the pain as static electricity.
Why was he making such a fuss over something like that?
But there was something Ark didn't know about Isurum. Recently Isurum started to realize he was different from other users. When Isurum broke his arm, then he really felt it, but other users didn't feel that pain. He just couldn't understand why there were such differences. Anyway, when dealing with users, Isurum always hit the vital spots since it could still cause them a large pain. If he did that as a member of the SWAT team, then people would complain that Isurum was abusing his power. Humans couldn't stand the pain of having their vital spots hit, but since the users only felt a static shock, then it wasn't like he was torturing them. Anyway, thanks to him, the trouble of re-educating Sid is over.
Ark smirked as he looked at Sid. To go so far. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members' eyes widened as they saw Sid's state.
Thus Isurum planted an intense impression in the people of Ark's group.
Now I'm going to the Shrine of War to apply for the siege.
Ark headed towards the Shrine of War like nothing was wrong. I came to apply for participation in the siege.
Then please fill out this information first. Asterisk Corps, Dark Eden. Asterisk Corps Leader Ark. Asterisk Commander, Justice Man. Asterisk Number of personnel, less than 4,276. It was the rebirth of Dark Eden.
After following the instructions of the priest to enter the information, a new information window popped up. You have completed the application for participation in the siege at the Shrine of War.
Currently Dark Eden is the #1 applicant for the siege.
After your forces has applied for participation in the siege, Nagarin is now declared a neutral zone where the enemy can't attack you until the siege is over.
Asterisk remaining time until the siege starts is 47 hours. It has been registered.
The priest nodded and said,
I'll confirm it once again.
Currently the group which has applied for the siege is Dark Eden.
There is a redundancy date of 1 week before the next siege. If you don't have the number of forces you applied to the siege for, then you can adjust the date once. If all your preparations are finished, are you ready to begin the siege on the next date? I will participate on this date.
In fact, it was possible to stall the siege schedule. Although he already had 4,000 troops gathered, it wasn't like that for a lot of guilds. The number of warriors, archers and magicians had to be carefully selected with the appropriate levels, so some guilds took a while selecting their troops. However, time was money to Arkansas.
Just training the 4,000 people would consume Ark's money. I can't afford that now. My remaining money is only 7,000 gold. That is about a week's worth of meals.
If I make them train, then it is only 3-4 days. The only possibility is trying the siege in 2 days.
Having thousands of troops really wasn't a joke. Just the cost of the food alone would waste thousands of gold.
After he finished the registration and returned to the campsite, which was declared a neutral zone, he spoke to his troops.
I've completed the final registration.
We will destroy those villains 2 days later at noon. Until then, it is necessary that everyone trains for the siege. Although there isn't much time left, so I know it is difficult, I expect you to listen to the instructions of your unit commander.
Understood. Now you know what you're supposed to be doing. Please give it your all.
Ark entrusted the training of the reborn Dark Eden to the unit commanders.
There wasn't much time left, but under the hands of experienced people like Bread, Redian, Justiceman, and the rehabilitation members, he was sure that they could raise the users to a certain level.
No, he had to believe that.
What about you? I've got other work to do.
Ark looked at the huge pile of ingredients at the campsite. Whether it was reality or a game, the portion of food required for a war was the same. In reality, hungry soldiers couldn't exert their strength, while in New World, their stats would fall if satiety was low. If they moved a lot, then it was natural for satiety to fall quickly. In the end, the food required for 4,000 people after 2 days would reach the tens of thousands. Thankfully, I can get some of it back by selling cheap military provisions at the Shrine of War. He had secured enough food already, so satiety wasn't a problem. But the reason Ark bought thousands of ingredients wasn't just to create food they could eat.
There was a meaning to Ark's food other than raising satiety.
From now on, I will create survival cooking dishes with these ingredients.
That's right. It was his survival cooking which increased stats.
In this siege, his numbers and organization abilities of his troops were inferior from the start.
While he couldn't assume that survival cooking would have an absolute effect, wouldn't it increase their chances?
His survival cooking skill had reached a high-grade proficiency, so he could expect a considerable rise in stats.
Of course, actually making the survival cooking dishes wasn't an easy task.
The siege lasted for 24 hours. He would have to provide each person with 3-4 dishes for it to show an effect. 2-3 dishes for 4,000 people meant he needed to cook between 8,000-12,000 dishes.
He needed to create 8,000-12,000 dishes in 2 days. I'll make it even if I have to stay up all night.
Ark pulled out his pot with fiery eyes. And the desperate struggle of Ark had begun.
Dash. That Ark bastard.
A man muttered in the darkness. The man with dark circles under his eyes was Raiden, the Hermes Guild leader.
Raiden hadn't been able to sleep properly for the last week. Needless to say, the reason was the Suicide Squad's failure to attack Lancel.
The secret society had been organized to resolve the Hermes Alliance's serious financial problems. But the organization had been shattered and their faces broadcast on TV, causing the Hermes Alliance's crisis to worsen. No matter how much Raiden denied his association with the secret society, it was ineffective. All the previous friendly guilds had turned their backs to the Hermes Alliance, and thousands of people were writing all kinds of stories about them on the forums. But there was even more. From the beginning, the Hermes Alliance had hunted together. The Hermes Alliance, which was one of the 5 powers in Nagarin, had suddenly become villains. But the really serious problem was the general users. In fact, only Raiden and a few members knew that he had organized the secret society.
The general users hadn't known about it. Yet they were suddenly painted as bad guys overnight when they didn't even do anything. Therefore, quite a few members had withdrawn from the alliance. I've managed to somehow stop the talk, but there is a time limit. If there is a rebellion, then I won't be able to hold on. I have to regain the alliance's stability no matter what.
The trouble wasn't just the troops decreasing from the members withdrawing. While the Hermes Alliance was being labeled as villains in the public opinion, their financial struggles were still an internal problem. That was why none of the other powers had challenged them yet. However, if more people withdrew, then it would be difficult to conceal the internal affairs. Then they would jump on the Hermes Alliance like hyenas. The Hermes Alliance that was struggling from financial difficulties would die.
That's right.
The reason why he invested so much money into the defenses of his castle and the number of troops was a desperate measure to avoid a siege. In other words, it was a siege deterrent. He would lose a huge amount of money whether he won or lost the siege.
I have to prevent that situation no matter what. Those hyenas absolutely can't know that we are having financial difficulties. If Sylvana is taken away, then we will lose our only source of income. The Hermes alliance would collapse.
And the method for Raiden to return the 20,000 gold he borrowed would disappear. The loan sharks would visit his house every day and his wife would take the children back to her parents' house.
He would become penniless overnight. The problem of defending Sylvana was linked with the problem of defending his home for Raiden.
I'll have to drink a bit of alcohol with the Silver Gate and Noel Guild leaders while asking them to manage their guilds. Since they are the largest guilds in the alliance, if they hold firm, then the unrest should stop for the moment.
Damn, the people are calling every day for my debts while I have to worry about managing the guild.
When he thought about it, it really was pitiful.
Lord Nim.
Then the doors suddenly opened and one of the alliance members ran in. The member gasped for breath and shouted,
"It is serious." Serious? What? What's going on? Is there another withdrawal? Withdrawal? No, that's not it.
Someone from the Shrine of War just got in touch with us. Somebody has applied for a siege 2 days later.
What? A siege?
Raiden felt his heart fall.
Damn, we're already struggling for breath and now someone has applied for a siege? Has our financial difficulties already leaked? I'm screwed. Then I will have to continue paying for sieges in the future. Who are they? What alliance applied for the siege?
It's not an alliance but an attack corps called Dark Eden.
Dark Eden?
Raiden's mind flashed white the moment he heard the name Dark Eden.
Dark Eden is the name of the attack group Ark organized before. He finally came.
As expected, Raiden already knew that Ark was gathering troops.
However, he didn't want to believe that Ark was going to attack Sylvana.
Indeed, he only knew that Ark had gathered 1,000 users from Jiren and Celebrad.
Raiden couldn't possibly know about Ark's movements in Bristania and Sutandal.
However, Ark's troops had suddenly swelled to 4,000 people when he applied for the siege. Dozens of thoughts passed through Raiden's head after he heard the number of people in Dark Eden.
Where did he get the rest of the 3,000 people from? How did this guy who has no union manage to gain enough funds to gather that many troops? No, it doesn't matter right now.
That Ark bastard, he couldn't even let me catch my breath before cornering me in a difficult situation.
Does he want me to be homeless? Anger welled up in Raiden's heart. Damn it, I will never hand Sylvana over to him.
Raiden shook the table sharply and shrieked. At that moment Raiden came up with an idea.
Wait, maybe. This might actually be a chance.
It wasn't necessary to say again, but the reason Hermes had become like this was because of Dark Wolf. Now Ark had applied for a siege without even letting the Hermes Alliance recover from their troubles.
No doubt he was the cause of the Hermes Alliance's crisis. But if the Hermes Alliance managed to fend off Ark's attack, then wouldn't it show their overwhelming power? It was possible to give a good impression of the Hermes Alliance to the large number of users watching Sylvana.
And Ark's fame would have no choice but to fall. And despite the current situation, all the Alliance members have a grudge against Arkansas. If they join forces to crush Ark's group, then the unity of the Alliance will increase again.
Yes, this is definitely an opportunity. It'll be the end if we lose, but if we win, then it is an opportunity to save the Alliance from a crisis. Raiden considered it before shouting. Give an order for all Alliance members to gather. Scrape together all the Alliance's remaining funds.
Raiden stopped for a moment before speaking in a cold voice.
Our enemy is Ark. In the meantime, it was 4 hours until the decisive battle.
Soon the battle between Dark Eden and the Hermes Alliance would begin. No, the siege was a battle where Ark and Raiden's life was at stake.
It was the eve of the decisive battle. An ordinary user would be looking at the castle to renew their determination. But Ark couldn't afford the time to create a cool atmosphere.
Ark had been rocking his pot like crazy for the past 2 days without a break. Making sure the meat wasn't too strong or rare, adding salt and pepper with suitable timing, Ark repeated similar actions thousands of times like a robot to cook some dishes. Now just the smell of food felt like torture to him. Then after a while, an information window suddenly appeared.
The survival cooking dish Sweet Nuko Steak has been completed.
This Nuko Steak is a dish made with high-quality ingredients. The excellent skill of the chef has ensured that the meat has the golden ratio, so it has the final taste.
For 30 minutes, strength plus 20 and maximum health plus 300. Hook, it is done.
Ark looked at the massive amounts of dishes piled up with a pale face. He hadn't slept for 2 days while cooking like crazy. After learning survival cooking, this was the first time he had made so many dishes in such a short time period. He had cooked so many dishes that he often had to force his consciousness back after it drifted off. He had a new respect for the Koreans who cooked a feast of food for their relatives every holiday. Anyway, Ark had accomplished his purpose. The number of steaks and pan-fried food piled up was 8,000 dishes. Despite the difficulties, it was worthwhile. Now he could distribute 2 dishes each to each member of his troops.
But that wasn't the only good thing from his cooking frenzy.
After cooking so many dishes for the last 2 days, his survival cooking skill had risen from high grade to a master proficiency. After studying the ingredients deeply, the rating of the survival cooking has risen. Survival cooking, master, passive. Thanks to your tireless passion, you have finally reached the master level.
As a master, you have nothing more to learn in this field.
After learning all types of styles of cooking and working with different ingredients, no dish is impossible for you anymore. There had been no masters in New World until now.
Thanks to your mastery of survival cooking, you can now cook creative dishes.
Creative cooking, even though you have become a master, it is just the beginning of a new challenge. With creative cooking, there are no wrong combinations of ingredients, and combination dishes can be created which never existed before. In this sense, creative cooking gives a special effect to normal dishes. Dishes created from creative cooking can be said to be not just for eating.
In addition, there is a legend on the continent that creative cooking can create the ultimate dish.
It is possible to use creative cooking to cook dishes with mysterious effects. It was his first skill which reached master level in New World. After he became a master, his speed at creating dishes became incredibly fast. That was how he was able to create 8,000 dishes in 2 days. There hasn't been a lot of time to test it thoroughly, but the creative dishes is also beyond my expectations. After testing, Ark determined that creative cooking was like making special items. All the dishes created with creative cooking had an odd effect, and they could also be food that didn't have to be eaten. And it was the food which wouldn't be eaten that Ark was interested in. The reason for this was because he could create dishes with ingredients he couldn't utilize before. And it possessed an effect that couldn't be imagined for normal dishes. For example, there were a few dishes that would cause a dangerous explosion which mixed with other food. When mixed with rotten food, it was possible to create a poisonous mist. He was able to create dishes that was like attack magic potions. The magic potions were useful in battle because they had no cooldown time, but it was too expensive and bulky for regular users.
Ark was the same as well. However, he could create a similar effect thanks to creative cooking.
Of course, creative cooking couldn't unleash the same havoc as magic potions.
And cooking it required more time, and it couldn't possibly be sold at general stores.
No, to be exact, strange ingredients were needed for it. But its strong point was that it was 70% cheaper than the magic potions. Moreover, most users already knew the effects of the magic potion. But creative cooking creates effects that were different from the magic potions. Even the users who grasped all the effects of the magic potion would panic from the attacks of the creative dishes. I only know about 10 types of dishes at the moment, but the recipes will increase and the ways to utilize the dishes will be endless. Hard work would be rewarded with growth.
That was one of the ironclad rules of online games. That's it. Now everything is ready.
Ark put the pot away after finishing with his cooking. When he checked, the remaining time until the siege was 3 hours. There was time for a short break.
After struggling to create the mountain of dishes, Ark finally looked at Sylvana Castle. When he raised his hands in front of him, it was like the light of Sylvana was in the palm of his hand. After tomorrow you will be mine,
Ark murmured as he made a tight fist.
How much time had passed?
Finally the light from the sun started to rise on the horizon. Then there was flashing lights as the troops connected one after the other.
Justice Man and the rehabilitation members, Lariat, Rocco, Bread, Redian, and all the members of Dark Eden were accounted for.
When he looked at them, he could sense that they had just woken up.
Ark stood up and shouted, "Let's go!"
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 19 Chapter 4. ACT-4 Opening of the Siege.
It looks even more absurd close up. Ark had arrived in front of the castle while leading the 4,300 troops. He had thought Sylvana Castle was great when he saw it from a distance. But it was unbelievable when he saw it close up. The castle walls was so high and thick that it looked like a rock wall, and the steel on it made it seem like one giant shield.
It was an overwhelming sight. But it isn't my opponent.
Ark looked at the soldiers lined up on the wall.
That's right. Ark's opponent wasn't the wall. It was the members of the Hermes Alliance. Racord,
Ark murmured in a low voice. Then a bat flew out of the sky onto Ark's shoulder.
It was Rackard. Have you figured out all the movements of the Hermes troops? Hoo, nobody can avoid my eyes. Rackard declared with an arrogant expression and explained. Yesterday evening 5,600 troops gathered in the castle. Today at dawn 1,400 people were divided between the left with right defense towers, with each one receiving 700 people each. 1,000 people were left in the castle while the remaining 3,200 people were stationed at the front. In a siege, the system was that the defending side couldn't help having the advantage. The reason for that wasn't just the high walls and defense towers. The biggest advantage between the challenger and the defenders was the tactics range. When the siege started, as the challenger Dark Eden would have no choice but to gather in front of the castle. And they could only move the troops after the siege started. Therefore the troops on the walls could see where Dark Eden would move its troops. But the Hermes alliance would have already deployed the troops, and with the high walls, there was no way to determine accurately the deployment. So Ark had used Rackard to reveal the Hermes alliance's cards. There was no need to explain why. Thus 2 days ago Ark had ordered Rackard to watch the castle using satellite surveillance mode. It was in order to catch the movements of the Hermes alliance. Have you confirmed who is commanding the troops outside? Yes, I saw it. She is the leader of the Silver Gate Guild called Gwen. Rackard replied after recalling his memory. Ark had fought with the Hermes alliance before in the siege. Because of that Rackard could remember the main guilds which belonged to the alliance. If Gwen is leading the attack, then is Raiden hiding inside the castle? The siege warfare was a battle to take control of the throne. Obviously the alliance would have some users to protect the throne. And the arrangement outside the castle? Look at this. Rackard took out a few memo papers. He had roughly drawn the symbols for Ma and John on it, so the symbols were recorded like they were a code. Rackard had used satellite surveillance mode for 2 days and completely grasped the movements of the troops. Ma, 50 meant that there were 50 magicians, while John, 200 meant there were 200 warriors. Thus Ark was able to 100% identity the complete movements of the Hermes troops. Didn't I do well? Shouldn't it be sufficient for 200 points? Rackard murmured as he twisted his hands together. This will be worth 150 points. But if you continue to monitor the enemy's movements and report it to me, then I will give you another 150 points. Really? Then I can finally. Rackard looked at the scarf and gloves Ark was wearing with longing eyes. Rackard had been watching the enemy for 2 chilly days, but he hadn't complained in order to earn points. Previously his pets had worked so hard to buy the equipment, but they had only earned around 100 points by the time they had to leave Lancel. At the time Ark had taken out the gloves and scarves he received from Somi and said, "If you reach 400 points, then I will give you these winter equipment." Ooh. His pet's eyes popped out. In fact, his summons had thought they would only be given one shabby coat after scraping together 400 points. Yet Ark was showing them gloves and scarves made of the finest wool. In addition, each set also had a different embroidered design of a bat, a skeleton, and a snake. You guys only have 100 points. You're also leaving Lancel, so you can't do any business anymore. But the weather is getting colder, so if you earn 300 points during the siege, then I will 100% give you these high-quality equipment. That was the reason why Rackard wasn't complaining. Once my pets also have a goal, then they listen well. Ark looked down at the papers Rackard had written on and laughed. Then a horn sounded from the Shrine of War and an NPC's voice was heard. I now declare this the siege area. Aside from the people participating in the siege, nobody can approach this area until the siege ends. Kong. Then a huge hourglass started rotating slowly. It was the hourglass which indicated the 24 hours of the siege. Once all the sand had fallen down, either Ark or Raiden would be the winner. It started. Ark simultaneously summoned the leaders of his group. Justice Man, the rehabilitation members, Shambhala, Bread, Redian, Lariat, and Roko. The core power of Dark Eden was gathered in one place. However, the result Ark quickly summoned them wasn't to consult about the strategies. The strategy he had determined to recapture Sylvana had replayed in his mind hundreds and thousands of times. There was no reason for him to discuss it now. But it is necessary to change something because of the placement of the Hermes troops. I've confirmed that there are 700 people stationed in each defense tower. Justice Man scratched his beard and murmured. Does that mean they have a surplus of troops? No, they have no intention of having a full-fledged war with us. Ark took out Rackard's memos and explained it. If you look at their configuration, most of the magicians and archers are placed along the wall as well as the warriors. They will concentrate on defending the wall.
It was a basic tactic in a siege to place archers and magicians along the walls while the warriors were stationed behind the gate. Depending on the circumstances, they could come out to inflict a counterattack. Suddenly running out of the gates and attacking before running back in was a fairly stressful tactic. However, the Hermes alliance had arranged their warriors along the walls. And there were quite a few troops in the defense towers. It meant they intended to defend the walls rather than a full-fledged battle. There was a reason the Hermes alliance selected this method. The Hermes alliance wanted to avoid the financial cost of a war of attrition. If Hermes concentrated on defending, then it would be difficult for Dark Eden to win. The Hermes alliance is using the tactic of hiding behind the castle wall like turtles. If I want to win, then I'll have to either climb over the walls or go through the gate. But our numbers are inferior, so we'll just receive damage if we attack like that. In order to break the gate, they had to remove a defense tower. The defense tower raised the defense of the walls and gate and healed their durability. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the defense tower was the key between victory and defeat. If they couldn't remove the defense towers, then not even siege weapons could destroy the gate. Then isn't it obvious that there are considerable defenses around the towers? For example, Alan's method of burying traps and using long-ranged attacks was a common tactic. The Hermes alliance would also use the same tactics. In order for a siege to be successfully, I will have to enter the castle within 18 hours. When considering the time it takes to capture the gates, I need to take control of the defense towers in 14 hours. But 700 people are deployed there, so I will have to send at least 1,000 troops to capture it within 14 hours. That was a total of 2,000 people. If I do that, then I'll only have 2,300 troops left. The Hermes alliance had 3,200 troops deployed outside. Since they controlled the castle, it was possible for them to exit and attack the main forces at any time. Looking at their arrangement, the Hermes alliance had no intention of coming out, but that would change if Ark only had 2,300 troops left after sending people to capture the defense towers. Even the ones inside the castle would come out and attack. Then it would be a battle of 4,200 versus 2,300 people. It is difficult. There should be at least 3,000 people remaining in the main force. Then I can only send 500 people to the defense towers. With that number, I absolutely can't capture the defense towers in the time limit. In this situation, it wasn't possible. They had already run into a wall at the start of the guild. However, it does not matter. Because it isn't necessary for us to smash the defense towers. Ark replied with a wicked grin. Justice Man also nodded and said, "That's right." Like Ark said, the defense towers was very important when building a strategy. But he had no intention of removing the defense towers. No, it would actually be a problem if the defense towers were removed. Ark looked at Bread and Redian before saying, "Bread, Redian, I want you guys to lead 500 troops to the defense towers, but do you understand? You can attack the enemy, but you can't attack the defense towers. You should pretend to attack, of course, but concentrating on decreasing their numbers." Okay. So Bread and Redian made their way to the defense towers. Ark opened his mouth again after they left. You already roughly know my strategy for this siege. Security is the most important thing in this mission. If those guys notice, then this plan will 100% fail. Each unit has to move as planned without violating any orders. When leading the unit, don't let them know the contents of the plan until the last moment. Ooh. Ark grabbed the hands of the leaders and shouted powerfully. Then he turned his body and shouted towards the soldiers. Now, let's begin the attack. First siege weapons unit. Cuckoo cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo. At the same time, some catapults moved forward slowly. It was the catapults Ark had asked the raccoons to make. Concentrate all attacks on the gate. Ridiculous. On the walls outside Sylvana Castle. The commander called Gwen snorted as she looked at the catapults. They expect to attack a castle protected by C-ranked defense towers using 10 catapults? The siege weapons played a huge role in a siege. It was almost impossible to break the walls and gate of a castle using general weapons. Of course, if they attacked the gate for a while, it was bound to break, but attacks would also be pouring down from above. They could only break down the gates when they were already close to destruction. Thus a siege weapon was needed. The siege weapons did 200% more damage to the gate than normal attacks. But the siege weapons had a fatal weakness. They couldn't move freely because of their weight. While the siege weapons had a longer range than magic or arrows, the opponents could still attack it from the walls. Therefore 40 catapults were usually needed in a siege. The catapults could be set up in a rotation, with damaged catapults being swapped to repair the damage. But Ark had only prepared 10 catapults. It would be impossible to do much damage to the walls before the catapults were destroyed.
You fool, you know how important siege weapons are. Is it a lack of money?
Anyway, we seem to have overestimated Ark too much.
Use full force to intercept the catapults. Arrows and magic was fired from the walls after Gwen gave the order.
Hundreds of magic and arrow was concentrated on one catapult. No matter the endurance of the catapult, it would be destroyed instantly from the concentrated attacks.
But... Huh? What the... What? Aren't those siege weapons far away?
The soldiers buzzed with confusion.
The magic and arrows couldn't reach the catapults and just fell. Hadn't the catapults come into range yet?
That was the opponent's thoughts, but the catapults were already firing rocks at the gates.
Qua 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 quan, qua 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 quan. What is this? Isn't the range of a catapult similar to magic and arrows?
Then how could a catapult that is outside the 10 meters range attack the gate?
Gwen looked at the catapult with a confused face.
The only thing she could think of was that Ark's catapults had a longer range.
Is that the reason he only mobilized 10 catapults? Good, but...
Gwen smiled and raised her fist. The several soldiers peeled off the tents placed here and there.
Hoo, it's not an accident that we've maintained this estate for 1 year. This Sylvana isn't the old Sylvana.
It is a military fortress.
Gwen murmured as the massive object hidden by the tent appeared.
The thing inside the tent was a catapult. No, they were 10 gun turrets fixed on the walls. The gun turrets were the Hermes Alliance's anti-siege weapons. No matter how long the range of Ark's catapults, with the turrets on the walls, then the attack had no chance of hitting.
And the projectile shot out by the turrets wasn't simple rocks.
They boasted tremendous explosive power.
The bombs are expensive, so I didn't really want to use them, but I have no choice. Launch.
Attack their siege weapons.
222 ton, 222 ton.
Bombs were simultaneously launched by 10 gun turrets.
The bombs fell in a big parabola towards enemy lines.
Siu 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 sayak, siu 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 sayak.
Qua 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 quan, qua 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 quan. Suddenly a huge number of fire arrows were shot from the catapults.
They flew up hundreds of meters to impact with the bombs, causing them to explode in thin air.
Gwen looked at the catapults with stupid eyes.
At the same time, 2 carriages appeared on either side of the catapult. It was a machine with dozens of holes on the top like a honeycomb with smoke gushing out of it.
What that is? Gwen muttered in a stupid voice.
Then the carriages turned towards Gwen's direction. At the same time, dozens of flaming arrows went flying out of the hole.
They were giant arrows 10 times larger than crossbow arrows. Huck! Scatter!
Gwen shouted with astonishment as she hid her body behind the wall.
Qua 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 quan.
The flaming arrows caused a large impact as it crashed into the walls. The Alliance members who couldn't avoid it quickly enough had 40% of their health drained away at once. The magicians who had low health died instantly from the flaming arrows.
What on earth? I've never seen a siege weapon like that. Hoo, how do you like my modern weapon?
Ark chuckled as he soon Gwen, who had panicked. While this siege was unexpected for Raiden, Ark had been planning how to win back Sylvana for a long time. Thus he had invested in the raccoons and developed the modern weapons in the underground laboratory beneath Lancel. It was this beehive-type carriage.
The official name was Fire Barrage Crossbow.
Fire Barrage Crossbow, special manufactured product.
Weapon type, large weapon. Attack, 150 by 24. Range, 500 meters. Durability, 500/500. Weight, 800. User restriction, special craftsmen use only.
A large weapon created by the raccoons who had studied for a long time. 24 flaming arrows can be loaded on it and fired. In addition, the range at which it can be launched is 1.5 times more than a crossbow. However, the reload time takes longer than other siege weapons.
Option, fire attack plus 40. Asterisk, when used by the raccoon clan, the firing speed and accuracy will increase by 20%.
The money which went into developing the Fire Barrage crossbow was 4,000 gold. It was 10 times the cost of a normal catapult.
To be honest, it is slightly regrettable when seeing the results.
In fact, Ark had hoped not to use the modern siege weapons. The weapon could fire a barrage of arrows, but the additional damage bonus didn't apply to the buildings. But when he checked a video of a previous siege, he found there was a need to attack the gate with the Fire Barrage crossbow. A Seagrade estate was able to install turrets on the castle. The range and destructiveness of the bombs from the turrets was enormous. If they fell on the soldiers, then the damage would be no joke.
This was the reason why other Reliants avoided attacking C-rated territories.
If 10 gun turrets attacked and intercepted the siege weapons, then the siege would end instantly.
Doesn't that mean I have to use the fire barrage crossbow to intercept the turrets?
Ark thought that as he watched the video. And he confirmed that the results were good.
48 arrows flying from the 2 fire barrage crossbows could counter the bombs from the 10 gun turrets.
But the fire barrage crossbow has a fatal weakness.
Magicians, cool down the fire barrage crossbow. Yes. At Ark's orders, the magicians used ice magic on the fire barrage crossbow.
This was the weakness of the fire barrage crossbow. Once the 24 arrows were fired, the overheated crossbow would have to be cooled down using ice magic.
In other words, it couldn't be used for a while.
On the other hand, the turrets on the walls were similar to the catapults. The bombs were able to be used for continuous attacks. If those guys continue to use the bombs, then the fire barrage crossbow will be destroyed, but
the Hermes Alliance had already witnessed all their bombs being intercepted, so they couldn't use it again.
The price of one bomb was 50 gold. It would be different if the interception was a fluke, but the Hermes Alliance, which had financial difficulties, couldn't afford to continue using the bombs.
Ho, fighting a war isn't easy with no money.
Ark laughed, but this actually wasn't a situation where Ark could laugh. After all, the cost of the flaming arrows was expensive for Ark as well. The price of one arrow was 4 gold. The 2 fire barrage crossbows launched 48 shots at the same time, which was 192 gold flying away. He had laughed when they intercepted the bombs a while ago, but inwardly he was crying. Well, it is necessary, but I can't use the weapon recklessly. Anyway, now the bombs attack was sealed off. Now Gwen had lost the way to stop Ark's catapult attacks.
The catapults don't waste any money. Attack!
Ark's 10 catapults fired a barrage of rocks at the gate.
But the gate was still under the protection of the defense towers, so it didn't receive any damage. Well, this is the limitation of having only 10 catapults. I hadn't expected to penetrate the gate using the catapults.
The important thing is to make it look like I intend to penetrate the gate using the catapult. No, to be precise, it is to make them think the castle will be penetrated through the gate.
The bombs are sealed, so shall we begin?
When Ark turned his body with a pleasant smile, Justice Man also smiled and nodded. Then he raised his fist and cried out.
Is it starting? Good. 1st Battalion, capture the left castle wall. Wah-ah-ha. Justice Man led 500 soldiers and rushed towards the castle. Hook, those guys are they really trying to capture the castle wall? Stop them.
The magicians and archers hurled attacks towards the charging battalion. No, as soon as they tried to attack, dozens of flaming arrows hit the rampart. It was the support fire from the fire barrage crossbow.
The Alliance members who tried to attack were hit by the flaming arrows and fell. Now, simultaneously climbed the castle wall.
The soldiers threw hooks up to the rampart and placed ladders against the wall at Justice Man's command. The soldiers placed their shields above their heads and started to climb the walls.
Of course, Gwen wasn't just going to stand there watching.
While the magicians and arrows was attacking nonstop, the warriors also threw stones and logs from the top of the wall. All archers and magicians on the wall intercept their magicians and archers. Warriors, protect the archers and magicians with your shields.
Damn it, smash the hooks and ladders.
When Dark Eden's offense truly began, panicked cries emerged all over the place.
Warriors, stop the hooks and the ladders. Don't let them enter.
Gwen Nim, the enemy's support of the flaming arrows has started again. Everybody take shelter. Gwen and the Alliance members simultaneously hid themselves. The support fire from the flaming arrows was still powerful, but since the crossbow needed to be cooled down, Gwen could read the timing, so it never did as much damage as its initial hit.
Okay, attack the enemy again.
After the attack from the fire barrage crossbow was over, the Alliance members instantly raised their bodies and counterattacked.
There were continuous shouts without any breaks.
Various magic and arrows were flying all over the place.
The soldiers climbing the wall fell down before more replaced them. It was intense and fierce.
It truly was like a scene from a medieval movie. As expected from Justice Man Ajushi.
Ark laughed as he looked at the battlefield.
The section of the wall where soldiers were gathered was intense and bloody.
No, it just looked intense. Although the soldiers were fighting to climb the walls, they weren't as eager as they looked. While fire and swords appeared on the walls and a considerable amount of time had passed, almost none of Ark's users had died.
No, a lot of users only had their health go down to 50%.
Nevertheless, the atmosphere seems like there are dozens of casualties. Despite the atmosphere, there actually weren't a lot of casualties. There were two reasons why the general soldiers fighting the battle was unaware. One reason was the tactics that Justice Man was using, and the other was that they couldn't see their opponent's health. Of course, the penetrating scroll or a similar skill that thieves had allowed them to see the enemy's health. But on a battlefield where there were 1,000 people fighting, there was no time to use scrolls or skills to check the health of a user. So not even one person could grasp the whole battle situation. But it is difficult for Dark Eden, which was hastily put together to fight equally with the Hermes Alliance. They haven't really worked together long, so the weaknesses will gradually show. It didn't matter how excellent a commander Justice Man was, as the soldiers were the ones fighting directly. Although they had undergone some discipline training, these movements gradually disappeared as they got distracted by their health running out. While the priests could recover the warrior's health, it would be dangerous for them, so they couldn't heal the entire defensive line before retreating. If this keeps up, then our weak point will be exposed to the Hermes Alliance. It is better to stop it here. Send a signal to retreat. Pepping. A messenger launched firecrackers into the sky. Justice Man confirmed the signal and raised his sword before shouting, "Everybody retreat. Magicians cover them while the warriors protect the priests. 1st Battalion, join with the main body and recover your health and mana." Ark commanded as the 500 soldiers retreated from the castle and left the battlefield. In the combat area, they couldn't recover their health and mana. After the 1st Battalion left the field, Ark raised his sword and shouted again. The 1st Battalion concentrated their attack on the left wall. The 2nd Battalion will attack the right wall. Fire barrage crossbow, cover the 2nd Battalion. Siu 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 sayak, siu 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 sayak. The flaming arrows were shot towards the walls. At the same time, 500 soldiers rushed towards the right. The battle for the right wall was just as intense. No, it only looked intense. When there was a few casualties, Ark had the 2nd Battalion retreat, then another battalion attack, retreat, and so on. This pattern of attacks continued, so while the fighting continued without any breaks, there were few casualties. They're retreating again. Gwen frowned as she received the information from a soldier. That Ark, what is he thinking? Gwen realized there was something unclear after seeing the same situation repeated so many times. Until now, Gwen had, though Ark was using standard tactics. He didn't have huge war funds, so he couldn't have drink potions like water during the siege. So it was obvious he had the troops retreat once the priest's mana ran out and they couldn't heal anymore. The same thing applied to splitting his troops. Some beginners might think that throwing more troops onto the battlefield was better, but siege warfare was different. No matter how many troops there were, the actual amount that could fight was limited thanks to the castle walls. If they ran directly into battle, then they would just be hit by arrows. In addition, if the troops withdrew when they were too damaged, then Gwen could lead an assault group outside the castle to wipe them out. That's why in a siege the forces were always split. Ark's way of thinking isn't wrong. But the number of troops attacking was too low. The Hermes Alliance had 3,200 troops deployed outside. Of course, with the walls the amount of troops assigned to each area was limited. But they were able to concentrate 1,000 troops on the side walls. If Ark really intended to control the walls, then he needed a minimum of 1,000 people. However, Ark never committed more than 500 people. Aside from their first attack, the remaining ones weren't as aggressive. I can tell just by looking at the main body of Ark's forces. They've attacked so many times, but the troops hasn't decreased that much. It is also the same for us. In the end, he really doesn't intend to control the castle walls. Is he trying to buy time so he can smash the defense towers? If that was the reason, then Ark's passive attacks was understandable. With the defense towers destroyed, it would certainly be possible to destroy the gate with the 10 catapults and that strange large weapon. Gwen then smiled. If you think that, then you've already failed. Gwen contacted the person in charge of the defense towers, who said, "There are only 500 enemies attacking here. They haven't even entered the trap field. You don't have to worry about this place." In the old days, the Hermes Alliance had used a plan to destroy the defense towers. After occupying the castle, the Hermes Alliance had imitated their strategy and buried traps around the towers while leaving magicians and archers in buried bunkers. Of course, this method had a weak point. If the enemy broke through the minefield, then the magicians and archers would easily collapse. However, with 500 troops it was impossible to pass through the minefield while being attacked by 700 archers and magicians. The one method was to use the tunnel plan that Ark had used in the past. However, the Hermes Alliance was already aware of this plan. Therefore they had placed steel all over the bottom of the defense towers. If those guys haven't made it through the minefield yet, then there is no way they will occupy the defense towers. With the defense towers active, there is no way 10 catapults can destroy the gate. Well, it's taken a lot of Ark's time, so I'm grateful. Gwen laughed as she looked at the huge hourglass. While they hadn't suffered any damage, the pointless repetitive battles meant the 16 hours had already passed since the siege began. Typically, the castle had to enter the castle within 18 hours in order to win. There was 2 hours left to that time limit, but there was no way Ark could break into the castle during that time. Okay, it has been boring, but there's not much time left. Only 8 hours until our victory. Gwen encouraged the Hermes Alliance members who were tired from Dark Eden's continuous attacks. Finally, the hourglass showed that the 18th hour had passed. Now there is no way they can destroy the defense towers, the gate, and occupy the castle. Gwen was sure of their victory. That's it. Ark laughed as he looked at the huge hourglass. Now only 1/4 of the sand was left in the hourglass. The remaining time until the siege finished was 6 hours. But the defense towers were still well, and the Hermes Alliance's members had barely decreased. On the other hand, while Dark Eden had tried to preserve their troops, 800 of them still died. It was a desperate situation, but Ark firmly believed in his victory. Ark stood up and turned around to look at the rehabilitation members. Hyung Nims, are you ready? Yes, any time is okay. Bulkun grinned and nodded. Then let's go. Engineer unit, move the catapults towards the castle. The dozens of engineers moved the catapult at Ark's command. When it entered into range, magic and arrows were instantly aimed towards it. With hundreds of attacks concentrated on it, one of the catapults instantly caught on fire. Sheesh. Fire barrage crossbow, support the catapults. Yes, target sighted fire. Siu 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 sayak, siu 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 sayak. The 2 crossbows turned and fired the flaming arrows. Then there were successive explosions along the walls. While the Hermes Alliance hid themselves from the flaming arrows, the engineers unit was able to move a catapult to the target point. Now! Ark got on the catapult and shouted. Following him was Bulkun, Diakde, Hejayalese, Yapsab, Jaktung, and Tasa, who were all wearing headbands with commandos on them. Each of them lined up and saluted. I'll meet you in hell. Ark confirmed that all the rehabilitation members were on the catapults and shouted. Catapults aim vertically and fire. 222 ton, 222 ton. 7 of the catapults fired simultaneously. At the same time, Ark and the rehabilitation members flew up at a tremendous speed. They flew in a parabola and headed towards the castle walls. What? That guys, are they crazy? Gwen murmured with an absurd expression. Were they thinking about penetrating the walls by flying on the catapults? Did they think they would be safe after falling dozens of meters? No, even if they managed to survive the fall damage, how would they fight against 3,200 people? Did they think this was G.I. Joe? Those thoughts passed through Gwen's mind without seconds. She eventually came to the conclusion that Ark became crazy after failing the siege. But in the next moment, Gwen witnessed an amazing scene. Slime's time, and 01. A cry emerged from Ark's mouth just before he hit the ground. At the same time, a yellow viscous liquid covered Ark's body. It wasn't just Arkansas. The yellow liquid covered all of the rehabilitation members' bodies. Then Ark and the rehabilitation members impacted with the ground. Tyon. Ark and the rehabilitation members bounced up like rubber balls? That is? Gwen and the rehabilitation members looked at the bouncing people with an absurd look. But after a brief moment, Gwen raised her voice. What are you staring blankly at? This is a great opportunity to get Arkansas attack them. Wah-ah-ha. 100 of the Alliance members shrieked and rushed up at Gwen's command. Dozens of swords and arrows attacked Ark. But... Tyon. The swords and arrows just bounced off. That's right. Ark was using the special skill of the Slime's immortality pill, Slime's time. Any physical damage or fall damage would be 100% nullified. The other rehabilitation members had also eaten the Slime's immortality pill in Zutandal. Well, it wasn't the original product, so it had the side effect of amplifying pain by 50 times. Kuak. My spirit flew away the moment I hit the ground. The rehabilitation members groaned after they hit the ground. But the rehabilitation members were raised in a dark world filled with violence, so they instantly raised their body. They're coming. Everybody stay focused. Jaktung, Taza, gather back to back and stop them. Okay, Kuak. Damn, that hurts. Jaktung and Taza wobbled as the swords and arrows bounced off. Get out of the way. Meanwhile, Bulkun, Diakde, and Hejayalese ran up to the Alliance members and headbutted them. While Slime's time made them invincible to physical attacks, they also couldn't attack with their weapons. Thus the headbutt actually didn't do any damage.
However, their bodies were like rubber, so the Hermes Alliance members flew back a few meters.
Ha ha ha. How is it? Our bodies are now like rubber. Headbutt.
So Ark and the rehabilitation members pushed the Alliance members back with a headbutt and ran towards the gate.
What is this? Why are they heading to the gate? Are they trying to open the gate?
But it was impossible to just pull the gate open like an ordinary door.
Naturally, the equipment to operate the gate was kept separately.
Ark used to be the Lord, so he should have known that as well.
Then why was he heading to the gate?
Gwen found it impossible to understand.
I don't know what he is doing, but that guy is like a rat in a bag. Ark is the leader of Dark Eden. If he dies, then the siege is over.
But these guys are impervious to attacks.
Bah! This is a game, so no skill is invincible. If physical attacks don't work, then try magic. All magicians attack these guys.
The magicians started chanting spells at Gwen's command.
Anger of the blazing fire, rage of fire.
Splitting blade of the wind, wind cutter.
The cold north wind, ice spike. Ark, watch out! Bulkun shouted. That's right. It was Slime's time weakness.
While it invalidated physical attacks by 100%, it also made them 100% more vulnerable to magic. For 10 minutes they were invincible against warriors but vulnerable to magicians.
If they were hit by dozens of magic, then they would be broken like tofu.
At that moment Ark heard Rackard's voice from above him.
Master, the magicians are attacking from your 3 o'clock and your 11 o'clock. Hyung Nims, this way. Ark shouted as he instinctively moved his body.
Then he had butted some Alliance members.
The magic flying towards Ark and the rehabilitation group hit the Alliance members instead.
Ark had used the Alliance members as a shield to stop the magic attacks.
You fools! Physical attacks won't connect, so all warriors retreat. Gwen shouted angrily. The hundreds of Alliance members surrounding Ark's group disappeared. Then the dozens of magic shots flew back towards Ark and the rehabilitation group. They couldn't use the Alliance members as an obstacle anymore. Damn, I'll go first. Bulkun bit his lips and jumped in front of Arkansas.
At the same time, blasts of fire, wind and ice hit Bulkun's body.
Wayawa.
He was 100% vulnerable to magic attacks. The incomplete Slime's immortality pill also increased pain by 50 times, so Bulkun screamed as he really felt like he was being roasted and frozen.
He collapsed to the ground and raised his thumb. Go! Ugh, Bulkun, your sacrifice won't be in vain. The magic is flying. Oh, it is my turn now.
This time it was Hey Giles who jumped in front of Ark and was burnt.
H Hyung Nim. Don't turn around, go. The gate is right around the corner. Yapsab grabbed Ark's shoulder and shouted. Ark looked at Hey Giles before turning around. Yes, now wasn't the time to be flooded with sentiment.
The success or failure of the siege depended on this operation.
Ark clenched his teeth and ran towards the gate. Magic flew nonstop, but Diakde, Yapsab, Jacktung and Taza blocked Ark with their bodies.
But the hundreds of magicians poured down magic on them who had their magic resistance decreased by 100%. In the end, the rehabilitation members could only take a few steps before they collapsed. It hadn't even been 1 minute until the last of them, Jacktung, collapsed. Damn, there's only 10 meters left. Ark moaned as he looked at the approaching gate. The magicians on the wall were already chanting spells. When the chants were complete, then Ark would die. Is it going to end here? Ark was just thinking that. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. A huge explosion suddenly occurred on the walls. The fire barrage crossbow had finished cooling and had sent more flaming arrows towards the walls. The magicians who had been concentrated on Ark were hit and fell down. The rest of the magicians also received impact from the arrows and had their chants cancelled. Now! Ark ran between the falling magicians. Although a few magicians who hadn't been blown away tried to attack him, they couldn't aim properly. Ark rolled his body to avoid the magic and finally arrived at the gate. Heh, what's this? Does he intend to break the gate by himself? Gwen snorted and muttered. Ark's hands flashed as he arrived at the gate. Then he took out a small hourglass from his bag. Ark used the hourglass and a message window appeared. You have used the phantom hourglass. You can turn time back 100 years or accelerate time forward a maximum of 500 years. That's right. The item Ark was holding up was the phantom hourglass. It was the reason he headed towards the gate. Maximum acceleration. Then the sand at the top started to fall at a tremendous speed. At the same time, an amazing change started to happen to the castle gate. The gate, which had been attacked for 10 hours yet hadn't even lost 50% durability, instantly turned red. The gate also started to be pierced with holes. Since the phantom hourglass accelerated time 500 years forward, the steel gate became rusted and battered.
Now's the time. Catapults attack the gate. Ark shouted through the tattered gate.
At the same time, the catapults outside sent their rocks flying.
Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang.
The already corroded gate, which was barely hanging on, splintered and broke into 2 pieces.
The gate had been breached despite the defense towers still standing.
Blood disappeared from Gwen's face as she looked at the broken gate.
You unbelievable. The gate. The Hermes Alliance also stared with surprise. I'll repair the gates,
Gwen shouted when she heard Ark's voice.
The whole army, charge Sylvana.
Gwen looked outside with surprise.
Then the reason Ark attacked so roughly until now. Now Gwen realized Ark's arm.
Despite battling for 18 hours, there had been almost no casualties. From the 3,300 Dark Eden troops, around 800 people had died. In other words, there were still 2,500 troops in front of the gates. Of course, the Hermes Alliance had received even less damage and only 300 people had died. There still remained 2,900 stationed on the castle walls.
But the Hermes Alliance was dispersed all around the outside.
If Dark Eden broke in and the fighting became confused, the magicians and archers on the walls wouldn't be able to attack properly.
There was also the tremendous power of the fire barrage crossbow.
But we have 1,000 more troops than them.
That was Gwen's thought. Gwen, stop those guys from entering.
She suddenly heard Raiden whisper in her ear.
But? You fool, this is Ark's scheme.
I thought it was possible, so I contacted the defense towers.
The Dark Eden troops attacking the defense towers retreated 30 minutes ago. The troops attacking the defense towers have retreated? Then.
Gwen felt like she had been hit on the back of her head with a hammer.
The troops attacking the defense towers had already retreated 30 minutes ago.
Then those guys were coming here. If they joined, then there would be 3,500 people. If the Hermes Alliance combined their troops from inside the castle, then they would have 3,900 people. Of course, the Hermes Alliance had the 1,400 troops stationed at the defense towers, but it would take them 30 minutes if they left now. She had to rally the troops and hold out until then.
But a melee fight inside the walls would be confusing and dangerous.
However, if there weren't any extra troops, then the 2,900 Hermes members on the walls would be trampled by the 3,500 Dark Eden members. Furthermore, the opponent is Arkansas. If he did all this to break the gate, then he would definitely have some ulterior motives.
We absolutely can't give the castle to him.
But now there is no time to worry about Arkansas. Stop their entry.
Gwen received Raiden's order and shouted towards the Alliance members. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 assault units. Dispatch those troops immediately.
Charge the enemy and destroy the catapults and the large weapons. Maintain formation in front of the gate and stop their entry.
The rest of you just restore the gate as much as possible. The defense towers are still standing.
If the large weapon is destroyed and the gates repaired, then it will be possible to endure for the remaining time.
So Gwen led 1,500 troops to the gate. But Gwen was thinking about it too much.
While Ark and the rehabilitation members were trying to break the gate, the rest of Dark Eden was just watching. If Dark Eden attacked the castle during that time, then Ark and the rehabilitation members wouldn't have received the magician's attack so one-sidedly.
In addition, Dark Eden wasn't showing large movements even after the gate broke. However, Gwen and Raiden were too hasty and couldn't realize that point.
And there was another part Gwen missed. It was why Ark used the risky strategy of jumping inside the castle with the catapult to corrode the castle gate. Ark could have mixed in with Dark Eden while using Slime's time to access the gate from the outside. Nevertheless, Ark had used the catapult to corrode the gate from inside the castle.
The reason why.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 19 Chapter 5. ACT 5 Grand Strategy, Mackerel Pieces Gamble. Catch him. The cry emerged from the castle.
Gwen had led 1,500 troops and ran outside the castle. This was because Ark had destroyed the gate. Ark had avoided the magic of the Alliance members and ran away inside the castle grounds. There were still 1,400 members left inside, but they had no time to pay attention to Arkansas. Since there was no time to prepare for the situation, they were preoccupied with repairing the gate. But Ark was the enemy commander and he was an important before who could influence the military situation by himself, so 50 people were chasing after him.
There is nowhere for you to run away.
The skill where our physical attacks don't connect won't last much longer. The Alliance members shouted as they threw arrows and magic at him.
The arrows weren't a problem for Ark thanks to the effect of Slime's time.
The dangerous thing was the magic.
And the number had lessened so the magic was easy to avoid. Ark didn't worry about the arrows and just focused on avoiding the magic attacks.
He used Dark Dance and Sprint to run between walls and have the magic impact with them instead.
Hook, not long left. I just have to pass this lane.
Ark once again used a building to avoid the magic and turned the corner.
Over here.
Around 20 Alliance members appeared before him. They had predicted Ark's path and moved ahead to block him. Ark became frightened as 3 magicians started to chant spells.
There were buildings blocking his left and right so he couldn't avoid the damage. Damn, I'll just have to break through the front.
Ark rushed towards the front magician. He used Sprint to collide with the magicians chanting who screamed and fell to the ground.
That's it, now I can use the warriors to block the attacks from other magicians.
Ark thought that and plunged into the crowd of warriors. Suddenly he felt something throb and a huge amount of his health was sucked out.
Hook, what the?
Ark reflexively turned and looked at the warriors. The warriors had flames wrapped around their sword.
The magicians had used a spell to give magic to the warriors' weapons. Kukuku, did you think we would just stay idle? Take this, you cocky bastard.
They've noticed the weakness in Slime's time.
I'm screwed.
Ark looked at the flame swords with horror.
That's right.
The biggest weakness of Slime's time wasn't magic, but magic enchantment. While the physical damage was invalidated, Ark would still be hurt from the magic damage.
Since his magic resistance had decreased by 100%, that amount wasn't small. Moreover, Ark couldn't attack while Slime's time was still active.
It was possible to avoid the magician's attacks since they took a while to cast, but the warriors were more difficult.
You're dead. The warriors cried out as they rushed forward.
Meanwhile, the magicians were giving magic enchantments to the other warriors. Once all the warriors had magic swords and the magicians aimed for Ark again, he would be on the defensive. Before he could escape through a gap he created with a head, but it was suicide to run towards the warriors holding magic swords. And it wasn't possible to go back. The other 30 Alliance members were coming up behind him.
Quang.
They started attacking earnestly and his health was drained out. But when he used Slime's time, his entire body was covered in slime so he couldn't open his bag to use any items like potions. Of course, the items inside Raiden weren't affected but his whole body was covered so he couldn't drink the potions anyway.
If only Slime's time was over.
Ark glared at the small icon in front of him. It was the icon which displayed the time remaining for Slime's time.
Now there was less than 2 minutes left. Ark reduced the damage using Dark Dance and waited for the icon to disappear.
When there was only 1 minute left, he felt something hot behind him. At the same time, he lost a lot of health and fell down.
There he is.
The other 30 Alliance members chasing him had arrived.
But they weren't the problem.
Ark only had 5% health left. After being hit by the magic and falling down, he had become completely surrounded.
If he was hit with the magic sword then he would definitely die.
A warrior swung his sword with a smile of satisfaction. No, he tried to swing it.
Master.
Rackard fell from the sky like lightning and crashed into the warrior. Then he grabbed the warrior's ear and started head-butting him in the nose. The warrior got a nosebleed and retreated from Rackard.
Meanwhile Ark rolled his body and escaped from the circle. What is that? These guys don't have to concern you.
I'll rush and smash them. Then he rushed towards the dozens of warriors holding magic swords. Ark, who was leaning against a wall, shouted,
Summon Demon, Razak, Iron Firewall.
Clack 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 clack, clack 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 clack. A bony lump rose in front of Ark and formed into Razak. Razak raised his shield and blocked the flames heading for Arkansas. The wings of flame appeared on both sides of the shield and blocked the soldiers running towards them. It was the special skill of the Blazing Fire Draconian Shield, Iron Firewall. It was a skill with a range of 10 meters which invalidated dash and caused stun and flame damage.
When the warriors rushed into Razak's Iron Firewall, the soldiers stumbled and were pushed back.
So Razak was able to fend off the warriors' attacks using his shield. Now Ark just had to wait behind Razak for Slime's time to finish.
What is that? It doesn't matter. He doesn't have a lot of health left. Focus your magic attacks on him.
Even with that skeleton, he won't be able to endure the magic attacks. The magicians circled Ark and Razak and started to simultaneously chant spells.
Damn, I just have to hold on for a few seconds. Sack sack sack, sack 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 sack. Ark had been biting his lip while thinking desperately. Then Raiden suddenly moved from Ark's waist and licked his tongue. Before Ark could say anything, Raiden had arrived underneath the magician's feet with tremendous speed. At the same time, an explosion occurred underneath the magicians who were chanting spells. Ack! What the?
The magicians' concentration broke from the unexpected shock and their spells were cancelled.
Ah, that's right. Didn't Raiden learn that skill? The skill that Raiden used was Fire Aura. Raiden had learnt this skill only a few days ago.
Ark had been leading the troops towards Sylvana from Lancel when Raiden's body suddenly heated up and a message window popped up. Your summon Raiden has digested 50% of the burning heart of the Fire Draconian. Raiden's body has changed after being influenced by the burning heart of the Fire Draconian. When the Alamon grows to a certain extent, it has the ability to master similar skills which belong to other species. When that power is fully absorbed into the body, it can evolve into a new species. While the secret of an Alamon's growth is still unknown, its body can grow into something completely different under the influence of other species. After absorbing the burning heart of the Fire Draconian, he has begun to evolve into something different from both an Alamon and a Fire Draconian. Every time the absorption of the burning heart of the Fire Draconian reaches a certain level, Raiden will learn a new skill. Your summon Raiden has absorbed the burning heart of the Fire Draconian and awakened a new skill. Fire Aura, Beginner, Racial Special Skill. A special skill created by the Alamon after absorbing the power of the Fire Draconians. Fire Aura gives the ability to activate the power of fire. When the ability is used, all enemies within a 20-meter diameter will receive continuous fire damage. All enemies within 20 meters will receive 10-20 fire damage. Mana consumption, 20 mana every second. The burning heart of the Fire Draconian was a material to trigger Raiden's evolution. After reaching 50% absorption, Raiden could summon the spirits of fire to deal damage. That was Fire Aura. It was a skill which gave continuous damage like a magician's wide area magic. Of course, the damage was only 10-20, but the unexpected shock caused the magician's spells to fail. It was a method Ark hadn't even considered. This snake. The magicians glared at Raiden. However, Ark immediately cancelled his summoning and Raiden disappeared. You did well, Rackard, Razak, and Raiden. Ark, who was hiding in the corner, smiled and murmured. What? That guy Slime has disappeared? The Alliance members muttered as they looked at Ark again. That's right. Thanks to the help of his summons, Slime's time had finally disappeared. Good, isn't it possible to hit him with our swords now? He is still surrounded. We just have to smash that skeleton. The Alliance members swung their swords and rushed to attack. But they still hadn't grasped the situation. The reason Ark had run around until the slime was gone was because he could now use 100% of his skills. Ark threw a piece of black meat that he took from his bag. The Alliance members who were about to attack suddenly burst out screaming. Blazing fire. Ack! This scent, what? Cough, cough. Sniper S. What? Ugh, my eyes. I can't see, dot. Hoo, how is it? The taste of my creative dishes? Ark smirked while holding his nose. That's right. The black meat Ark threw was a food made using creative cooking. Ark had named the dish he made Hell Bomb. Hell Bomb. A special food made using creative cooking. It is created by combining hot peppers, vinegar, rotten meat, horseradish, etc. An extremely bad smell which goes beyond human limits is drifting from this dish. If you pull it out in a public place, then you will receive a wild beating. Hell Bomb has a range of 5 meters. It was one of the creative dishes Ark created, Hell Bomb. The smell was horrible enough to make even Ark lose consciousness. In New World, users might only feel a static shock if their limbs were cut off, but their sense of smell was 100% real. The Hell Bomb was just like a gas grenade. The food, which smelled like it had been rotting for hundreds of years, caused the Alliance members to panic and block their noses while rolling on the ground. Ugh, I made it, but it really does smell horrible. Even Ark, who was outside the range of Hell Bomb, felt nauseated. Anyway, the effect of the smell doesn't last long. Hell Bomb wasn't a food which could cause an abnormal state. While the smell would initially paralyze the user, their noses would eventually adapt to the smell, so it was ineffective. In other words, the Hell Bomb would just cause them to panic for 1-2 minutes. Rackard, Razak, open the path. Snap. Ark threw his body and kneed one of the Alliance members in the face. And he jumped over the person who had fallen down. This bastard.
Cough. I won't miss.
When Ark tried to escape, the warriors rushed to his left and right side. However, they still hadn't completely recovered from Ark's bioterrorism, and Rackard and Razak used their skills to push them aside and create a path.
See, catch him.
After a while, the pursuing members chased Ark to a place blocked on all sides by walls. Ark stopped running and the voices of the Alliance members could be heard behind him.
Ho ho ho, there's no place for you to run away anymore. You might be like a flea, but you won't be able to escape anymore. That rotten food also won't work anymore.
The Alliance members muttered while the noses were still running and they had tears in their eyes.
At that moment, Ark turned around and laughed. It's already finished. Ha, are you giving up? No, I'm saying this is my destination.
This is your destination?
What does that mean? This is what it means.
Ark raised his finger while drinking a recovery potion.
It was at that time. Suddenly an earthquake seemed to occur in the area.
Charge! There was a huge dust cloud on the battlefield. It was from Gwen and the 1,500 Hermes members she commanded.
There are a lot of engineers in the castle.
If I hold on for 10-20 minutes, then the gate should be somewhat repaired. Of course, such emergency methods can't be compared to a proper steel gate.
It would barely have the form of a gate.
However, there were still the defense towers. Once the shape of the gate was fixed, it will be able to receive the defense bonus and the automatic durability recovery from the defense towers. The problem is that Guy's catapults and his large weapon, which looks like a beehive. If those attacks are concentrated on the gate which had been restored using emergency methods, then it won't even last a few minutes. They would only be able to endure if they stopped the siege weapons. That was the reason why Gwen hurriedly led the troops outside.
Besides, this is the last chance we have to attack them. Currently, Dark Eden had 2,500 troops remaining.
But Ark had flown over the castle walls while 500 troops were attacking one of the side castle walls. In other words, Dark Eden actually had 2,000 troops in front of the castle. But that situation where Dark Eden only had 2,000 troops wouldn't last long. Soon the 500 troops would return from attacking one of the side walls and the 1,000 troops who were attacking the defense towers would arrive.
When that happened, Dark Eden would have 3,500 fighters.
Now was the only chance for Gwen to destroy the siege weapons.
Defending while the siege weapons are still working is suicide.
But if they are destroyed, then we can maintain a defense formation in front of the gate. With the support fire of the 1,400 troops remaining inside the castle, we can slowly defeat Dark Eden's 3,500 people.
That Ark is also trapped inside the castle grounds. If you prevent their attacks and kill Ark, then this siege is over.
That Ark thought that he couldn't smash the gates in time, so he used a shortcut, but that was his miscalculation.
The Hermes Alliance didn't maintain Sylvana for 1 year through luck. 222 tongue, 222 tongue.
Then the catapult launched a volley of rocks. All troops spread out. Gwen shouted and the assault unit scattered.
The flying rocks only managed to hit a few people. The catapult couldn't show its true strength against moving targets.
The fire barrage crossbow was the same. Although the flaming arrows headed towards the approaching troops, most of them missed.
Hook, run away.
The raccoons operating the siege weapons screamed as the assault troops came charging forward. Then they quickly disappeared into the ground.
What those guys? Gwen was puzzled as she looked at the holes the raccoons had disappeared through. However, the Dark Eden members were even more confusing than the raccoons.
Gwen had showed up in front of the siege weapons, but Dark Eden didn't even move. Only the raccoons escaped while the assault troops reached the catapults and crossbows.
The 2,000 Dark Eden troops didn't move one step or even shoot arrows. Why? Aha, that's right, is Ark dead? A smile of satisfaction spread on Gwen's face after checking Dark Eden's reactions. Dark Eden wasn't a guild or alliance.
It was an army which Ark had created by hiring soldiers.
But their leader Ark had died and now they didn't know what to do. That Ark is really stupid, everything became even easier because he died.
Now these guys are just rubbish. There is no need to think when they are the opponents.
Gwen amended her plan of destroying the siege weapons and retreating.
Currently it was 2,000 against 1,500 with Gwen's troops having inferior numbers, but the difference of 500 people won't matter now that they had lost their military leader. Assault troops prepare for a 10-minute battle.
Units 1 and 2, follow me and attack the siege weapons. Units 3, 4, and 5 will penetrate to the center of the enemy using the wedge formation. Gwen shouted in a huge voice. In an ordinary battle, it was necessary to pay attention to health and mana. If mana ran out, then the essential skills couldn't be used. A 10-minute battle meant they didn't have to worry about mana and could use as much skills as they liked.
Gwen determined that 10 minutes was enough to deal the maximum damage and retreat to the gate before the rest of Dark Eden arrived.
Oh, warrior's valor! Triple shot! When the battle condition of 10 minutes was announced, the assault troops instantly prepared for battle. They flocked forward and used various skills. Snap, chi 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 chi. Suddenly a brilliant light appeared underneath the siege weapons. It wasn't just the siege weapons. The light also spread underneath Dark Eden and started burning here and there. What this is? It can't be. Gwen flinched and tried to withdraw. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. Suddenly a huge explosion occurred in front of her and fire shot up. The members attacking the siege weapons were thrown back several meters. Gwen was also caught by the explosion in front of her and received huge damage before flying back. But she didn't bother checking her health. What? Gwen surveyed the area with a blackened face. The area was full of dust and smoke. She saw that the members of the assault troops were scattered all over the place. However, Gwen still couldn't properly understand the situation. What the hell was going on? That was clearly a trap just now. Then they already knew we would attack the siege weapons and planted some traps? The siege weapons were used as a trap? It wasn't just the siege weapons. The explosion also occurred where the Dark Eden members were. Therefore the assault units who advanced into the main body of Dark Eden also received huge damage. The death toll was 200 people, with most of the casualties being priests and magicians with lower health. It was as much damage as 18 hours of defending the walls. And the rest of the remaining 1,300 people had their health range from 40% left to 10% left. But that wasn't the truly confusing thing. The explosion occurred at the siege weapons and within Dark Eden's camp. We were involved in the explosion, but those guys were at the center of it. They are bound to suffer more damage. Then the 2,000 troops and siege weapons were sacrificed just to deal some damage to us? Furthermore, these traps must have been prepared for a while. What is this nonsense? It wasn't common sense. Anyway, Gwen thought that all the Dark Eden members would definitely be scattered around the place thanks to the explosion. But when the dust and smoke finally subsided, Gwen witnessed an incredible sight. The 2,000 Dark Eden members who had received the explosion were still standing in the same place and looked completely fine. This is... How could they when they were in the midst of the explosion? Gwen murmured with a bewildered expression. Suddenly the scene where the detonation hit the Dark Eden members came to her mind. Surprisingly, the explosion penetrated their bodies and just passed through? Hi-hee-hing. At the same time, a cry of a horse could be heard from several meters away. She reflexively turned her head and spotted a white horse. With a horn in the middle of its forehead, the white horse was a unicorn. And there was a girl riding the unicorn. The situation was already difficult to understand, and suddenly this female appeared. Gwen felt a sudden feeling of unease. Catch her. Grab that girl. Gwen, who was struck by anxiety, suddenly shouted. At the same time, hundreds of soldiers rushed towards the girl. However, they were a dozen meters from her when the ground suddenly became hollow and sank, causing the rushing soldiers to fall. Ugh! A trap! Look, what is this? The screaming soldiers fell into the trap. At the same time, a message window appeared in front of the soldiers. You have fallen into filth which gives off a bad smell. This filth has become stuck to your body. Thanks to the sticky filth, your movement speed has decreased by 30% and your morale has fallen from the terrible smell. The morale of your colleagues will also fall from the stench. This effect will last until you take a bath. Apart from the creative dishes Ark made, he also dug traps that were filled with stinky filth. It was filth made from the failed products of survival cooking and other rotten food. No, it was fertilizer. The soldiers who fell into the trap had their morale and movement speed decreased. Moreover, the smell was so horrible that the morale of their colleagues also decreased. Then the girl looked at the soldiers who had fallen into a pile of filth and laughed. She stroked the unicorn and said, "Kikiki, let's go unicorn." Then the unicorn snorted and farted before running away. It was strange to see the fairy tale-like unicorn do such dirty actions. But despite its personality, a unicorn was a unicorn. When it showed of its movement speed of plus 1000%, the unicorn and girl disappeared like ghosts. And the unicorn and girl were gone, the 2,000 Dark Eden troops blurred and gradually disappeared. An illusion? This was all an illusion? Gwen finally figured out the reason for the strange incidents. Gwen had heard that the secret society members who attacked Lancel had acted strange. But the section where the secret society suffered immense damage from the illusions wasn't broadcasted on TV.
It wasn't a mere illusion, but one that could replicate 1-2 villages perfectly.
Then what happened just now? That's right. The girl riding the unicorn was Roko. The Dark Eden soldiers were all illusions created by Roko's illusion sonata. However, Gwen was thrown into an even more chaotic state of mind. No. Was it truly an illusion? No way.
We had been fighting them on the walls.
Then we've just been fighting against illusions? Impossible.
Gwen murmured until she suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, it is confirmed that those guys really attacked the castle walls.
Yet the same guys never appeared twice. Then, the reason Ark passively attacked for 18 hours was to hide his troops? That's right.
There was a reason Ark had been passive for 18 hours. If he tried to hide all the troops at once, it would be noticeable even with the illusion. But if he attacked the castle with 500 troops and sent them to a recovery place, then there would be no suspicion.
And Gwen had no reason to pay attention to those 500 people after they left.
There was no time for such thoughts when another 500 troops were attacking, as long as she confirmed that the main body still had 2,000 people. In fact, the 500 troops which retreated outside of sight didn't return to the main army.
And then Roko filled up the missing 500 spots with illusion sonata. It was a trick which took 18 hours.
This was the reason Ark had to sneak into the castle to make the gate corrode. Gwen suddenly had a thought which caused goosebumps on her body.
Then where did the 2,000 troops disappear to? Gwen looked back at Sylvana Castle.
If they had 2,000 troops, then this situation where Gwen led 1,500 troops outside was the best timing to attack the castle. Fortunately, there were no traces of Dark Eden moving. The gate had also recovered to some extent. Why did those guys waste this chance to attack the castle? Did they hide the troops just to lure us into this trap? Or did the gate recover faster than they expected, so they missed the timing? I don't know what happened, but I feel assured that the worst situation has been avoided. I have to return to the castle and arrange the defense formation before those other guys arrive.
Get up, be on guard, and return to the castle.
You can recover when we reach the castle.
Gwen rushed the alliance members and arrived in front of the gate. Kwa 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 kwang, kakang, peep-pepping. The violent sounds of swords impacting could be heard.
The noise continued, and there were even signs of fighting on the walls. When Gwen raised her head, she saw that the Dark Eden soldiers were fighting against the Hermes members.
What the? How did they get in? What's going on?
Gwen sent a whisper to the leader behind the walls.
Gwen Nim, it is a surprise attack by the enemy. An attack? What does that mean? Where did the enemy come from? Wasn't the gate blocked up? Those fellows didn't come from the gate. There are 2,500 of them. -2, 500? What are you talking about? How could those troops suddenly appear inside the castle grounds? I don't know. Ugh. Damn, what the hell is going on? Open the gate at once. We can't open the gate. What? Can't open the gate? Right now the gate is. We're not the ones repairing it. What the? What is this vibration?
The alliance members looked around stupidly. It was a huge noise, like something was getting pushed up.
The vibrations gradually approached, and one alliance member shouted, "This vibration is coming from there."
The alliance member pointed to a temple within Sylvana that was behind Arkansas.
That's right. The ground-shaking vibrations was coming from within the temple. But the size of the temple was only around 10 meters. What was happening inside the temple that could cause this large vibration? The 50 alliance members looked around with a confused expression. Coo. Qua Oa. Sylvana Castle.
The vibration seemed more frequent until the doors of the temple seemed to burst open. And a huge number of soldiers started pouring out of the small temple.
The alliance members' mouths gaped widely at the sight. Those guys are Dark Eden. They are the troops from Dark Eden. Bingo, kill them. Ark laughed and drew his fingers across his neck.
Then the soldiers from the temple literally swarmed over the alliance members.
It was like seeing a tsunami hit a small boat. Hundreds of soldiers had already poured out of the temple, so the alliance members' health quickly ran out. In less than a minute, the 50 alliance members had already died. Ark, are you okay?
The voice could be heard from someone leaving the temple. It was Justice Man, Lariat, Shambhala, Isuram, and the 4 rehabilitation members who didn't participate in the special attack.
Ark drank recovery potions and laughed. Yes, you came just in time. That's right.
This was the strategy Ark developed to capture Sylvana. Using Roko's illusion sonata, he could trick Gwen and smuggle in 2,500 troops. His forces retreating to a place the soldiers on the walls couldn't see wasn't for the sake of recovery. It was to gather them in a secret place hidden in Sylvana. This was the reason Ark had been convinced of his victory. He knew about the secret dungeon underneath the Asiosu temple. Before passing the castle to Raiden, Ark had the raccoons dig a tunnel to the dungeon.
That is the number 1 tunnel. Then I just have to drag the troops through the number 1 tunnel to infiltrate the castle.
That's why hundreds of gold was used to trick Gwen, from the 4,000 gold he spent on the fire barrage crossbow to the 50 gold spent on potions that Roko drank to maintain the illusion sonata for 18 hours. All that gold invested was to secretly bring 2,500 into Sylvana. Anyway, the operation was a great success. But now comes the really important part.
There's no time. It is a speed competition now. Advance to the gate. Wah-ah-ha.
Ark led his troops towards the gate.
Rackard, use satellite surveillance mode and report on the situation.
Yes.
Rackard replied and flew into the sky.
Justice Manajushi, Rehabilitation Hyungnims, if the troops inside the castle move then the situation will be difficult.
Take 800 people and check that the troops inside the castle don't move. Understood. Justice Man nodded and led 800 troops towards the castle.
Ark moved the remaining 1,700 troops across the grounds and arrived near the gate.
Hey, what the? How on earth did those guys?
The Alliance members around the castle fell into a state of panic. It was natural since the Dark Eden members who were gathered outside the gate suddenly appeared inside. But they were experts which had maintained the territory for 1 year and quickly recovered. I don't know the situation, but it is too late for it to change.
There's no need to panic. We have 1,000 colleagues inside the castle and 1,500 outside the gates. If we endure for a bit, then Raiden and Gwen will come to help. These guys don't have a lot of people, but...
The Alliance members quickly got into a defense formation. Now there was only 50 meters between the 1,700 Dark Eden members and the 1,400 Hermes Alliance members. Ark ran forward and raised his voice.
Eat all your food.
Lariat Nim, use your set of 3 attack buffs. The Dark Eden members simultaneously took out their dishes at Ark's command. Lariat opened her arms and a white light spread through the area.
The Great Warrior's Soul. Soul's Disposition, Warrior's Concentration, Storm Breathing.
Soul's Disposition raised attack by 10%.
Warrior's Concentration increased the probability of a critical hit by 20%.
Meanwhile, Storm Breathing increased the attack speed of sword-related weapons by 10%. When armed with 3 different attack buffs and food, their stats rose quickly.
Pierce through the enemies. Blade Tempest. Ark exploded a magic sword and plunged towards enemy lines.
At the same time, Dark Eden and the Hermes Alliance members collided. It was 1,400 people against 1,700 people. There was a roaring sound like a thunderbolt when the 3,000 troops collided and a fountain of blood spouted upwards. It was like a situation where 2 tomatoes held in both hands were smashed together. The pressure from both sides caused bleeding among the soldiers. Shortly after both sides collided, the 2 groups seemed to stop moving.
Cook.
The warriors raised their shields after both sides collided and it became a contest of strength.
The atmosphere was just like before a volcano exploded.
The swelling lava caused cracks which seemed like they could break apart at any point. While the warriors were having a standoff, the magicians and archers were using ranged attacks to break through.
Rackard, check the arrangement of the enemy. In this standoff, the first enemy who managed to hit the opponent with long-ranged attacks would win.
In a conflict like this, it would be difficult to find the location of the archers and magicians to intercept them. But the magicians and archers in Dark Eden were easy to see by the Hermes members on the wall. It was the reason why he sent Rackard to the gate beforehand.
There are 50 archers and 20 magicians on the right side.
50 meters to the rear of the troops in the 3 o'clock direction are 80 archers, 30 magicians. While on the left wall there are 60 archers and 15 magicians. Rackard explained the location of the enemy troops to Arkansas. After Ark heard the reported, he handed the information to the long-range attackers in Dark Eden.
All archers and magicians in Dark Eden, focus your attacks on these coordinates. Burning Flames of Anger. Rage of Fire. Thunderbolt.
The magicians simultaneously hurled magic at the coordinates Ark mentioned. The archers also shot arrows towards the magicians who were chanting spells to interrupt them. Thanks to Rackard's information, they were able to pinpoint the location and destroy 40% of the enemy's long-ranged attacks.
With the burden of a long-ranged counterattack eased, Dark Eden started to earnestly attack the enemy.
The balance had tilted in their direction.
Now's the time. Take this. Dark Blade.
Ark plunged into the enemy lines, which had started to crumble, and shouted.
Dozens of people followed Ark recklessly and lost their lives.
However, Ark had no time to worry about them. In a fight of 1,700 versus 1,400, there was no time to look back. Ark had to attack the gate so forcefully to subdue it in time. Ark had invested a lot of gold into this, so time was of the essence.
If Gwen's assault troops return, then Dark Eden's 1,700 troops will quickly crumble. That's right.
Dark Eden was able to have a numerical advantage because Gwen had led the 1,500 troops out of the castle. Even if there were casualties from the trap, there were still 1,300 troops remaining.
If they returned to the castle, then Dark Eden wouldn't be able to endure. So he had to penetrate the enemy line no matter how many troops he lost. There are also the 1,000 Hermes troops left in the castle.
That was the reason why Ark had 800 troops checked to see if they moved.
If those troops attacked as well, then Dark Eden would never win. So his 800 members would block the troops inside the castle for the moment. And
assault troops, gather your power and charge. Victory or defeat hangs on this charge.
Rush. Ark led Dark Eden in a wedge formation.
The head of the wedge formation was Ark and Shambhala.
Take this, Dark Blade. Torrential Sword.
Ark and Shambhala used their skills, causing the leaders of the enemy to stumble.
Thanks to that, Dark Eden managed to penetrate the enemy. Way-awa.
It was the feel of pushing through a hard shell. Once the shield unit of the enemy troops collapsed, Dark Eden quickly managed to reach the gate.
That's it. Now take a defense formation on the left and right. Open the path for the engineers.
The assault troops moved at Ark's order. They drove the enemy to the left and right side, clearing a path to the gate. Then the raccoon engineers who had been waiting ran through with some big planks. They then placed the boards on the gate and began to nail them in at a quick speed.
What is going on? Those guys are repairing the gate?
The enemy said in a confused voice as they stared at the actions of the raccoon engineers. Then an alliance member flinched and shouted.
They're not repairing it. A wall. They're trying to block the gate. Then the reason they attacked the gate. You finally understand?
Ark laughed as he swung his sword.
That's right.
The reason Ark had rushed and sacrificed some troops was for this. It was to seize the gate and build a barrier before Gwen returned. During the Lancel defensive war, he had the raccoons built the barrier on the spot to save time. Thus the raccoons were carrying a barrier like that as they approached the gate. The pieces were quickly assembled and the gate soon became a wall. Gwen, who had returned to the castle after being hit by the traps, had run into this barrier.
Damn, smash it.
Gwen yelled from outside the gate as she finally figured out the situation. Ho, this barrier is different from the hastily built ones used during the Lancel War. It is a special barrier that I paid 4,000 gold for.
It isn't something that can be broken with swords.
And this barrier also receives the protection of the defense towers.
That's right.
This was the reason why Bread and Redian hadn't attacked the defense towers properly. The barrier that the raccoons built had become a part of Sylvana's architecture. Thus the defense tower's bonuses like increased and auto recovery was applied to it. Now that the barrier has received the protection, without any siege weapons, Gwen would take many hours to smash it.
It's a success. The mackerel pieces gamble.
Ark shouted as he looked at the finished barrier.
That's right.
The strategy Ark came up with for the siege was the mackerel pieces gamble. In fact, while preparing for the siege, the thing he was most worried about was a full-fledged war. This was because the Hermes alliance was superior to him in numbers and other aspects. If there was a full-fledged war, then his chances of winning was only at 30-40%. Even if he used the tunnel number 1 as a surprise attack, he only had a 50% chance of winning.
The odds aren't favorable.
This war was won with my life at stake.
I need to increase the odds to at least 80%.
So he came up with the mackerel pieces gamble. The first part had Ark and the rehabilitation members destroy the gates to draw out Gwen's troops. This was the first step.
Then Ark used tunnel number 1 to seize the castle gates.
But there was one problem with this. It was Raiden and his 1,000 troops waiting inside the castle.
However, Raiden won't move. The reason Ark thought like that was simple.
At this point, Ark and the 2,500 Dark Eden members had already broken in. If he left the castle and joined the Hermes troops outside to make it 2,400, then it would be risky since the enemy could enter the castle. Therefore Raiden decided to wait until Gwen came back.
Raiden never imagined that Ark would block the gates.
Raiden and Gwen were unable to expect Ark's plan. Ark had taken advantage of that to separate the Hermes Alliance's head, body and tail. It was like a mackerel which had been cut into pieces. And Ark's strategy was a success. But the strategy didn't have a 100% chance of succeeding. If the castle forces joined the troops on the grounds before Gwen entered, then everything is screwed.
That's right.
The mackerel piece's gamble would encounter a big problem if the head, Raiden, and his 1,000 troops, joined with the tail, the 1,400 troops on the castle grounds. The important thing was the body, Gwen, and her 1,300 troops.
If the head, body and tail joined up, then the plan would surely fail. How will the desperate Raiden combine with the body now? Ark's eyes flashed. Oh my god. Ark looked over towards the castle.
Raiden was watching the gate from the castle with confusion.
What did it start to go wrong?
Raiden said as he couldn't understand the situation. When the siege started, it was 4,300 against 5,600. No matter how they looked at it, the Hermes Alliance had the overwhelming strength.
The Hermes Alliance also had the defense towers and the walls. With this much advantage, it should have been easy. Nevertheless, Raiden didn't feel relieved. The opponent is Arkansas. That fellow has managed to turn a surefire defeat around before.
He has a strange amount of luck in decisive moments.
It was unnecessary to say, but Raiden had a lot of pride.
Ark was a strong guy with a lot of luck when it came to decisive moments. When thinking about the past, he couldn't feel at ease even if his forces were clearly dominant.
That's why Raiden stayed inside the castle.
Ark knew that he was at a disadvantage when applying for the siege. If he moved outside, then he feared he was just playing into Ark's scheme.
If he just stayed inside and defended like a turtle, then Ark's schemes would be no use.
And everything had progressed as Raiden expected until now.
But what is this?
Raiden shouted as he punched the wall.
How could Dark Eden enter the castle grounds when the gate was tightly closed?
Raiden didn't know about the existence of the number 1 tunnel, so he couldn't understand the situation. No, in fact, he hadn't thought it was necessary to understand. Dark Eden only had 2,500 troops. On the other hand, Raiden believed that he had 3,900 troops. When Gwen's troops returned to the castle, they could just surround Dark Eden and crush them. But that judgment was Raiden's worst mistake. If he had taken the risk and moved his 1,000 troops, then Ark wouldn't have the chance to block the gate. But Raiden never imagined that the gate would be blocked and chose the safe victory path. That had given Ark the time he needed to control the gate.
When Gwen's troops confirmed outside the castle, Raiden was now unable to move outside the castle. That Ark bastard. Raiden's blood pressure soared again because of Arkansas. However, he took a deep breath and pushed down the anger. I have to maintain a steady state of mind. If I become mad, then I'll just keep getting played by Arkansas. Yes, I have to be calm.
Ark is used to playing cheap tricks, but if I think about it carefully, nothing is really disadvantageous for us. Even if the troops on the castle grounds are wiped out, we still have a lot more. Raiden calmed down and thought about the situation. The Hermes Alliance was certainly at a disadvantage when fighting on the castle grounds. However, they were one of the 5 powers in Nagarin. Dark Eden also has quite a lot of casualties.
In addition, they've dispersed their troops, so Dark Eden actually only has 1,700 people.
Even if they wipe out the 1,400 troops, Dark Eden will still receive significant damage.
When the battle outside ends, they should only have around 2,000 people left.
Combined with those guys who retreated from the defense towers, that is 3,000 people. However, there were 1,000 troops inside the castle along with Gwen's 1,400 troops. When combined with the 1,400 troops at the defense towers, that was 3,800 members. While they had been forced on the defensive from the unexpected attack, the Hermes Alliance still had 1,000 more troops.
The problem is that is separating the troops. But if we join together, then we will win.
Besides, there's only 3-4 hours left, so if I maintain the castle, then it will be my victory. And Raiden knew how to gather the troops. Even if Ark had blocked the gate, it was just a temporary shield.
The only reason Gwen couldn't smash it was because of the protection from the defense towers. If so, the answer is simple.
Raiden used a feather of whispering on the leader of the troops in the defense towers. When you receive this command, destroy the defense towers immediately and return to the castle.
Ha? What are you saying? Gwen will explain it when you arrive at the gate.
This was the method Raiden selected. There were 2 reasons Gwen was stuck in front of the gates. One reason was the defense tower's protection, while the other was that Gwen's troops were mainly composed of warriors. While there were 1,300 troops outside the gate, it was a limited area, so only 100 people could actually attack the gate.
However, the troops from the defense towers were mainly archers and magicians.
If the 1,400 troops from the defense towers attacked the barrier with magic and arrows, then it would only last 30 minutes.
Then it will certainly be our victory.
In fact, Raiden was confident that he could maintain the castle with the 1,000 troops for the remaining 3-4 hours. It's because he had invested a lot of money into the defenses of the castle. But this time Ark had managed to unexpectedly hit him in the back of the head.
I won't repeat the same mistakes. That Ark bastard, this time I'll definitely step on him. Raiden's eyes started to shine with an eerie light.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 19 Chapter 6. ACT-6 Impregnable Fortress.
Heh, it's not even near the end and those guys have already run away, but...
An archer laughed as he looked outside the window.
The place he was looking out from was a bunker installed in front of the defense tower. The Hermes Alliance had used the same method Alan shows in the past to protect the defense towers. In other words, it was the strategy to build bunkers in front of the tower while magicians and archers attacked those navigating a minefield of traps. No, this strategy was a common strategy that most territories used. It was a classic strategy to protect the defense towers. Of course, Ark had previously broken that strategy in 12 hours.
However, it was only possible thanks to his raccoons digging tunnels underneath.
1 year had passed since then and nobody had succeeded in smashing the defense towers in less than 15 hours.
To be honest, I was a little nervous at this time. This is the same strategy to protect the defense towers which Ark broke in 12 hours.
Furthermore, the users commanding the units are the pioneers bred and ready, and so I was expecting a fierce battle. The unit attacking this defense tower consisted of Bread, the Wolrang, and some of the Eastern nation. They knew that Bread possessed a reckless character and tremendous attack power. However, Bread had retreated after entering the minefield and failing a few times.
Heh, even the last pioneer can't do anything?
Even if they have 2,000 people, it will be impossible for them penetrate the huge number of traps we laid in time. They only brought 500 people, so of course they can't occupy the defense towers.
That's right. Instead of Bread, isn't Ark who ordered this the pathetic one?
Yes. After all, he only experienced the siege once a year ago. At that time the siege only had 2,000 people at most.
And Ark was only commanding 83 people. That standard is just child's play.
The Alliance members relaxed in the bunkers and continued chattering. Then the garrison chief of the defense tower suddenly heard Raiden's desperate voice in his ear. When you receive this command, destroy the defense towers immediately and return to the castle.
He wants us to destroy this perfect defense tower and return to the castle? What is he saying? I don't understand the details either, but...
The garrison chief frowned and answered the questions of his men.
The defenders breaking their own defense towers had never been heard of before.
However, the garrison chief could tell from Raiden's desperate voice that something serious had happened. It must be because of those guys who retreated. Anyway, clearly there was a serious problem at the castle. It might be too late if we question it, so let's hurry up.
Damn, let's break the defense tower. The troops exited the bunkers and headed towards the defense tower.
Then they fired arrows and magic towards the tower.
Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang, dot. Suddenly an explosion occurred hundreds of meters away from them. What the? What is that? Isn't that place the minefield? The traps? Did the traps explode? Don't tell me those guys returned?
The garrison chief flinched and turned his head. His idea was correct. Bread and the Dark Eden members who we thought had returned to the main body ages ago were walking through the minefield. The garrison chief was even more confused than when he received Raiden's order.
What is that? If they walked through the minefield like that, then they should have been wiped out long before they reached here. Look, did they increase their troops? No, the numbers seem the same. Are they just pushing through now that there's not a lot of time left? Captain Nim, look over there. Those guys in front.
Then a soldier pointed to where the trap had exploded and shouted.
It wasn't an enemy that was activating the traps. Hundreds of animals that looked like rabbits were moving and activating the traps. What the? Where on earth did those animals come from?
The garrison chief murmured with a puzzled expression. This was a siege battlefield.
Once the siege began, no users as well as animals could enter. Yet a herd of animals had suddenly showed up? And despite their colleagues being caught by traps, why did they just continue walking forward? Were they animals that had been trained for mass suicide?
Ho, I have to admit Ark really thought of a shrewd plan. The animals which had the garrison chief confused weren't really animals but stuffed dolls.
That's right.
The hundreds of rabbits which rushed onto the battlefield was an animal doll.
Poco Poco doll, General. A deluxe doll which resembles the famous Poco Poco of the northern mountains. The texture of the Poco Poco feels very wonderful. In addition, there is a magic equipment inside which will allow the Poco Poco to make sounds and move. It also contains a crystal to record your voice. It is best given as a gift. It was the Poco Poco doll that Ark had bought from Paradon. In fact, Ark already knew before the siege that the Hermes Alliance would use traps and bunkers to protect the towers.
Despite knowing that, Ark had only sent 500 troops to each defense tower.
The traps react to moving objects. In other words, it doesn't matter if a user, NPC or doll is the one to activate it.
Ark thought that and bought 2,000 Poco Poco dolls from the continent.
However, it wasn't important to destroy the defense towers. Rather, he actually wanted to protect the defense towers. If the defense towers are destroyed, then it would be a problem.
Bread laughed as he put down the Poco Poco doll.
Poco Poco, aren't you named well?
Poco Poco, now you're all screwed. The Poco Poco doll toddled into the minefield and spat out curses. In fact, Bread had quite a bit of stress piled up since the siege started. It wasn't necessary to say, but from the beginning Bread's purpose wasn't to destroy the defense tower. He was finally participating in the long-awaited siege only to be stuck at the boring minefield. So he had to listen to the Hermes members call him and Ark names like coward, etc. Thanks to that, Bread and the Woolrang's rage went up to 120%. So he had recorded angry messages into the Poco Poco doll before sending them into the minefield.
You unbelievable.
The garrison chief belatedly realized the situation and screamed.
Everybody get back into the bunker. We have to stop them.
The garrison chief commanded as the archers and magicians ran back to the bunkers.
It is already too late. These foolish bastards. Kwawaang. At the same time, hundreds of shadows flew from Bread's back.
It was the Woolrang who had their fury build for the last 20 hours.
After releasing the 1,000 Poco Poco dolls, the Woolrang and Eastern Nation rushed towards an enemy at a tremendous rate.
Then they attacked the magicians and archers escaping to the bunker. The troops at the defense towers consisted 90% of archers and magicians. If there were traps and they hid in the bunkers, then there would be sufficient power to wipe out the enemy. However, the minefield had already been destroyed. And the troops had exited the bunker. Without the protection of the traps and bunkers, the archers and magicians only lasted a few minutes. It was more like a one-sided slaughter than a battle.
Now you'll see why I'm called the last pioneer.
Bread murmured as he broke the joints of an enemy. Bread and Redian had earnestly started the plan to capture the defense towers. The battle between Dark Eden and the Hermes Alliance at the gate was also finishing.
The Raccoon clan will focus on repairing the barrier.
The defense unit will stay there and protect the raccoons and barrier. The rest of the troops wipe out the enemy on the walls. The hundreds of soldiers gathered at the gate moved following Ark's command. Magic and arrows flew towards the raccoons, but they were protected by the shields of the defense unit.
When magic and arrows didn't work, the enemy warriors tried Rush.
Rush was a skill which allowed warriors to pierce through shields. But Ark just thought it was ludicrous and snorted.
Razak, show them who they're messing with.
Clack 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 clack, clack 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 clack.
Peep pepping, Waruk. When Razak used Iron Firewall, the soldiers rushing were caught by the flames and were thrown back. Rackard also wasn't playing around.
More warriors are rushing from 10 meters away at your 3 o'clock, magicians are chanting spells at 5 o'clock, and some archers are trying to climb the right corner wall to snipe people. Rackard reported the movements of the troops in real time. Then he listened to the report and passed it on to Shambhala, Dark Eden, and the Eastern Nation.
Sack 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 sack, sack 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 sack.
Raiden also plunged onto the battlefield and used Fire Aura. When there were thousands of people on the battlefield, it wasn't easy to spot something underneath their feet. Raiden also had protective coloration so he could go around and use Fire Aura as well as pick up items.
Hoo, the 3 pets that I raised well are better than 100 users.
His heart was once again satisfied as he looked at his familiars playing an active part. Meanwhile, the enemy who was concentrating on maintaining their attacks became even more violent. Now high ground was the most strategic place to attack the barrier. The most important thing to the Alliance was to attack the barrier. And the most important thing to Ark was that the raccoons repair the gate. Therefore the Hermes Alliance concentrated their attacks on the raccoons and the barrier. No matter how much Ark and the 800 members of the defense unit tried to protect them, the raccoons had their health slowly drain away. But these attacks are like fighting against the ocean. Ark watched the raccoon's health using eyes of the cat and shouted.
Great sacrifice. His bag automatically opened and 50 potions rose into the sky. The potions formed into a huge jar before scattering around the battlefield. Aha, my 1,400 gold.
Ark shed tears like a waterfall as he looked at the scattering potions and all the money that was gone.
Despite wasting money, the result was good.
All the raccoons repairing the gates and the soldiers protecting them had their health increase. An intermediate recovery effect from the 50 intermediate recovery potions is applied to all allies within 100 meters.
All allies will recover 600-800 health.
It was the special power of nursing, great sacrifice. In fact, Ark had purchased potions and distributed it to the soldiers.
Drinking an intermediate recover potion would heal 500 health.
But when he used great sacrifice, all allies within a 100-meter area would recover 600-800 health. So Ark had purchased and separated them inside Raiden in groups of 50 or 100 in case of emergencies which required great sacrifice. It also had the effect of stopping the warriors from overusing their recovery potions.
You unbelievable. The Hermes Alliance members muttered as they saw Dark Eden's health recover.
The battle had already lasted for 1 hour, so most of the high-priority priests were already dead. Now health couldn't be expected to recover anymore and they would have to survive with their remaining health. But after seeing the troops in front of the gates recovering in such a way, the Alliance members felt their motivation decrease.
This is the chance to win the battle on the castle grounds.
Ark smiled as he looked around the surroundings. In fact, Ark had predicted that the battle would go like this. Dark Eden had a lot of troops thanks to the Mackerel Piece's strategy, but Ark's main priority was to protect the barrier. Therefore he had left the 500 members of the defense unit at the gate to protect the raccoons and the barrier. In the end, there was only a 200 difference between the numbers of Dark Eden and the Hermes Alliance.
Furthermore, the hastily put together Dark Eden had less experience than the Hermes members. It wasn't a favorable situation. But in the actual battle, Dark Eden had one-sidedly pushed the Hermes Alliance.
The reason Ark placed the defense unit at the barrier was because the Hermes Alliance would also concentrate their attacks on the barrier.
And the second reason was that Dark Eden's weapons and defense was stronger. What? Why are level 250 users so strong? The Hermes members were confused after colliding with Dark Eden.
It was natural.
In fact, the weapons and equipment Dark Eden were using was the cursed Japtum from Citandel.
After absorbing the demonic energy, the cursed Japtum was 2-3 times stronger. There was the penalty of having low durability, but that didn't matter in the short term. So Ark gave all the soldiers who participated in the battle on castle grounds the cursed Japtum.
Thus Dark Eden could dominate the battle early on. Moreover, there are two people who have a large effect.
One person was Shambhala, who was capturing the walls with the Eastern nation. The other one was Isurum. Teacher playing such a huge part is completely unexpected. Ark looked away from Shambhala towards Isurum. In fact, Ark hadn't expected Isurum to play a huge role.
In reality, Isurum was a strong man in Korea's police force.
But in the game he was just a merchant. He might have changed professions, but he was still a merchant.
A merchant participating in battle would die straight away. However, Isurum displayed just as much combat power as Ark and Shambhala when the battle began.
The reason for that were two skills that he received when he changed professions.
Stat? Buy it with money.
Beginner, passive, profession exclusive skill. A skill of Kiranil's which gives a merchant the abilities of a warrior. When the merchant who has this skill pays a certain amount of money to the brave gold pig, an artifact of a battle merchant, then they can switch one stat for another one for 1 hour. The amount of stats that can be converted depends on the amount of gold paid.
However, the stat conversion can exceed 80%.
You can change 10 stats for every gold paid for 1 hour. As a merchant, most of Isurum's stats were concentrated on intelligence, wisdom, and luck. Even if he changed to a dual profession, it was meaningless if his stats were the same.
Stat? Buy it with money. Was a skill to fix that weak point. When the battle began, Isurum had used hundreds of gold to convert his intelligence, wisdom, and luck to strength, stamina, and agility. Well, even if he switched stats, then it was still equivalent to a warrior's stats. No, even if he used hundreds of gold and switched 80% of his stats, it was still less than a warrior's. That was the limitation of having a dual profession.
But that increase in stats made all the difference to Isurum. When just comparing combat ability, his was obviously superior to everybody participating in the siege. If the stats are at a similar level, then almost no users can match teacher. However, not even Ark realized that Isurum had another skill which had a significant impact.
Can't live with a loss.
Beginner, passive, profession exclusive skill. A skill born from a merchant's spirit which cannot stand the loss of money. When a user under the effect of can't live with a loss is attacked by an enemy, there is a 50% chance to absorb the damage and reflect 10% of the shock back to the enemy.
Less than 50% chance to reflect 10% of the damage to the enemy. The skill, can't live with a loss, was created to help merchants in battle.
It wouldn't show a big effect for other users.
50% chance to reflect 10% of the damage is a pretty decent skill,
Ark thought as he confirmed the skill information.
However, there were secrets that even Ark was unaware of hidden in this skill.
Ugh, what is this?
A
user who attacked Isurum suddenly clutched his chest and screamed.
The reason for that was can't live with a loss.
It was a skill where the user received some of the shock back.
Despite reading the information window, can't live with a loss
wasn't simple a skill which reflected damage. The pain which Isurum felt when he was hit was reflected back to the enemy.
The problem was that Isurum felt 100% of the pain.
In other words, Isurum would really feel the pain if he was cut by a sword. Isurum only reflected back 10% of the pain, so it was 1/10 what he felt. But this was a game, so the users who experienced pain for the first time screamed and rolled across the ground. Then they became too terrified to attack again.
This guy?
But Ark was unaware of Isurum's settings, so he couldn't understand the reaction of the users.
Anyway, thanks to Stat? Buy it with money. And can't live with a loss.
Isurum was able to go deep into enemy lines without really being bothered.
So Isurum and Shambhala pierced through and scattered the enemy lines. Ark, we've occupied the defense towers. The rest is up to you.
Make sure you finish it cleanly. Suddenly Bread's voice flowed into Ark's ear.
That's it. I've finally grasped the 2 defense towers.
Ark was now sure of his victory in the siege.
The hardest part is over. With the defense towers in my hand, Gwen will never be able to smash the barrier in the remaining time. Now I just have to finish the last part of the mackerel strategy.
That's right. The mackerel piece's strategy couldn't be completed if the defense towers were still occupied by the Hermes Guild. No matter how much the raccoons repaired the barrier, it wouldn't last for several hours if the defense towers were destroyed. Of course, if it received a concentrated attack, then it couldn't endure for a long time even with the protection of the defense towers. But after overpowering the troops on the castle grounds, the barrier will be able to withstand Gwen's attack for 3 hours.
That's right. It hadn't been necessary to use 18 hours for the tunnel strategy.
But this was the reason why he only started the strategy after 18 hours despite his troops taking damage. The siege finished after 24 hours. Even if he managed to capture the throne, if Gwen's troops pierced through the barrier before the siege ended and attacked the weakened Dark Eden, then the result would be unpredictable.
However, now there were only 2.5 hours remaining.
With the defense towers controlled, Gwen wouldn't be able to enter the castle before the siege ended. He didn't have to worry about that anymore and could concentrate on capturing the castle.
The defense towers are now controlled by us. Annihilate all of them. Waha!
The spirited Dark Eden shouted and rushed towards the Hermes Alliance.
After a while, Dark Eden finally controlled the castle grounds and occupied the walls. The enemy has been completely destroyed. 770 people have been killed.
1,400 Alliance members dying compared to 770 Dark Eden members was quite good.
This meant he had 770 troops remaining. When added to the troops keeping an eye on the castle, it was 1,730 people.
The raccoons still have to repair the barrier due to Gwen's attack, so I should leave 400 troops here.
That leaves 1,330 people. It should be enough to control the castle in 2 hours. Now it is the final battle. Head to the castle. There was no reason to delay any longer.
Ark led 530 troops to join with the ones at the castle. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members rushed towards him when he arrived at the castle.
Ark, has everything on the castle grounds been cleaned up?
Yes, Bread and Redian have occupied the defense towers.
Then this is the only thing remaining. Justice Man looked at the castle and nodded. A battle was still occurring in front of the castle.
Justice Man and the 800 troops had been shooting arrows at the windows while the Hermes members inside also shot arrows and magic at them. Despite fighting so much while Ark was controlling the outside, there were almost no casualties. The reason was the structure of the castle. In fact, the actual castle was more difficult to capture than the grounds. The castle was completely covered from the ground all the way up to the roof. The windows were the only place which connected it with the grounds. Just like the walls outside, troops could be placed at the windows to attack.
Yes, the castle was a strong defense just like the walls and the courtyard.
In addition, the defense of the castle was better than the walls.
Usually attackers could enter the castle after the defense towers were destroyed.
But this time the defense towers were perfectly fine.
And Dark Eden didn't have any siege weapons.
It is the same situation as Gwen, who is stuck outside the gate.
Unlike Gwen, Ark absolutely had to capture the castle to win.
While Gwen needed 2 hours to break the barrier, presently Dark Eden required triple that time to enter the castle. It would take at least 6 hours.
But
Ark smiled and opened his bag. The item he took out was the phantom hourglass which he had used to break the gate. The reason said he could capture the castle in 2 hours was because of this phantom hourglass.
Now shall I get started?
Shield troops, advance and raise your shields. Magic flew from the windows of the castle, but the attack wasn't enough to be a problem. They could only attack outside using the windows, so even with 1,000 troops only 50-60 people could actually attack.
Ark blocked the attack of the enemy using the shield unit and arrived at the castle door.
When he used the phantom hourglass, the door instantly became tattered.
Now, hit the door with your blunt weapons.
Then the shield unit took out their maces and warhammers. And they battered the rotted door.
Qua 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 quang, kakang, 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 not. But why was there only a metallic sound as the mace and hammer bounced off? What this is? How? The confused question emerged from Ark's mouth.
After all the rotted parts had fallen off, another huge iron door seemed to appear behind it.
The phantom hourglass had influenced the target.
Then the wall behind it had also been influenced. Yet the iron door looked just like it had been newly made despite the 500 years acceleration.
What on earth is going on?
Ark made a confused face.
This. Mithril. The entire door is made of mithril. A dwarf warrior cried out.
Ark instantly felt like the dwarf had hit him in the head with his warhammer.
Mithril.
Anyone who was interested in fantasy knew about mithril. Mithril was a magic metal that only a dwarf could smelt. It was a dozen times stronger than steel and had high magic resistance, so it was widely regarded as a deluxe material. But mithril's best feature was that no matter how much time passed, it wouldn't rust and would actually become stronger. In other words, using the time acceleration of phantom hourglass had actually caused the door to become stronger.
Oh my god.
Ark's mood became dark at the thought. Ark had given up the siege weapons and wasted 18 hours because he had confidence that the phantom hourglass could get rid of the door.
But who would have imagined that the phantom hourglass would affect the impervious mithril door?
Mithril was an expensive material where 1 ingot would cost 10 gold. He could get at least 2,000 gold with just a bit of the door. In other words, it was a 20,000 gold door. He honestly thought it was madness.
But that madness had caught Ark's ankle and held him tight. Of course I can destroy it if I concentrate attacks on it. The problem was time.
Ark had calculated the time required to maintain the barrier and wasted 18 hours. He had spent 3 hours occupying the grounds, so now the remaining time was 2.5 hours. Furthermore, he had believed in the phantom hourglass and blew the siege weapons up. Without the help of the siege weapons, it would be impossible to destroy the mithril doors in a couple of hours.
The door even received the protection from the defense tower. Even if he destroyed the defense towers, Gwen would break through the weakened gate before Ark could enter the castle. If that happened, then Dark Eden would become surrounded. Ark looked at Justice Man with a soulless expression. If we enter the castle by the windows?
Impossible. Justice Man sighed and shook his head. Before you came, there was an attempt to plunge through the window. But the windows of the castle are all blocked on the inside with iron bars.
Their arrows and magic can get through, but people can't enter through the window. It's probably because you previously used the window.
That's right. Raiden had built the defenses of the castle based on his past siege experience with Alan. At that time, Ark had jumped through a window with Alan, which allowed Raiden to seize the throne. Thus Raiden installed crime prevention windows in case something like that might happen again. Thanks to the security window, it was impossible to climb the wall and enter through the window. Even if the windows weren't blocked, only a few people could enter at a time and they would just be attacked by the troops inside. As soon as they tried, they would be thrown out the window as hedgehogs. There are siege weapons on the walls.
Gwen used the bomb catapults. If we use that. Shambhala considered for a bit before pointing at the outer walls and speaking.
In fact, Ark had thought about that as well. With the engineers, they could seize the catapults after a certain amount of time and use it. If they used the 10 turrets, then it would be possible to break the door in time. However, the turrets were on the walls and it wouldn't reach the castle door. Justice Man grinded his teeth together.
Did we come all the way here just to do nothing as we lose? It isn't possible to do that. Maybe we should just start attacking the door. No, that would be ineffective. Breaking the castle walls would be quicker than attacking the mithril gate.
Ark shook his head and muttered.
It was true.
While the door was thinner than the castle wall, it was made of a metal dozens of times stronger than steel. It would be better to penetrate through the walls than the door. Well, even if they attacked for 10 hours, they would barely manage to make a hole.
Wait? Create a hole in the wall? It was at that time. A desperate idea entered his head. Aren't the castle walls made using rock? And can a hole be bored into the rock?
Ark suddenly recalled some old memories. It wasn't impossible to create a hole in rock.
According to my memory. There is a way. A way? What is it?
The eyes of Justice Man, the rehabilitation members, Shambhala, Isurum and Lariat all focused on Arkansas. But there was no room for Ark to explain it to them.
I have no time to explain now. Understood.
Just tell us the necessary things.
Justice Man nodded and said.
I need Justice Man Ajushi and the rehabilitation Hyungnims to attack the castle like before so they won't suspect anything.
Meanwhile, I will lead 500 troops to the secret dungeon. Rackard, Razak, you guys come with me as well. Now it is a fight against time.
They would only be able to win if they entered the castle.
The problem was whether he could enter the castle during the time limit. Understood. We'll believe in you.
Justice Man ordered the troops and they shot a shower of arrows at the castle.
The Alliance members who were stretching their necks to observe Dark Eden quickly hid their bodies behind the windows.
In the meantime, Ark led the 500 troops somewhere else.
Don't waste your firepower unnecessarily. Wait until they peer through the window. The warriors will attack the castle door. The voices of Justice Man and the rehabilitation members could be heard.
Thanks to the constant arrows from Justice Man's troops, the enemy were unaware that Ark had led 500 troops elsewhere.
Dark Eden only had 830 people left around the castle. The Hermes Alliance would definitely win if it continued like this, so they wouldn't leave the castle to attack Dark Eden. Well, it's not like we're hitting the enemy. Justice Man looked at the castle inside.
Despite all their attacks, the castle didn't have one scratch on it. Swords and arrows couldn't do any damage to the walls while the maces barely dealt any damage to the mithril doors. Of course, if they concentrated their attacks on one point then it would be damaged, but if the attacks were delayed then it would just be repaired.
While Ark used the raccoons to repair the barrier, the Hermes Alliance also had engineers inside repairing the door. What is Ark going to do that can penetrate the walls?
Frankly, Justice Man had already 90% given up.
1.5 hours had already passed since Ark disappeared. Now there was 1 hour left to penetrate the walls, but what could Ark do in 1 hour?
They also had to fight the 1,000 troops in the castle.
It is a big deal. That Ark, he put everything he had into this siege.
Justice Man murmured with a pained expression.
Justice Man Ajushi.
Ark's voice was suddenly heard from behind him. When he turned around, he saw that Ark and the troops were returning. But the state of the soldiers wasn't ordinary. During the 1.5 hours the soldiers had disappeared, their faces had turned completely white.
What have you been doing? How are you going to penetrate the castle walls? It's over here.
Ark smiled and pointed towards where the soldiers were gathered.
Justice Man's eyes widened as he saw what Ark was indicating to.
The soldiers were tightly packed together so he couldn't see it at first, but then something started wriggling on the ground.
This is... Do you remember? That's it. I get it now. Justice Man finally understood the situation.
But then he spoke with a dark expression.
Yes, I had completely forgotten about that. No, I never imagined that you would use this method. However, it is too late. There's only 50 minutes left until the siege ends. Even if we penetrate the wall, defeating 1,000 troops and capturing the throne in 50 minutes is... We won't have to fight the 1,000 members.
Ark grinned and described the plan.
Then Justice Man's expression brightened. Oh, I see.
Then it won't be necessary to penetrate through the walls.
These guys can't be allowed to notice or it will be a problem. Leave that to me.
Justice Man hit his chest and shouted.
From now on we're changing the way we attack. We will split into 3 units. 1 unit will attack the window continuously. While Unit 1 is attacking, Units 2 and 3 will wait. When the attacks of Unit 1 ends, Unit 2 will attack while Unit 2 is on standby. It will be a rotation attack. It was the time difference attack that Napoleon had used before. When one unit finished pouring their arrows and magic,
the next unit could immediately attack without there being any breaks. With 15 troops divided like that and attacking, the alliance members won't be able to protrude their heads outside the window.
Now, follow me.
Then Shambhala and 100 of the eastern nations started climbing the walls. Shambhala had recently changed his profession to godkiller and the eastern nation were former assassins. They quickly climbed up the walls like ninja. They climbed a 5-story building in less than 10 minutes.
After Shambhala arrived on the roof, they hung dozens of strands of rope. Now, let's go. Ark tied something to the rope.
Then he sent a signal to the eastern nation who pulled it up to the roof. After 6 of those packages were pulled upwards, Ark and 300 selected troops also used the ropes to climb to the roof. Thus Ark, Shambhala, Justice Man, the rehabilitation members, Isuram, Lariat and 400 soldiers gathered on the roof.
But can we really hit them with 400 people?
There's only 50 minutes left and those guys already think they've won, so they're not even bothering to look out the window. If we take a few more troops, then those guys won't notice.
This is the limit to the number of personnel that can plunge into the castle using this method.
There's also no more time to move more troops. Although there are 1,000 troops inside, only around 200 will be on the 5th floor while the rest will be on the 1st floor.
We should only need 300 people to capture the throne. I see. Then let's get started.
Yes. Ark nodded and sent a wireless communication towards Rackard.
Rackard, let's get started. Yes. Hey, skeleton. Master said to start. She 3. At the same time, the things which were dead. The big piles of maggots started wriggling and spilling a yellow liquid from their mouths. The roof started to smoke and melt. As expected from the grub acid. Ark looked at the melting roof with a satisfied smile. That's right.
The reason Ark led the soldiers to the secret dungeon was to obtain this acid. No, it was to catch the maggots which possessed this acid poison. In the old days, Ark had led the rehabilitation group and the Meow into the secret dungeon and captured up to the 5th floor. During that time, Ark had particular trouble with the 3rd floor because of these maggots. These maggots were the monsters on the level, and every time they sprayed their acid, the equipment would lose 10% durability. It also melted the walls and the ground. If I have enough maggots, then it is possible to melt the castle walls. That was what popped into his head. So Ark had instantly led the 500 troops to the secret dungeon. 1 year ago it had taken him 5 days to reach the 3rd floor, but he was more than double the level now. Besides, this time he entered with 500 level 250 users. Ark quickly reached the 3rd floor and started to hunt maggots. Then he would make Razak use Death's equations. That's right. Ark brought the maggots outside and made Razak use Death's equations. Death's equations was a skill which could resurrect corpses as zombies in exchange for Razak's bones. The maggots belonged to the A rank, so he had to sacrifice 18 ribs to resurrect 6 maggots. After hearing Rackard's command, Razak ordered the maggots to move. This strategy was only possible thanks to the secrets in Sylvana. But like Justice Man said, there was only 40 minutes left. That was insufficient time to melt the walls and defeat 1,000 troops. But my goal is to capture the throne on the top floor. So there is no reason to fight the enemy on the 1st floor and then go up. It is before to descend from above. That's right. Penetrating through the wall or the roof was the same thing. If he made a hole in the roof, then he could capture the throne immediately. 40 minutes is sufficient to melt through the roof and capture the throne. That's it. Ark exclaimed as 6 holes around 2 meters wide were created on the roof. The Hermes Alliance was completely unaware that Dark Eden was above their heads. Let's turn on the heat. Ark shouted as he threw an object similar to a beehive through the holes. Pepper beehives. A honeycomb filled with black pepper made with creative cooking. When the beehive explodes from a shock, it will scatter black pepper around. The black pepper will cause any user within a 10-meter area to cough and have stinging eyes. It was a pepper beehive created with creative cooking. When he threw 2 each down the 6 holes for a total of 12 beehives, the area was completely filled with black pepper. The cries of distress from the Hermes members could be heard through the holes. What the? This powder is? This smell, pepper? Where did it come from, Ack? Ugh, it got into my eyes. It stings. Now's the time. Fall. Ark and his selected troops descended to the ground below. Thanks to the stinging pepper, the Hermes Alliance didn't notice until the 400 troops had descended. Then an Alliance member rubbed his eyes and screamed. Huck! These guys, how did they? Your reaction is too slow. Justice Man grinned and grabbed the Alliance member. Then he swung around and the Alliance member fell in a parabola shape until he hit the ground. The Alliance member who struck the ground had his health drain away.
But that wasn't the end.
Justice Man grabbed the torso of the member who had fallen.
It was the top mount position often seen in MMA fighting games. Now, let's see if you can avoid this. Boom, 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 boom. Justice Man's fist struck the Alliance member's face like a missile. A large portion of the person's health disappeared with every hit. It was the end once caught by Justice Man's high-class jiu-jitsu.
Meanwhile, other Alliance members were running towards Justice Man when Budong-san threw some nails and shouted,
"This is the revenge for Bull-kun and the others." Throwing nails was his speciality after changing to Guardian. Shambhala and Isurum also helped Justice Man and the rehabilitation members. And last but not least, Blade Tempest. Qua 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 qua, qua 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 quang.
Arc cornered some Alliance members and exploded a magic sword. As Arc predicted, there were only 200 members on the top floor. With Arc and the 400 troops he picked, they managed to wipe out the 200 enemies in 20 minutes.
That's it. Justice Manajushi mobilized some troops to block the stairs.
Arc suddenly stopped and jumped.
No! The Throne of Rule wasn't in the room on the top floor. Why?
The Hall of Glory should obviously contain the throne. Then something popped into Arc's head.
That's right. When Arc was the Lord, the throne was on the top floor. But Arc had forgotten one important fact.
When Arc had been the Lord, there were only 4 floors.
The 5th floor was built after Sylvana increased from D to C rank. Then the throne is downstairs? Oh my god, I'm screwed.
Arc realized a little too late and shouted, "Justice Manajushi, go down to the 4th floor and seal the stairs to the 3rd floor instantly."
Understood. Hurry. Justice Man rushed downstairs with his troops. Arc also descended the stairs and entered the room.
Justice Man and the Dark Eden members who descended first had stopped moving towards the stairs.
Just looking at Justice Man's dark face confirmed Arc's fears. You really are very persistent.
A voice laughed from within the depths of the 4th floor. The scene was the worst situation Arc encountered today.
No wonder it was strange. Arc thought as he glared at Raiden.
They had been fighting for 20 minutes on the 5th floor.
Yet not one person sent a whisper to Raiden.
Even after the battle was over, no Alliance members went up to the 5th floor.
Why? It was obvious when standing on the 4th floor.
Raiden was sitting on the Throne of Rule. And the 800 Alliance members were spread out in a perfect defense formation in the Hall of Glory.
That's right. It was why the Alliance members didn't climb to the 5th floor.
Raiden had been organizing all his troops on the 4th floor. Now there was only 20 minutes left until the siege finished. There was no need for Raiden to fight Arc in Dark Eden. If Arc caught him moving troops halfway, then it would cause problems. So Raiden had used those 20 minutes to move troops to the Hall of Glory, and now Arc was in complete despair.
Raiden opened both arms widely with an arrogant look and said, "Good work getting here. I recognize your efforts.
Coming here with 4,000 hastily constructed troops, you definitely are a strong fellow.
But there is no meaning if you can't control the throne. Now I'll give you a chance. You have 20 minutes to try and snatch it from me. That bastard."
Arc grinded his teeth together as he glared at Raiden.
But this battle couldn't be won with anger.
Raiden had 800 people while Arc only had half that number. And unlike the 5th floor, the Hall of Glory had strong defensive lines which were difficult to slip through. It was impossible to break the defensive lines and reach the throne in 20 minutes. Even if he gathered the remaining troops and brought them inside through the roof, they wouldn't be able to defeat all 800 people in 20 minutes.
I can use area declaration and the divine skill.
But the range of area declaration was 100 meters. The Hall of Glory was around 150-200 meters long. Even if he used it at the start of the defense line, it wouldn't reach towards the throne. Furthermore, Hermes was a top alliance, so there would definitely be 4 or 5 people who changed to a second stage profession.
If they used area declaration, then his would disappear. Even if I use Descent of the Fire Draconian and defeat 800 people, it will be impossible to reach Raiden. It isn't possible to penetrate the lines and sit down on the throne. He was stopped at the very last moment. What happened? The guy who is always running wild is now quiet. 5 minutes have already passed, so you only have 15 minutes left. Won't it take some time to reach here? Raiden smirked and taunted. That bastard's face, no, wait. Right now I only have 330 people?
Then Arc suddenly felt a flash in his head.
Arc looked at the enemy's defense and smiled coldly. That's right. There is that method. Ark suddenly had a brilliant idea in this desperate situation.
But that method requires several prerequisites. One is to gather the enemy troops in one place.
The problem is we'll also take some damage. If the operation 100% succeeded, then he could wipe out the enemy.
In order to succeed, our troops have to enter.
Ark's eyes brightened as he turned his head and whispered towards Justice Man. Justice Man, please gather the troops outside and bring them to the roof.
What? But there are only 15 minutes remaining.
We'll only be able to get several hundred people on the roof at most during the time limit. In addition, we need to fight the 800 troops as well.
It doesn't matter.
Ark laughed confidently. Justice Man looked at Ark and nodded. I can tell by your expression that you have a plan.
I understand.
Then Justice Man sent a whisper to the soldiers outside and moved troops to the roof.
Anyway, all the Alliance members were gathered on the 4th floor, so there was no problem moving the troops.
Now I have to tell Rackard.
Ark contacted Rackard and earnestly started his plan. No, he was about to start.
If this operation succeeded, then he could capture the throne. Then why was there something weighing on his mind? Wait. Currently we're in the middle of a siege.
I was able to move all the Dark Eden troops to the roof because the Hermes members are gathered on the 4th floor.
Nobody is interested in the castle door anymore. Maybe. This is a chance. Ark had a sudden idea to make some money.
Then he raised his head and communicated with Rackard. Rackard, tell Razak to move the maggots when I tell him to. After relaying the plan to Razak through Rackard, Ark released and then resummoned Rackard to the castle. And he gave some special directions to Rackard and Raiden.
Those instructions were Key.
As expected of Master.
Rackard giggled and kicked the maggot. Now you stupid maggot. Quickly get started. Rackard was standing in front of the castle door. Then the maggots started to crawl to the door.
And they started to rub the hinges of the door, connecting it to the war with the acid. Even the hinges were made of mithril, but the acid of the maggot melted it instantly. After a few moments, all the hinges had melted and the door shook. Then it fell to the ground with a loud noise. Although it fended off hundreds of attacks, with the hinges melted it was just a chunk of metal.
Rackard had managed to remove the door in just a few minutes.
However, the door had nothing to do with winning the siege. There was no need to get rid of the door because Dark Eden's troops had already moved to the roof.
Then why was Rackard removing the gate? Now it's your turn. Raiden. Sack. Rackard withdrew from the door.
Raiden licked his tongue and approached the gate. Then he opened his mouth and started to swallow the whole door.
That's right. These were the special instructions Ark gave to Rackard and Raiden. Ark's purpose wasn't to get past the door but the door itself. Ark had devised a strategy where he could definitely obtain the throne.
Then he had thought of this while relaying the necessary instructions to IT was an enormous treasure which no one would have thought of obtaining. It was a mithril door worth 20,000 gold. A mithril door worth 20,000 gold is a huge treasure.
It is a waste to have such a huge treasure defending the castle.
If he won the siege, then he would be the lord, but he wouldn't be able to remove the door even if he became the lord.
But if it is lost in the midst of the siege? That was Ark's thought.
If I sell the mithril door, then I can get back the money I borrowed from Lancel Village. And no one from the Hermes Alliance or Dark Eden is paying attention to the door. It is the perfect chance to steal the mithril door.
I can't miss this opportunity.
The ending of the siege was a serious situation. Even in such circumstances, Ark was still thinking about earning money from selling the mithril door. Anyway, all the Hermes members were on the 4th floor, so there was no one to interfere with Rackard.
After coming up with the idea, Ark had Rackard take one maggot and move to the 1st floor. And the maggot was used to melt the hinges. So he obtained the 100% pure mithril door. The size of the door didn't matter to Raiden. Sack.
Raiden flicked his tongue and quickly swallowed the door.
So Ark's assets increased by 20,000 gold. Moreover, this money was an income that no one but Ark knew about. Master, it was eaten. Okay, all of you have achieved 400 points. Ark smiled and rewarded his summons.
Thanks to his pet's covert operation, Ark had obtained the treasure of the mithril door. It was a 20,000 gold treasure.
Now there's only 8 minutes left. I've collected the door and the preparations are finished, so shall I capture the throne? Ark took one step forward and glared at Raiden. Bah, you chatter too much. Are you still going to do something? That's right. And there's no way you can stop me. Nonsense. You think I'm talking nonsense?
Ark smiled and stretched out his hand.
I'll pull you down from that spot within the next 5 minutes. Raiden started to become nervous after hearing Ark's confident tone.
Raiden knew Ark was someone who managed to come up with brilliant ideas in decisive moments. Of course, he was completely sure there was no win for Ark to win.
But his uneasiness couldn't help increasing.
That reminds me, he has a skill to evade other people. That's right, he'll probably use that skill in this situation. He probably intends to pierce through the defense lines and sit on the throne just before the siege ends.
Gather close together. Don't let even a needle slip through any gaps. The Alliance members formed into one large group in front of Raiden in the Hall of Glory. Ark hid his smile and shouted. Now's the time. Dark Eden, charge. Way-awa.
They all plunged towards the Alliance members. Noisy cries and the sound of metal clashing sounded throughout the Hall of Glory. Raiden's face became slightly tense at the assault. However, within a few minutes the tension changed to a complacent smile. Despite being attacked, the defense formation of the Alliance was unshaken. Now there was only 3-4 minutes left, so even if Dark Eden had thousands of troops they wouldn't be able to penetrate the 800-strong defense formation.
Kukuku, this must be their last desperate struggle.
Raiden looked at the land outside the window and laughed. Then he looked back towards Ark as he wanted to see it change to despair.
What the? A baffled exclamation fell from Raiden's mouth.
He was certain that Ark had no chance to win in this situation.
But rather than despair, Ark actually had a confident smile on his face?
After seeing Ark's face, he felt a strange sense of misgiving.
Then that sense of misgiving became a reality. Now!
Ark shouted as he rushed towards the Alliance members. The NPCs within Dark Eden swiftly withdrew while the users surrounded the Alliance members in a circle with their shields.
What were they trying to do? Raiden looked at the scene with an expression that indicated he couldn't understand. Tunkom, cuckoo. Kwa kwang.
There was a weird sound and something suddenly fell from above them. It caused a tremendous shock and impact which shook the castle. The Hall of Glory quickly filled with dust which blurred everybody's vision. After the dust finally sank, Raiden gaped with his mouth wide open. It was impossible. The crowd of 800 Alliance members and 200 Dark Eden members had disappeared.
And 500 different Dark Eden soldiers had taken their place. If you're wondering where they came from. Justice Man smiled at Raiden and pointed towards the sky. Now Raiden started to understand what happened. The ceiling was open. At the moment Raiden was on the 4th floor. Instead of seeing the 5th floor when he looked up, all he saw was the night sky. There was no ceiling in the Hall of Glory. That's right. This was the plan Ark came up with. Ark had already used 6 maggots on the roof, so he used them to scrape through the 5th floor, which was the roof for the Hall of Glory. As a result, the 5th floor and roof had fallen into the Hall of Glory. The Alliance members and Dark Eden members who were fighting below were all buried under tons of rock. While they were packed tightly together, at least 70 Alliance members had survived. However, there were now 500 Dark Eden members in the Hall of Glory. While the NPCs retreated since they would disappear once dead, the users in Dark Eden had dropped down when the roof fell. So the 800 versus 330 battle changed to 70 versus 500. You unbelievable.
Raiden stuttered with a stupid expression. The circumstances were clear.
But Raiden still couldn't understand everything.
The drop ceiling had fallen on friends and foes, but it wasn't a problem since more Dark Eden members dropped down as well.
But why did that Ark?
The point Raiden couldn't understand was that one of the bodies buried under the ceiling was Arkansas. Of course, Raiden could guess why Ark didn't flee at the end. If Ark retreated, then Raiden would definitely know something was happening.
But Ark had remained and was hit by the absurd attack.
In the end, Ark was still crushed by the ceiling. Ark's plan had proceeded as planned and Raiden lost 730 troops.
When it was 70 against 500, Dark Eden would certainly capture the throne.
It was the worst situation.
But... Hoo. Uncontrollable laughter emerged from Raiden's mouth. He finally stopped laughing and said in a cold tone. You fools, it is the end. Even if you kill me and everybody in the Hermes Alliance, it is still your defeat. What? What is that nonsense?
Shambhala frowned at Raiden's words.
Then Raiden answered arrogantly. You still don't understand? Dark Eden is just one attack group. Your leader has died, so there is no one left to capture the throne. That's right. That's why Raiden was convinced of his victory after seeing Ark die.
The only ones who had the right to sit down on the throne was a guild leader or leader of an attack group. In the case of the Hermes Alliance, if Raiden died, then the right would pass to Gwyn, who was the leader of the Silver Gate Guild. The problem was Dark Eden wasn't an alliance of several guilds but one group. Because of that, only Ark had the right to sit on the throne of rule. But now Ark had died. Even if Dark Eden destroyed the Hermes Alliance completely, it wasn't possible for them to occupy the castle. Raiden might be dead, but the victory of the siege would go to the Hermes Alliance. A pleased smile spread over Raiden's face at the idea.
Heh, too bad.
It is pitiful. Because your stupid leader went and died, there is no one to capture the throne even though you were so close. Thank you, but I don't think there's any need for sympathy from you. At that time, someone's voice could be heard among the rubble.
Raiden's face stiffened at the sight. The voice which came from the rubble. Tuduk, Tuduk.
Then somebody slowly raised their body from among the corpses.
Heek. Why you? How are you? Raiden jumped like a shocked frog.
The identity of the zombie-like figure was Ark. Ark had been turned into a bloody rice cake among with the Hermes members by the falling ceiling. Raiden looked at Ark's face and shrieked like a crazy person.
And no way. Why, you're dead. I clearly saw it. You died. So why is a dead guy getting up? It's a scam. It can't be allowed. What are you saying? Ark swept dust from his head and smiled. Are you saying that a user's skill is breaking the law? That's right.
It was impossible for someone in New World to be resurrected in the same place. But sometimes a skill would jump over that law.
Razak's Pledge of Death skill acted like that.
When Razak used Pledge of Death, his life was exchanged for his master's and Ark would immediately resurrect.
When Razak died, all the maggots also died, but fortunately the maggots weren't needed any longer. Damn it.
When Ark revived, 2 Hermes members cursed and ran towards him. However, it was impossible for the 70 members to break through the 500 Dark Eden members.
While Dark Eden was fighting the Hermes Alliance, Ark casually approached the throne. Wah! Wah! Wah!
Raiden seemed to have become insane from the situation. Ark placed his hand on Raiden's shoulder and said,
There's no time. Will you just get off? Or do you want me to beat you and pull you off? Wah! Wah! You wah!
Raiden grabbed the throne and shook his head from side to side.
I need you to get off. Ark smiled and looked at Shambhala. Shambhala looked at Ark with irritated eyes before complaining. Damn, why do I always have this role? Area Declaration, River of Blood. Hike, Area Declaration Aberrasic. When Shambhala used his Area Declaration, Raiden instantly panicked and used his to make it disappear. Then Ark nodded and exclaimed. Well done. Now it's my turn? Area Declaration, Glory of the Night. Divine Skill, Descent of the Fire Draconian. Qua 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 quang, dot.
The Fire Draconian flew up into the night sky and descended into Ark's body.
You have used the Divine Skill Descent of the Fire Draconian.
The Immortal Fire Draconian effect will be applied for 10 minutes.
Asterisk 300 fire damage added to all attacks.
Asterisk attack speed, movement speed and reaction rate will increase by 50%.
Asterisk all enemies that attack will receive 100 fire damage.
Asterisk fire resistance increases to 500% and all party members' fire resistance will increase to 100%. Asterisk when activated, all enemies within the area will receive 1000 fire damage while 50% of the user's health will be restored.
Raiden turned into a barbecue.
Afterwards, Justice Man, the rehabilitation members, Shambhala, Isurum, Lariat and Dark Eden surrounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 19 Chapter 7. ACT 7 Lord. Dot.
The doctor exclaimed as he looked at the chart. He confirmed the name on the chart again and muttered.
This is amazing. Is there a problem? No, it's just...
Hyunwoo became tense and braced himself for bad news from the doctor.
Hyunwoo was currently at the hospital to check the results from his mother's latest general checkup.
It had been 2 months since his mother's last checkup and nothing had happened on that occasion. But this time the situation was different. It was the first medical examination since his mother started New World. He had asked for the advice of the doctor and scoured the internet before buying the game unit, but he was still worried. On the other hand, he also had some sense of expectations. My mother visited Lancel using her own strength.
In fact, Hyunwoo had planned to visit the beginner village after settling the problems in Lancel.
However, his mother ended up finding him in Lancel by herself. She walked on her own feet. Hyunwoo hadn't expressed it in front of his mother, but he had been deeply impressed and surprised. Of course, it was a game, so even people who didn't have legs in reality could run around. Even so, seeing his mother, who had been lying in bed for 6 years walking, really felt special. Anyway, his mother was living like a normal person inside the game. Hyunwoo hoped that some of that would transfer to reality. Then the doctor pushed up his glasses and laughed. The test results are good. Far beyond the expected range. In particular, the results of the neural response tests were wonderful. There is a 30% improvement compared to 2 months ago. The 30% number is similar to how much she had improved in 2 years. Then it's good? The doctor looked puzzled by his question. Hyunwoo blushed and scratched his head before asking. But my mother said that she didn't feel much different. Somebody who only knows their body when it is sick won't be able to tell when it improves, but while a person could check their status through their health in New World, it was difficult in reality. Wasn't that why people paid a lot of money for a comprehensive checkup? A patient couldn't confirm the status of their own body, so they had to see a doctor. Just by looking at the results of this examination, it appears that playing the virtual reality game has a positive effect on Park So-mi. In Park So-mi's case, the thought of being able to move freely is important in her improvement. That positive thinking which stimulates the nerves is the best type of medicine for patients like Park So-mi. Hyunwoo had also seen similar information when searching the internet. He had prayed for such a miracle to happen to his mother, but now he didn't pray for that anymore. In fact, it wasn't just her improvement in health that was good about his mother starting New World. It was the atmosphere around her that really made him happy. While his mother had lived in the hospital for the last 6 years, she had always shown Hyunwoo a smiling face. Of course, it wasn't a real smile. Hyunwoo could always feel a shadow behind her smile. But that shadow had gone away after his mother started New World. Now his mother glowed whenever she laughed. As her character, she was able to go around and meet lots of new people, which caused her stress to disappear. Hyunwoo felt like the miracle had already occurred. In this state, you don't have to worry that much. The patient also looks quite good after I had an interview with her. However, she shouldn't play the game too excessively. The virtual reality game is good, but it only has an influence on the nervous system. Even if her nervous system recovers 100%, it will be a problem if she has weakened muscles. She must practice walking in reality. Of course, I understand. Hyunwoo nodded and exited the examination room. Ah, Hyunwoo. What did the doctor say? When he approached the hospital entrance, Won Warang approached while pushing a wheelchair. He was pushing Hyunwoo's mother, who had finished her physical therapy and rehabilitation exercises. It was good. Hyunwoo smiled and explained what the doctor said. Won Warang laughed warmly and nodded. I'm glad it is more good news. More good news? Yesterday Hyunwoo became the Lord of Sylvana. Ha! But Hyunwoo is already the Lord of Lancel. He'll hold both posts concurrently. His mother looked at Hyunwoo with concerned eyes after hearing Won Warang's words. I asked Galen about what is involved in being a lord, so wouldn't becoming the lord of another territory be a lot more work? I think it's better not to be too greedy. It's okay. At first I might be a bit busy, but after a while I can leave it to the secretary. Hyunwoo smiled wryly and replied. He had gone to all that trouble to become the lord, and now his mother was acting like he should leave it to someone else. It was reasonable. Although his mother had adapted to the game, she was still a beginner, so she had no idea about the benefits of having a lordship. In fact, Hyunwoo still hadn't explained to his mother the details of the siege. The siege wasn't a simple thing. 30,000 gold had gone into it. That was around 300 million in cash. He had used such a huge sum of money to capture Sylvana because it would give him even more money. When it was this much, the game was more like a business. There were no parents who wouldn't worry if their son poured his entire fortune into a business. His mother was still getting her health back, so he didn't want to worry her unnecessarily. Anyway, now the siege is over. Won Warang said with a sparkle in his eyes. What's wrong? Why are your eyes looking at me like that? I heard from Hai-sun. She told me about So-mi SSI's character. My character? What about my character? Then his mother's face abruptly turned red. Won Warang grinned and muttered. Ho, So-mi SSI's character is from an old scan photo? Now I can see how So-mi SSI looks like in high school. No, not just seeing. Won Warang had been quite excited when he heard from young Hai-sun about So-mi's character. His mother had never shown Guan Warang any old photos of her because she had been embarrassed. But now he could see it in 3D view and even go on a date with her. Guan Warang snorted and looked at Hyunwoo's mother with creepy eyes at the thought.
Bah, why should she deal with a smelly old man like you?
His mother blushed and turned her head.
Please pretend not to know me in New World. You also shouldn't visit Lancel. Eek? W.I. Do you know how long I have waited for the day I could meet Somi SSI in New World? It's not exactly my high school days. Anyway, all men only like young women. That's not true. You're mistaken. I want to see what Somi looks like in her childhood, not the form of a young woman. Then why did Ajushi's eyes look so expectant just then? It's a trap. Hyunwoo, you're talking too much nonsense. Am I a shameless guy? Absolutely. Is that so? I should have known.
I knew it as soon as I saw that creepy look in your eyes.
Hyunwoo. Guan Warang became frustrated at Hyunwoo's words. Hyunwoo and his mother looked at each other and laughed. Are you going to give him a chance? Well, I don't know. I'll have to see from now on. By the way, I'm feeling thirsty after sweating so much. Hyunwoo looked at Guan Warang at his mother's words. But Guan Warang was just looking away absent-mindedly. He didn't notice. There was a reason his mother was complaining about Guan Warang. It was to give the man a chance. When a woman grumbled, it was a chance for the man to heap affection on her and her confidence would soar. But Guan Warang's senses were dull and he didn't notice. Hyunwoo clicked his tongue and looked at him with pitying eyes. Guan Warang finally noticed the situation and spoke quickly. I will go. Bottled water? Juice? Well, I just want a drink, but if you're offering, then buy me bottled water. His mother answered with a mock pout. As expected of a mother. She managed to make him buy bottled water from a vending machine without any grumbling. Wasn't Guan Warang being educated without even knowing? The only thing a child could do was help his mother. Ajushi, a caramel macchiato as well, please. C.A. What? Is it a food? Caramel macchiato. The coffee shop on the opposite side of the street should sell it. Isn't that quite close? Hyunwoo laughed while Guan Warang's face distorted. Why are you frowning? You don't want to? Who is frowning? I'm going. Guan Warang stared at Hyunwoo before turning around. Then his mother muttered softly. I like a man who does things like this for me. Guan Warang flinched before sprinting off at full speed. Hyunwoo looked at Guan Warang's retreating back and said. His leg seems perfectly fine now. Yes, isn't it good? Mother will also be like that soon. Then I can see mother walking into your wedding ceremony on your own foot. Well, Ajushi might need a little more mental education before then. What is this child suddenly saying? His mother blushed and gave him a sharp sidelong glance. Just things you need to hear. That. Wait. You're acting just like your dad. You're really serious just like him. Staying in the same corner of the room every day will just age you quickly. How is it? Do you often meet these days? Meet? With who? Hi son. That. Hyunwoo scratched his head and hesitated. Then his mother looked at Hyunwoo with a serious expression and said. You don't like Hi son? That's not it, but... You don't have to say anything else. His mother interrupted Hyunwoo's words and said. Don't you know Hi son's heart? It isn't easy for a woman to express her feelings. Of course, you shouldn't reply if you're uncertain. But you also shouldn't let a woman wait too long. Do you understand? Hyunwoo nodded without saying anything. His mother said that he had been avoiding the situation. But Hyunwoo already knew what his mother was saying. Hyunwoo also thought the situation was difficult. He didn't dislike young Hi-sun. No, in the beginning he only thought of her as a sister, but he recognized that his feelings had changed. The reason Hyunwoo couldn't say a word to Hi-sun was because of Kong Misu, or Lariat. He often talked with Kong Misu on the phone. Every time he talked to her, Hyunwoo felt a mysterious emotion. Until he could confirm the true identity of that feeling, he couldn't say a word to young Hi-sun about their relationship. It might just be an excuse, but he thought it was cowardly to enter into a relationship with someone when he might have feelings for someone else. That was the reason he couldn't hand over the Poco Poco doll to young Hi-sun. He had decided to leave the situation until after the siege ended. But things became even more complicated when the siege was over. So he once again pushed the problem of young Haisun in Kong Nisu back. What did you want to discuss?
A while later, they had returned to Hyunwoo's house and Guan Warang sat opposite him.
It's about Sylvana. What's the problem? It's not a problem right now, but a potential one. I'm not smart. Just tell me simply. Defending Sylvana Castle. That's right.
This was the problem Hyunwoo was worried about.
Unlike Lancel, Sylvana was a territory that could be taken away by another alliance. I can be relieved for 1 month.
After Hyunwoo's experience, the siege rules in Nagarin had been changed. In the past, the siege only had approximately 1,000 people and now approximately 4,000,5,000 people took part. The biggest problem was the war funds needed to pay the personnel who took part in the siege. Since the number of troops had increased, he needed a huge amount of war funds for the siege. But that wasn't the biggest problem. There was a lot of time to prepare after someone applied for a siege.
But defending was the problem. An alliance could challenge a siege every fortnight. If an alliance had a steady income from the castle, then they would someone be able to hold it. The problem was when someone like Hyunwoo became the lord. He had spent a huge amount of money in order to win this siege. Thanks to the new siege rules, a new lord had the right to refuse any siege challenge for 1 month after he was instated. But the problem isn't just the military funds. It was that he had no troops to protect Sylvana. The only way to keep the territory was to continue winning sieges. But presently Hyunwoo had no troops to maintain the estate. The Dark Eden troops this time had only been convened for the siege. They then disbanded after the siege ended. Until now I didn't need any troops, but if I'm going to possess the territory then I need the minimum number of people to defend it. It was natural, but Hyunwoo had no intention of permanently residing at the estate. This is the last time. If Sylvana is taken away then I won't get another chance. I have to gain enough power in 1 month to protect Sylvana. This wasn't a choice, it was something essential. Yet another problem arose because of this. Even if there wasn't a siege, he needed money to gather the troops. The reason was simple. When an estate belonged to a guild, the members wouldn't receive any payment for participating in the siege. Instead, the lord would divide the profit of the estate among the guild. It was common sense. If there was no benefit to maintaining the estate, then what reason did a guild have to occupy it? So the issue of troops wasn't a problem for all lords. If there was a lot of troops, then they could keep the estate. On the other hand, a lot more money was needed to maintain them. So the castle always had the minimum number of troops needed to defend it. Raiden might seem like he had a lot of money after maintaining a C-rated estate for 1 year. But thanks to the income for 5,000 people, he actually only received an income of several hundred gold. Hyunwoo had already thought of some plans to solve that problem. For the moment 4,000 people should be suitable to defend Sylvana. Hyunwoo limited the number of troops to 4,000 people. Currently, most sieges in Nagarin only took place with 4,000,5,000 people. First, some of his forces would be filled with troops from Lancel and the Eastern Nation. In fact, Hyunwoo's strategy in this siege also focused on minimizing the loss of NPCs. He entrusted the Woolrang and Miao Bread in Redian and sent them to the relatively stable defense towers. Then he had entrusted the Lancel troops to Justice Man as rear support. Thanks to Hyunwoo's use of great sacrifice, hardly any raccoons died. Therefore, of the 1,600 NPCs who participated in the siege, only 100 actually died. Ark was reluctant to let the remaining 1,500 NPCs leave Sylvana. He had already talked about the matter with Galen. If he wanted the NPC troops to reside at Lancel, then he needed to pay them as well. NPCs also needed money to live. If he wanted to borrow the Eastern Nation and Baron clan in particular, then he would have to pay a certain amount every month. And if a warrior was killed in action, then he would have to provide compensation to their families. But it would still be cheaper than hiring users. However, I have no choice but to fill the remaining 2,500 spots with users. In the end, he would have to create a guild. I want you to be a guild leader for me. Me? Guan Warang said with surprise. Yes. Ajushi managed to employ thousands of troops from Sutandal. I think Ajushi will be better as a guild leader than someone like me who wanders around alone. That might be so, but... Guan Warang spoke ambiguous words as he hesitated. There were 2 reasons Hyunwoo wanted to make Guan Warang the guild leader. One reason was that it was too complicated. Hyunwoo had tried making guilds in other online games. But there were lots of difficulties after he became the guild leader. Whenever there was a small problem in the guild, it was up to the guild leader to solve it. Some issues were okay, but he would get a lot of headaches whenever there was an emotional quarrel between guild members.
If the guild had less than 100 members, then he would also be constantly bombarded with whispers while hunting. But it was unnecessary to explain when the guild had more than 2,000 members. He was already the Lord of Lancel and Sylvana, so he didn't want to become a guild leader as well. But Warang Ajushi likes things like that. He had taken charge of rehabilitating some ex-criminals, so Guan Warang was an expert at addressing complaints. He liked such things. So Guan Warang would be the best choice as guild leader. There were also the 700 users who followed Guan Warang from Sitandal to Sylvana. And if Warang Ajushi becomes the guild leader, then the burden of the maintenance costs would reduce. This was the second reason why he wanted Guan Warang to be the guild leader. Once again, the money which entered the estate belonged to the estate. While he wasn't the lord, the guild leader was the same. But it was different if the lord was a guild leader. The lord would have to worry about the guild members who helped him obtain the estate. Any lord of a territory would have to pay a certain amount of money to the troops as maintenance fees. It depended on the size of the guild, but the maintenance cost was around 70% of what territories controlled by a lord who was a guild leader needed to pay. In other words, Hyunwoo could reduce the maintenance costs of his troops by 30% if he made Guan Warang the guild leader instead of Hyunwoo. Well, it does sound good. Hyunwoo is the one who invested all the funds in this siege. As colleagues who suffered together to occupy the castle, we can't just give it to other guilds in the area. If we suffered all that only to lose the estate to another guild alliance, then there would be a lot of complaints. Guan Warang nodded after listening to the explanation. However, he revealed his worries with his next words. But that Somi SSI. That was the reason why Guan Warang couldn't easily accept. Now the siege was over. He had planned to date Hyunwoo's mother, who had turned into a schoolgirl. Hyunwoo laughed like it was ridiculous and asked, "You really think it is possible to date my mother if you don't accept my request? Are you really going to act that petty? No, it's just a joke. Even if you are the guild leader, you don't have to be stuck at Sylvana. The guild will only convene at Sylvana when there is a siege. The siege only occurs every fortnight. Plus," Hyunwoo approached and whispered in a sly voice, "if you become the guild leader, then you will have 2,500 subordinates. Won't that be quite impressive when my mother sees it?" "Oh, that's right." Guan Warang was completely caught by Hyunwoo's small talk. "Well, come to think of it, there is no one else who can take the position. I will become the guild leader as you requested and leave Lariat in charge of the Sutandal forces. You fought well. By the way, where will you obtain the 2,500 people from to form the guild? Do you think it will be easy?" "Where?" "From the people who will soon resurrect at the estate." Hyunwoo smiled and replied. Hyunwoo thought to form the guild from 2,500 Dark Eden users. Once again, Hyunwoo had a month free without any sieges. The Hermes Alliance used to be one of the 5 powers within Nagarin, so if the Lord changed, the other alliances would be sensing prey. After the month ended, there would definitely be guilds applying for a siege. So I should compose the guild from people who have experience with sieges. However, finding users with experience in sieges wasn't that easy. Most people with experience had already joined a guild. Of course, there were some who participated as hired soldiers, but the numbers wouldn't be enough. However, the troops in Dark Eden had undergone special training and also had experience in a siege. Where else could he secure 2,500 people at once? I like that idea too. Because it is better to join a guild which already has a territory. It wasn't easy for general users to join a guild that had already occupied a castle. Furthermore, the current Lord of Sylvana was Dark Wolf, who had appeared on TV. If he made a guild proposal, then they would welcome it with open arms. If they accepted, then it would be good for everyone. Okay, then I'll take care of that. Guan Warang replied. Now I've settled the problem with the troops. But the next issue was one which really caused him a headache. As expected, the final problem is money. In fact, Hyunwoo was currently being squeezed for a lot of money. One of them was the fee he promised to the users who participated in the siege. 2,700 users participated in the siege. He had promised them around 300-500 gold to each unit if the siege succeeded. There were around 25 units consisting of 100 people, so he needed to pay between 512-500 gold. That was the siege success fee. He honestly thought that amount was unreasonable, but he had been willing to do anything to win. So paying the troops was a desperate measure. Well, 5,000 gold still remains from my war funds for the siege, and if Buxel sells the immortality pill in Paradon, then that should be several thousand more gold. Although it will take some time to dispose of the mithril door, that is 20,000 gold, so if I'm conservative then 15,000 gold will remain.
But in the future I need more money. Hyunwoo sighed and muttered.
Once again, there was a reason why Hyunwoo had invested 30,000 gold into recapturing Sylvana.
It was to complete his triangular trade route between Sutandal, Sylvana, and Lancel.
And recapturing Sylvana had been the toughest challenge. Now his wallet was in a bad state from recapturing Sylvana. The last time I checked, the price of the trading office was 100,000 gold. I need that much money. Carriages and ships are also necessary to establish the triangular trade. A merchant fleet requires 30,000 gold, carriages needed 10,000 gold, and the amount needed for daily operations is 10,000,20,000 gold. So in the end I needed around 150,000 gold to truly set it up. This was currently Hyunwoo's largest worry. Of course, trading was still possible even if he didn't buy a trading office, merchant fleet, or carriages. But he wouldn't have spent 30,000 gold to obtain Sylvana if he was satisfied with such a triangular route. He had decided to establish a trading firm like the one in Sylvana on Sutandal. If the triangular trade route truly connected, I could get 100,000 gold in a month.
It will be a 100% jackpot.
He was already earning some money from the small-scale triangular route with Arc Store in the center. In other words, he had a lot of experience. After acquiring the qualification to establish a trading office from Isabel, he could make tremendous profit. It would be a jackpot business with a success rate of 100%. Plus he had accomplished regaining Sylvana. But he didn't have the funds needed for the business.
Damn, it will be a jackpot only if I have that money. After regaining Sylvana, Hyunwoo could make the rest move forward slowly. But since Sylvana was in his hand, he was irritated about not being able to immediately start. He had 2 territories, but he didn't know how long it would take to save 150,000 gold. Is there a way to gain that much money? But 100 and 200 gold is different from 150,000 gold. Most users couldn't even imagine gaining that much money. Even if it takes several years, is the only way to gradually save money? Hyunwoo couldn't stop sighing.
Suddenly, he heard the news coming from the TV in the living room. Hyunwoo listened to the announcer's words without really thinking when he had a sudden flash in his head.
Yes, that's the way.
Hyunwoo yelled as he figured out a method to obtain the business funds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 19 Chapter 8.
ACTA Dreams Come True. It's an honor to serve you again. The estate secretaries were never present whenever there was a siege.
The person who greeted him with a friendly smile was Barami, the secretary in charge of managing the territory, legal counsel, and the budget. The money he had freely scattered before leaving Sylvana was still displaying an effect.
That money didn't just have an effect on Barami. The residents are also glad that you became the Lord again.
After hearing that Arknem had applied for a siege, quite a lot of people went to the Shrine of War to pray for your victory.
Everybody still remembers your actions while you were the Lord. It's more like they remember the gold.
Anyway, being liked by the estate's residents wasn't an unpleasant feeling.
Did the former Lord have a bad reputation?
It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either.
He was just a normal Lord. Barami pushed up his glasses and laughed.
His cynical character hadn't changed even after 1 year. But he always showed the proper manners to Arkansas.
That was the power of money. Anyway, he truly felt like he had recaptured Sylvana after seeing Barami's face. Please stay the Lord for a long time. That's what I intend.
Ark replied with a smile.
Would you like to know how the territory changed since you were last here?
Of course. The competent secretary instantly handed him some files. After he took the papers, an information window appeared.
Currently owned territory information window Lancel, Sylvana. Territory Sylvana current Lord Ark. Rating C classification small territory.
Number of residents in territory 13,040 people. Residents bond 980, plus 98. Residents loyalty 530, plus 53. Territories gross income 387,000 gold every 10 days.
Territory's current assets 120,300 gold. Value of the current territory 615,250. Territory's fame 499,400. Development 46,650. Development speed 45,950, falling. Commerce 67,570. Civilization 53,360. Armament 31,500, plus 945. Asterisk current effects applied to the territory. Shrine of War armament plus 30%, maintenance of peace effect. Cathedral support residence loyalty plus 10%, residence bond plus 10%.
Mercenaries office. The number of mercenaries that can be hired by the estate increases. In addition, if the estate hires mercenaries from the mercenaries office, then the costs will be reduced based on the rating. Current rating, A.
Asterisk current situation of the territory. Peace is being maintained without any problems. Rising.
The income of the harvest and the estate is increasing.
Rising.
Preparations for farmland expansion, reservoir expansion in case of a flood, various facilities expansion, Silver River Bridge construction and various other public works are on standby.
Hoo. He laughed as he saw the information window. When he first became the Lord of Sylvana, he had no idea how to manage the territory.
And he had already decided to sell it to Raiden, so he had no interest. But now the situation was different. In order to prepare for being the Lord, he had meticulously read all the information about it. And he had recently become the Lord of Lancel, so when he saw the information window about Sylvana, he could grasp the situation with just one glance.
Sylvana is on a completely different level from Lancel.
It was a territory with 15 villages and a population of 13,040 people. When compared to Lancel's 732 residents, it was a huge estate 20 times Lancel's size.
However, the enormous difference was the income of the estate.
It was a surprising income of 387,000 gold for 1 month, or 10 days in reality.
That was 40 times the income from Lancel. It was also a larger income than other territories in Nagarin.
While Sylvana had a good location, it was most impacted by the Continental Commerce Firm.
The sales from the Continental Commerce Firm accounted for 30% of Sylvana's income.
The estate's income is approximately 400,000 gold, while the assets is 120,000 gold. In other words, it was hard for Raiden to manage the estate. If he invested the income into various projects, then it would increase the value of the territory. That's why the value of the territory was more than 600,000. But Raiden was only resourceful up to there.
While the estate was growing steadily, he hadn't done anything impressive like Ark with the Continental Commerce Firm. That's why Barami had called him a normal lord. Still, the various numerical figures are quite good. However, are you asking about the development speed? Barami questioned quickly. That's right. Sylvana's current development speed was 45,590. It wasn't low. The problem was that the development speed was currently falling. Is there a particular reason?
Well, I don't know the details, but the Lord has had no time to properly care for the rate of development. After learning about the territory, he had unexpectedly built that mercenaries' office and invested a lot of money into it.
Was it something like that? Ark was able to grasp the situation from Barami's description.
Thanks to the Sutandal conquest war and the lawless port, Raiden hadn't cared about the management of the estate.
Apart from the politics, he left Barami to manage the rest of it.
However, it was less efficient than when a lord managed it, so the speed fell. Building the mercenaries' office, which had no relation to development or production of the estate, was also a problem. In fact, there had been something Ark was doubtful about before the siege. In Nagarin, NPCs could be hired as mercenaries.
The mercenaries could be hired for a siege.
However, most territories only hired 200-300 of them. Although they had good skills, the cost of hiring them was quite expensive. Ark had applied for the siege 2 days before it started. He had wondered how Raiden could hire 600 mercenaries despite his financial difficulties.
It was due to the mercenaries' office. When he created the mercenaries' office, the number of mercenaries that could be hired increased. Furthermore, when the Lord hired mercenaries, then the rating of the office would increase, stronger mercenaries would gather, and the degree of loyalty increased. Even the hiring costs were less expensive. For wandering mercenaries, this office was like a token of appreciation. The reason Raiden built the mercenaries' office was obvious. It was probably to hire mercenaries who he would send to Sutandal at a cheaper price. Despite the money piled up in the estate, that money wasn't the Lord's personal funds. The money spent hiring the mercenaries was from Raiden's pockets. In other words, building the office on the estate and hiring mercenaries was to reduce the burden on his wallet. It was thanks to this that he was able to hire 600 mercenaries despite the lack of time and money. Anyway, Ark found the information about the estate quite satisfactory. He was especially satisfied with the rating of the estate. As you already know, the total income of the territory is 450,000 gold. When the value, income and fame of the estate increases above 600,000, you will be able to apply to the kings of the 3 kingdoms for a promotion. That was Barami's explanation.
Thanks to the Continental Commerce Firm, Sylvana's value had already gone over 600,000. He needed 150,000 more income and 100,000 more fame before the territory could be promoted to a B-class estate. And a huge bonus was given if the rating of the territory increased. The castle would become more durable and the armory would also increase. The effects of the defense towers during a siege would also be greater. And finally, the lord's salary would increase when the estate was promoted. The monthly salary of a lord was 2% of the territory's income. However, that salary was applied every time the territory's rating increased. In other words, if the estate's current income was 400,000 gold, then that was what the lord's salary would be based on when promoted to a C-class estate. With the 2% of the income rule, the monthly salary of a D-class estate was 3,000 gold and the lord would receive 6,000 gold when promoted to a C-class estate. And the lord of a B-class estate would receive 9,000 gold. In other words, in 1 month he could receive a salary of 18,000 gold. All that effort for 1 year and he had the territory taken away when a B-rank promotion was right around the corner. Raiden must be sitting on the floor of his room and crying right now. While he thought about Raiden, the idea of sympathizing with him never even crossed Ark's mind. Okay. Repair the ceiling and areas that were damaged in the siege. Don't pay attention to the budget and just restore it to its best possible state. Since there will be no sieges for a month, all projects on standby should begin. Our target is to reach a B rating in 3 months.
Ha! Barami's eyes opened wide at Ark's order.
As you can see, the current assets are only worth 120,300 gold.
So? Have you forgotten?
We have to pay 30% of the territory's total income as a tax to the 3 kingdoms. That is 116,100 gold. So the territory's assets is actually only 4,200 gold. That is enough to maintain the estate. The income for the next month will be barely enough for the repairs, but you want us to continue with the projects as well? There's no need to worry about money for a while. Ark replied with a wicked grin. Ark had a reason for saying that. It was became of the double ledgers he previously created. Ark had handed Wukasu the double ledgers and he had diverted some of the earning from the Continental Commerce firm into it. When he checked with Wukasu before the siege, the amount had surprisingly reached 1 million gold. Of course, Ark couldn't embezzle this money directly. The reason Ark had made the double ledgers was to prepare for when he regained Sylvana again. And when the estate was promoted, the monthly salary of the lord would increase. In the end, Ark would be the one profiting. If I pour that 1 million gold into the estate, then it will grow in a month. Opportunity would always come to those who are prepared. But Barami didn't know those details, so he still looked uneasy. Is there really a way to have that type of money? If a problem occurs and we can't offer the tax to the 3 kingdoms. I told you not to worry. If I wanted, then I could have that money by the end of the day. I understand. Then I'll believe in the Lord and order the materials required for the repairs as well as give the command for the projects to resume. At the end of 3 months, then it might be possible to promote the estate. No, it will be promoted. If there are any other projects required for the estate's development, then tell me. Yes, I will. Barami replied with a cheerful expression. As expected, the estate becomes lively once Arknim returns. I'm thankful for those words. I thought you might complain since there is a lot of work. That's impossible. Barami laughed and was about to walk away when he remembered something. Ah, I just remembered. You have visitors from the Schudenberg Kingdom. The Schudenberg Kingdom? What do they want? Barami grinned and answered Ark's question. It is better to ask them directly. Shall I summon them? Yes, let's meet them. After a while, 3 people entered the office. 2 of them were knights while the last person was a middle-aged aristocrat wearing the uniform of the palace. First, congratulations on becoming the Lord of Sylvana. Thank you. But what brings representatives of the Schudenberg Kingdom here? Yesterday we heard from the Shrine of War that after a lot of bravery and wisdom, you managed to win the siege and become the Lord of Sylvana. His Majesty is very pleased that you've raised the fame of Schudenberg Kingdom. After your achievements, he had decided to promote Arknim to a baron. A baron? Ark looked astonished by the aristocrat's words. Not long ago, Ark had become an aristocrat in Schudenberg Kingdom. Once becoming an aristocrat, a user who did more achievements, e.g. killing famous thieves, killing strong monsters that had been troubling the kingdom or gaining a lot of fame, had a chance to be promoted again. Nagarin was an area managed by all 3 kingdoms on the continent. So those who became a lord in Nagarin was granted a temporary title from all 3 kingdoms. However, Ark had become a nobleman in Schudenberg Kingdom before being Sylvana's lord. Therefore, the king of Schudenberg could be smug in front of the kings of Bristania and the Cineas Principality. Being granted a barony was his repayment. Take this. The aristocrat politely handed up a letter from the king. After he received the scroll, there were some heroic sound effects and the information window appeared. You have acquired the peerage bestowment certificate. After received the certificate, you have become a baron. While you are the Lord of Sylvana, you have a noble title from the Schuttenberg kingdom. After raising Schuttenberg's fame through your achievements, you have been promoted to a higher status. A nobleman should always be a distinguished role model that can be respected by others. As a noble, people will always be observing your behavior. You will also have the ear of Schuttenberg's king and other aristocrats. If your behavior is just and honorable, then you will have a chance to reach a higher status. But if they are dishonorable, then you can be stripped of your title. Asterisk as a noble title bonus, all stats will increase by 10. Asterisk reputation will increase by 7,500. Asterisk when completing a quest given by an NPC with a noble title, your status, Honor Knight, 500 people, will allow you to receive the support of the guards. Asterisk owning 2 territories has granted you the title of Lord. You have learnt a new Lord skill. The title of Lord is given to a person who possessed 2 or more territories. Once you possess 2 or more territories, you have the qualification to apply for an audience with the king. You will also have a stronger voice among the upper-class citizens. This skill will be useful when meeting many upper-class residents and aristocrats. Plus political power, Lord skill. This skill will allow you to take part in nobility meetings about the kingdom as well as participate in politics. When your political power increases, your comments will become more convincing to the king and nobles. If you manage to persuade a certain amount of nobles and the king, you can even change the laws of Schuttenberg kingdom. In some cases, your opinion will be considered when giving quests to regular users. When your political power increases, your degree of intimacy with nobles will also increase. Political power plus 500. It was an unexpected bonus. He received a bonus of plus 10 to all stats and 7,500 fame when he became a baron. It was a higher bonus than when he became a baronet. However, Ark was most interested in the new political power skill. I can engage in the politics of Schuttenberg kingdom? When he thought about it carefully, it really was an enormous privilege. It was possible to participate in politics and propose new laws or change an existing law. That is to say, wasn't it the same privileges as a congressman in real life? Korean politicians were adept at proposing laws and amendments which were favorable to them. As an example, let's consider Ark's triangular trade route. Ark could lower the customs fee, increase the security around movement of goods, lower the tax rates, etc. There were many ways to use his status to his benefit. Of course, it wouldn't be easy persuading the king and nobles to agree to his proposals. It would probably take some time and more advancement in upper-class society. This will have huge benefits. I also have a message from Lord Jackson. At that moment, the aristocrats started talking again. Lord Jackson? What is it? The bandit group who were arrested a while ago with Ark's help have broken out of jail. Jailbreak? Yes, according to Lord Jackson's words, they received help from outside troops to escape from jail. A group of guards has been dispatched to chase them, but they haven't been caught yet. Those criminals have a grudge against Arknim, so Lord Jackson asked you to be careful. Tell him I am thankful for his worries. I understand. I'll be going now. The middle-aged aristocrat said before leaving the office. The joyful news about becoming a baron was soured by Jules' jailbreak. So escaping from jail is possible in New World? Well, if it is possible to attack a NPC village, then there is no reason a jailbreak should be impossible. But they must have quite a lot of numbers to escape from Jackson jail. Raiden's group must be the one who helped them escape. That Raiden guy is still trying to annoy me even after losing the lordship? But it doesn't really matter that much. Ark just laughed and shook it off. Raiden breaking Jewel out of jail wasn't a problem now that he lost Sylvana. Raiden had lost Sylvana and was already branded as a villain. His circumstances are similar to Alan's in the past. Just like Alan, the Alliance was also disgruntled with Raiden and left him. The Hermes Alliance was scheduled for a collapse. Raiden, who was deprived of Sylvana, and Jewel, who was a fugitive, were no threat to Arkansas. I can't afford to be concerned about those guys. Right now it is important to gain funds for my business. Ark laughed and headed towards the main meeting room in the castle. He had changed into Dark Wolf before entering the meeting room. Buzz, chatter. Dozens of users were gathered inside the meeting room. There were the commanders of the 20 Dark Eden units as well as Justice Man, the rehabilitation members, Isuram, Lariat, Roko, Shambhala, Bread, and Redian. After 24 hours, all users who had died in the siege were revived at the castle. and Ark had gathered them together for a meeting.
Now, please pay attention.
When Ark walked onto the podium, the room instantly became quiet. Ark stared at the users one by one and then lowered his head.
I first wanted to say thank you. It is thanks to your efforts that we've defeated the villains and took control of Sylvana.
It was only possible with everybody's help.
Everybody did really well, so thank you.
Ark then raised his head and said,
But I didn't gather you here just to convey my thanks. It also isn't to give the fee I promise you.
What do you mean?
Surely he's not talking about the fee he promised if the siege was a success?
Ark tapped a table and focused the attention on him again.
Please be quiet for a while.
I'll tell you first, it isn't that I don't intend to give the success fee.
I just want to make an offer first.
Offer? This suggestion is a token of appreciation for helping me. Ark raised one finger and continued talking.
First of all, you will all unite as a coalition guild.
What?
A coalition guild? The unit leaders started fussing again at Ark's declaration. What is he saying?
Well, belong to a guild which has a territory is better than another guild. If we join a guild with a territory, then it will be difficult to go around freely.
That's right, it is a bit too much for me.
Looking at the atmosphere, it seemed like 50% was for the suggestion and 50% against.
Some people liked it because it was difficult to join a guild which already had a territory. However, some users didn't like that it would restrict their freedom.
After chattering noisily for a while, one of the leaders raised his hands and asked. As you know, joining a guild with a territory is different from joining a general guild. It might be infrequent, but we would have to return every time there is a siege, and if we die then we will lose our equipment. So the Lord normally gives some of the proceeds to the guild members. I would like to know how much of the proceeds we would get before joining the guild.
There is no distribution of the proceeds from the territory. Ark bluntly replied.
In fact, when he first discussed it with Justice Man, he had intended to give them 60% of the proceeds from the estate. But now that idea had changed.
What? You're not going to give us any money? Is that what you call gratitude?
The users clamored with shock.
They'd started to nibble the bait. Now time for the lore. Please listen a bit more.
Ark surveyed the atmosphere of the room with a small smile before shouting. Then he deliberately changed his expression 180 degrees inside.
In fact, I've been lying to you.
I spoke about justice when I requested your help in striking the Hermes Alliance.
Of course, it is true. However, that wasn't my only purpose. My real purpose in defeating the Hermes Alliance was to obtain Sylvana Castle. Well, it is natural to desire a territory.
The users murmured as they heard his words.
That's right. In fact, the users weren't that naive as to completely believe Ark's words about justice.
If the Hermes Alliance was defeated, then someone would have to become Sylvana's lord. Of course, the priority would go to Ark, who was the leader.
Everybody knew that the lord received considerable benefits.
Then Ark looked at one of the leaders and muttered.
Then why do you think users are so eager to obtain a territory? Isn't it to become famous and obtain the Lord's fixed salary? Any normal person would think this. Do you have a different reason?
Sid, explain.
Yes, Lord Nim. Sid nodded and waddled to the table.
And he unfolded a large scroll onto the table. The scroll was a map of New World. On the map, there was big triangle drawn with lines connecting Schuttenberg, Nagarin, and Sutandal.
That's right. This map showed Ark's dream of a triangular trade route. Sid pointed to the three corners of the triangle and said, Everybody please pay attention.
If you look at the corners of the triangle, then you might see why it is important.
Yes, this place is Sylvana Castle where you are right now.
And this is Lancel Village located in the Argus Mountains.
And finally this is Sutandal, who surfaced a few months ago. These three areas are essential to what I will now explain. Sid finally began to describe Ark's grand plan. Currently Ark was already managing a store in Lancel.
He also had the qualification to set up a trading place in Sutandal.
After winning the siege and becoming the Lord of Sylvana, he possessed the Continental Commerce Firm.
The stores and commerce of those areas were all in Ark's hands.
Dark Wolf Nim's final purpose is to monopolize the trade in these three areas.
And it's not an exaggeration to say that his goal is already achieved.
Can you imagine? The profits which will be obtained when the trade is monopolized in these three areas? Oh my God. Is this really possible? If it is possible, then the profit would be in the tens of thousands.
No, it would approach the 100,000.
Can a person really monopolize the markets in three areas?
The leaders were struck dumb. Then they all looked at Ark with new eyes. If Ark really proceeded with this business plan, then the obtained profit would transcend imagination. If he succeeded, then he would become a game tycoon. The idea made the leaders send him mixed looks of envy and jealousy. Then Ark walked over to the table and said to them, "I would like to share that revenue with you." Hick. What? You'll really share the proceeds of this business with us? Light started shining in the user's eyes. Ark nodded and said, "You might know this already from Sid's explanation, but the Continental Commerce Firm is the center of this business. Maintaining Silvana is required for the stable operation of the Continental Commerce Firm. And I became the Lord with everybody's help. Therefore, I want to give you guys the chance to invest in this business." Invest? That's right. You will become a shareholder in the business. When the business becomes profitable, you will receive a dividend of the proceeds every 10 days. But considering the equity of the investment, I'll have to limit it to 50 gold per person. This was the plan Ark came up with to secure the business funds. While Ark had been troubled by the financing problem, he had heard about attracting foreign investors on the TV. At the moment, Ark had 2,700 users at the castle. He needed 150,000 gold to proceed with the business. It was an amount that was impossible for Ark, who lived in a rented house. But it was different if there were a lot of investors. If 2,700 people invested 50 gold each, then it would be 135,000 gold. It seemed like a huge amount of money, but each user would only have to pay 50 gold. Of course, Ark's income would decrease if users invested in the business. However, it is important to start the business. If I'm providing the funds alone, then there is no guarantee that I can obtain the required amount in several years. However, I don't want to borrow money from loan sharks. There was a time when Ark had suffered after borrowing money to pay for his mother's hospital bills. It had an annual interest of 70%. If he borrowed 1 billion won, then the annual interest was 700 million won. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to receive a lot of profit when the business first began. Even when the business became stable, it would take several months to even think about paying back the interest. And if he showed weakness, then the interest would go up to 100% and then 200%. I can't do such a dangerous thing. It would be safer to have users invest than to pay interest. If I receive the user's investment, then a stable income will be maintained even if business is difficult. Users who invested would receive an income. However, Ark had earmarked 40% of the business for himself. In other words, Ark would receive 40% of the profits. The business wouldn't exist without Ark, so nobody would protest. And the remaining 60% was for the investors. Of course, even if there was tens of thousands gold profits, it wouldn't all go to the users. If there was 50,000 gold profit, then only 30,000 would be returned. When divided by 2,700 people, each person would only receive 10 gold. However, the dividend was steadily provided every 10 days. If it was 30 gold for 1 month, then they would receive 360 in 1 year. They would be able to receive back 6 times the investment in 1 year. The unit leaders also realized that. Isn't that quite good? If I invest 50 gold, then I can receive a stable income. Can't we invest more than 50 gold? One leader asked as he looked at Ark with expectant eyes. Unfortunately, the shares are limited, which is why I have to restrict it to 50 gold per person. Well, if there is someone in your unit who doesn't want to invest, then the chance will go to other people. Ark replied. That's right. This was the most important part in securing the investment. In fact, if Ark didn't even pay 1 copper and received 40% shares, then of course the users would be dissatisfied. But Ark never gave the impression that their money was needed to start the business. On the surface, he gave the users a chance to invest in the business as thanks for their help. So the leaders thought it was natural that Ark received a 40% share. And having investors will bring 3 benefits. Ark inwardly smiled wickedly. First, they would all join the guild. Belonging to a guild which had a territory wasn't simple, but most people would join after the promise of an income. Secondly, he didn't have to pay a separate fee and could just pay them the dividends from the investments. Usually when a guild possessed 2,700 people, the lord would have to pay them 60% of the territory's income. But the dividends would increase if the business was successful, so the guild members would be satisfied with the dividends. He could monopolize the 9,000 gold monthly salary. And the third reason was actually the most important. When investing in the business, all the guild members would become shareholders. Their profits depended on the business. So they would be willing to submit to damage to defend Silvana during the siege. By drawing in investors, Ark managed to get his business fund, reducing the troops' maintenance fee and reinforcing the stability of Sylvana. It was a huge benefit even if he had to share 60% of the proceeds. It is better to start the business rather than trying to obtain the business funds alone.
This business was Ark's final goal.
Raising the 150,000 gold required to start his business would require 1-2 years. But if he used the guild, then he could start the business immediately. If he collected the shares for 1-2 years, then he could make the business stabilize.
That was Ark's plan.
Ark was a genius at collecting money. I'll consult with the unit immediately. The leaders hurried out of the meeting room.
After a while, they came back holding money bags.
135,000 gold was stacked on the table like a mountain. After receiving Ark's proposal, 2,700 people had agreed.
The users trusted Ark thanks to Dark Wolf's fame.
Thank you for your trust.
Sid, draw up the contract.
Yes. Sid quickly started to draw up the contracts.
A merchant's agreement. Contractor, Dark Wolf equals Sylvana's coalition guild. Dark Wolf will pay the investors 60% of the proceeds every 10 days as a dividend.
The dividend is 0.022% per 50 gold.
So Ark secured his business funds. And the investors joined Justiceman's Guild Justice Division. I admit, you really are good at tricks like this. Shambhala muttered as the unit commanders left. What? This is benefiting them as well. And you've also invested.
Ark replied with a shrewd expression. Then Justiceman and the rehabilitation members tapped Ark on the shoulder and said,
We don't know the details. But we believed in you and invested, so we want to be certain it will succeed. I've already received your gold. If the business fails.
Hyung Nim shouldn't say that or I'll have a heart attack in front of you.
Ark jokingly replied. That's right.
Before Ark had raised the funds for the business, Justiceman and the rehabilitation members had already invested. If the business succeeded, then there was no way he could leave them out. So they had gathered 10,000 gold. Thus Ark had promised them a 10% dividend. That was dozens of times the dividend of the guild members. Ark's stake was reduced to 30%, but it wasn't a waste.
I understand.
Just wait a few months and you will definitely receive a profit.
Now I've gathered the funds for the business. Shall I begin?
He received 135,000 gold from the investors.
Justiceman and the rehabilitation members gave 10,000 gold.
He also earned 25,000 gold from disposing of the mithril door. So Ark had secured 170,000 gold to start his business.
Ark used the letter movement and flew away to Sutandal.
I heard from Shambhala Nim.
Congratulations on becoming the Lord. Isabel laughed and welcomed him.
It was a reunion after a long time, but Ark had no time to chat.
Thank you. I'm here to buy the trading office. Ark paid 100,000 gold and bought the trading office.
It was the only trading firm in the center of Sutandal.
So he now monopolized Sutandal's trade. All transactions which took place at the trading office could be managed directly. Finally,
Ark looked at the trading certificate with thrilled eyes.
All that's left is the merchant fleet and carriages. Ark flew back to Schuttenberg and bought a large sailboat.
At first he thought about purchasing a small boat, but he had abundant funds, so there was no reason not to buy a large one. Ark bought a great merchant boat with 6 sails. And he also bought 8 carriages. All that added up to 150,000 gold. Even when all the preparations were finished, he still had 20,000 gold left.
I did it. I finished the preparations for the triangular trade.
He felt his heart leap after finishing the preparations. Soon the ship and carriages would bring gold back to Arkansas. Ark placed the carriages on the ship and returned to Sylvana.
Sylvana's location made it a good place to trade. Sylvana had direct access to the ocean through the river, so ships could easily enter.
Sid, you will be the chief officer responsible for Ark's corporation. Even though he created Ark's corporation, he didn't intend to run the business himself.
He wasn't a merchant, so trading wouldn't be useful for him.
And Sid was reformed after Isuram's mental education, so Ark could trust him with it.
Really?
Sid stuttered after hearing Ark's words. Sid was a merchant, so he knew what a big scale this business was. It would be a dozen times more profitable than when he was the foreign chief director of the Continental Commerce firm. And it would have a great deal of large transactions for a merchant. If Sid was in charge of this business, then he had the chance to become the best merchant in New World.
Sid grasped Ark's hand and shook it with tears in his eyes. Thank you. I will work hard. Please do that.
Because teacher, justice man, and the rehabilitation members all invested in this business. Ark replied with a wicked grin. Sid became pale but accepted the position of chief officer.
Sid couldn't miss this opportunity. Then let's depart. Sid saluted and left on the merchant ship. Gold Dream.
The name of the merchant ship blatantly showed Ark's desire to the world. It was a merchant ship that could carry up to 100,000 gold and was protected by Citandal's navy.
The boat was also ranked with 24 cannons each. When Sid boarded Gold Dream, all 6 sails opened and the merchant ship departed towards the ocean. It wasn't simple a merchant ship. It was Ark's dream. Now New World's gold is mine. That was what Ark believed. A dream come true. That's right.
The dream was accomplished. But it wasn't finished yet.
Ark looked at the ship that was becoming more distant. Now that part is finished. What now? He heard Bulkun ask from behind him.
Ark replied with a wicked grin.
Naturally hell training with the coalition members. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members' faces turned dark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 19 Chapter 9. ACT 9 Into the Abyss. Units 1, 2, 3 and 4, disturb him from the rear.
Archers and magicians should cover the assault troops. Priests should heal the warriors without stopping.
Wayawa. The guild cried out at Ark's command and moved. While the leading warriors blocked with their shields, arrows and magic shot towards the enemy. Qua 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 quang, peep-pepping. The explosion of different types of magic lit up the dim environment like it was daylight. A huge presence was revealed by the light.
It was a 20-meter monster with 8 arms.
It was a middle-ranked boss monster called Dark Hunter Baldwin. Baldwin was receiving hundreds of attacks.
He didn't care about the magic and arrows hitting his body and just ran forward while using his 8 arms to attack.
There was a roaring sound and the warriors' defense quickly collapsed. Units 5, 6, 7 and 8, use your skills to grab its attention. Meanwhile Units 1, 2, 3 and 4 will retreat. Get out of its range and focus on recovery. The units attacked it from behind.
Baldwin initially ignored it, but after being hit by 100 warriors using taunt, he couldn't endure the anger anymore and eventually turned his body around.
He revealed his thick fangs and roared loudly. The whole space shook from the roar.
The warriors who saw the scene turned pale in horror. However, Ark just felt excited after listening.
This is it, this is great. It is exactly what I wanted. Ark's face lit up with joy. There was a reason Ark couldn't suppress his happiness after seeing Baldwin. Oh, it is suffocating. It started a few days ago. After regaining Sylvana, he had earnestly started his dream business. It was unnecessary to explain, but Ark had actually been under a lot of stress. L level. Stats. Loot. The reason for Ark's stress was his character. It had been approximately 1 month since the Lancel defensive war started. In other words, Ark hadn't been able to hunt for 1 month. For a user, the number 1 priority was raising their level. He had been experiencing serious withdrawal symptoms which were the reason for Ark's stress. But now all the work has been settled. Gold Dream has successfully departed, so I just have to wait for it to return. There was no need to go to other areas to hunt. He could gain experience in Sylvana thanks to the secret dungeon. The Cradle of Ancient Evil. It was a dungeon where rare, elite monsters roamed. This is an opportunity to raise my level. While he wanted to level up, he also wanted to uncover the secret in the lowest floor of the dungeon. The last time I was the Lord, I only reached the 5th floor with Justice Man and the rehabilitation members. But according to the information, the secret dungeon is many times deeper. And the levels of the monsters become higher the more we go down, so getting experience when I'm level 383 won't be a problem. This is a monster-infested dungeon and the last floor might have a hidden boss. That idea stimulated Ark's adventurous spirit even further. He also had another reason to hunt in the dungeon. Even though the Hermes Alliance lost Sylvana, there would definitely be a siege challenge once the 1 month was over. Even if he had regained Sylvana, the abilities of the Justice Division still paled compared to the other alliances in Nagarin. So Ark needed to raise the level and ability to fight together of the Justice Division. Fighting against elite monsters should be good practice. After getting the idea, Ark led the troops stationed in Sylvana to the secret dungeon. That's right. Ark was currently in the Cradle of Ancient Evil. His stress had unraveled after enthusiastically fighting the monsters.
In the old days, Ark entered the dungeon with 80 people and took a week to capture up to the 5th floor. But now the situation was different from before. Ark's level was twice what it previously was. With the addition of the Lancel troops, the Eastern Nation and the Justice Division, they had a total of 3,800 people. Thanks to that, they managed to reach the 24th floor in just 3 days. And Baldwin was the middle-ranked boss that appeared every time after a certain number of floors. As expected from a middle-ranked, elite boss, Baldwin didn't easily collapse from the attacks of the Justice Division. As a level 600 elite boss, his attack and defense combined surpassed imagination. But that was something else that caused difficulty for the Justice Division.
Ugh, you conceited humans. The guards of hell will rip your meat and heart from you.
They'll eat the flesh of the group foolish enough to come here. After being hit on both sides, Baldwin punched the ground and shouted. Then the ground split and a group of 100 dogs with red eyes came crawling out. They were the guards of hell, monsters called hell dogs. Although they were only level 300, they were still elite monsters. They were so strong that 4 or 5 people were required to deal with one.
Sheesh, these guys don't just turn pale.
The previous units form a circle around the hell dogs and gather them in one place.
Magicians use firewall around the hell dogs.
Archers shoot to contain the hell dogs.
Warriors lure Baldwin to the outskirts.
Ark issued some orders and the leaders instantly directed their units. Despite their fear, the units began to execute the strategies in an orderly manner.
It was worth the running around and dying. This secret dungeon had a huge harvest.
During the siege, Ark had issued detailed instructions, but the leader often couldn't understand the aims and hesitated to obey. But after hunting in the secret dungeon for a few days, they had completely changed. Now the Justice Division started to understand how to move in any situation.
The troops soon required 80% of Ark's tricks in battle.
With 3,800 troops invading the dungeon, the battles wouldn't be a battle at all. Even if they were elite monsters, they were easy to deal with when there were a lot of people, so when dealing with a middle-ranked boss like now, he divided the troops into units consisting of 500 people.
Then they went around the dungeon and lured any visible monsters.
The battle only started when a minimum of 100 monsters were gathered.
If the battle wasn't difficult, then it wouldn't be training. And only one unit participated in the battle.
So there were quite a few casualties, but the troops were able to learn the tricks of battle quickly.
And by dividing into troops of 500 people, the time it took to clear the dungeon was considerably shortened.
That's how they were able to reach the 24th floor in 3 days.
Arknim, we've collected all the hell dogs in one place.
Good. Rackard, Raiden, now it is your turn.
Okay, leave it to me.
Rackard grabbed Raiden and flew into the sky. When they arrived at the place the hell dogs were gathered, Raiden opened his mouth.
Sack 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 sack, sack 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 sack.
At the same time, a large number of beehives fell from Raiden's mouth.
It was the pepper beehives Ark made using creative cooking.
In fact, Ark didn't keep a lot of dishes inside Raiden. Unlike other items, Raiden would digest dishes when it was placed inside him.
In addition, creative cooking could create poisonous dishes.
There was no guarantee what would happen if Raiden digested the dishes. But if Raiden threw it up immediately, then he didn't have to worry about it being digested.
Anyway, the hell dog shrieked when dozens of pepper beehives flowed out.
It was the impact of the pepper beehives created by creative cooking. The hell dogs had a keen sense of smell, so it was impossible for them not to be affected.
Now's the time. Exterminate them.
Assault troops, charge and step on them. These guys are weak against holy power.
All priests add holy power to the warrior's weapon. Magicians and archers will use their wide area skills to assist the warriors. The soldiers let out loud cries and obeyed their unit leader's orders.
Thanks to the holy power, the hell dogs quickly had their health drained after being hit by the swords. When the hell dogs that were in a critical condition tried to escape, the magicians and arrows used precision attacks to kill them. Thus the hell dogs were completely destroyed 10 minutes after they appeared.
Cool, these guys.
Baldwin murmured angrily as all the hell dogs were wiped out. Then he opened his mouth and prepared to breath out fire. It was Baldwin's special move, Fire Breath. Baldwin's Fire Breath was a powerful skill which turned a 20-meter area into a sea of fire.
But Ark just snorted and laughed. Heh, now you've run out of chances. Magicians, wait for the command. All the magicians concentrated and waited for the next command. Ark saw Baldwin's mouth open wide and shouted. Now's the time. All magicians aimed their ice magic into its mouth. Wind from the frozen North Seas. Freezing wind.
At the same time, hundreds of deep blue rays shot from the magician's hands.
It was the most extreme ice magic that could even freeze seawater. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang.
When the frost magic hit Baldwin's mouth, it conflicted with the fire and a huge explosion took place.
Steam rose from Baldwin as he screamed.
The ensuing explosion had destroyed his eyeballs and his facial muscles were ripped to shreds. And his health was reduced by 30% because the magic damaged the interior of his body. He only had 5% health left. Everybody all together.
An all-out attack. Wah-wah.
The assault troops swarmed around Baldwin. Baldwin swung his 8 arms like crazy, but it didn't have the same power as before. Thanks to his eyeballs being destroyed, he was in a blind state. While a few arms hit the users, normally it just hit thin air. The arms were also unable to block any attacks properly.
And it was thousands of troops attacking. Quack. How regrettable. But
this place.
Hell.
In the end, Baldwin collapsed as a bloody mess while talking nonsense. Then he gasped for breath a few times before he finally died. At the same time, 3-4 items fell on the ground.
Your level has risen. The message window popped in front of Ark after Baldwin died. Yes. Ark's eyes brightened as he shouted. Character information window. Character name Ark, race human. Alignment good plus 500, nobility title baron. Fame 21,485 plus 500, level 391. Profession dark soul.
Title Cat Knight, caretaker of the people, Jackson's hero, great adventurer, Magic Institute member, Sutandal's hero. Health 7,325 plus 475, mana 7,515 plus 225. Spiritual power 956, strength 754 plus 58. Agility 1009 plus 90, stamina 1249 plus 45. Wisdom 185 plus 10, intelligence 1327 plus 5. Luck 179 plus 60, flexibility 262. Art of communication 79, affection 117 plus 10. Resilience 479, dark fog 68. Special stat, knowledge of ancient relics 173. Asterisk equipment item effects. Guardian armor of the Mare people, armor water attribute resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat paws, gloves attack speed plus 10%, agility plus 15, critical hit plus 10%. Raccoon's pith, helmet agility plus 10, wisdom plus 10. Wolf's feet, shoes agility plus 40, movement speed plus 40%, attack speed plus 10%, jump is available. Asterisk Animal King set effect, strength plus 20, agility plus 20, stamina plus 20, defense plus 40. Promised sword, two-handed sword, strength plus 20, stamina plus 10. Warrior's transcripts, shoulder blade strength plus 3. Galgashi's fur, mantle cold resistance plus 100%, agility plus 20, magic protection is automatically activated when health is less than 50%. Adelaine's necklace, necklace defense plus 40, affection plus 10, blessing of the sea available. Rarukan's ring, ring agility plus 10, attack speed plus 10%, critical hit plus 8%, dark protection available. Ark's ring, ring strength plus 5, agility plus 5, stamina plus 5, wisdom plus 5, intelligence plus 5, sudden increase in power available. Amulet of vitality, bracelet health plus 50, health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's honor, bracelet strength, agility, stamina plus 10, fame plus 500, sword-based skill growth plus 5%. Asterisk all abilities will increase by 50% in the dark. Asterisk you have the ability to hide in the darkness, 30 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk you can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. Isn't this like swimming on land? Ark's eyes lit up at the sight of the information window. It had only been 3 days since I entered the secret dungeon. During that time he had gained 8 levels. This was because only elite monsters appeared in the secret dungeon. Of course, 3,800 people had entered the dungeon. Even if they were split into units of 500, the experience was still being divided by 500. However, Ark was the leader of the 3,800 attack group. In New World, the commander of a group received bonus experience. In other words, he didn't have to share that experience with 3,800 people. Naturally, his troops also grew during those 3 days. The hunting speed of the troops was also quite quick, so they sped through the dungeon at an absurd speed. After hunting so many monsters, they now received no penalty on the amount of experience gained. Thanks to that, the troops managed to gain an average of 5 people by the third day. But having a lot of troops isn't always a good thing. Arknim, we've collected all the loot. Then a unit leader approached and said. 2 magic armor and 1 rare weapon dropped, but this was the only thing Ark didn't like. Since all the monsters in the secret dungeon were elite monsters, there was a high chance of dropping magic and rare items. Sometimes 3-4 magic items would drop after fighting a middle-ranked boss. Normally he would just run wild with joy, but this situation was different. Thousands of people were capturing the dungeon. Furthermore, they were all Sylvana's defense troops as well as his shareholders. It wasn't possible to be greedy for the loot and ruin the growing bond between them. When Ark's corporation is working properly, 1-2 rare items would just be a joke. Then I should show a nonchalant attitude when distributing items. But there was one item that only Ark collected. Black stone sculpture, an unidentified stone found in the cradle of ancient evil. Less than 170 knowledge of ancient relics is needed to confirm the item. It was a strange sculpture with an uneven form. Ark had found the sculpture for the first time after defeating the middle-ranked boss on the 6th floor. A middle-ranked boss would appear every 6th floor and would drop a sculpture with a different shape. The first sculpture required 150 knowledge of ancient ruins, the second one 160, and finally the sculpture dropped by Baldwin required 170 knowledge of ancient relics to identify it. But I'm thankful whenever it appears. In fact, Ark only had 153 knowledge of ancient relics when he entered the dungeon. However, he gained 10 points every time he identified a sculpture, so he currently had 173 points. While the requirements for the sculpture increased with every boss, it wasn't a problem for Ark as his knowledge of ancient relics also increased. Since it increased when investigating ancient relics, he actually welcomed it when this item dropped. And Ark was the only one who could identify the sculptures, so wasn't it right that Ark monopolized it? In other words, isn't it an item that only I can grab? When Ark grabbed the sculpture, it vibrated and a new message window occurred. The black stone sculpture has been identified using knowledge of ancient relics. Knowledge of ancient relics plus 10, intelligence plus 10, luck plus 5, and fame increased by 50. Stone sculpture containing the secrets of the abyss, level 3. An unknown dark power can be felt from this unrefined stone sculpture. While the sculpture looks rough at first, looking closely you can tell that it has been carefully trimmed. A weird shape is depicted on the surface, but it cannot be clearly determined. The purpose of this sculpture is still unknown. I don't understand at all. Even after confirming the sculpture, he couldn't understand the information at all. The information stated that there was something drawn on the surface, but all Ark could see was a few black lines drawn roughly on the surface. But clearly this is a clue to unravel the secret of the secret dungeon. So far Ark had succeeded in captured dozens of dungeons. Among those were dungeons where a mystery had to be solved to clear the dungeon. Thanks to that prior experience, Ark was sure that the sculptures were the clues to the secret dungeon. But clearly this is a clue to unravel the secret of the secret dungeon. But what is this level 3 that appeared this time? There must be a few more sculptures. If all the pieces are found, then it will probably merge into one piece. Ark packed the sculpture away while deep in thought. Then he looked at the scattered soldiers who were taking a break. I guess I need to rearrange the formation. While they'd managed to capture up to the 24th floor, it wasn't without a lot of damage. The monsters' levels were higher and they also had special skills. So the Justice Division received quite a bit of damage. Of course they could rejoin after 24 hours, but by the time they reached the 20th floor, more people were dying than rejoining. Ark gathered the leaders together and said, "From the next floor onwards, we'll be advancing in units composed of 700 people. Reorganize your troops." Huh? We're already continuing? Already? Did we come all the way here just to leave? That's not it. Hasn't it already been 20 hours since we started invading this dungeon? So? No, it's just the time is already 4 a.m. I'm a student. Take a vacation. Ark sounded like he didn't know what the problem was. The rehabilitation members who were watching from the sidelines just sighed and got up. It is useless. Didn't you previously ask why Ark's level was so high? Do you understand now? Well, that guy is like this once he starts. It's better to just go along without any useless remarks. That's right. There was a reason why the rehabilitation group looked agonized when Ark mentioned the dungeon invasion. They had experience invading dungeons with Ark before. So Justice Man used the excuse of meeting with Somi and escaped to Lancel Village with Roko. Brett and Redian used the excuse of challenging the dungeon they failed to capture when Sutandal rose in order to escape. With both Justice Man and the rehabilitation members gone, there was no one to lead the autonomous group, so Lariat and Shambhala managed to stealthily escape. However, Isuram and the rehabilitation members didn't have an excuse, so they were forced to accompany Ark on this death march.
Now.
The leaders should tell their troops to get up.
Hurry. Ooh. The break was only for 10 minutes. Is this the reason our group leader is so strong? It is already the third day.
I haven't seen sunlight for 3 days. Today I dreamed that wandering the dungeon was a dream.
Should I purposely die so I can rest a little bit? Knock it off. That man will even measure the time until the dead person returns.
You will die in vain, come in again and want to die even more.
It can't be helped. Let's just go down a few more layers.
And pray that it finishes soon. The rehabilitation members said as they stood up. So under Ark's instructions, the troops were divided into 700 people and they entered the next floor.
Let's go. To receive fighting experience and loot.
Ark's voice rang out loudly in the dark space.
This death march would continue until the bottom floor of the dungeon could be seen. Dash. Cuckoo.
Not far from the Cineas Principality's northeast coast. A violent shaking started to occur in the sea.
The waves vibrated so much that it seemed like a tsunami was going to occur.
Eventually the ocean parted like Moses' miracle and a huge object rose up. The object was a clear dome with its size reaching hundreds of kilometers.
It was 2 instead of 1.
After the huge vibration and storm settled, a huge object was floating on the ocean.
After it completed, emerged from the ocean. Cracks started to form on the transparent dome and it broke.
Surprisingly, what appeared inside was a continent.
It was a continent with mountains, plains, rivers, and even flying beasts.
2 continents had abruptly appeared in the huge ocean. The continents which rose from the ocean formed one continent which made contact with Cineas coast.
Snap.
It was at that moment. Suddenly an intense spark occurred in the space above the continent.
The atmosphere seemed to be split apart and showed a huge shape. What emerged from the torn space was a skyray dozens of kilometers long. The most surprising thing was on the back of the skyray. A huge castle had been erected on its back. Even in New World, this skyray was one of a kind. It was the legendary aerial fortress Ruygenberg. How is it? Seeing a torn continent becomes one again?
The voice came from the top floor of the castle on Ruygenberg's back. The man with red hair flying in the wind asked as he looked at the continent.
Then a man with black hair answered in a cynical voice. It is decent.
It's not a scene which stirs up my feelings. The man with dark hair frowned. Rather, I remember a difficult memory after seeing it, so I feel troubled instead. The man with red hair and the one with black hair looked down on the continent from the Ruygenberg. They were the Red Man and Alan. And there was a reason they were looking at the continent. It was because they were the ones to pull the 2 continents up from the other dimension.
That's right.
These 2 continents had risen from a lower dimension.
Those continents were Scale and Underworld.
Thanks to the ultimate magic the Dark Lord used at the end of the Dark Century, many parts of the continent sank to a lower dimension. However, the Red Man and Alan had resurrected their world trees, which caused the land to rise up to Middle-earth.
You should enjoy the outcome. You had quite a lot of troubles there, but doesn't it look quite pleasant now?
The Red Man looked down with pleased eyes. The 2 dimensions looked different from when they first arrived.
Now a blue light covered the mountains and the plains couldn't be seen. In the bright daylight, an unidentified black aura was spreading through the continent. In addition, there were any common wild animals or birds. They were suspicious-looking creatures with black auras. From now on, this will be our home. Our home is an unpleasant place. It makes us look evil. Evil?
The Red Man's eyes narrowed and he briefly looked at Alan. After a while he muttered in a low voice.
That's impossible. We are the true definition of justice. Does that type of talk make you feel uncomfortable? It can't be helped. It is the truth.
The Red Man answered in a rough voice and turned around.
Then let's get started. Shouldn't we inform the citizens that we have returned to this world? That's right. It is why we returned. Ruygenberg, let's plant fear in the ignorant public.
The Red Man smiled before shouting.
Oa!
When Ruygenberg flapped its wings, a storm occurred and it started to move at a quick pace. The place Ruygenberg headed to was the Cineas Principality. Ruygenberg appeared in the sky above the Cineas Principality in an instant. And it showered the land with black objects.
Bang, 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 bang.
The object which fell and lodged into the ground was an obelisk with a dark aura. When the black obelisk was driven into the ground, its effects instantly started to spread. The ground blackened by the obelisk started to crawl with hundreds and thousands of bizarre creatures.
Come.
All you demons called gamers, it is time to collect the price for your sins. The red man's eyes became distorted with anger. This was the turbulent start to the period where New World's history was changed.
Team Chief Nim. At the same time in the planning department of Global Exos.
Kim Guante's scream resounded through the quiet office. Ho Myung-hwan, who had been dozing at his desk, jumped up with surprise.
Hick. Kim Guante? Why are you suddenly calling for the team chief of the planning department? Bring him here right now. Ha? What do you need? I don't have time to explain. Hurry.
Kim Guante spat out urgently and Ho Myung-hwan rushed towards an office.
After a while, Ha Myung-woo approached Kim Guante. What is it? What's going on? I am not sure.
A few minutes ago the system started to go out of control. Kim Guante replied while frantically tapping on the keyboard.
An incomprehensible phenomenon was occurring in front of them.
While there were many phenomenons involving New World systems that they didn't understand, this time it was on a completely different level. Kim Guante typed in a huge amount of commands on the monitor at a tremendous speed. Kim Guante and Ha Myung-woo had never encountered this before.
Event? Did an event start?
No, this is not an event. Kim Guante answered like he was in a trance as he continued starting at the data on the monitor. A few minutes ago, the A-level security of New World had been released. At the same time, dozens of processes had been unlocked. The only thing they could think was that this wasn't an event, but something affecting the system.
If this continues. Continues? What on earth? Ha Myung-woo shouted nervously.
Kim Guante then muttered with a pale, stricken face. It is impossible for the main system to process all these operations at once.
If it continues, then the main server would overheat and blow up. The computing power of New World's main server was enough that it could search New World's entire population in 10 minutes. It was a monster-like machine. But the data occurring in front of Kim Guante was enough that not even that monster system could handle it. It was like a nuclear bomb had been dropped. It was like a bomb of data had hit the system. What the? Explode? What are you saying? No, an explosion might be better. If the defense systems of the main server malfunctions and the enormous amount of data flows back into the units.
Ha Myung-woo's face stiffened at Kim Guante's words. Even the dirt on the side of the road in New World required an absurd amount of data. If that absurd data flowed back into the user's brain, then the result was obvious. The explosion of data would go beyond the brain's tolerance and the brains would be smashed like tofu. Ha Myung-woo grabbed Kim Guante's shirt and yelled.
Stop it. Do whatever it takes. Stop it even if you have to break the server. But it is already too late. The amount of data is already beyond the tolerance limit.
Kim Guante yanked at his hair with a hopeless expression.
Pack. All of a sudden there was a blackout as the power was turned off in the planning department. After 0.1 seconds, the power supply turned back on. What is this?
The various staff throughout the planning department were puzzled.
The phenomenon which occurred on Kim Guante's monitor had spread to dozens of other monitors in the planning department. The staff looked bewildered by the phenomenon. But only one person was making a different expression. It is impossible.
Kim Guante hurriedly connected his laptop to the main computer.
But the same phenomenon occurred to his laptop as soon as it was connected. Kim Guante's face turned pale with fear. You unbelievable. What? What's going on? The main system of New World has hacked into the computer network. Hacking? Yes.
The computer handling the main system judged it couldn't handle the data alone, so it dispersed it to other computers on the network. All the computers at headquarters as well as the planning department are probably in the same situation.
Maybe even to servers of different games. It's not a monster but a devil. Even if all the hackers in the world are collected, such a thing is impossible. Kim Guante spoke with a lot of fear.
Ha Myung-woo felt a little relieved after hearing Kim Guante's words. Anyway, now the chance of the data flowing back into the unit is blocked.
However,
Ha Myung-woo looked at the date on the monitor with unsure eyes.
He couldn't help exclaiming. What the hell is going on? Roo, la la la.
While other situations were progressing here and there. Sid was on the deck of a boat and humming while feeling the cool sea breezes.
Hoo, this is fantastic. The goods on the item were changed for items in Sutandal's warehouse. After trading in Sutandal, those goods were now being transported to Reuben Harbor in Schuttenberg. The reason Sid could trade so quickly was because Ark was the owner of the trading office in Sutandal. So there was no reason to bargain about the price. By trading goods at one place, they could move it to another place where the goods weren't as common and receive a profit for it. If the goods were moved along, then he could triple the profit. I've earned 6,000 gold just by changing the goods in Sutandal. That profit also showed up as experience for Sid, so he quickly leveled up. And he would be able to gain experience like this for a while. Now my troubles have ended and it is time to be happy. Let's go, Gold Dream.
Sid jumped and shouted after feeling the overwhelming emotions. It was at that moment. The ocean in front of him suddenly turned white.
What the?
Bugle, 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 bugle. When he concentrated his eyes, bubbles were rising from under the ocean.
What's this? What is boiling underneath the water? Sid said without any traces of his former joy.
At first only 1-2 air bubbles appeared. But after a while, there were an absurd number of bubbles and the ocean looked like it was boiling. A moment, something huge appeared from under the ocean.
Chwahak. Sid raised his head with a bemused expression.
Then he continuously looked the object up and down before screaming. After a while, the movements of the huge object suddenly stopped.
It was huge.
No, even the word huge was insufficient. Compared to the size of the huge object, the huge boat with 6 sails looked like a toy. Then a circular object in the center started moving.
Eyes. That's right.
It was the eyes of a huge object. And the enormous object which rose from the ocean was
Rohair. The lower part of the monster's mouth opened.
At the same time, sea water was swept into the monster's mouth as the merchant ship approached it.
Wah-ah!
Sid screamed like crazy. That was the only piece of resistance Sid could do.
To be continued.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.